Once a formidable beast master, Ye finds himself reincarnated in his youthful days. However, due to being assessed with a mere rank beast mastery talent, he is only deemed worthy of possessing a single inferior bloodline firehound. Having stood atop the pinnacle of beast mastery for years, he is well versed in the evolutionary paths of various beasts. Now, he contemplates whether to guide this firehound towards evolving into a flame qilin or an immortal wolf. This era is characterized by the dominance of beast masters, with the entire populace engaging in beast mastery. Ye, determined to start anew, vows to leave no regrets in this life. He is resolute in his quest to vanquish his foes, eradicate the wicked, and reclaim all that he has lost. Ultimately, he will lead his legion of beasts to explore myriad secret realms, sweep through the dark forests, pacify the underworld, and break through the sky city. Chapter 1. A New Beginning. Look, isn't that Ye, the top scorer from Pingcheng Middle School? He's really been placed in the ordinary class. So what if he's the top scorer? His beast mastery talent is rumored to be D rank, barely qualifying him to be here in high school. Alas, what a pity. I heard he was once touted by the principal as a future powerful beast master. What good is theory if the talent is lacking? Without talent, there's no hope for beasts, and who knows if he'll even get into college. In Pingcheng High School, Ye walked through the corridor towards the classroom at the end of the hall. He clearly heard the whispers around him, but chose not to engage in any rebuttal. In Pingcheng, and indeed across the world, beast mastery talent holds immense significance. Since the inexplicable emergence of spiritual energy thousands of years ago, various beast-like creatures have replaced traditional animals, and beast masters have risen to prominence. At the age of 15, individuals undergo an awakening, unlocking their internal beast space, allowing them to forge contracts with various monsters. This process is known as awakening. Post-awakening, every individual possesses a beast mastery talent that enhances their abilities in various aspects. The levels of these talents are classified from D to A, spanning 4 tiers. D rank is not the lowest. Reaching D rank indicates entry into the realm of beast mastery. In later years, the ranking of beast mastery talent became a standard for evaluation in various domains, as exemplified by Ye. Prior to high school, he was the foremost authority on beast theory in all of Pingcheng. Yet, with a D rank talent, he was still relegated to the ordinary class. But who says a D rank must remain a D rank forever? Standing at the entrance of the ordinary class, Ye paused to glance at the number on the door, a smile gracing his face. He was all too familiar with this place. In his previous life, it was the origin of his journey, the light of Pingcheng. It brought countless honors to the city. In his past life, even with a D rank, he swept aside countless prodigies, emerging from Pingcheng. Lacking talent does not preclude one from becoming powerful. Over decades, he ultimately became a dominant king-level beast master, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Eastern Kingdom. Regrettably, he fell victim to treachery. In pursuit of the legendary beast master relic, he led his trusted allies into an ancient secret realm, only to be betrayed by a brother-in-arms, awakening the fabled royal beast. The time-space dragon. He fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed to this legendary creature. In his final moments, gazing at the treacherous smile of a once-trusted ally, he detonated the relic in a desperate act, annihilating the time-space dragon in the process, yet failing to eliminate his betrayer, perhaps due to the relic's uniqueness or the lingering resentment from the time-space dragon. He found himself reborn many years into his youth. This marks the beginning of his beast mastery journey anew. Though his talent remains unchanged, everything else is irrevocably different. Is this a chance to start fresh? He mused, glancing at the dragon-shaped emblem on his wrist. The time-space dragon must be linked to his rebirth. After a moment of contemplation, Ye turned his gaze to the opposite side of the corridor. There, in the elite class, were the most exceptional talents in Pingcheng. The very person who betrayed him was there too, and it was only at the end of his life that he realized the depths of their enmity, concealed by a masterful facade. In my previous life, I dominated Pingcheng High School in 3 years. This time, I shall do so even faster. You will all regret underestimating me. With a tone tinged with solemnity, Ye diverted his gaze and approached the ordinary class. Ye, why are you so late? Hurry over. From the corner, a chubby boy called out softly. Upon seeing him, a smile lit up Ye Fan's eyes as he quickly made his way over and sat down beside him. This boy, his childhood friend and longtime confidant, was named Liu, affectionately known as Li Fatty. I never imagined we'd end up in the same class in high school, Li Fatty remarked, seemingly sensing Ye Fan's discontent. Then, with a grin, he added, but it's no big deal. D rank is just D rank. Who says a D rank can't become a genius? Look at the 4 young masters of the capital. Aren't they all D rank? Yet they each possess an eternal beast? I'm fine, Ye Fan replied, reassured by Li Fatty's words, though his gaze remained contemplative as he focused on the desk. Hey, Fatty, when do we get to choose our beasts? After a pause, he glanced around the room, letting his eyes wander before casually asking Li Fatty. It should be soon, Li Fatty answered, his excitement palpable. Ye Fan, have you decided what beast to choose? They're all inferior grades. Any choice would be similar, Ye Fan replied. How can they all be inferior grades? Li Fatty questioned, disbelief evident in his tone. Didn't they say Pingsheng would distribute some high-potential beasts this year? Those are for the elite classes. We have no part in that, Ye Fan scoffed. Beasts, like humans, are categorized. Their potential varies, and once a beast's potential is exhausted, it signifies the end of its growth. Inferior bloodline beasts typically only reach the bronze level, with the possibility of achieving silver dependent on luck. Silver is merely the threshold of entry. Beast strength levels range from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, eternal, starry, glorious, and beyond. Each level represents a chasm of difference in power. So we have nothing at all, Li Fatty lamented, crestfallen. With only inferior grades. Aren't they just like those sold on the streets? At least it's free, and beasts aren't something you can just buy. There are limitations, Ye Fan replied earnestly. Inferior grades aren't devoid of potential. They can still evolve into formidable beasts. Inferior grades are incredibly challenging. Even reaching elite status is tough. Li Fatty sighed, nodding in resignation. Before he could finish, an authoritative voice crackled through the classroom intercom. Everyone, quiet down. All students to the playground for beast selection. The classroom buzzed with excitement, and Li Fatty grabbed Ye Fan's arm, bubbling with enthusiasm once more. Let's go. Even the roadside goods are free. Who knows what treasure we might find? Ye Fan rose to his feet, his eyes narrowing at Li Fatty's words. There's no telling what might happen. Soon, the group arrived at the playground, where only their class was present to prevent chaos, and the selection was organized in batches. On the beast selection stage, the beasts stood ready, all of inferior grade. Yet they appeared fierce and were undoubtedly much stronger than ordinary creatures. Ye Fan, Ye Fan. Which beast do you wish to select? On stage, the teacher continued to elaborate on the selection rules, while Li, filled with excitement, pointed eagerly at one of the beasts, exclaiming, that crocodile beast must be formidable. I shall choose it shortly. That is not a crocodilian beast. It is a monitor lizard. Glancing at the creature, Ye Fan shook his head. It may appear impressive, but its speed is rather slow, and its defenses are insufficient. It is indeed a lizard-like beast, Li responded, visibly deflated. Clearly, with the words coming from his childhood friend, a theoretical master, he could not dispute them. I suggest you opt for that solar serpent. After considering Li for a moment, Ye Fan continued. Among the inferior beasts, that one performs admirably in all aspects and possesses innate venom. Given your talent for toxin enhancement, pairing with this beast will make attaining silver rank in the future quite feasible. Can I really reach silver? Upon hearing this, Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I shall select that one. Ye Fan nodded in silence, a smile dancing in his eyes. In his previous life, Li had indeed foolishly chosen that wretched monitor lizard, failing to even graduate to silver rank, not even qualifying for the lowest tier of universities. In this second chance at life, although he still harbored unresolved vendettas, lending a helping hand to his childhood friend felt rewarding. Soon, the selection ceremony commenced, with Li charging ahead to claim the solar serpent, shouting jubilantly towards Ye Fan. Ye Fan, after perusing the beasts, ultimately settled on one for himself. Ye Fan, why did you choose this beast? Li inquired as he approached, his brow furrowing upon seeing Ye Fan's selection. This beast is well known even to me, the fire hound, Aside from its elevated body temperature, it serves little other purpose and is among the least impressive of the inferior. Ranks. I am aware, Ye Fan replied with a nod. If you know that, then why? Ye Fan raised a finger, looking intently at Li, then spoke with a profound tone. Fatty, there are no weak beasts, only weak beast masters. Chapter 2. Beast Mastery Space. Is there truly no weakest beast? Only the weakest beast master? Upon hearing these words, Li Fatty was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, in an era that places immense value on the talent for beast mastery, this statement struck a profound chord within him. The cultivation of a harmonious partnership between oneself and one's beasts is paramount. The fundamental requirement for both beasts and beast masters is mutual familiarity. Ye Fan said little more, gently patting Li Fatty on the shoulder before turning around to retract his fire hound. High school did not delve into theoretical knowledge. It was primarily practical. On the very first day of school, the task was simply to select one's beasts. Once the selection was complete, students were free to familiarize themselves with their chosen companions. Ye Fan chose not to linger at school, fabricating a reason to take leave and promptly returning to the dormitory assigned by the school. After all, as the only high school in Pingcheng, accommodations were arranged as single rooms for students. Upon entering, Ye Fan closed the door and cautiously ensured that no one was around before settling down cross-legged. Calming his mind, he took a deep breath and whispered, Beast Mastery Space. The Beast Mastery Space is a unique realm that every beast master awakens with, designed to house their beasts. However, the space is initially barren and can only accommodate a limited number of beasts. The moment he completed the incantation, the scene before him began to swirl. And when clarity returned, Ye Fan found himself in a paradise-like realm. Lush mountains and flowing waters surrounded a quaint little house, where the firehound he had selected was dozing outside. Success. The sight of the firehound in this ethereal setting ignited joy in Ye Fan's eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, the mark on his arm began to glow. A torrent of information surged into his mind, and after a brief moment, he opened his eyes, now shimmering with barely contained excitement. This was the legendary artifact he had fought so hard to obtain, the fabled Beast Mastery Sacred Artifact, which had fused with his Beast Mastery Space and the Time-Space Dragon during the Cataclysm, creating this wondrous domain. The mark on his arm represented his Beast Mastery Space, and just moments ago, it had conveyed all that he needed to know about this realm. Here, there was an abundance of energy perfectly suited for the survival of beasts, enabling them to achieve optimal growth. Moreover, the space was filled with various mysteries that would gradually unfold as the beasts grew stronger. At present, one of the most critical revelations of this space was the disparity in the flow of time between the internal and external worlds, a staggering 30-to-1. For every 30 days spent here, only a single day would pass in the outside world. Such a treasure was indeed worthy of being called the world's most precious artifact, the Beast Mastery Sacred Artifact. With such a boon, containing beasts within this realm would undoubtedly ease the process considerably. Ye Fan stroked the firehound at his side, which affectionately nudged his arm, imparting a warmth that stemmed from its naturally high body temperature. The firehound was not without merit. Its lineage often bore traces of the high-grade hellhound bloodline, albeit faint and difficult to awaken. Nevertheless, even if it could not fully awaken, once it matured, it would wield the power of flames, unleashing formidable destructive force. Crucially, due to its bloodline heritage, its growth would not be constrained by lower-tier bloodline limitations. As long as one possesses the perseverance and can discover sufficient celestial materials and earthly treasures to cultivate them to an eternal or even glorious level, it is not an impossibility. His choice of the firehound signifies that he possesses the means to unleash its latent potential, whether through the various nurturing methods he is aware of or the treasures found within ancient ruins, all ensuring that his firehound will eventually exhibit formidable strength. Now, having come to understand the might of this space, Ye Fan feels even more convinced of the wisdom behind his choice. For Ye Fan, the capabilities of this space signify the removal of the firehound's greatest limitations. Within this unique beast-taming realm lies the most suitable energy for nurturing beasts. Combined with his own myriad of techniques, a day's labor can yield the results of 100 days. This previously overlooked fire hound will soon astonish everyone. Gazing at the fire hound, Ye Fan's eyes brimmed with mirth. After a brief pause, his gaze shifted to the plot of land adjacent to the small house. If beasts can be brought into this space, then surely spiritual herbs and medicinal plants can also be transplanted. With this thought, Ye Fan's eyes ignited with fervor. In his previous life, as a king-level beast master, he had encountered numerous celestial materials and earthly treasures, each requiring an extensive period to mature. Harvesting one necessitated waiting years, if not centuries, for the next. However, if he were to discover spiritual herbs and transplant them here, would that not lead to the creation of a sacred beast artifact? Terrifying in its potential? In astonishment, Ye Fan glanced at the fire hound beside him, affectionately patting its head before closing his eyes. As the scene spun, upon reopening his eyes, Ye Fan found himself once again in the dormitory, with the outside world still bathed in twilight, only a brief moment having passed. Estimating the time he had spent inside and comparing it, indeed, it was a 30-to-1 ratio. Observing the quietude of the dormitory, Ye Fan exhaled deeply, and then his expression turned resolute. With this newfound resource, his strength would ascend rapidly, allowing him to contemplate opportunities that had eluded him in his previous life. For instance, the upcoming freshman trial in 3 months. The freshman realm differs significantly from the ancient realm he explored in his past life. It is an elementary, hazy realm constructed by the school, containing little of value. Yet, having experienced it once, Ye Fan knows that within this session's hazy realm lies a rare treasure. 3 months is ample time for him to strengthen himself. That treasure is a prize he must secure. Taking a deep breath, Ye Fan ultimately calmed himself, sitting cross-legged as his breathing gradually fell into a rhythmic cycle. The breathing technique is a means employed by beast masters to augment their strength. The higher the level of the technique, the greater the number of beasts one can command. Ordinary individuals generally practice the accessible breathing techniques provided by their schools, which are universally applicable and nearly everyone can cultivate, yet they possess a low ceiling, offering minimal enhancements to a beast master's capabilities and the number of beasts they can summon. He, however, is different. In his previous life, he encountered hundreds of profound breathing techniques, many of which held terrifying effects. For instance, the technique he currently employs is one of the most supreme breathing methods, known as the entry to sanctity, revered as the most formidable breathing technique in existence. It encompasses 4 grand realms: whale swallowing, silkworm eating, dragon absorbing, and ant devouring, transforming all energy into oneself. Upon reaching its ultimate form, one can transcend the mundane and enter the sacred. As the breathing technique commenced, Ye Fan suddenly opened his mouth to inhale a breath akin to that of a whale, causing the surrounding air to be instantly depleted and drawn into his mouth. The spatial energy around him was abundant, and with just one inhalation, a radiant glow enveloped Ye Fan. With the experience from his previous life, he effortlessly grasped the essence of this breathing method. As he exhaled slowly, Ye Fan's eyes snapped open, shimmering with brilliance. Indeed, the entry to sanctity technique was overwhelmingly powerful. The first realm of whale swallowing allowed him to convert any form of energy, be it air or otherwise, entirely to replenish himself. This single breath equated to the results of several days of conventional breathing techniques. With that, Ye Fan stood upright. The essence of whale swallowing lay in its vastness. Having not yet entered the second realm of silkworm eating, he felt his internal energy nearly overflowing and recognized the need for time to dissipate it. He amused himself that he felt capable of delivering a fatal blow to a bull. Swinging his arm, a smile crept across his lips, and a glint sparkled in his eyes. With the extraordinary breathing technique combined with his unique beast mastery space, his journey in this life had already commenced on a high note, enriched by the experiences of his former existence. Degrade? What significance does degrade hold? Chapter 3. An unexpected visitor. After spending a considerable time in the beast mastery space, Ye Fan finally emerged following the second round of whale swallowing. At this moment, the sky outside had just begun to darken, yet he had spent nearly 7 or 8 days within the confines of the space. As he gazed out the window, contemplating the recent gains, the urgent ring of his phone broke the silence. It was Fatty. Glancing at the screen, Ye Fan's expression turned perplexed. Shouldn't this fellow be preoccupied with the fiery serpent, showering it with affection? Why was he calling at this hour? After a moment's hesitation, Ye Fan answered the call, and the anxious voice of Li Fatty came through. Yifan, Deng Chong and Ji Feng are trying to seize my beast. Trying to seize your beast? Ye Fan furrowed his brows at the revelation. Choosing a beast was a voluntary act. What right did they have to take it? They claimed that the beast was their first choice, and I snatched it away. Li Fatty continued hastily. They gathered 7 or 8 people and said they want to duel me for my beast. If I lose, I have to give it to them. And whereas the teacher? Doesn't the teacher care? The teacher is in class, and I'm cornered in the teaching building, Li Fatty replied, sounding somewhat frightened. I'm hiding in a restroom next to the teaching building. Ye Fan, hurry and save me, or my beast will be gone. Just stay in a restroom and hold them off, Ye Fan instructed before abruptly hanging up the phone and heading towards the school. He had only recently helped Li Fatty find a decent beast, hoping for his success in this life. Yet now this group was intent on seizing it. These 2 individuals are notorious bullies in the ordinary class of the school. In my previous life, before I had risen to prominence, I suffered greatly at their hands alongside the chubby boy, Deng Chong and Ji Feng. These wretched beings, if I do not seek you out, do you still dare to approach me? Seeking your own demise. Ha! You cowardly fatso, hiding in the restroom, thinking we wouldn't find you? Are you frightened? A dignified beast master without the courage to duel with others? With such cowardice, perhaps you should return home to tend to pigs instead. In an empty classroom of the teaching building, Deng Chong and Ji Feng, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, surrounded the chubby boy, hurling cold taunts at him. The chubby boy's face reddened, his fists clenched tightly. Oh, still clenching your fists, trying to intimidate someone? Deng Chong noticed his movement and forcefully shoved him, nearly toppling him to the ground. Do not pretend to be formidable. In our middle school days, with your so-called theoretical master as a childhood friend, we might have truly refrained from confronting you. But now it is different. That friend of yours is merely a D-level, a waste of the same caliber as us. Who would still fear him? Be wise and hand over that solar serpent of yours. I inquired, and among this batch of beasts, that solar serpent is the most formidable. Do you truly think you deserve to wield it? Hurry and surrender it to me. With that, Deng Chong seized Li Fatty, his fist tightening as it crashed into the chubby boy's face, and then he tossed him aside. The group closed in once more, and Deng Chong leaned forward, asserting, Do not claim I am bullying you. Either duel with me like a man, or simply hand over your beast. Otherwise, do not blame us for being heavy-handed. At this point, the chubby boy could no longer endure and was compelled to speak. What? Upon hearing this, Deng Chong laughed. What did you just say? A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. Deng Chong stepped on Li Fatty, leaning down with a mocking expression, cupping his ear. What was that? I didn't catch it. With his chest underfoot, Li Fatty struggled to speak. He said, let me compare. Before he could finish, a voice rang out. Deng Chong paused, turning to see Ye Fan stepping into the clearing. Yifan, observing Ye Fan, Deng Chong appeared somewhat intimidated. Are you here to defend him? What is wrong? Is that not permissible? Ye Fan responded, taking a step forward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. In that moment, infused with the wrath of a royal beast master, everyone instinctively recoiled, shrinking back. They were subdued. Even Deng Chong felt the urge to retreat. But seeing the multitude beside him, he seemed to gather his courage. If you wish to compare, then let it be so. Releasing his foot from Li Fatty, Deng Chong stood tall. Should you lose, you must surrender your beast. My beast is not something just anyone can possess. Ye Fan replied, narrowing his eyes. And what if you were to lose? I lose. At this proclamation, Deng Chong laughed. Ye Fan, you are still living in the past. Mere theoretical prowess is insufficient in this present reality. I have not lingered in the past, Ye Fan replied calmly. What I inquire now is you have lost. And then what? Such a nonchalant demeanor seemed to infuriate Deng Chong. who, with a swift motion, declared, "I concede. I shall offer you my beast." "I have no interest in your worthless beasts," Ye Fan retorted, shaking his head. "What I desire is a seed of the fire fruit from Baiko Hall." The fire fruit seed, valued at 10,000. Upon hearing this, Deng Chong hesitated momentarily. Yet his indecision swiftly transformed into confidence. "Let us gamble." With that, Deng Chong waved his hand, and in an instant, a beast resembling a pangolin appeared before him. The cloud-armored beast. Seeing this creature, Ye Fan began to comprehend. A beast inherently resistant to toxins. No wonder Deng Chong had been so adamant about seizing the chubby one. It was perfectly suited to counter it. However, that was all there was to it. With a flick of his wrist, Ye Fan summoned the fire hound before the group. "The fire hound? You dare present such a pathetic beast?" Deng Chong guffawed at the sight of Ye Fan's offering, then raised his hand once more. "Beast, Sharp Fang." Radiance enveloped the cloud-armored beast, visibly sharpening its teeth. Sharp Fang, a D-grade talent, enhanced the beast's biting prowess to some degree for those that relied on teeth for attack. Ye Fan, not one to hide his strengths, raised his hand as well. Gathering light. "Beast, ascend." Under the glow, the fire hound experienced a slight augmentation in size, its form seemingly altered. This was his talent, Ascend, which improved all attributes of the beast. While it sounded formidable, the enhancement was marginal, less than 5%. "Is this what you call ascending? You must be jesting." Witnessing this scene, Deng Chong became increasingly arrogant, commanding his beast, cloud-armored beast, charge directly. With a swift sound, the cloud-armored beast surged toward the fire hound at astonishing speed. Ye Fan chuckled at the unfolding spectacle. Charge followed by bite? Deng Chong seemed to have deluded himself. Such tactics might suffice against a child, but against him? Utterly laughable. Fire hound. Take a step to the right and collide with it. Strike its head. Just as the cloud-armored beast was about to crash into the fire hound, Ye Fan called out. The fire hound reacted swiftly, veering right, causing the cloud-armored beast to lose momentum. Before it could even comprehend, the fire hound howled and collided heavily with its head. Boom, boom, boom. The impact sent the cloud-armored beast rolling 4 or 5 times before it lay on its back, eyes glazed over, belly exposed. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence as the group processed the sight of the defeated cloud-armored beast. Deng Chong, in particular, appeared dazed, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. I charged, and then I was defeated in an instant? The cloud-armored beast was aptly named for its commendable defense, yet Deng Chong, unfamiliar with its vulnerabilities, assumed that only its belly was its Achilles heel, oblivious to the fact that the only unprotected part of the cloud-armored beast was its head. In this regard, his beast bore a striking resemblance to him. Deng Chong raised his head blankly and beheld Ye Fan standing before him, looking down with an expression of scornful mockery. So, will you provide me with the seeds of the fire fruit now, or shall I simply liquidate them? Chapter 4. Establishing a grudge, Deng Chong gritted his teeth, gazing at the derisive face of Ye Fan, feeling a surge of anger. Ye Fan, do not bask in your triumph. My cousin is Deng Li from the elite class. How dare you lay a finger on me? Upon hearing the name Deng Li, Ye Fan's eyes narrowed. He was well acquainted with this individual, notorious in his previous life, possessing B-level talent and regarded as a top student from the elite class. After graduating from Pingcheng, instead of pursuing higher education, he had formed a gang known as the Dragon Strong Gang, preying on others and extorting protection money throughout the city. In his past life, Deng Chong's parents had operated a small restaurant in Pingcheng, often subjected to exploitation, to the point where they relied on him to send money home. However, upon his return after graduation, that scoundrel had vanished, fleeing to Yunxinj and not returning for years. Indeed, it seemed that loathsome individuals always congregated together. Ye Fan uttered a dismissive remark and delivered a kick towards Deng Chong. Having cultivated the sacred path, Ye Fan, despite only having undergone the devouring process twice, demonstrated significant prowess. Deng Chong attempted to evade, but was instead knocked to the ground, crashing against the wall. Struggling, Deng Chong found Ye Fan's foot pressing down upon him, reminiscent of how he had just trampled on a chubby fellow. Nearby, Deng Li's lackeys were taken aback, ready to rush in for a rescue. Yet Ye Fan cast a cold glance at them. You would do well to remain still. At his command, the group froze in place, genuinely rooted to the spot. Observing this, Ye Fan smirked disdainfully. In truth, these individuals were merely bullies who preyed on the weak, even without the oppressive aura of a king. His commanding presence alone sufficed to intimidate these young rascals effortlessly. Deng Chong, let me make myself clear. Ye Fan leaned closer, his tone icy. Within an hour, either send your lackeys to procure the fire fruit seeds for me, or summon your cousin to do so. You have two choices. The decision lies with you. I grant you but 1 hour, 1 second more, and you shall bear the consequences. With that, Ye Fan intensified the pressure of his foot, causing Deng Chong to wince in discomfort. Quickly, summon my cousin, he exclaimed, waving his hands frantically. As his words fell, the previously fearful lackeys felt a surge of relief and dashed out of the classroom. The empty room now held only the panting Deng Chong, who stared wide-eyed at Ye Fan. Ye Fan, perhaps we should reconsider, Li Pangzi interjected, observing their frantic call for help. He whispered, the elite class individuals are formidable. They possess at least C-level talent. C-level? Even if an A-level individual were to confront me today, they would still be obligated to present the fire fruit seeds. Ye Fan retorted with a cold snort, maintaining his stance. Hearing this, Li Pangzi recoiled slightly, gazing at Ye Fan with a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He recalled that his childhood friend was not of such temperament. Throughout this long period, the other had always been amiable, opting for peaceful resolutions when faced with conflicts. What could have caused such a drastic change today? The rotund fellow believed that merely enduring would lead others to perceive him as easy prey. Seemingly discerning the inner turmoil of his friend, Ye Fan spoke, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should one provoke me, they must be prepared to face the consequences. The hefty man paused, taken aback, before finally nodding in agreement, though his gaze revealed a hint of timidity. Ye Fan observed this reaction with a knowing smile. The plump fellow was inherently timid and, coupled with his poor academic performance, currently languishing at the bottom of the D grade, it was only natural for him to be apprehensive. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the classroom door was flung open, and a man clad in leather, his expression dark and foreboding, strode in. Upon entering, he noticed Deng Chong, who was on the verge of rolling his eyes beneath Ye Fan's foot, and anger flashed across his face. Release him. Where is the item I requested? Ye Fan lifted his eyes to meet the infamous Deng Li's gaze and replied calmly. Item? The question momentarily bewildered Deng Li, prompting those nearby to hastily recount the events that transpired. A seed of the fire fruit? Upon hearing this, Deng Li furrowed his brow and turned his attention to Ye Fan. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, for my sake, let this matter end here. And here? Ye Fan chuckled, lifting his foot only to press down once more. Wagering and accepting losses is only fair. Moreover, how much is your face truly worth? Scoundrel! Deng Li's anger flared, and his fist clenched tightly, ready to strike Ye Fan. Yet, Ye Fan remained unfazed, locking eyes with him. As Deng Li raised his fist, he noticed Ye Fan's calm demeanor, even tinged with anticipation, which sent a jolt of uncertainty through him. Why was this guy not afraid? Did he possess some hidden confidence? Such thoughts crossed Deng Chong's mind as he glanced at his cousin, frowning in hesitation before lowering his fist. I will give you 10,000 yuan if you release my cousin. Struggling to suppress his fury, Deng Li made his offer. Ye Fan was taken aback by Deng Li's sudden restraint, but brushed it off, nodding in agreement. 10,000 yuan sounds acceptable. Give it to him. Deng Li produced a stack of money, handing it to a person beside him, who then approached Ye Fan with the cash. Since it is settled, I shall release your cousin. After accepting the money, Ye Fan spoke, raising his foot as Deng Chong scrambled towards his elder cousin. Cousin, help me take revenge. Deng Chong's face flushed red. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Silence. Dem disculpa. This is school. Deng Chong was momentarily stunned, not expecting his close cousin to chastise him. Any issues we shall resolve outside of school. Deng Li lowered his voice, patting Deng Chong on the shoulder. Here, we are all students. Once outside, There are ways to handle this. At this, Deng Chong beamed, nodding eagerly in agreement. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, Deng Chong led his companions away, casting a fierce glare at Yi Fan before exiting. Once they departed, Yi Fan leisurely began counting the money in his hands. 10,000 yuan, at this stage of high school, is nearly equivalent to half a year's living expenses. I have been contemplating whether to leverage my skills to embark on a side venture to earn some extra money. After all, I was still in Pingsheng, just beginning to establish myself, and many resources were best acquired through monetary means, which would save me some trouble. After counting, I found precisely 100 bills. Yefan patted them and held the money tightly in his hand. Yefan, did you just hear what Deng Li said? It seems he intends to find someone outside of school to deal with us. The chubby boy approached cautiously, a hint of fear in his voice. Let him search. Yefan was unfazed. He intended for Deng Li to pursue him, seeking retribution for the grievances his parents had suffered in a past life. What kind of individuals could a future petty thug possibly recruit? At most, he could gather a few ruffians, mere weaklings beneath the black iron standard. Given a few days, he could easily take care of them. What are we going to do? The chubby boy lacked Yefan's boldness and was anxious, fretting over the impending confrontation. I need to return home this weekend. You can come back with me. But what if you're not there? If I'm alone, I wouldn't even stand a chance against Deng Chong. Observing his friend's distress, Yefan felt a pang of melancholy. In truth, Li, the chubby boy, had always treated him well. During the most challenging times in high school, he never altered his attitude towards Yefan, regardless of the changes in Yefan's circumstances. Whether it was his D-class talent or his later rise to prominence in Pingsheng. The only regret was that the chubby boy's beast-taming talent was subpar. In the previous life, as their skills diverged further, opportunities for them to meet became increasingly rare, let alone the chance to fight side by side. Suddenly, Yefan chuckled. Chubby, do you wish to become a powerful beast master? The question caught Li by surprise, and he hesitated before responding, I do wish to, but my talent. Talent is not the issue. Just answer me. Do you want to? Yefan's gaze was resolute. Yes. Li responded without hesitation. That's good. Yefan nodded, patting Li's shoulder before heading towards the classroom door. Follow me. Chapter 5. The breathing technique. Li, looking puzzled, followed Yefan. Soon, they returned to their dormitory, where Yefan casually took a seat on a stool, gesturing for Li to sit as well. Chubby, I'm going to teach you a breathing technique. Yefan began, looking at Li intently. What? Li was taken aback. A breathing technique is not something one can casually offer. It relates to the foundation of a beast master. Apart from the general techniques, even an ordinary one is worth millions. If it were exceptionally powerful, it would be priceless. It is merely a breathing technique, Yefan replied, then, with a serious demeanor, added, the technique I will teach you may not be the finest in the world, but in a certain sense, it is the most suitable for you. This is too precious, Li hesitated. Our bond of many years is worth more than this. Yi Fan shook his head and regarded the chubby man with a solemn expression. The breathing technique I impart to you is known as the Dowdy method. This method is remarkably straightforward. It merely requires consumption, various edibles, including all manner of food and even rare treasures from heaven and earth. Once you have consumed, you shall practice the Dowdy method, enabling you to flawlessly digest and transform the ingested substances into energy to replenish yourself. Dowdy method? Upon hearing this name, the chubby man trembled. The Dowdy, one of the 4 ancient fiends, was a legendary beast capable of swallowing the sun and devouring the moon. A breathing technique named after the Dowdy must indeed be of extraordinary quality. The Dowdy method consists of 7 levels, with each ascending tier. The number of beasts you can command doubles, the potency of your transformations increases, and the variety of what you can consume expands. Ultimately, you could command over 100 beasts and even convert precious metals into usable energy. Yi Fan did not elaborate further, but stated now, I shall convey to you the principles of the Dowdy method. Heed every word with utmost attention. Understood. The chubby man nodded. Closing his eyes, he focused on his breathing to circulate the energy within him as Yi Fan began to expound. The chubby man's brow furrowed as he diligently recorded Yi Fan's instructions, simultaneously activating the breathing technique. Soon, As Yi Fan concluded his teachings, the chubby man entered a meditative state, surrounded by pulsations of energy. Indeed, the Dowdy method was perfectly suited to him. Observing the chubby man adapting so swiftly, Yi Fan nodded approvingly. The method's capabilities are straightforward and brutally effective, making it ideal for a natural gourmand like him, who possessed only average talents as a beast master. The effectiveness was clear. The more one consumed, the stronger one became, often triumphing through sheer numbers of beasts far exceeding the ordinary. In days of yore, the Dowdy method was renowned in its own right, once wielded by a formidable foe of Yi Fan's. It was said that this adversary had acquired it from a relic associated with the Dowdy, having mastered it to the 6th level, allowing him to command dozens of beasts, coupled with his own formidable combat prowess, making him a challenging opponent. Yi Fan had to engage in a fierce battle to vanquish him, and thus the Dowdy method found its way into Yi Fan's possession. Though Yi Fan had access to the sacred method and regarded the Dowdy method with a degree of disdain, he deemed it a worthy gift for his childhood friend. The extent of the chubby man's potential would ultimately depend on fate. Before long, the chubby man opened his eyes, clearly having gained a foundational understanding of the technique. After practicing a cycle of the Dowdy method, his demeanor transformed. He exuded vitality, banishing any previous lethargy. "This Dowdy method is incredible," he exclaimed, astonished. "I just learned it, and my beast space has expanded, allowing me to capture a second beast." "That is merely the beginning," Yi Fan remarked with a smile, shaking his head. "A second beast is nothing. My formidable enemy once unleashed dozens of powerful beasts in a single assault, a veritable swarm that was enough to instill fear merely by sight." Cautiously observing Yi Fan, the chubby man inquired, "Such a precious breathing method. How did you come by it?" "Just a fortunate encounter," Yi Fan replied, his demeanor becoming serious once more. "Chubby, it is imperative that the existence of the Dowdy method remains concealed from anyone until you grow stronger, including your parents." "Understood." The chubby man nodded fervently, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Yi Fan, fully aware of the significance of what he had just experienced. It is evident that even a novice in the realm of beast tamers, such as the plump fellow, comprehends the significance of acquiring the Tao Tai technique at this moment. There is no arduous training required. One merely needs to indulge in consumption to attain strength. In fact, simply adhering to a systematic practice will ensure that, in the future, armed with this Tao Tai technique, one will undoubtedly excel. Yi Fan has granted him an immense boon. Yi Fan, such a precious gift. I, Li Yu, am at a loss for how to repay you. Just as he spoke, an abrupt growl from his stomach interrupted the moment, causing Li Yu to flush with embarrassment. He awkwardly remarked, "The consumption of this Tao Tai technique is too great. I just had lunch. If I eat again and practice the technique, you'll soon become a human form of Tao Tai." Yi Fan chuckled, seemingly envisioning the future embarrassment of his corpulent friend, and added, "Do not concern yourself with the gazes of others. Once you become powerful enough, even if you were to consume something as distasteful as excrement, no one would dare to utter a word of reproach, and they might even seek to emulate you." "That makes sense," Li Yu nodded, promptly heading outside. "I'm off to have another meal." As the dormitory door swung open and shut, Yi Fan, with a smile in his eyes, shook his head. Li Yu's final words hung unfinished in the air. He was disinterested in any earnest expressions of gratitude. His intention to pass on the Tao Tai technique to Li Yu stemmed from a belief in the latter, albeit a tempered one. After all, even brothers who had fought side by side for decades in a past life could betray one another. The human heart is the most fragile of entities. Yi Fan found it hard to place complete trust in others, but at this moment, he believed that Li Yu would not betray him, or perhaps lack the audacity to do so. Next, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Contemplating, Yi Fan retrieved the 10,000 yuan he had from before, his expression one of deep thought. 10,000 yuan is not an insignificant sum, and within his possession, it could facilitate numerous endeavors. In 3 months, the new student's secret realm would be unveiled, and during this time, he needed to swiftly enhance his strength to secure the items he desired within the realm. Off to the Spirit Herb Hall, Yi Fan decided after some reflection. If one were to speak of the quickest method for enhancement, Spirit herbs are undoubtedly the simplest and most direct approach. His beast tamer space is most suited for the cultivation of spirit herbs. If he could procure some spirit herbs at this juncture, they would not only allow the fire hound to rapidly advance, but also enable the swift cultivation of spirit fruits for sale. Spirit fruits are indeed precious. For instance, the seeds of the fire fruit cost 10,000 yuan, yet to cultivate them successfully requires several months, with a high probability of failure. A single fire fruit would be valued at no less than 50,000 yuan, with high-quality variants potentially reaching 100,000. Investing 10,000 in a seed to plant in the beast tamer space, under the accelerated passage of time, would yield fruit in a mere 3 to 5 days, typically producing 4 to 5 fruits per harvest. Should he sell them, that would amount to 200,000 yuan. By purchasing higher-grade seeds for cultivation and reselling them, the profit could easily exceed several hundred thousand. Having resolved his plan, Ye Fan never hesitated. He swiftly exited, hailed a vehicle at the school gate, and proceeded directly to the Spirit Herb Hall located north of Ping City. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Deng Chong was walking alongside his sycophant, who was applying an anti-inflammatory ointment on him. Ye Fan, utterly oblivious to the peril he has invited upon himself, has unwittingly crossed paths with Deng Li, the formidable overlord of this territory and the cousin of Chong Ge. Provoking Deng Li means he may never set foot outside the school gates again. Perhaps sensing Chong's unease, a sycophant eagerly interjected, "The moment Ye Fan dares to step out, Brother Li will surely have his ways to deal with him." In no time, Ye Fan will be on his knees, begging for forgiveness from Chong. Indeed, this flattering display pleased Chong, who clapped his hands and remarked, "No exaggeration. But with my cousin's prowess, should Ye Fan dare to emerge, my brother could easily corner him the very next second. This Ye Fan, today he dares to tread on my dignity, and I shall ensure he is left weeping and unable to utter a word." Just as Chong was delivering his menacing proclamation, a taxi sped past a puddle before them, splashing water all over the group. The sycophant, startled, inadvertently pressed down harder, causing Chong to grimace in discomfort. "You fool! Can't you drive without watching the road? Are there not people by the roadside?" He cursed at the taxi, but in the next instant, through the cracked rear window, he recognized the occupant. Ye Fan. Seeing that familiar face, Chong froze momentarily, then erupted in fury. "This insolent wretch dares to disregard my cousin? Has it only been a short while since he emerged? And now he has the audacity to drench me?" Almost instinctively, Chong concluded that this incident was a deliberate provocation by Ye Fan. "Call my cousin and inform him Ye Fan has left the school. Tell him to send someone to intercept him at the entrance." "Yes, I will contact Brother Li at once." Chapter 6. Acquiring medicine unbeknownst to Ye Fan. He has once again drawn the ire of Chong. At this moment, he is in a state of quiet contemplation, pondering various matters. Before long, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Linko Hall. Standing at the door, Ye Fan gazed at the 3 familiar characters inscribed on the plaque, momentarily lost in nostalgia. In his previous life, he had quite the association with Linko Hall, which boasts branches not only in Pingsheng but across cities in various provinces. It was a formidable force in its heyday, teeming with strength. He wondered if Master Ning still presided over it. If so, negotiations would be far more agreeable. With a contemplative sigh, Ye Fan approached Linko Hall. At the entrance, 2 attendants, noticing a student had arrived, were momentarily distracted. Yet professionalism prompted them to welcome him with cheerful voices. Ye Fan nodded slightly, maintaining a composed demeanor as he stepped inside. Linko Hall spans 3 floors. The first primarily offers an assortment of commonplace medicinal herbs. Their price is modest and their efficacy rather limited. "Young man, what are you looking to purchase?" A female sales associate greeted him with a professional smile, her voice gentle. "Just browsing," Ye Fan replied, instinctively raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the attendant. "Ning Kue. How do you know my name?" The attendant was taken aback by the young man's question. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan paused briefly. He had visited Linko Hall numerous times in his past life, each occasion attended by Ning Shui. It had become second nature. However, having lived 2 lives, Ye Fan remained composed, simply pausing to point at the wall where something was inscribed. Ning Shui raised her head. and on the wall hung photographs of all the staff members who had received guests. So that was it. A smile graced Ning Shue's lips as she regarded Yi Fan. Her years of experience in reception allowed her to deduce that the youth before her was not particularly affluent and likely lacked substantial knowledge of pharmacology. Young lad, I suggest you purchase this fragrant fruit harvested from the Nanshan Mountain. Its flavor is exquisite, and feeding it to your beasts can enhance their physique and bolster their combat prowess. Fragrant fruit? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at Ning Shue's description. To my knowledge, aside from being favored by some beasts for its aroma, the fragrant fruit possesses no discernible benefits. Ning Shue was momentarily taken aback, and before she could elaborate, she noticed Yi Fan looking up with a teasing glint in his eyes. Moreover, if your beasts consume too much fragrant fruit, they may become overly excitable. When you refer to enhancing their combat prowess, are you implying this aspect? Upon hearing this, Ning Shue's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively stepped back. The fragrant fruit is ineffective for humans. Casting a glance at Ning Shue, Yi Fan remarked, and after surveying several baskets of spiritual herbs, he shook his head. Do you not have any blazing fruit here? Blazing fruit? Yes, indeed. At that moment, Ning Shue realized that the young man before her was far from ignorant. She quickly led Yi Fan to the second floor. On the second floor, they entered a realm of spiritual herbs and fruits, and Yi Fan immediately inhaled the delightful aromas wafting from various plants. The blazing fruit is located here. On a display, a platter held 7 or 8 fiery red fruits. This was the purpose of his visit, the fruit capable of enhancing the flame control of fire beasts, the blazing fruit. How much? Yi Fan inquired, noticing the wrinkled appearance of the blazing fruits. His brow furrowed. It was evident these fruits were not fresh and were likely stock that had accumulated over time. 50,000 each, Ning Shue replied, seemingly sensing Yi Fan's dissatisfaction. She added, if you are not pleased with these, I can fetch you the freshest ones produced today. Yi Fan pondered, his mind weighing the offer. 50,000 was indeed in line with his expectations. However, if he were to resell them, he doubted he could reach that price. Perhaps something close, but not quite. Beside him, Ning Shue stood silently, observing Yi Fan, feeling an unusual sense of anxiety, as if she were in the presence of a significant figure. This was the first time she had encountered someone who seemed to see through everything with just a glance. Is this young man from a prominent family? Stealing a glance at Yi Fan's profile, Ning Shue felt a tinge of apprehension. Just then, Yi Fan seemed to come to a realization and suddenly inquired, do you have any seeds for the blazing fruit or transplantable rhizomes? Seeds? Ning Shue was taken aback once more. It was unusual for someone to come to a spiritual herb shop specifically to purchase seeds, as if intending to mock them. She opened her mouth to refuse, but faltered under Yi Fan's penetrating gaze. Ultimately, she replied, I will ask the manager for you. Yi Fan nodded, and Ning Shue ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, she returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a hat and a traditional gown. Which young brother is interested in purchasing blazing fruit seeds? Perched high above, the middle-aged man spoke with a resonant voice that filled the room. The crowd gathered to purchase medicine turned to listen, their attention captured. It was I, Yi Fan began, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the man. Ning Qingkai, the master of the spirit herb hall in Picheng, a beast master approaching the golden rank. His presence made matters considerably easier. He was astute and would likely save some effort. Ah, it's this young brother, Ning Qinghai remarked, somewhat surprised by Yi Fan's appearance. Yet his face broke into a broad smile as he chided Ning Shue. Our esteemed guest has arrived. Why aren't you welcoming him promptly? Yes, Ning Shue nodded, hastily leading Yi Fan upstairs. Soon, they reached the second floor, where Ning Qinghai was seated at a table. Esteemed guest, please take a seat and enjoy some tea, he invited. Though Yi Fan was not particularly fond of such formalities, he was there to make a purchase and thus seated himself, taking a casual sip of tea. Across from him, Ning Qinghai observed Yi Fan with a hint of curiosity. Young brother, the seeds of the fire fruit are rather expensive. Ordinarily, the spirit herb hall does not sell them. Fire fruit was not particularly rare. Even the seeds were valued at around 10,000. Yi Fan spoke with calm assurance, the audience for fire fruit is quite limited. Aside from specific beasts, few would choose it. The stronger muscle grass offers better effects and broader adaptability at the same price point. Ning Qinghai raised an eyebrow. Albeit unfazed by Ye Fan's confidence, he replied, "So, you indeed require fire fruit for your beast?" "Certainly. May I ask, is it for the fire dog?" Ye Fan interjected, his gaze fixed on Ning Qinghai. "Ah, that makes sense." Ning Qinghai sighed, contemplating for a moment. "In that case, I shall sell you the seeds of the fire fruit at 11,000 each. Ning Kue, please inform the cultivation hall to prepare a rootstock of fire fruit for this young brother." "Rootstock?" Ning Shui hesitated, recalling that Ye Fan had initially requested seeds. The rootstock, however, was a fully developed specimen, with a significantly higher survival and fruit-bearing rate than mere seeds, and its price would be at least double. "Young brother, your impressive demeanor warrants a gesture of friendship. Consider this rootstock my gift to you." Ning Qinghai smiled, clasping his hands in a respectful bow. "I hope you will frequently visit our spirit herb hall in the future." "Certainly," Ye Fan nodded, offering no further comments. Ning Shui, observing the exchange, quickly descended the stairs. Moments later, he returned with a box. Upon opening it, a rootstock with newly sprouted leaves was revealed. "Young brother, this spirit herb is not easily cultivated. Ensure to plant it in fertile soil upon your return," Ning Qinghai instructed as he handed the herb to Ye Fan. "If the soil is rich, it should bear fruit in May, yielding 3 to 5 fruits from this single plant." "I understand," Ye Fan replied as he accepted the box and prepared to take his leave. On the first floor, Ye Fan purchased additional spirit herb seeds before checking out with his card, while Ning Shui attended to him throughout. After watching Ye Fan depart, Ning Shui turned and hurried back upstairs. "Ning Hall Master, the young man has left," he reported breathlessly upon reaching the second floor. "Understood, Ning Qinghai replied. Ning Qinghai noted it, observing the puzzled expression on Ning Shui's face, and spoke. "Are you wondering why I am so kind to that young man?" "Indeed," Ning Shui nodded earnestly, stating plainly that the youth possessed a certain uniqueness, a maturity beyond his years, coupled with a wealth of knowledge. However, his attire and accessories were rather ordinary, suggesting he did not hail from a prominent background. The root stem valued at 30,000, even after deducting the cost of cultivation, which exceeds 20,000, seems excessive for merely forging a friendship. "Ah, my dear, your ability to read between the lines is still lacking," Ning Qinghai remarked, shaking his head. "How so?" she inquired. "A boy from an ordinary family would not exhibit such demeanor," he confidently asserted. "When I conversed with him, I unleashed the pressure of a gold-tier beastmaster. Yet he did not flinch. In such circumstances, either he is strong enough to disregard the pressure, or he has a gold-tier expert in his family, accustomed to such an atmosphere. Moreover, he mentioned his intention to cultivate a fire hound, which I have heard requires not only time, but also a substantial investment in rare materials. This encounter may merely be the beginning. Should he proceed with raising the fire hound, he will undoubtedly return frequently. Ise ning kuesait sutenli enlichtenet. So, the young man does possess some background. A gold-tier expert in this small town of Pingcheng is indeed formidable. There are other establishments besides Linko Hall selling spiritual herbs and fruits, Ning Qinghai continued, gazing into the distance. If a single herb can earn the favor of a prominent family or a future powerhouse, that would be a significant gain. Chapter 7. Ma De Fi, this root stem is quite remarkable. Outside Linko Hall, Ye Fan examined the root stem in his hand and nodded slightly. No wonder Ning Qinghai will eventually become the head of the Jiang province branch of Linko Hall. He hardly showcased anything. Yet I received some benefits merely from his probing during our conversation. Such discernment and vision are indeed qualities of a great achiever. As for his test, the pressure of a gold-tier beastmaster felt like a jest to him. I shall return and plant it in the beastmaster space to observe its effects. Ye Fan decided, raising his hand as a taxi swiftly pulled up in front of him. By coincidence, it was the same vehicle he had taken before. "Come on, young man, hop in," called a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, enthusiastically beckoning from inside the taxi. A smile graced Ye Fan's face as he entered the vehicle. You seem to come from a well-off family to shop at Linko Hall, the uncle remarked as he quickly started the engine. Well-off is an exaggeration. The items I purchased were gifts from others, Ye Fan replied with a smile. Someone challenged me to a Beastmaster duel and lost 1,000 yuan. That means you are quite an impressive Beastmaster, the uncle commented. Not really. I've only just enrolled, Ye Fan responded. To defeat peers so soon after enrollment is already commendable, the uncle said with a hint of envy. In my youth, I aspired to become a Beastmaster as well. But alas, my awakened talent was too poor. I couldn't even achieve a D rank. That is quite normal, Ye Fan replied. Ye Fan replied that the esteemed status of beast tamers in this world is attributed to two primary factors: the formidable strength of their beasts and their scarcity. Although Ye Fan's D rank may seem undervalued, it is important to note that for an ordinary individual to awaken to a D rank is an arduous task, with a success rate of likely less than 1 in 10. Without reaching D rank, one cannot even access the beast space, thereby failing to meet the most basic requirements of a beast tamer. The elder, however, did not appear disheartened. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "Young brother, do leave me a number. Should you require a taxi in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service." Ye Fan nodded in agreement. The two exchanged numbers, and the taxi sped along, swiftly returning to the gates of Pingqing High School. "Hold on, young brother. Do not exit the vehicle just yet." Just as Ye Fan was about to open the door, the elder's voice interrupted him. "It seems those individuals from earlier are here." "Those individuals?" Ye Fan paused in confusion. "Yes, I encountered them before arriving here. They were discussing causing trouble for a student, and I surmised it might be you. Earlier, one of them was hurling insults at our driver," he explained as the taxi came to a halt. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He looked up to see a group of over 10 individuals gathered at the school entrance, clad in eccentric attire, pointing and gesturing towards the taxi. Among the crowd, he distinctly spotted Deng Chong. "This guy truly came looking for trouble," Ye Fan scoffed. "Perhaps we should make a swift exit. I can drop you off later tonight," the elder suggested with concern. "I have seen that group before. They are affiliated with a gang near the school. As a newly enrolled beast tamer, you may not be able to handle so many of them." "It's all right, uncle. You may leave. These ruffians do not intimidate me in the least," Ye Fan replied, opening the door and stepping out of the car. "Hey, young man," the elder watched anxiously, but upon seeing the aggressive demeanor of the group, he retreated back into the vehicle. After all, he was merely a driver and had to continue living in Pingqing. He had taken Ye Fan on this ride to offer a word of caution, but he never anticipated that Ye Fan would remain unperturbed. As the taxi departed, Ye Fan made no effort to avoid the group. Instead, he strode directly towards them, his fists slightly clenched, emitting a crackling sound. "Defei, that's the kid," Deng Chong exclaimed, pointing at Ye Fan as he approached. The man referred to as Defei, a burly tattooed figure, perked up at Deng Chong's words. He cast a glance at Ye Fan and barked, "You little brat. Lacking even the barest of maturity. How dare you bully Li Gu's cousin?" With that, Defei stepped forward, cracking his neck as he fixed his gaze on Ye Fan, inquiring, "So, you're Ye Fan?" "Yes," Ye Fan replied, nodding, but his eyes turned to Deng Chong, a smile gracing his face. It has been a while. I see your injuries have healed remarkably quickly." Confronted with Ye Fan's devilish grin, Deng Chong immediately wilted, retreating hastily. Defei, witnessing Ye Fan's audacity to threaten Deng Chong in his presence, erupted in fury. "Who gives you the audacity to act so brazenly in front of me, Ma Defei?" As he spoke, Ma Defei raised his fist and aimed a powerful blow at Ye Fan's face. His imposing physique lent a certain force to the strike, the punch slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of rumbling thunder. Having practiced breathing techniques, Ye Fan's brow furrowed at the sight of such a punch. It was evident that Ma Defei was not a beast tamer. How could an ordinary person possess breathing techniques without the endorsement of an institution? With these thoughts lingering in his mind, Ye Fan showed no mercy. He sidestepped as Ma Defei's punch missed its mark, swiftly seizing Ma Defei's arm. In a flash, he executed a thunderous shoulder throw, sending Ma Defei crashing to the ground. A dull thud echoed through the air, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. all aware of the devastating force behind the maneuver. "How dare you harm my brother days.However? Such audacity!" cried a group of ruffians as they rushed forward. These individuals were rather unremarkable, frail in stature, and lacking any training in breathing techniques. They stood no chance against Ye Fan, who had honed his combat prowess through rigorous training. Within moments, he had dispatched over a dozen of them, leaving only Deng Chong standing. At this point, Deng Chong was utterly bewildered. He had initially intended to bully the newly initiated beast tamer, only to discover that his opponent's combat skills were far more formidable than anticipated. As Ye Fan turned his gaze toward him, Deng Chong panicked, stuttering as he spoke. "Why, Ye Fan, you'd best not harm me. My cousin 1T let this go unpunished." "Your cousin?" Ye Fan chuckled at the remark. "Do not think for a moment that I would be intimidated by your cousin or even his cousin. Do yourself a favor and leave. Inform your cousin to find someone of substance next time, for these lowly thugs are merely an insult to me." With those words, seeing that Ye Fan had no intention of attacking him, Deng Chong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly fled toward the school. "Did I permit you to leave?" Ye Fan turned to the retreating days.However and his gang, his voice icy. Upon hearing this, days.However froze in his tracks. Awkwardly addressing Ye Fan, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, truly." Ye Fan, uninterested in such trivialities, fixed his gaze on days.However and stated, "Come here. I have some questions for you." "Why, yes, of course." Stammered, cautiously approaching Ye Fan. "What would you like to ask?" Ye Fan remained silent, his eyes narrowing at the remaining ruffians standing idly by. "I told him to stay. If you do not leave, do you wish to receive a beating as well?" At his words, the gang scattered in fear, some fleeing so hastily that they lost their shoes in the process. "A rabble," Ye Fan muttered before turning his attention back to days.However. "Where did you acquire your breathing techniques?" "What breathing techniques?" days.However responded, a hint of panic flashing across his face, though he feigned ignorance, even going so far as to mock himself. "Brother, you jest. We're just an ordinary gang, unworthy of possessing such techniques." "Humph." Ye Fan let out a cold snort as he regarded days.However, his gaze laced with scrutiny. The thunder breathing technique, comprising 3 tiers. With the first level merely an introduction, accompanied by the sound of thunder in both breath and movement. You must have just begun to grasp it, correct? Upon hearing Ye Fan articulate the name of the breathing technique, days.However was thrown into disarray. "You would do well to speak the truth." Ye Fan's eyes turned frigid. "Otherwise, I possess numerous methods to compel your confession." The words carried a hint of menace, causing days.However to feel his breath catch, fear creeping into his expression as he regarded Ye Fan. Such a murderous intent. This mere youth, not yet in his 20s, must have taken a life. "I will speak. I will speak." At this moment, days.However could no longer contain himself. "The breathing technique I practice was bestowed upon me by those above." "Those above?" Ye Fan's brow furrowed at the revelation, fixing his gaze on days.However. "Are you not merely an ordinary thug? Who are these individuals above? The leader of the thugs?" "No, no." days.However shook his head vigorously. "They are significant figures. A few days ago, they came to Pingcheng and took control of all underground organizations, including casinos and nightclubs, incorporating members from our gangs. I have only seen them a handful of times, as others manage on their behalf. Recently, they selected a few gang leaders to receive the breathing technique, and since I have some standing in the school, I was fortunate enough to be granted it as well." Significant figures? This revelation took Ye Fan by surprise. At that moment, he seemed to uncover a secret. Someone was deliberately orchestrating control over the underground organizations in Pingcheng. Chapter 8. The dynasty organization Pingcheng is governed by the authorities, despite the brazen demeanor of these gang members. Ye Fan knew that before Deng Li graduated and took command of these underground factions, they adhered to certain rules. However, days.However's words raised alarms in Ye Fan's mind. "So Deng Li is also a member of your organization?" he inquired, looking intently at days.However. "Yes. Those above hold him in high regard due to his remarkable beast-taming talent. It is said that a prominent figure personally granted him a rare breathing technique." Now that he had divulged this information, days.However feeling elevated in status, continued. I learned this when he sought my assistance on behalf of his cousin. Ye fan intergested, his brow knitting once more. So, Deng must have joined this organization several years ago, which explains why he did not attend university and remained in pension. The individuals above value Deng Li, thus entrusting him with the management of Pingchen. This implies that this organization is not merely a local power. The ability to bestow control of Pingcheng upon Deng Li signifies that their influence extends beyond the city. Why have I not heard of an organization dedicated to assimilating underground factions? Ye Fan pondered, but his memories yielded no information regarding any such force. After a few moments of contemplation, he resumed questioning. Did your superiors mention their intentions for assimilating your groups? No, they only instructed us to fulfill our duties, overseeing the nightclubs and casinos that previously paid protection fees. Ma Dei paused, suddenly struck by thought, and continued, previously I overheard them mention something about a restoration. Restoration. As these words escaped his lips, Yi Fan's gaze turned icy, and the atmosphere around them seemed to chill. It's possible that I misheard something. Ma Dei quickly interjected upon sensing Yi Fan's rising anger. No, you did not mishear, Yi Fan replied, his voice unusually frigid. In fact, you heard correctly. The only organization that dares to speak of restoration is the Dynasty Organization, a force whose supreme aim is to reinstate the former dynasty's rule. In my past life, they repeatedly instigated beast tides and unleashed ferocious beasts from hidden realms within cities. Ping City had also suffered similar calamities. It was nearly obliterated during a beast tide, and my parents perished in that very disaster. Yi Fan harbored a profound hatred for the Dynasty Organization. He had pursued them for over a decade in his previous life, but the organization was adept at concealing itself. Whenever he closed in on their location, they would promptly relocate like cunning rabbits with multiple burrows, preventing him from avenging his grievances. He was astounded by how deeply they had infiltrated. Gazing at Ma Dei before him, Yi Fan experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder he had always struggled to trace their movements. The Dynasty Organization had begun infiltrating underground organizations in various cities many years ago. In his past life, as a king-level powerhouse, he had not paid much heed to these unsavory underground factions. Little did he realize that the very individuals he had overlooked were the cornerstones of the Dynasty Organization. This time around, he could not afford to grant them further opportunities. Deep in thought, Yi Fan recognized that the Dynasty Organization wrought havoc far and wide, with countless lives lost to their schemes in his previous life. Now that he had gained insight into certain matters, he resolved to seize the chance to dismantle this organization before it fully matured, both as retribution for his parents and as a precautionary measure. Ma Dei, I present you with a choice. With newfound resolve, Yi Fan fixed his gaze upon Ma Dei. What? Ma Dei stammered, unable to meet the young man's piercing eyes. Serve me, Yi Fan declared, disregarding Ma Dei's hesitation. This, Ma Dei faltered, scrutinizing Yi Fan, then mustering the courage to ask, what is the second option? There is no second option, Yi Fan replied, calmly holding Ma Dei's gaze. You have divulged a secret to me. Therefore, you should understand that if you do not serve me, I will not allow you to leave and inform others of my plans. At these words, Ma Dei immediately became alert, looking at Yi Fan with suspicion. Are you threatening to kill me? Not necessarily, Yi Fan responded, his tone suggesting he had other means. But I possess the means to ensure you quietly meet your demise on your way to inform others. He seemed unwilling to elaborate further. I shall grant you 1 minute to ponder your decision. Seeing that Yi Fan was not jesting, Ma Dei hesitated once more. The minute passed swiftly, and as Yi Fan mentally counted to 50 seconds, Ma Dei finally spoke, I choose the first option. Not reconsidering? Yi Fan smiled, a hint of scrutiny in his expression. No need for reconsideration, Ma Dei shook his head. I can see that aligning with you is the wisest choice. Very well, Yi Fan nodded, gazing at Ma Dei, and remarked, I shall not treat you poorly. I will impart to you a precious technique, one of immense rarity in this world. Really? Ma Dei's eyes sparkled with delight, and he regarded the young man before him with a shifting heart. Indeed, being but a child, he was easily swayed by trust. Was he truly about to receive a profound method? I pledge my allegiance, and now I am bound to you, captive at your mercy. Should I return and inform my superiors? You, a mere youth barely into your teens, a novice beast master, believe you can contend with the formidable figures? It dawned on him that this boy appeared to possess many remarkable treasures. Perhaps informing his superiors could lead to significant merit. Follow my instructions and channel your energy. Ye Fan interjected, oblivious to mastery.Ye's internal musings. He began to chant, focusing his spirit. In the midst of his elation at acquiring such a technique, mastery.Ye instinctively followed Ye Fan's lead, circulating the method. Soon, after completing a full cycle, he felt a strange sensation as a dark mist emerged from his body, soaring towards Ye Fan. Instantly, he sensed a remarkable lightness enveloping him. What sort of technique is this? It is astonishing. mastery.Ye stared at Ye Fan in astonishment. The great circulation soul refinement technique, Ye Fan revealed, his hand gesturing as the dark mist dissipated into thin air. You practice this method, and after its execution, your every thought and action will be under the other's control. Should you harbor any treachery, a mere thought from them could lead to your instantaneous demise. Upon hearing these words, mastery.Ye was taken aback, lingering in silence before sheepishly responding, "Brother, please do not jest with me." "I do not engage in jest," Ye Fan replied, observing mastery.Ye intently. "Do you intend to return and inform those in power? It appears you are not as naive as you seem." mastery.Ye, caught off guard by Ye Fan's insight into his thoughts, mastery.Ye stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Ye Fan cast a knowing glance at him, shaking his head with a smile. "Do not bother. Even your esteemed figures cannot unravel this. Speak of it, and your life shall be forfeit." Thud. Upon hearing this, mastery.Ye immediately knelt before Ye Fan. "Brother, oh no, esteemed one, I have erred. Truly I have. Having chosen to align with me, cast aside any duplicity." Ye Fan stated slowly, "By following me, you shall gain far more than what those lofty individuals could ever offer." mastery.Ye comprehended fully from this moment forth. His life belonged entirely to Ye Fan. Daring not to entertain any other thoughts, he repeatedly affirmed, "Your life is now mine." Ye Fan surveyed him with a knowing glance, then turned away. "Rise, return, and continue with your duties. I shall summon you when needed." The sound of footsteps gradually faded. After a prolonged moment, mastery.Ye lifted his head, gazing at Ye Fan's retreating figure, trembling all over. "A devil, he is a devil." Chapter 9. The devilish mentor in the school. Ye Fan returned to his dormitory after lunch, a smile gracing his face. This Deng Chong had indeed provided him with an unexpected boon, not only bringing Deng Li, but also revealing crucial information regarding the dynasty organization. mastery.Ye, having been swayed by his own machinations, would soon uncover the intricacies of the royal organization in Pingqing. At that juncture, he would eradicate them entirely. However, the immediate priority remained the fortification of oneself. Ye Fan, gazing intently at the time-space dragon mark upon his hand, experienced a fleeting moment before he found himself within the Beastmaster space. In the span of merely an afternoon, over 10 days had elapsed within the Beastmaster space. As Ye Fan entered, the fire hound excitedly bounded towards him, clearly having grown and reached the strength of a Black Iron 2-star. The strength levels of beasts, aside from their inherent racial differences, held significant importance. Within the realms of Black Iron and Bronze, the disparity between levels was minimal, yet as strength ascended, the gaps widened considerably, especially beyond the realm of eternity, where each level represented a substantial leap. He decided to assess the efficacy of his planting. After engaging playfully with the fire hound, Ye Fan freed one hand to extract a root and approached the soil beside a small dwelling. He skillfully dug a small hole, planted the root, and carefully covered it with earth. Given the time flow within the Beastmaster space, it would not be long before the flame fruit matured. He glanced at the fire hound, which lay not far away. The flame fruit was ideally suited for the fire hound during its early growth phase, being gentle and non-pungent. Soon, the firehound would surpass black iron and ascend to the bronze level. The firehound's prowess would only become pronounced at the bronze level, where it could unleash fiery assaults. If it consumed a sufficient quantity of flame fruits, its strength at the bronze level would be formidable, rivaling those beasts with superior innate qualities. Recalling something, Ye Fan turned to the firehound, instructing, "You must not touch it without my permission, even when it bears fruit. Do not meddle." The firehound responded with an understanding bark. Ye Fan smiled at this and affectionately patted the hound's head, his gaze drifting to the side. Ignited with fervor, in his previous life, despite skepticism from many, he had persevered to become a king-level beast master. In this life, endowed with the extraordinary beast master space, a remarkable breathing technique, and a wealth of memories from his past, he was embarking on an auspicious beginning. The limits he could reach would no longer be confined to the realm of a king. After a while, he exhaled deeply, and upon a sudden thought, flipped his hand to reveal a chicken leg, a morsel he had surreptitiously brought back from the cafeteria. As a canine beast, the firehound adored such treats. "Come here, my friend, feast upon this delicacy." The firehound, filled with joy, rushed over to grasp the chicken leg, poised to devour it, but suddenly paused, lifting its head to regard Ye Fan, nudging the leg with its nose. Clearly, it sought Ye Fan's approval. "I shall not partake. It's for you," Ye Fan replied, watching the firehound enjoy the chicken leg with a smile. "Eat well, for our journey together stretches far into the future." The following morning, a loud knocking echoed at the door of Ye Fan's dormitory. At this moment, Ye Fan had emerged from the beast mastery space, standing by the window, stretching his body and practicing a peculiar set of punches. At times, he resembled a fierce tiger, while at others, he moved with the grace of a deer, embodying various animal forms. This was his self-created martial art, inspired by ancient techniques and named the universal form, which, when combined with breathing exercises, could strengthen the body and promote longevity. When perfected, it could allow one to fast without harm and become immune to toxins, serving as a regimen for physical wellness. Particularly effective in the early morning light. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Ye Fan ceased his movements and turned to open it. The door swung open to reveal Li Fatty, standing at the threshold with an expression of distress. He quickly exclaimed, "Ye Fan, please help me. What troubles you?" Ye Fan inquired, noticing the worry etched on Li Fatty's face. "Has Deng Chong and his gang come to bother you again?" No, Li Fatty shook his head repeatedly, at a loss for words, his face reddening with embarrassment. Ye Fan pondered for a moment. Then a smile broke across his face as he suggested, "Could it be that after practicing the gluttonous technique, your appetite has significantly increased, yet you struggle to relieve yourself, leaving you with a bloated and painful stomach?" "Yes, yes, yes," Li Fatty exclaimed, his face lighting up as if he had grasped a lifeline. He seized Ye Fan's arm, pleading, "Is there any way to resolve this? I'm in so much discomfort. I feel like I'm about to burst." "That's quite normal," Ye Fan replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. "If I'm not mistaken, you simply practiced the gluttonous technique yesterday, and then indulged in a feast, only to lie down in your dorm afterward, correct?" Li Fatty stood the instant de silence, and after a moment, he marveled. "Ye Fan, you are simply incredible." "It's not about being incredible. I just understand the gluttonous technique," Ye Fan replied earnestly. "The reason it's called the gluttonous technique is that it embodies the characteristics of the gluttonous beast. If you eat without properly executing the technique, how can it assist in digesting the food you've consumed? A regular person's digestive system cannot handle such a massive intake, resulting in your discomfort. You really should have listened more carefully when I explained it yesterday." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Fatty scratched his head and promptly bid farewell to Ye Fan, returning to his dormitory. The soundproofing of the dormitory was not particularly effective, and soon Ye Fan could hear a series of commotion emanating from Li Fatty's room. With a resigned smile, Ye Fan shook his head and proceeded to the classroom. After all, as a student, he still had classes to attend. Before long, upon arriving in the classroom and settling into his seat, Deng Chong made his entrance. The sight of Ye Fan sent a chill down Deng Chong's spine, causing him to nearly retreat in fear. The previous day, his friend Fei had been thoroughly beaten by Yi Fan, and he remained oblivious to the aftermath. Last night, his cousin had specifically called to warn him against provoking Yi Fan at this time. The fact that even his cousin was wary of Yi Fan made Deng Chong even more cautious, and he, along with his entourage, slunk into a corner, heads bowed. Afraid of inciting Yi Fan's ire, Yi Fan observed their reactions with mild amusement, but merely shook his head. These individuals, if not actively provoking him, would hardly warrant his attention on a normal day. Soaring in the skies, how could the majestic Kunpeng concern itself with the ants below? Soon, the bell for class rang, and at that moment, Fat Li arrived at Yi Fan's side and took a seat, exhaling a long breath. How is it? All clear now? Yi Fan tisit. Glancing at Fat Li. Yes, all clear, Fat Li replied with a shy smile. Just about to say something when a stern man with a straight posture entered the room. Silence. His voice echoed, and the classroom fell into an eerie hush. Fat Li's expression shifted upon recognizing him, and he muttered softly, "It's the devilish instructor Pan Zhao." How could it be him? Beside him, Yi Fan shook his head, his gaze on Pan Zhao revealing a hint of complexity. Pan Zhao was quite renowned in Ping City, a teacher known for his strictness and for often taking students to perilous places for training. It was precisely because of this that many of his students emerged as formidable figures in the future. Yi Fan himself had once experienced a fortuitous encounter under his guidance in a secret realm, which marked the beginning of his legendary rise. To speak seriously, Pan Zhao could be considered his mentor. However, in his previous life, this esteemed teacher met a tragic fate due to his straightforward disposition, leading to his ostracism by the academy's higher-ups. The fact that he, once a celebrated educator, was relegated to teaching an ordinary class was telling. He had never had the opportunity to shine again, with his only chance coming during a later beast tide when he bravely led the charge against it, ultimately sacrificing his life. Such a teacher should be cherished, so why was he marginalized? As Yi Fan contemplated this, he mused, or perhaps, was there someone deliberately suppressing him? Chapter 10, Rewards. With this thought, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Pan Zhao's true strength was considerable in Ping City, boasting a golden 9-star roaring lion. Had he not perished in the beast tide, he might have even broken through to the eternal level in the future. Could someone in this small Ping City truly suppress such a beast master? This piqued Yi Fan's interest. Raising an eyebrow, he observed Pan Zhao, who, with an icy glare, addressed the class. Ladies and gentlemen, arriving here as members of the Beastmaster community does not signify your first success, but rather your first failure. Upon hearing this, many faces shifted in expression, yet Pan Zhao continued with a cold snort. Do you know why? Talent. Your D-level Beastmaster aptitude condemns you to a lower tier. Among your peers, other Beastmasters need not exert themselves. Their beasts will outshine yours significantly. You will not receive the best resources. Do not be deceived by the apparent envy of ordinary people. In the world of Beastmasters, no one holds you in high regard. Do you know what your class is called? The Waste class, composed of a bunch of wastrels. Are you aware of the beasts you selected yesterday? Do you know what grade of beast the elite class received? Elite grade beasts capable of evolving to silver or even gold. With these words, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the classroom. In the realm of elite ranks, where beasts are often valued in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, possessing one such creature and nurturing it diligently can lead one to the silver tier with relative ease. The silver tier equates to acquiring a ticket to university, a notion that has left many feeling disheartened. Some, brimming with indignation, expressed their sentiments, particularly a girl seated in the front row who stood to address the teacher. If talent dictates everything, then why are we here at school? An astute query, responded Pan Zhao, turning his gaze upon her. What is your name? Ma Xiaoxiu, she replied. Ma Xiaoxiu. I shall remember your name. Pan Zhao nodded, tapping his fingers on the desk as he surveyed the assembly. What I am about to convey pertains to what you can achieve over the next 3 years. Firstly, each month, I will lead you into the school's affiliated Misty Realm for practical training. At the mention of the realm, the previously disheartened students suddenly ignited with excitement. Unlike Yi Fan, whose knowledge far surpassed theirs. Even the most basic elements of the misty realm were immensely valuable to them. Surely, you all wish to partake, Pan Zhao noted, observing their reactions. However, there are limited slots. I have only been granted 10 positions. If you aspire to enter the realm, you must earn my approval. On the 10th of each month, there will be a monthly assessment, a beast battle, and only the top 10 contenders will qualify for entry into the Misty Realm. As this month is already the second, in 8 days, you will face your first assessment and your inaugural entry into the realm. Upon hearing this, the students erupted into fervent discussions, their words laced with exhilaration. Silence, Pan Zhao commanded once more, and many complied, closing their mouths obediently. Have you grown complacent, believing that the prospect of entering the Misty Realm will soon allow you to surpass others? Pan Zhao's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the overly confident students. Let me enlighten you further. For the elite class, access to the realm is granted twice a month, with no limitations on slots. As his words fell, another wave of cold reality washed over them. Pan Zhao continued, these 10 slots were procured through my appeals. Otherwise, you D-tier students would lack even the qualifications for entry. What you can accomplish in these 3 years is to train diligently and secure your place in the realm. Entering once a month will yield rewards that rival those who can enter twice. Only through this effort can you hope to turn the tide and prove to others that you are not worthless. Can you achieve this? As his voice resonated, the students exchanged glances, some murmuring an uncertain yes. Yes. In the midst of the silence, a loud affirmation came from Li Pangzi, prompting Pan Zhao to cast an intrigued glance in his direction, though his gaze drifted past to the reticent Ye Fan. Ultimately, Pan Zhao remained silent, merely shaking his head before gathering the books from the desk. I understand that you may lack the confidence to voice such a statement now, but I shall pose this question to you weekly. I do not wish for you to graduate in 3 years with such a lack of confidence in your responses. Very well, go and train your beasts. I shall observe your practice. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Off you go. As the words fell, the students made their way out of the classroom. This is the routine at Beast Tamer High School. Aside from the weekly inspections, teachers generally refrain from interference. Of course, this applies to the ordinary students. Those with exceptional talent, however, receive instruction from top-tier mentors and are accompanied by guides to undertake trials in secret realms, ensuring their safety throughout. The gifted are destined to be distinct from the average, yet the ordinary are certainly capable of surpassing the extraordinary. This is the first lesson imparted by Pan Zhao. In the classroom, Ye Fan also rose, preparing to exit. When Li Fatty hastily inquired, Ye Fan, are you not going to train your beast? I will, Ye Fan replied, glancing at the plump boy and shaking his head. However, I believe the finest training for a beast lies in combat. Combat? Li Fatty was taken aback. Where shall we fight? North of the city, in the Silver Moon Forest. Ye Fan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the plump boy was alarmed. The Silver Moon Forest? There are far too many ferocious beasts there. It is said that even beasts of golden rank reside within. It is a place where one could perish. That is the core area of the Silver Moon Forest. The outskirts are predominantly inhabited by black iron rank beasts. Ye Fan shook his head. What if we go together? Li Fatty hesitated, fearful of the legends surrounding the Silver Moon Forest. Yet, upon meeting Ye Fan's composed gaze, he gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. Let's go. Exactly, Ye Fan smiled, beckoning to the plump boy as he strode towards the school gate. Within the classroom, Pan Zhao raised his head, gazing towards the entrance with a look of perplexity. I thought Ye Fan would be disheartened after receiving a D rank. I did not expect such audacity. These 2 novices, having just acquired their beasts, dare venture into the beast forest? With a shake of his head, Pan Zhao mused, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Let them encounter some hardship to learn their lesson. Do they truly believe that the wild beasts in that forest are as docile as those they usually encounter? After speaking, Pan Zhao turned his attention to the window, where numerous students were seen training their beasts. Lost in thought, an expression of dissatisfaction gradually surfaced in his eyes. My achievements stem from the potential of my students. Can I not cultivate excellence in an ordinary class? When a college entrance examination arrives in 3 years, I shall make sure to slap the faces of those who doubt me. What will you have to say then? While Pan Zhao remained in the classroom, Yi Fan and Li Fati exited the school grounds. No sooner had they stepped outside than a group of individuals surrounded them. We are finished. It must be dang Li here to confront us. Li Fati realized too late, tugging at Yi Fan to retreat. However, despite several attempts, Yi Fan remained steadfast. You must be Yi Fan, called a gaunt man leading the group, his gaze shifting from the flustered Fati to the unyielding Yi Fan. Indeed, Yi Fan replied. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze narrowing as he observed the individuals before him. That's good. The slender man nodded, then abruptly shifted his demeanor by addressing those behind him. Quickly greet Brother Fan. Greetings, Brother Fan. The assembled individuals chorused, leaving Li Fati utterly bewildered. Wasn't he this meant to provoke him? How had they suddenly turned into admirers of Brother Fan? Pondering this, Li Fati glanced at Yi Fan, who remained unresponsive, and began to speculate. Could it be that his childhood friend had also become involved with the gang? Who summoned you? As Li Fati pondered, Yi Fan unexpectedly spoke, his expression clearly displeased. Don't tell me it was mastery.Ye who sent you. Chapter 11. The first battle, how does Brother Fan know it was Brother Fei? The slender man was about to respond when he noticed Yi Fan's displeasure, which filled him with foreboding. After a brief hesitation, he whispered, Brother Fei mentioned he had offended you last time and asked us to wait for you to come out, bringing some gifts as an apology. This foolishness. Upon receiving confirmation, Yi Fan cursed under his breath. Didn't I say I would contact him if I had matters to discuss? He was well aware of mastery.Ye's petty intentions, merely attempting to curry favor now that his life was in Yi Fan's hands. Although these trivial gestures seemed inconsequential, they could easily expose him if scrutinized by a discerning eye. Meanwhile, the slender man, sensing Yi Fan's anger, shrank back instinctively. However, a thought struck him, and he quickly added in a hushed tone, Brother days.However said the higher-ups have all returned and reportedly one be coming to Pingsheng for the next few months. We are all brothers sworn under Brother days.However, so Brother Fan can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression softened slightly as he glanced at the slender man and inquired, What did he ask you to bring? Fire fruit, the slender man replied, promptly producing a box. Brother days.However heard that you wagered with that kid Dang Chong for the seeds of the fire fruit, so he knew you would want them. He specifically sent us to acquire a fire fruit from Baikatang to present to you. Fire fruit. Yi Fan cast a glance at the box, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had just obtained a root. He would have ample fire fruit in the future. Yet days.However was sending him more. Nevertheless, it was useful. At least he could feed it to the fire dog now. I will accept this. Yi Fan took the box and regarded the slender man, saying, Tell Brother days.However that I will reach out to him next time I need assistance. He need not seek me out. After all, he was still a student and preferred not to draw too much attention. Understood. The slender man nodded repeatedly. Then, Brother Fan, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Yi Fan nodded as they departed one by one, while he stored the fire fruit away. Yi Fan, who were those people just now? And why did they bring you gifts? Li Fati, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. You're not getting involved with the gang, are you? That's dangerous. If Uncle Li finds out, a gang wouldn't dare to exclude me. Yi Fan shook his head, looking at Li Fati, and suddenly asked, Fati, do you think sworn brothers can be trusted? This question left Fati momentarily taken aback. If they are sworn brothers, they should be trustworthy, right? That's not necessarily the case. Upon hearing this remark, Yi Fan shook his head. In the face of profit, the notion of brotherhood becomes irrelevant. Fati, I have bestowed upon you the gluttonous technique. Have you not contemplated its broader implications? Upon hearing this, Fati appeared perplexed and responded, Contemplate what? Observing Fati's bewildered expression, Yi Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. His discerning perspective, honed over 2 lifetimes, revealed that Fati's demeanor was not feigned. He genuinely had not considered anything beyond the immediate. Oh, you truly are endearingly naive, Yi Fan remarked, patting Fati on the shoulder as he proceeded forward. Li Fati lingered behind, pondering Yi Fan's words with a puzzled expression. How am I endearingly naive? Reaching the Silver Moon Forest did not take long. After traversing beyond the city walls and heading north for a spell, a vast expanse of forest unfolded before them, stretching endlessly. Such forests often encircle cities, teeming with wild beasts, while some contain formidable creatures at their core. The Silver Moon Forest, being a small town, harbored wild beasts of no greater rank than silver. After all, this was not a secret realm. The beasts within this forest were predominantly of inferior quality, with occasional elite specimens. Many beast hunters in the cities relied on this forest for their livelihoods, capturing beasts to sell their flesh, and if fortune smiled upon them, they might even secure a beast cub, enough sustenance for an ordinary family for an entire year. Ye Fan, are we truly venturing inside? Li Fatty inquired nervously, eyeing the forest's entrance. Of course, Ye Fan replied, but first, let us pause for a moment. With that, Ye Fan summoned the fire hound. After half a day, more than half a month had elapsed in the beast space, and this time, the fire hound had clearly grown a bit larger. A black iron 2-star fire hound, Fatty exclaimed, astonished. How could it have grown so much in just a day or two? Perhaps my fire hound has a natural propensity for rapid growth, Ye Fan chuckled, producing the fiery fruit given to him by the gaunt man and offering it to the fire hound. Woof woof. The fire hound yelped excitedly, clutching the fiery fruit and wagging its tail incessantly. Go on, eat up, Ye Fan encouraged, patting the hound's head. The fire hound, tail wagging, devoured the fiery fruit, the sound of bursting juice making Li Fatty's stomach growl audibly. Upon hearing this, the fire hound lifted its head, glancing at Ye Fan and then at Li Fatty. After discerning the amicable bond between them, it shifted aside, nudging the remaining half of the fiery fruit toward Fatty. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry, Li Fatty protested, his face flushed with embarrassment at the hound's overture to share the delicacy. Woof. The fire hound, observing Fatty's inaction, expressed its confusion, but soon merrily finished off the remaining fruit. Ye Fan watched with a smile, noting that his fire hound seemed quite amiable, even willing to share its food with a friend. It is essential to understand that most summoned beasts are quite protective of their food. Even the mightiest among them abhors being disturbed during their meals. The firehound's willingness to behave otherwise clearly indicates its acceptance of its master. As time passed, the effects of the blazing fruit swiftly manifested. The firehound visibly grew larger. Its strength, which had approached the threshold of a black iron 3-star, soon surpassed it. After an hour, having absorbed most of the fruit's potency, the firehound successfully ascended to a black iron 4-star level. Wong Wong. The firehound affectionately nudged Ye Fan's pant leg, now significantly taller, surpassing Ye Fan's knee, a stark contrast to its former self when Ye Fan first acquired it. Splendid, Ye Fan exclaimed, gently patting the hound's head, his gaze brightening at the sight of a faint red pattern beginning to form on its forehead. The blazing fruit indeed served as a remarkable tonic for the firehound. Just one could awaken its fiery powers, and with 7 or 8 more, the hound would likely ascend to the bronze tier. Black iron 4-star, truly formidable. Nearby, Li Fatty gazed enviously. His blazing serpent, acquired just yesterday, remained at the same level. Elevating 1's strength to the black iron tier was relatively uncomplicated. Ye Fan responded nonchalantly, beckoning Li Fatty as he ventured deeper into the forest. Upon entering the Silver Moon Forest, the ambience transformed entirely, filled with a medley of scents, flowers, grasses, trees, and a peculiar oppressive air. Fatty, release your summoned beast, Ye Fan suddenly suggested. The blazing serpent, a natural master of concealment, would thrive in this environment. All right, Li Fatty nodded enthusiastically, summoning the blazing serpent before him. True to Ye Fan's words, the blazing serpent quickly melded into the fallen leaves, nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. Not long after, distinct footprints appeared in the underbrush, those of a silver deer. Observing the tracks in the distance, Ye Fan formulated an assessment. Just then, the nearby bushes stirred unexpectedly. There! Ye Fan exclaimed it. Firehound, go! With that, he raised his hand, activating his summoned beast talent, Ascend. Wong. With the Ascend enhancement, the firehound, now larger, surged forward with newfound speed, leaping towards the thicket. Wait for me. Fatty shouted, hastily following Ye Fan. As they parted the bushes, Fatty froze at the sight before him. A snow-white silver deer lay pinned to the ground, the fire hound gripping its throat tightly. The battle concluded in mere seconds. The black iron 3-star silver deer, before Ye Fan, had almost instantaneously lost its life. Presumably, the deer had been grazing, and the fire hound had seized the opportunity to strike at its throat. Both summoned beasts and humans possess vulnerable necks. Chapter 12. The Lion King Ye Fan observed the twitching silver deer on the ground, while a flicker of compassion flashed in Fatty's eyes. "That silver deer looks so pitiful," he remarked. "Fatty, take a good look," Ye Fan shouted sternly. Pangzi was momentarily stunned by the sudden shout, his eyes narrowing in scrutiny as he finally discerned the bloodied fragment of clothing clutched in the silver deer's mouth. Upon further examination of the ground amidst the grass, he discovered a mangled corpse. This was no mere grazing. It was evident that it had been feasting on human flesh. With a sharp intake of breath, Pangzi's complexion turned pale, and he stumbled back several steps until he collided with a large tree, halting his retreat. "Fire dog, do not release your grip." Meanwhile, Ye Fan did not hesitate, seizing the opportunity for the fire dog to secure its hold. Soon, under the pressure of the fire dog's grip, the silver deer gradually ceased its convulsions and fell silent. Only then did Ye Fan exhale a sigh of relief, turning to regard the visibly shaken Pangzi. He shook his head. "Do you truly believe that beast tamers' creatures are as docile and harmless as those you observe in cages at the shops? Do you not realize what these creatures were called before the emergence of beast tamers?" "What?" Pangzi inquired, his lips quivering. "Monsters." Ye Fan's expression turned grave. When the spiritual energy of Earth manifested, these extraordinary beasts violently assailed human settlements, resulting in a staggering number of casualties. Had it not been for the powerful beast tamers who managed to subdue a few formidable monsters, humanity would have faced near extinction. Do you think the current fervor for beast tamers is merely for show? It is to combat these uncontrollable beasts. Pangzi was momentarily taken aback by these revelations, struggling to gather his thoughts before hesitantly responding. "Why was I unaware that beast tamers could consume humans? Shouldn't a creature like the silver deer be herbivorous? The majority of beast tamers' creatures are omnivorous. The reality is often much harsher than you might imagine. You haven't heard of this because most ordinary people cannot afford the meat of wild beasts and instead consume domesticated livestock. You could procure information from beast hunters who traverse the forests. Each one can reveal the truth. That corpse on the ground might belong to a beast hunter." Ye Fan's brow furrowed as he observed Pangzi's demeanor. For a beast tamer, a steadfast mindset is crucial. If you are so easily frightened by witnessing a beast consuming a human, then what would you do if I were not here today? Would you simply stand by as that silver deer devoured you? Upon hearing this, Pangzi recognized the extent of his earlier panic. Taking several deep breaths before regaining his composure, leaning against the tree, he gradually stood upright and approached Ye Fan. Upon seeing the grotesquely mutilated corpse once more, he instinctively diverted his gaze. "Go and collect the body," Ye Fan's voice resonated. "What?" Pangzi felt a chill run down his spine. It was a corpse, gnawed to such a state, and now he was being asked to retrieve it? "I meant the body of the silver deer," Ye Fan interjected, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "The meat of the silver deer is quite valuable. A creature of this size could fetch at least 1,000 coins. Upon hearing this, Pangzi's spirits were lifted. Though discomfort lingered, he swiftly approached the silver deer's carcass, a glow emanating from his hands as he collected the body. The beast space possesses a storage function. Of course, one must ensure that the items placed within are not consumed by the beasts contained therein. The beast space of other beast masters expands incrementally with the number of beasts they possess. The rotund individual has cultivated the Tiao method and has opened a second space, which is just right for storing items. As for Ye Fan's space, it resembles a paradise. It would be a waste to use it for storing corpses. Let us proceed and search for the next beast. If we can slay 5 today, we may return to rest, Ye Fan remarked, glancing at the sky and adding, "The ferocity of beasts tends to escalate considerably at night, compounded by limited visibility, rendering it quite perilous. We must depart before dusk. Understood, Li Pengzi nodded, positioning himself alongside Ye Fan. After learning that wild beasts can consume humans, Li Pengzi's trepidation intensified. Pengzi, you must conquer your fears, Ye Fan advised gently. If you are frightened by such trivial matters, how can you aspire to be a beast master? Being a beast master involves more than merely directing beasts in joyous play each day. Understood. Li Pengzi raplia, nudding earnestly. Subsequently, Ye Fan and Li Pengzi traversed a considerable distance along the periphery of the Silver Moon Forest, ultimately vanquishing 6 wild beasts, 4 of which were of the black iron 2-star variety. One was 3-star, and another was 7-star. This gray-furred bear is truly enormous. Li Pengzi exclaimed, gazing at the creature that loomed before them like a small mountain. It must be worth a considerable sum. Fortunately, this gray-furred bear has yet to reach maturity. Its hide may fetch around 4,000 to 5,000, but its other attributes are likely comparable to that of the silver deer, Ye Fan replied, exhaling slowly. Although the gray-furred bear is a low-tier beast with inferior bloodlines, its size provides an advantage. It could serve as a commendable choice for novice beast training, albeit it has a hearty appetite. Well done, Pengzi. Ye Fan patted his shoulder, acknowledging his contribution in the recent encounter. During the struggle between the fire dog and the gray-furred bear, Li Pengzi commanded the blazing serpent to spring forth from its camouflage of dry leaves, delivering a venomous bite to the bear's foot. The poison spread, gradually incapacitating the bear, allowing the fire dog to triumph in defeating it. Just doing my part. Li Pengzi scratched his head, realizing this was the first time he had taken the initiative to act that afternoon. I believe you could specialize in nurturing, Ye Fan mused. For instance, focusing on serpentine beasts. In future battles, unleashing dozens of snakes would wield substantial power. Dozens of snakes? Li Pengzi expressed reluctance, doubting the prowess of serpentine beasts. Do not underestimate them. Ye Fan shook his head. One particular species I am aware of is the dragon python, adorned with dragon-like horns yet possessing no limbs, reaching lengths of several hundred meters. With a mere sweep of its tail, it can level a small mountain, and a single bite from its venomous fangs can claim the life of even a glory-tier beast. So formidable. Li Pengzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where can I find such a dragon python? What are you dreaming about? Ye Fan replied, casting a bemused glance at him. Creatures like the dragon python reside in ancient ruins, guarding treasures, and typically, even peak glory-tier beast masters would not dare provoke them. Consider this, Li Pengzi pondered, scratching his head. Why must I exclusively raise serpentine beasts? To foster affinity, Ye Fan elucidated once more. By nurturing solely serpents, you will gradually cultivate a bond with these creatures. Capturing their kind will become significantly less challenging. Ah, I see. Upon hearing this, the rotund figure hesitated momentarily, then resolutely declared, Then I shall raise only snakes. I desire a dragon python. Oh, you. Ye Fan shook his head in exasperation. Yet as he observed the excitement radiating from Pengzi while he prepared the gray-furred bear carcass, a flicker of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. From initially being terrified to now aspiring to possess formidable beasts, today had indeed marked the commencement of Pengzi's journey as a beast master. Moving forward, as long as he followed Ye Fan, he was confident in transforming Pengzi into a formidable force. Pengzi, in this lifetime, I wish to lend you a hand. As he gazed at Li Pengzi's retreating figure, Ye Fan murmured, Please, do not let me down. What Lion King? Where is there a Lion King? Li Pengzi exclaimed, leaping 3 meters into the air upon hearing Ye Fan's words. Is there truly a Lion King lurking on the forest's outskirts? Ye Fan was momentarily taken aback by this exclamation. After a pause, he replied with a hint of resignation, Pengzi, I shall lend you some money soon. You ought to get your ears checked. Chapter 13. Silver Snake Fruit. Outside a shop on the streets of Pincheng, Ye Fan and Li Pengzi stood at the entrance, presenting one beast after another to the proprietor for trade. As the shopkeeper observed the silver deer and silver moon rabbits, a look of astonishment gradually crossed his face. When Li Pengzi finally produced a gray-furred bear, the shopkeeper exclaimed, Are you two beast masters? You managed to hunt a gray-furred bear? Indeed, Yi Fan nodded. We are freshmen from this year's Pingsheng High School. To hunt a gray-furred bear as a newcomer must signify that this bear is at least of the black iron 7-star rank. The shopkeeper swiftly reacted, a broad smile illuminating his face. Since you are esteemed beast masters, I shall purchase these at the highest price. 3,000 for the silver deer, 1,200 for the silver moon rabbit, and for the gray-furred bear, I shall offer 7,000. In total, that would be 15,200. What do you gentlemen think? Upon hearing this figure, Li Pengzi's mouth dropped open. His monthly allowance was merely 1,000. This hunting expedition had yielded more than his entire annual allowance. Beside him, Yi Fan chuckled at Pengzi's reaction and addressed the shopkeeper. 15,000 is acceptable, but I would like to retain 10 pounds of the gray-furred bear's meat. The shopkeeper hesitated for a few seconds upon hearing this, but soon acquiesced. 10 pounds it shall be. Please wait a moment. I will arrange for it promptly. In no time, the shop's attendants assisted in transporting the various beasts inside, and shortly thereafter, one of them emerged carrying 2 large bags. Here you are, my lord, the 10 pounds of gray-furred bear meat you requested, as well as the 15,000 in cash. Please count it. The shopkeeper beamed as he handed over the items. Yi Fan weighed the meat in his hands, nodding in approval. As for the stack of money, he merely cast a cursory glance before tucking it into his pocket. He had no concerns about the accuracy of the transaction. A shopkeeper running a business specializing in the trade of beast flesh in Pingsheng would undoubtedly possess the necessary acumen. Pengzi, let us depart. Yi Fan turned to Li Pengzi and spoke a few words before leading the way out. The rotund man hurried to keep up, eyeing the gray bear meat that Yi Fan was carrying with a hint of confusion. Yi Fan, why are you keeping some of the gray bear meat? To eat. Yi Fan replied with a sense of resignation. The flesh and blood of wild beast spirits are not only rich in nutrients, but also exceptionally flavorful. It is beneficial for both beast masters and ourselves. The more formidable the beast spirit, the more potent its flesh becomes. Especially for a beast master like you who practices the gluttonous technique. You need to consume beast meat, and the rarer, the better. Moreover, beast spirits require a substantial amount of flesh. The meat from mundane chickens and pigs is merely filler and utterly devoid of value. In other words, both my beast spirit and I need to consume a significant amount of wild beast flesh. Li Pengzi seemed to comprehend, so aren't I going to be competing with my beast spirit for meat in the same bowl? Hearing this, even Yi Fan couldn't help but inhale sharply. He looked at Li Pengzi and after a moment said, Pengzi, have you not considered that you could have one bowl for yourself and another for your beast spirit? Li Pengzi was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled. I see where I went wrong. Yi Fan, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, said nothing further and hailed a taxi. Where are we going? Pengzi inquired. To the herb hall, Yi Fan answered. No amount of spiritual herbs is ever enough. All right. Pengzi nodded vigorously. The taxi sped away, and before long, they arrived once again at the entrance of the herb hall. Just as they were about to enter, Ning Shui, who had been idly waiting, spotted Yi Fan immediately. The young lad had returned. In an instant, Ning Shui made her way to the entrance, and as Yi Fan stepped inside, he was greeted by her beaming, lovely face. It must be said that in terms of appearance, Ning Shui was one of the most stunning beauties in the entire Ping City, and her exquisite makeup certainly drew attention. Yi Fan, having lived 2 lifetimes, possessed a heart as tranquil as still water, while Li Pengzi beside him exhibited less composure, staring at Ning Shui with an unabashed gaze that nearly dripped with drool. Little brother, long time no see, Ning Shui remarked, noticing Pengzi's reaction. Though her expression remained unchanged, her curiosity about Yi Fan evidently heightened. Long time no see. Yi Fan replied succinctly. He wasted no time and directly asked, how much for the seeds of the strong muscle grass? Another seed? Ning Shui expressed her puzzlement. This lad had just purchased the seeds of the fire fruit yesterday, and now sought the strong muscle grass seeds. Was he planning to cultivate a spiritual herb garden at home? The seeds of the strong muscle grass were slightly cheaper than those of the fire fruit, priced at 8,000 each. Ning Shui replied, hesitating for a moment before adding, however, I can make an exception and offer them to you for 6,000 each. Thank you, Yi Fan responded, not elaborating further. Though Ning Shui was curious, she chose not to pry further. She ascended the stairs and soon returned with a small box. Here are the seeds of the strong muscle grass. Under suitable conditions, they can mature in no more than 3 months. Good. Ye Fan accepted the box without further ado and casually picked up a purple fruit in front of him. I'll take 3 of these silver snake fruits. The silver serpent fruit, while relatively common among spiritual fruits, pales in comparison to the flame fruit in terms of quality. However, it boasts a more affordable price and is particularly favored by serpent tamer practitioners, making it a rather specialized spiritual fruit. Without hesitation, Ning Shui promptly gathered 3 silver serpent fruits for Ye Fan, presenting them with a smile. Priced at 2,000 each, the total here amounted to 12,000, including the strong sinew grass seeds. Count it, she instructed. Ye Fan retrieved the money he had just acquired, counted out 12,000, and handed it to Ning Shui before beckoning Li Pitzi to leave. Li Pitzi, lacking knowledge about herbs, remained silent, but before departing, he glanced back at Ning Shui and exclaimed, "This sister is truly captivating. Beware, my plump friend. Beauty can be both alluring and perilous," Ye Fan remarked nonchalantly from the side. This comment sent a shiver down Li Pitzi's spine, prompting him to quickly turn away and hasten his steps. Perilous? Within the shop, Ning Shui had overheard this remark. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement, indicating that the young man had a deeper understanding than he let on. After a moment's reflection, she raised her head and instructed the receptionist by the door, "Next time this young man visits, inform me. I shall personally attend to him." "Understood," the receptionist replied. Watching Ning Shui's graceful form as she entered the store, puzzled by why Miss Ning would place such importance on an ordinary lad. Upon returning to school, the sky had already darkened. At the dormitory entrance, Ye Fan handed the 3 silver serpent fruits to Li Pitzi. "These fruits should elevate your radiant sun serpent to the level of a black iron 2-star. How could I accept this?" Li Pitzi responded, though his hands eagerly accepted the silver serpent fruits nonetheless. "Additionally, take this 1,000 yuan for 5 pounds of gray fur bear meat," Ye Fan continued, producing 1,000 yuan and offering it to Li Pitzi. When practicing the gourmet technique, one must not starve. Otherwise, it may lead to self-harm. "I truly cannot accept this." This time, Li Pitzi genuinely felt embarrassed to take the money, as he had contributed little during this venture, mostly relying on Ye Fan's protection. Receiving a silver serpent fruit was already a source of great joy for him, and asking for more money and meat felt excessive. "Take it," Ye Fan replied calmly. "Upshadabing Li Pitzi's azitansa. You need resources to grow. Once you become stronger, you can repay me." This statement caused Li Pitzi to ponder, and soon he nodded, accepting the money and the gray fur bear meat. "I'll be heading back now," Ye Fan said, opening the dormitory door. "Ye Fan," Li Pitzi called out. Ye Fan halted and turned to see Li Pitzi, holding the meat with a sincere expression, saying, "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Li Pitzi scratched his head, perhaps at a loss for words, ultimately managing to say, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to become a powerful beast tamer." A smile crept onto Ye Fan's face as he narrowed his eyes, observing Li Pitzi's somewhat clumsy demeanor. "My dear friend, the gratitude of a black iron-level beast tamer is as light as a feather. Wait until you've tamed the serpent you desire before expressing such thanks." Upon hearing this, Li Pangzi understood something, his entire body shuddering slightly, and he nodded emphatically. "Good." Chapter 14. Conflict in the Beastmaster Space. Ye Fan gazed at the fiery fruit seedlings that had sprouted in the soil before him, his eyes shimmering with subtle excitement. While only a day had passed in the outside world, 30 days had elapsed here. It was unsurprising that the fiery fruit, which originated from a root, had grown into seedlings. In 3 more days in the outside world, the fiery fruit would likely reach maturity. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ye Fan's eyes. Once the fiery fruit matured, his firehound would experience a remarkable enhancement. He was confident that he would secure the qualification for the hazy secret realm mentioned by Pan Zhao. However, the secret realm was not devoid of dangers. Many valuable items were often guarded by formidable beasts. If he could bolster his strength before entering the secret realm, the chances of acquiring more treasures would undoubtedly increase. With this thought, Fan took a deep breath and planted the robust grass he had just purchased. The versatility of the robust grass was commendable. Although it did not offer the targeted enhancement of the fiery fruit, its relatively short growth cycle made it an excellent spiritual herb. It seemed that Ning Qinghai had noticed some of the intentional displays Fan had exhibited previously. The fiery fruit from their last encounter had been practically given away. And this time, the price for the robust grass seeds had been significantly reduced. In the future, if the opportunity arose, he could reciprocate their kindness. Fan was not the type to take advantage of others, since they valued his potential and background. Once he grew stronger, offering them something of little significance to him would serve as a form of gratitude. Wang. Nearby, the fire hound joyfully approached, affectionately nuzzling Fan. He did not hesitate to take out the remaining 5 pounds of gray-furred bear meat and placed it on the ground. In this bountiful spiritual energy of the beast master space, his beast did not require frequent feeding, but as he had explained to Li Pangzi, meat was crucial for beasts. Take your time with this meat. We will hunt more later, Fan said, stroking the firehound's head, his eyes brimming with affection. Compared to humans and other beasts, canine companions were the most loyal, especially a beast like the firehound. Once it recognized its first master, it would not follow another beast master even after the master's death. It would either perish alone in the depths of the mountains or starve to death. Such loyalty was exceedingly rare among beasts, yet due to its inferior bloodline, few chose the fire hound as their companion. I will give you my very best. In the future, you will become the greatest pride of the fire hound lineage, Fan declared, almost as if making a solemn vow. Wang. The fire hound seemed to comprehend, letting out a soft bark, then tore off a piece of the gray-furred bear meat, placing it at Fan's feet. Seeing this familiar gesture, Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. Observing Fan's lack of immediate action, the firehound emitted a puzzled sound. Wang, it's all for you. I don't particularly fancy this, Fan explained, gently patting the firehound's head once more. The firehound wagged its tail, but still took the meat back, devouring it voraciously. It was evident that it was eager to enjoy the gray-furred bear meat, yet it wished to share some with Fan first. Fan, with his eyes gently closed, commenced the practice of the sacred entry technique. By cultivating both internally and externally, he fortified himself, rendering him capable of tackling unforeseen challenges. Time slipped by quietly. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, Fat Li promptly rapped on Fan's door. Creak. The door swung open, and Fat Li, bubbling with excitement, exclaimed, Fan, what are our plans for today? Plans for today? Fan pondered it. He could engage in training at school, familiarizing himself with the coordination with his beast. That sounds good, he replied. Fat Li nodded enthusiastically, reaching behind him to produce a large bag of steamed buns. Come, let us have breakfast. Once we finish, we shall commence our endeavors. Fan gazed at the bag, which contained at least 20 or 30 buns, and shook his head. I cannot consume so many. Cannot consume so many? Fat Li was taken aback. Fan, have you not cultivated the gluttonous technique? That breathing technique does not suit me, Fan replied, shaking his head again. Moreover, I do not fancy eating excessively. Fat Li hesitated, glancing at the hefty bag of buns. After a moment of contemplation, he extracted 2, saying, Then allow me to offer you these 2. I shall devour the rest, as I am still somewhat hungry. Very well, Fan nodded, accepting the steaming buns. Let us proceed to test the battle simulator at the academy. The school, of course, provided specialized training facilities for beast tamers, including a simulator designed to mimic beast combat, a sensitivity apparatus for training reaction times, and a gravity room to enhance compatibility, among others. Though the training devices in high school were not particularly advanced, they were quite adequate for novice beast tamers. Clatter, clatter. Soon, the 2 arrived at the training room, a building with separate training facilities on each floor. The first floor housed the battle simulator. Upon entering, the sounds of clanging and clashing filled the air. The expansive indoor space contained 5 distinct training halls, where the simulator would automatically generate a beast of comparable strength to the beast tamers, based on their capabilities. The training scenarios were meticulously crafted by researchers, nearly perfect in replicating the combat styles of the simulated beasts. Adobe Wolf. just past the first training hall. The voice of a beast tamer echoed, evidently distressed as his beast was bested by the simulated creature. He rushed to comfort his fallen companion. Simultaneously, a number appeared on the screen in the hall. 1. Observing the figure, Ye Fan shook his head. The longer one battled the simulated beast, the higher the score attained. Defeating the beast would yield a stronger opponent, consequently increasing the combat score. A score of 1 signified that the tamer had barely lasted a minute, essentially standing idly while watching their beast being overpowered by the simulator's creature. Novice beast tamers were still too inexperienced. The Dobie wolf, an elite-grade beast, while not the pinnacle of strength, possessed innate swiftness, making it improbable to be defeated so swiftly. The scores from the training apparatus serve as a crucial benchmark for assessments. During the college entrance examination, 2 stringent conditions prevail. First, one must have a beast companion of silver rank, and second, one must achieve a score exceeding 60 on the training apparatus. A score of 60 signifies that one has engaged in battle with a beast of equivalent rank for an hour, without succumbing to defeat. The training apparatus utilized for the college entrance examination is markedly superior to that used in schools. The beasts trained in schools are typically of the ordinary elite grade, whereas those in the examination are predominantly formidable elite beasts, many of which possess innate skills. This explains why it is exceedingly difficult to gain admission to university with subpar beasts, as even if a low-tier beast reaches silver rank, its bloodline remains a significant hindrance. However, achieving a score of 60 does not guarantee university admission. It merely signifies that one has met the basic assessment criteria, granting the opportunity to apply. For prestigious universities, there is no upper limit to the score. In previous years, some have achieved scores as high as 500 by defeating beasts of the training apparatus at silver rank level 5. Let us find a training apparatus to try, Ye Fan said, turning to Li Fatty, only to notice him with a bun stuffed in his mouth, cheeks puffed out. Ahem. Ye Fan coughed lightly. Fatty, do mind your image a bit while out here. Didn't you tell me not to care about others' opinions? Li Fatty raturta. That is fair enough, Ye Fan nodded. Proceeding down the corridor. Upon reaching the next training hall, he witnessed a scuffle as a boy shoved a girl while cursing. What right does a waste from an ordinary class have to use the training apparatus? Clearly, the girl lacked the strength to contend with the boy and was unintentionally pushed out into the corridor, her beast companion following suit. Maxiaoxue. Li Fatty recognized the girl who had previously answered questions before the stern instructor and gestured towards her. Ye Fan, having observed the scene, felt a flicker of coldness in his gaze as he made his way over. Ma Xiaoxiu, evidently acquainted with Ye Fan, felt mortified by the humiliating display. Get up. Ye Fan offered his hand. It's only natural to face difficulties at times. Upon hearing his words, Ma Xiaoxiu's embarrassment eased somewhat as she grasped Ye Fan's hand and stood up, glaring at the individual in the training room, her teeth clenched in frustration. These elite class beast masters monopolize the training facilities, preventing us from the ordinary class from utilizing them, and the school does nothing about it. Until you demonstrate your value, no one will regard your opinions, Ye Fan remarked, turning to enter the training room. Upon noticing the entrance of newcomers, the man who had previously expelled Ma Xiaoxiu turned around. Spotting Ye Fan and his companions clad in the ordinary class uniforms, he grew hostile once more. What are you staring at? Do you ordinary class wastes think you can observe us elite class practitioners? Spouting insults left and right. What gives you such confidence? Is it the 3 words elite class on your uniform? Ye Fan replied coolly as he took a seat on a nearby bench, saying little else. Come on. Didn't you say that ordinary class individuals are unworthy of using the training apparatus? Let us see whose score is higher and determine who truly deserves to use it. Chapter 15. The revelation, do you wish to compare training scores with me? Upon hearing this statement, the students of the gifted class erupted in laughter, as if they had heard a farcical jest. With the subpar beasts from your ordinary class, do you really think you can compete with me in terms of scores? Indeed, Ye Fan maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze fixed on the man before him. Are you, perchance, afraid to compete? Ridiculous, the man retorted, adopting a combative stance. Today, I shall demonstrate just how vast the chasm is between the gifted class and you ordinary class wastrels. With those words, He turned and leapt onto the training platform, pressing the challenge button. The challenge commenced. Release your beast. The man raised his hand, and a strikingly agile, spotted hyena materialized. A black iron tier 3, elite bloodline. As he unleashed his beast, he cast a smug glance at Ye Fan, but upon noticing Ye Fan's unwavering calm, irritation began to brew within him. Allow me to show you my might. With that, he raised his hand once more, activating his beast's talent, C-tier speed strike, which would enhance the beast's speed while marginally augmenting its attack power. The manifestation of this talent was evident as the hyena's teeth sharpened and its muscles bulged. Having completed this, the man turned again, but this time, upon seeing Ye Fan still composed, even sporting a hint of a smile, his rage boiled over. It felt as though he was being regarded as a mere jester. Thunderous roars echoed. At that moment, the training apparatus radiated light, and a black iron tier 3 golden deer appeared on the field. This golden deer, tall and robust, though not as large as the silver deer from earlier, clearly possessed greater strength than the silver deer Ye Fan had previously hunted. Spotted hyena, attack. The man commanded, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was determined to show this boy the meaning of disparity. Meanwhile, Ye Fan sat observing the man's futile attempts at directing the hyena against the golden deer, shaking his head in disapproval. To him, such tactics resembled the childish brawls of infants, lacking any semblance of strategy and failing to capitalize on the strengths of one's beast. As for the man's earlier pompous display of unleashing his beast and its talent, it was nothing short of a farce. A black iron tier beast with a C-tier talent hardly warranted his attention. Clang, clang. The battle soon reached a conclusion. After a critical misjudgment, the spotted hyena was kicked in the head by the golden deer and was sent sprawling, unconscious on the ground. In the arena, a score of 25 began to materialize. Observing this number, the man lifted his chin, reveling in the fact that while others were just beginning to summon their beasts, he had achieved a score of 25. A testament to the prowess of both his beast and its talent. Your turn, he said, turning to Ye Fan with a hint of provocation. Ye Fan nodded and approached the platform. This time, the man settled into the seat Ye Fan had just vacated, a mocking expression plastered across his face. He was eager to witness how Ye Fan would be utterly overwhelmed by the beast that appeared from the training apparatus. The moment he released his beast, he would relish the opportunity to ridicule him. Reflecting on Ye Fan's prior reaction when he summoned his beast, the man gritted his teeth in vexation. Yet, the next moment, when the fire hound emerged onto the field, the man was taken aback. Black iron 4 stars, how could that be possible? Not only him, but on the other side, Ma Xiaoxiu, unaware of the situation, also displayed a look of astonishment. Everyone had acquired black iron 1-star beasts. And in just a few days, how had Ye Fan's fire dog ascended to black iron 4 stars? Was it growing even faster than elite grade beasts? Are you scared? Ye Fan looked at the man and spoke. What does it matter if it's 4 stars? The beast levels in the simulation device are synchronized, the man replied, though his bravado was tinged with insecurity. His own vicious toothed wolf had cost a fortune for a spirit fruit just to elevate it to black iron 3 stars. How could this fellow possibly upgrade his beast to 4 stars in such a brief period? Did he also spend money? If one had money, why would they endure the hardships of an ordinary class? It would be far better to hire a powerful beastmaster as a bodyguard. He absolutely could not achieve a better score than me. The man felt a twinge of anxiety, but remained resolute. An inferior grade fire dog could never triumph over an elite grade beast of the same level. However, this confidence did not last long, as the battle unfolded and the man was rendered speechless. Though both faced a golden deer, the struggles he encountered were starkly different from Ye Fan's fire dog, which danced effortlessly around its attacks, dodging at the very last moment. Each time it evaded, the fire dog counterattacked, leaving claw marks on the golden deer. The man's astonishment grew as he stared intently at the clock on the wall. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 21 minutes. As the numbers fluctuated, when it reached the 21st minute, the golden deer, lifting its leg high, missed its mark, inadvertently revealing an opening. Fire dog locked throat. Ye Fan's calm voice resonated, and in an instant, the fire dog surged forward, launching a surprise attack through the gap between the golden deer's legs, sinking its teeth deep into its throat. The golden deer thrashed wildly, attempting to shake off the fire dog, but the position of the attack was too cunning and it could not escape. Seconds ticked by, and finally, the golden deer collapsed with a thud as the clock on the wall stopped at 24. I've won. The man did not glance at the unfolding scene, his gaze fixated on the clock. Upon seeing it halt at 24 minutes, he leaped up in excitement. I am at 25 minutes, you are at 24? I have won. As these words escaped his lips, not only Ye Fan, but even Li Pangzi and Ma Xiaoxiu were rendered speechless, staring at this man as if he were a fool. What are you looking at? Can't you handle losing? Ordinary class students lack even this bit of composure. Noticing their gazes, the man cursed, ready to continue, when Ye Fan's voice interrupted. Take a good look, what is my score? Hearing this, the man finally raised his head and immediately saw the golden deer, firmly held by the fire dog, no longer struggling. At that moment, the score appeared on the simulation platform, a vivid blood red 100. Perfect score. The man was taken aback by this scene, stepping back several paces, his mind suddenly recalling words spoken by some seniors. A score of 100, only achieved by directly slaying a beast of the same level. Note, it is a kill, not merely a defeat. In a surprising turn of events, a low-grade fire hound managed to defeat an elite-grade golden deer. Upon hearing this, the man's lips trembled as he gazed at Ye Fan, momentarily rendered speechless. Surely, the ordinary class is now qualified to utilize this training device. Ye Fan mused as he stepped down from the stage, finding amusement in the man's quivering lips. Qualified indeed? The man nodded repeatedly, his head bowed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Do not look down upon anyone, even if they currently seem inferior to you, Ye Fan remarked, waving his hand dismissively. You may leave now, and I hope never to see you in this training room again. Yes, I'll leave right away. The man nodded, overwhelmed with a mix of astonishment and fear, scampering away like a weasel. Ye Fan chuckled softly and shook his head at the man's retreating figure. Such a character was hardly worth his effort to challenge. It would only diminish his own stature. All right, you two. Ye Fan directed his gaze towards the chubby boy and Ma Xiaoxiu. You may now use this training room. Both of them looked utterly shocked. However, the chubby boy, having previously hunted wild beasts alongside Ye Fan, quickly regained his composure and ascended the stage with his beast in hand. As Ye Fan sat below, watching the chubby boy's clumsy combat style, he found it somewhat amusing. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoxiu's voice reached him. Ye Fan, could you enlighten me on why your beast is so formidable? Turning to her, Ye Fan was met with a strikingly delicate face. She had been one of the most diligent individuals in the ordinary class. Unfortunately, perhaps due to a lack of innate talent, she had not secured a place in university. Eventually, she opened a training center in Ping City, which had turned out reasonably well. It's not that my beast is exceptionally strong, Ye Fan pondered before shaking his head. I merely discern the combat techniques of the golden deer. Discerned? Ma Xiaoxiu queried, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Isn't a beast's fighting style fixed? While techniques are not set in stone, certain elements remain constant. For instance, in basic physical attacks, if you comprehend the fulcrum of force during an attack, the changes in your beast's body, and even the variations in its breathing rhythm, you can easily help your beast evade such fundamental assaults, Ye Fan explained. Ah, I see. Ma Xiaoxiu responded, her understanding still wavering. After a moment's reflection, she inquired, how can I learn to discern these elements? Ye Fan shook his head, realizing the depth of her struggle with details. It was no wonder she had worked so hard, yet failed to gain admission to university. You are too rigid, he sighed, expressing his exasperation. When you deliberately contemplate my words during battle, and as you gain more experience, these changes will become second nature, allowing you to discern them. Chapter 16. The chubby boy's complaints. Oh, Ma Xiaoxiu exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened. She bowed repeatedly, thanking him profusely. Not at all, Ye Fan replied with a sidelong glance, before turning his attention back to the stage, where the chubby boy's blazing snake had already been overwhelmed by the evolved beast from the training device. On the scoreboard, a prominent number 2 is displayed. The portly Li scratched my head in embarrassment. Previously, I was exhilarated watching Ye Fan engage in battle, but now, facing an equally elite beast tamer, I found myself relentlessly pursued and utterly unable to mount a counterattack, let alone escape. Never mind, just keep challenging. I'll take a short break, and we'll continue as well, Ye Fan remarked, casting a glance at the side where Ma Xiaoxiu stood, and added, let us rotate. It will also allow your beasts to recuperate in their space. All right, Li nodded and promptly leaped down from the training platform. However, Ma Xiaoxiu felt a bit embarrassed, aware that Ye Fan was intentionally giving her a chance. After all, it was merely a casual gesture. Rather than dwelling on it, she should focus on strengthening herself. Seemingly without intent, Ye Fan said, waving his hand, I presume you wouldn't want to be cast aside again next time, would you? This statement left Ma Xiaoxiu momentarily taken aback. Biting her lip, she said nothing and ascended the training platform. Meanwhile, while Ye Fan and the others remained in the training room, the teacher's office for the freshmen was in an uproar. A new student had shattered the training apparatus on only the third day of enrollment. There are not many classes in Pingchong High School, with just over a dozen teachers, and now they all gathered around a single device, marveling at the glaring red number 100 displayed on it. While they had witnessed students defeating elite beasts of the same rank before, some new students had purchased their beasts at great expense, and with enough familiarity. Such feats were attainable. This was only the third day. What remarkable combat talent must one possess to slay an elite beast in such a short span of time? It must be a student from a family of beast tamers. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such proficiency so quickly, one instructor conjectured, suggesting that this student belonged to the upper echelon of elite beast tamers, possessing a talent rating of B or higher. Could it be from the elite class? Another teacher interjected, wasn't it said that this year's elite class has an A-rated student? Could it be that individual? It's possible. But wasn't that student taken home by their family and won't return until next month? Another instructor countered. The talented class could also have candidates. There's several with B ratings. Let us not forget the excellence class, which also boasts B-rated students. Upon hearing this, the instructor from the excellence class appeared displeased. Our class has Deng Li, who possesses a B-rated talent in dragon armor, and combined with the golden armored beast he selected, he could very well achieve 100 points at this moment. I've heard of Deng Li. However, the golden armored beast lacks potent attack methods. How could it be so easy to slay? Not to mention they're all at the black iron level with minimal skills. I'd argue our class S Helen has a chance as well. I believe it should be our class S Fei Lo. A heated debate ensued among the instructors, their faces flushed as they argued before the device. Meanwhile, Pan Zhao sat quietly, saying nothing. The fervor among the instructors was not without reason. The administration had established numerous incentive rules to ignite their enthusiasm for teaching, one of which awarded the first student to achieve a score of 100 in the training room with an exclusive opportunity for their instructor to enter a special realm. The realm accessible to instructors was not a mere obscure domain. It was a higher-tier realm filled with treasures capable of greatly benefiting even golden-level beasts. In previous years, Pan Zhao would likely have been embroiled in fierce competition with a group of others, but this year he found himself merely seated in silence. The ordinary class students sighed collectively, and suddenly one of the instructors, gazing at the names displayed on the instrument, posed a perplexing question. Ye Fan? Whose student is he? Upon hearing that name, Pan Zhao furrowed his brow, and before he could voice his thoughts, another instructor exclaimed, he is the one who defeated a pure elite beast with the fire hound. How could that be possible? The fire hound is a low-grade beast, notoriously difficult to cultivate. As he spoke, realization struck him. Yifan, isn't he the one who topped the theoretical exams at Pitching Middle School, praised by our principal for his potential to become a beast master, only to later receive a D grade for his talent? He should be in the ordinary class now. After uttering this, another instructor turned to Pan Zhao, asking, Brother Pan, is Ye Fan your student? In an instant, a throng of instructors gathered around. At that moment, Pan Zhao was equally bewildered, yet the envious expressions of his colleagues brought him a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that Ye Fan was indeed a hidden gem. No wonder he dared to venture into the beast forest with his companions. Suppressing a smile, Pan Zhao maintained a composed demeanor and nodded in affirmation. Brother Pan has a keen eye. For someone at this stage to defeat an elite beast of the same rank, he is undoubtedly a promising talent in combat, remarked an instructor with whom Pan Zhao shared a good rapport. Could it be that you decided to teach the ordinary class just because of Ye Fan? Not entirely. There are certain reasons, Pan Zhao replied, though his gaze shifted towards the instrument obscured by the crowd. For heaven's sake, let me take a look. My student scored 100, and yet you all are crowding around me. It seems Brother Pan is set to soar again. Your prowess is already formidable. If you enter the cloudy secret realm once more, you might leave us far behind, another instructor added, ingratiatingly. With Ye Fan's impressive strength, he might achieve great results in the upcoming freshman competition and the intergrade contest. When Brother Pan takes flight, don't forget to bring us along. Just as Pan Zhao was about to respond, a sharp voice interrupted. Defeating a peer is hardly noteworthy. A D grade can only be so strong. In a few days, when those of B grade adapt to the rhythm of beast battles, they too will achieve similar feats. The moment those words were spoken, the previously lively office fell silent. Pan Zhao's brow furrowed further as he turned to identify the source of the voice. A middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose, Jiang Hong, his old rival, who had now taken over his position as the instructor for the elite class. Jiekong, noticing Pan Zhao's gaze, wore a subtly provocative smile. Defeating peers is nothing. True geniuses can fight beyond their rank. In a few months, I assure you, one of my students will score above 100. Indeed, the students of the elite class are all B grade, and this year, there's even an A grade talent not seen in Pingchang for decades, someone whispered. The crowd discreetly returned to their previous positions. In the realm of beast masters, the prowess of a teacher is often measured by the talents of their students. With such a gifted group, the advantages Jiang Hong would reap in the coming years were all too predictable. It is indeed unwise to flatter the incompetent. A class of mediocrity shall forever remain so. This is an immutable truth, Jiang Hong remarked coldly, just as he turned away, when suddenly the score on the instrument changed. 200. Immediately following, names and beasts appeared. Challenger, Ye Fan, beast used, firehound. He has surpassed a level, this Ye Fan, by defeating an elite beast. Someone spoke up, and at that moment, Jiang Hong's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had asserted that surpassing levels was the hallmark of true genius. Yet now he was confronted with a perfect score of 200 delivered right to his face. In the corner, Pan Zhao had heard the exchange and could no longer contain the delight on his face. Mimicking Jiang Hong, he said, "Oh, even those from the class of mediocrity can achieve level-surpassing kills on the third day of school. I wonder when the elite class will manage to score 200. Surpassing a level is merely a matter of effort. My students could surpass 2 levels." Before he could finish, the score on the instrument changed once more, now displaying 300. Yet the words below remained unchanged. Challenger, Ye Fan, beast used, firehound. How is this possible? At this moment, even Jiang Hong could not maintain his facade of calmness. In the span of less than a minute, he had defeated an elite-grade beast by surpassing 2 levels. The rampaging ostrich's weaknesses were all too apparent. On the practice platform, Ye Fan observed the rampaging ostrich, its neck bitten through by the firehound, and smirked. The beast's strengths and weaknesses were starkly highlighted. It was incredibly swift, yet its long, slender neck was its Achilles heel. For Ye Fan, such an obvious weakness was impossible to evade. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a fatal blow before the rampaging ostrich even had a chance to resist. "Why are you all staring at me?" Ye Fan turned to look at the stunned Li Pangzi and Ma Xiaoxi below, puzzled. Defeating a beast with such a blatant weakness. Surpassing 5 levels was hardly an issue. Below, Li Pangzi, glancing at the impressive score of 300, reflected upon his own high score of 8 from earlier that day. Then looked at Ye Fan, who appeared somewhat dissatisfied. After a moment of silence, he weakly remarked, "Ye Fan, could you please act a bit more human?" Chapter 17. Rewards all right. That will suffice for today's practice. After defeating the rampaging ostrich, Ye Fan had lost the desire to continue challenging. Surpassing levels at the Black Iron rank was the simplest. At this stage, everyone relied on physical attacks, and as long as one identified weaknesses and dodged the opponent's beast, victory was almost assured unless the disparity was significant enough to prevent even scratching the opponent's skin. However, as one ascended to the bronze rank, beasts began to exhibit skills, making level surpassing increasingly difficult. The higher one went, the more challenging it became. All right. Below, Li Pangzi also stood up. He had challenged many times today and had surpassed a score of 10, while Ma Xiaoxiu had achieved a slightly higher score of around 15. Pangzi, you might want to try the agility training upstairs. An idea struck Yi Fan, and he mused, a nimble snake is the most fearsome of foes. Very well, very well. Li Pangzin nodded vigorously as he made his way upstairs, with Yi Fan following closely behind. Yi Fan, just as they reached the upper floor, Ma Xiaoxiu hurried after them. Is there something else? Yi Fan inquired. I wish to inquire if there exists a method to swiftly enhance the prowess of my white wolf. Ma Xiaoxiu posed the question, evidently captivated by Yi Fan's exceptional understanding of beast taming, which far surpassed her own. She sought some counsel. Upon hearing her words, Yi Fan displayed a moment of contemplation, yet soon shook his head. The white wolf, he explained, is rather ordinary in the realm of beast taming, lacking any distinctive traits. Feeding it a diet rich in wild beast meat and suitable spiritual herbs, such as the strengthening grass, would suffice to bolster its abilities. However, he continued, this particular beast may not be the most fitting for you. I have just observed your beast taming aptitude, which appears to be at the D level, specifically with the iron arm talent. While this may augment the white wolf's capabilities, a gray fur bear would be more harmonious with your skills. Coupled with your beast taming talent, it could yield commendable combat prowess. Once you unlock the second beast space in your breathing technique, I recommend you consider a gray fur bear. A gray fur bear? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxiu seemed to grasp the implication. Yet she realized that such a beast could only be found within the beast forest. Therefore, you must embark on your own journey of training. True strength does not arise from mere theoretical discussions, Yi Fan remarked, before turning to ascend stairs. With that, their conversation concluded. He and Ma Xiaoxiu were not well acquainted, and offering even a modicum of advice was already a gesture of camaraderie among classmates. Meanwhile, below, Ma Xiaoxiu furrowed her brow. She was aware of the beast forest, but as a novice beast tamer, would venturing into such a place be excessively daunting? In the office, as a score of 300 was achieved, the atmosphere erupted. Jiang Hong sat in his seat, his face ashen, rendered speechless. He understood the implications of a freshman scoring 300 on the third day. Such an achievement indicated formidable practical experience, potentially that of a seasoned beast hunter, well-versed in the vulnerabilities of beasts. This enabled them to excel in combat far beyond their rank. Yet, this was merely a freshman. How could one possess such terrifying practical experience? A D-level talent, the fire hound. He would not dare claim he could achieve such feats. A natural combat genius? The term surfaced in Jiang Hong's mind, causing a shift in his expression. Such instances were not unheard of. A black iron rank surpassing 2 levels in combat signified the potential to contend at 3 levels higher. In his first year, this Yi Fan could easily outmatch a multitude of B and C rank students. Of course, this was not particularly alarming for Jiang Hong, but the significance lay in the entirety of a year. With this Yi Fan, Pan Zhao would likely receive numerous accolades, even if later he fell behind as a D-level student in the bronze rank. They had initially anticipated Pan Zhao would struggle for 3 years. However, now, not only could he hold his head high, but his chin might even reach the heavens. After much effort to place Pan Zhao in the ordinary class, they had thought their plans were secure. Could it be that one individual, Yi Fan, would jeopardize the entire scheme? As he gazed at the name on the device, Jiang Hong's expression grew increasingly cold. Pan, do you see Yi Fan's strength? He hardly resembles a student from the ordinary class. Within a gathering of individuals, a seemingly affable teacher chuckled and remarked, I believe there may have been an error during the previous evaluation, given his abilities. Surely he deserves to be in an exceptional class. Were you all absent on the day of the Beast Master Talent Awakening Ceremony? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao turned towards the good-natured teacher. Li Xiang, are you implying that someone has engaged in malpractice, altering Yi Fan's talent rating? I did not suggest such a thing. Li Xiang quickly shook his head. The Beastmaster Talent Awakening ceremony is something that is highly regarded by the higher-ups. It is conducted with fairness, impartiality, and transparency. If accusations of malpractice arise, it cannot be easily dismissed. So, it is, Pan Zhao retorted. Yi Fan is rated D class, which categorizes him as an ordinary class student. Weren't you all previously dismissive of the ordinary class as being filled with incompetence? Now, that an exceptional talent has emerged from this so-called waste, you wish to claim him? Such words, Pango. Another mentor interjected, attempting to mediate. We do not seek to contest this reward with you. We merely believe that since Yi Fan possesses commendable abilities, remaining in the ordinary class may be a disservice to his talents. Are you suggesting that I am unworthy to instruct him? At this, Pan Zhao let out a cold snort, releasing an aura unique to beast masters. Golden 9 stars. Sensing this formidable presence, the expressions of many mentors shifted. Was Pan Zhao not an 8-star gold last year? How had he suddenly ascended to 9 stars? The 9-star rank is perilously close to the pinnacle. One more star, and one could gaze upon eternity. During the last evaluation among the mentors of Pingchang High School, I secured first place, sweeping aside all competitors. Pan Zhao sneered. If anyone here believes themselves more qualified to teach Yi Fan, feel free to challenge me. Following this declaration, many in attendance fell silent, with several, seemingly aligned with Jiang Hong, appearing rather displeased. Creak! Just as the tension escalated between the two factions, the office door swung open. And in strode an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a somewhat portly figure. Principal. Upon sighting this individual, all the mentors rose to pay their respects, including Pan Zhao. Pumi, the principal of Pingchang High School, may appear frail, yet his prowess as a beast master is unfathomable. Even the notoriously obstinate Pan Zhao displayed utmost deference in his presence. Gentlemen, I have just heard that a new student has achieved a score of 300 in our designated reward assessment during the practice session. Pumi surveyed the assembled teachers with a beaming smile. Which teacher does this student belong to? The crowd fell into a hushed silence, and Pan Zhao raised his hand. Principal, that would be my student, Yi Fan, who is partner with a firehound. Your student? Pumi paused momentarily in surprise. Then his smile broadened. In all these years, this is the first time I have witnessed an ordinary class student excel in our reward criteria, achieving a perfect score while surpassing 2 levels. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. After expressing his admiration, Pumi retrieved a token and tossed it towards Pan Zhao. This is the reward we previously discussed, a chance to enter the Yungzi secret realm. Here is the token. Pan Zhao, please find a suitable time to redeem it. Thank you. Principal. Pan Zhao nodded, intending to rise and express his gratitude, only to see Pumi shake his head. Ban Zhao, a promising talent has finally emerged from the ordinary class. You must pay close attention. Understanding the implied meaning in Pumi's words, Pan Zhao patted his chest and declared, with me around, anyone who dares to harm my students shall face dire consequences. You are now a teacher. You must embody that role. Constantly speaking of violence is unbecoming, Pumi remarked, offering no further commentary as he turned away. Well, I have no other business here. Let us all strive diligently. In 3 months, the new student competition will commence, and I hope all of your students achieve commendable rankings. Chapter 18. The Plight of the Chubby One as Evening Descended. Li Pangzi and Yi Fan, having trained all day, prepared to return to their dormitory for rest. Upon entering the dormitory building, a pair of large hands suddenly lunged at them. Yi Fan, with remarkable reflexes, swiftly evaded the outstretched hand and countered with a swift slicing motion. Clang! The impact was akin to striking a stone. The large hand remained unmoved, while a jolt of pain surged through Yi Fan's hand. A formidable opponent, Ye Fan Suwintet, quickly withdrawing his hand, ready to retaliate once more, when a familiar voice rang out. You little rascal, do you intend to strike your teacher? Startled by the voice, Yi Fan looked up to see Pan Zhao, one hand grasping the chubby one and the other raised before him. Teacher Pan, Yi Fan lowered his guard slightly, inquiring, Is there something you need? Nothing of consequence, Pan Zhao replied, retracting his hand and releasing the bewildered chubby one. He shook his previously outstretched hand and continued. You scored 300 points on the training device today. The principal is aware and commended your performance. I have come specifically to reward you. Reward? Ye Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion of a reward for his training device score. Indeed, there are numerous conditions set by the school for rewards. When met, both teachers and students are entitled to them. Observing Ye Fan's lingering suspicion, Pan Zhao added, I did not expect a student from the ordinary class to qualify for such rewards, hence I did not share this information. I see, Ye Fan relaxed a bit. Having indeed heard of such regulations, what kind of rewards are available? He asked, looking at Pan Zhao with keen interest. What would you desire? Pan Zhao responded, spreading his hands. Within reason, I can allow you to choose. Is there an elite grade beast with innate skills? Ye Fan immediate. Pan Zhao's expression darkened immediately. Such a beast would cost several million. You have merely earned a new student reward, not save the city. Consider something under 50,000. Ye Fan pouted slightly, contemplating. Meanwhile, Pan Zhao's frown deepened. He had not heard of this lad coming from wealth. Why then did he appear disappointed at the mention of 50,000? Forget it. After a moment of thought, Ye Fan shook his head. Just give me the cash. Are you certain? Pan Zhao asked, exasperated. It was his first encounter with someone wishing to convert a reward directly into cash. Spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and beasts. Do these not tempt you? Certain, Ye Fan affirmed. In the midst of Pan Zhao's helpless gaze, Ye Fan nodded earnestly, expressing his intention to convert. Pan Zhao fell silent, ultimately producing a bank card containing exactly 50,000, with a 6-digit password of 8s. Take it, he said. Thank you, Teacher Pan, Ye Fan replied, accepting the card and exchanging a knowing glance with the portly Li. Clearing his throat, Li, though intimidated by Pan Zhao, mustered the courage to say, Teacher Pan, it's getting late. We should be on our way. Go, was all Pan Zhao uttered. Under the night sky, as he observed the departing figures of the two, a hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. Yet when he caught sight of a red mark on his arm, a trace of amusement emerged. This lad possesses a combat awareness that is truly exceptional. In the blink of an eye, he not only evaded my strike, but countered as well. Had I not spoken up, he might have delivered a few more precise blows. I must keep a close watch on this one. He is indeed a promising talent. Pan Zhao nodded, seemingly struck by a thought, casting a disdainful smile towards a nearby building. Those who dare to target my students should first consider their own capabilities. The following day, Li and Ye Fan returned to the training room for practice. This time, the atmosphere was entirely different. The news of Ye Fan scoring 300 points during his last session had spread, and within a day, nearly everyone had heard of a student named Ye Fan from the ordinary class, who by the 3rd day of school could achieve a 2-level kill of an elite beast. Consequently, the ordinary class gained notoriety. Ye Fan had told those from the elite class to refrain from entering the training room, and by the end of the day, it evolved into a rule that only those from the ordinary class were permitted entry. Many were discontent, particularly those with greater talent. Yet, as the day wore on, no one managed to attain 300 points. In fact, not a single individual even reached 100, with most only achieving a defeat score of 90. An odd scene unfolded. While the earlier training rooms were teeming with people, the last one held only a handful of students garbed in ordinary class uniforms. Isn't that Brother Fan? Quick, make way for Brother Fan. As Ye Fan entered, the initially apprehensive ordinary class students suddenly lit up, exclaiming. His cry instantly drew the attention of those nearby. He is the Ye Fan, the one who scored 300 points by defeating 2 levels. Ordinary class? You may not know, but he was the top theorist in Ping City. The principal even claimed he could become a powerful beast master. Ye Fan, you are the best. You better take a step back. Weren't you the one who said he would surely end up a failure? And now you're here, praising him? The principal truly has an eye for talent. If a D grade can be this formidable, imagine if he were an A grade. He would be invincible. The chatter of the crowd was a cacophony, reminiscent of the scene when he first entered the school. Yet this time, the words were no longer mockery, but rather attempts to curry favor. Such is the reality. When you are strong, people will scramble to please you, but when you fall, those same individuals will line up to trample upon you. Ye Fan, unfazed by the murmurs surrounding him, proceeded to the rehearsal room at the rear, his gaze resting calmly upon the student who had previously called out. The student shrank back, acutely aware that his earlier shout had not only missed its mark, but had likely landed him in an awkward predicament. Well shouted, but perhaps refrain from such outbursts in the future. Ye Fan's voice resonated, prompting the student to look up anxiously. Yet, all he received was a serene shake of Ye Fan's head, accompanied by the reminder that confidence must be self-derived. With that, Ye Fan advanced towards the practice stage. What you all gathered for? Do you have nothing better to do? A stern voice rang out, causing the crowd to disperse in an instant. Ye Fan turned upon hearing the voice and saw Pan Zhao leaning against the wall of the rehearsal room, arms crossed. It appeared he had come to observe Ye Fan's training. A smile crept onto Ye Fan's face at this realization, and he proceeded to unleash his fire hound. Activating the challenge button, a black iron 4-star beast emerged. Below, Pan Zhao gazed at the fire hound with a hint of surprise, but being a formidable figure in Pingsheng, he nodded and focused intently on the battle unfolding on stage. As a top-tier teacher at Pingsheng High School, it was only fitting that he offer special guidance to a promising newcomer. However, as the fight progressed, Pan Zhao found it increasingly difficult to maintain his earlier amusement. This young man deftly dodged every attack from the opposing beasts with remarkable agility. How could he possess such quick reflexes? Boom! In mere moments, the first beast from the simulation had fallen. Observing the score of 100, Ye Fan did not pause but instead opted to continue his challenges. The next beast, of a higher tier, met the same fate. Each attack was evaded with precision. Could it be that this young man had calculated the opponent's attack patterns? Pan Zhao furrowed his brow, realizing he was witnessing something extraordinary. It was as though Ye Fan was not merely combating the simulation, but was instead embodying the simulation itself, predicting every subsequent move of the opponent's beast with flawless accuracy, even foreseeing counterattacks after being struck. Such theoretical prowess must be exceptional to yield such results, Pan Zhao mused. Astonished as the second beast succumbed, a flash of light revealed the next adversary, a rampaging ostrich. On stage, Ye Fan smiled, and below, Pan Zhao joined in the mirth. The rampaging ostrich, a black iron 6-star beast, boasted speed rivaling that of a bronze-level creature. Even with all his calculations, could Ye Fan possibly react swiftly enough? As the battle commenced, the rampaging ostrich lunged forward, closing the distance to the fire hound in the blink of an eye. Yet in that very moment, Ye Fan's command rang out. Fire hound, take a step left, then lock its throat. Boom! The scene unfolded almost identically to the first occurrence. The rampaging ostrich had its throat severed in a single, lethal strike. Pan Zhao was momentarily stunned, until Ye Fan descended from the stage and observed the relaxed expression on his face. Pan Zhao opened his mouth, feeling a dryness within. What am I supposed to learn from this? No, I cannot just sit here. It is too humiliating. Glancing sideways at Ye Fan, who wore a smile, Pan Zhao felt increasingly restless. At that moment, the rotund figure took the stage. Upon witnessing the clumsy evasion resulting in an attack, Pan Zhao instantly rose to his feet. Liu, what are you doing? Can't you even manage such a simple dodge? The moment you see the attack, you should command your beast to evade. Do you even know how to command a beast? My grandmother could do better than you. On stage, Li the Chubby was left dumbfounded. Goodness, is this devil of a mentor here to observe my training? Chapter 19. Re-entering the forest soon, a few days had passed, and the fire fruit and strength grass in Ye Fan's beast space had matured as expected. For fire fruits, excellent. Observing the small tree bearing fruit, Ye Fan's eyes glimmered with delight as he picked the fruits and turned his gaze towards the nearby strength grass. At that moment, the strength grass had also blossomed, lush and green, yielding approximately 2 pounds after harvest. Ye Fan did not feed all these spiritual fruits at once. He gave 2 fire fruits to the fire dog and consumed some strength grass, successfully elevating it to the rank of black iron 6 stars. One cannot consume too many spiritual herbs or fruits at once. Beasts require time to assimilate and digest. Ye Fan, Are we training at school again today? In the morning, Lee the Chubby stood before Ye Fan's door, carrying more than a dozen buns. Not today. Training at school only helps with skill refinement, to truly showcase our abilities. We need to engage in real combat. Ye Fan shook his head. Today, we shall venture to Silver Moon Forest. To Silver Moon Forest. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Lee the Chubby beamed with joy. He had long been yearning for a trip to Silver Moon Forest. Not only could one earn a handsome sum, but also procure some meat. Have you finished the 5 pounds of gray bear meat? Ye Fan inwaited, observing Lee the Chubby's reaction. Yes. Lee the Chubby scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. It had been gone for several days. Ever since consuming the gray bear meat, his appetite had become quite discerning, rendering him uninterested in other foods, and for the past 2 days, he had struggled to properly execute his breathing techniques. Of course, this was not entirely his choice, as the level of one's gluttonous practice increased. The quality of food consumed must also rise to fully harness the advantages of the technique. I'll make sure to gather more food for you today, Ye Fan remarked with a hint of a smile, adding, and also attend to a matter of greater significance. Upon hearing this, Lee the Chubby looked puzzled. What matter of greater significance? You shall find out in due course. Ye Fan shook his head, carrying 2 larger bags to ensure that when the time came, there would be sufficient space in the beast space for all the meat. All right. Lee the Chubby scratched his head, turned back to his dormitory to retrieve 2 large backpacks, and followed Ye Fan outside, still feeling somewhat bewildered. Their peculiar behavior naturally caught the attention of Pan Zhao, who was at school every day. What are these 2 up to now? He pondered, observing Li Pangzi and Ye Fan, each burdened with a large backpack from a classroom in a certain teaching building. Are they heading to the Silver Moon Forest again? Those 2 rascals must think of it as a source of supplies. If they encounter a bronze-level beast hunting at the outskirts, they want to know how they met their demise. As time passed, Pan Zhao's attitude toward Ye Fan underwent a complete transformation. He began to watch Ye Fan's training daily. Initially, Pan Zhao hoped to offer guidance, but after several days of attending, he found himself unable to interject even a word, repeatedly astonished by Ye Fan's remarkably keen battle instincts. Eventually, Pan Zhao shifted his focus to providing instruction to Li Pangzi, who found the experience quite tormenting. Each day, his mandatory curriculum consisted of harsh reprimands, as Pan Zhao never held back in his critiques, coupled with the fact that Li Pangzi's beast-taming skills were rather concerning. Pan Zhao would invariably arrive, observe for a while, and then unleash a torrent of scathing remarks upon him. Over the past few days, however, Li Pangzi's beast-taming abilities improved significantly. Although he still faced relentless chastisement daily, he had begun to exhibit some semblance of skill, moving away from the previous chaotic and uncoordinated commands. These 2 really are a handful, Pan Zhao mused. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up a hat nearby and decided to check on them, lest they lose the only exemplary student in our class. Hurry up, Pangzi! In the beast-taming forest, Ye Fan furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Noticing Ye Fan's unusual reaction, Li Pangzi began to feel anxious. Are there powerful wild beasts nearby? No, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head, his gaze subtly darting towards the rear. Lowering his voice, he warned, someone is following us. Someone is following us. Li Pangzi's heart raced at the words. Shoo! Ye Fan gestured for silence, indicating with his hands while whispering, follow my lead, and don't speak. Understood. Li Pangzi held his breath, his mind racing with thoughts of the tales he had heard about murder and treasure-seeking in the beast-taming forest. Could it be that someone had targeted them, believing they were students from Pingchang High School, intending to seize their possessions? Might there be hidden arrows, perhaps even poison ones? While Li Pangzi was anxious, Ye Fan swiftly navigated through the thicket, heading directly toward a bronze-level beast's habitat. He was certainly not seeking to confront the beast, but rather to let the pursuer deal with it. Skirting the edge of the beast's territory, Ye Fan did not linger and continued forward for a considerable distance before finally halting. Ye Fan, aren't we running away? Li Pangzi, still visibly apprehensive, worried about the prospect of being robbed and harmed. No need, Ye Fan replied, casting his gaze toward the nearby beast habitat. Just wait a moment. There will be some commotion over there. Sure enough, after a brief interval, a fierce roar from a nearby beast pierced the air, indicating that someone had intruded upon its territory. Pangzi, let us head back, Ye Fan smiled, pulling Li Pangzi toward the beast's habitat. The notion of murder and treasure hunting is quite prevalent in the Silver Moon Forest, where wild beasts roam freely. The loss of 1 or 2 lives here often goes unnoticed, leading many to entertain nefarious thoughts, and instances of tracking and killing are not uncommon. However, this time was distinctly different. Ye Fan was aware of the identity of the approaching individual. As they returned, parting the thicket, they found not a soul, but the lifeless body of a bronze-ranked evil rhinoceros. A bronze-tier beast. The eyes of the plump man sparkled with excitement. Yet soon a sense of dread washed over him. The person trailing them was capable of slaying a bronze-ranked beast. He was not merely capable of killing bronze-tier beasts. Silver and even gold-tier beasts were within his capabilities as well. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, Ye Fan reassured him, "Fear not. That individual does not come to harm us. Not here to kill us." The plump man was taken aback. "Then who is it?" "It would spoil the intrigue to reveal it," Ye Fan replied, shaking his head as he gazed toward a certain direction in the jungle. "In any case, he is here to protect us." He remembered the aura of Pan Zhao, who had been following them since they entered the forest, his presence unmasked and unapologetic. Ye Fan, possessing a keen sense, had naturally detected him but chose to feign ignorance, allowing their teacher to assist them with any incidental troubles. "Quickly, gather the carcass," Ye Fan urged the plump man. "This bronze-ranked evil rhinoceros is quite valuable. It's worth at least 10,000. Not to mention, its flesh will serve well for the beasts. Given your current lack of meat, this creature, weighing several hundred pounds, should provide ample sustenance." "Understood," the plump man, sensing the danger had passed, confidently set about collecting the flesh of the evil rhinoceros. Before long, he had secured the meat and, with a spark of enthusiasm, turned to Ye Fan. "So what shall we do next? Shall we continue searching for other bronze-tier beasts?" "No," Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. "We shall head to the outskirts." "Why?" the plump man queried, scratching his head in confusion. "Did you not say someone is safeguarding us? That is indeed protection, not enforcement. It suffices to take a small advantage. More would be bothersome and diminish one's value." Ye Fan shook his head, asserting that 1 bronze-tier beast was ample. "Our purpose here is more about experiencing the true essence of beast combat." Understood." With that, the plump man followed in Ye Fan's footsteps. In the distance, perched upon a tree, Pan Zhao observed as Ye Fan and his companion moved towards the forest's edge, his surprise evident. Initially irked at finding himself unwittingly cast as a guardian, he found his opinion of Ye Fan elevated upon witnessing their decision to retreat rather than provoke further confrontation. Clearly, Ye Fan had signaled his awareness of Pan Zhao's presence, taking a small advantage before returning to his rightful pursuits. Astute, clever, and aware of the subtleties of action, alongside possessing remarkable combat talent, Pan Zhao pondered the 2 figures in the distance. Ye Fan, a person of great potential indeed. Chapter 20. The Purple-Striped Snake Plump Man. Well done this time. You've shown adaptability and growth. With the cooperation of the fire hound and the fierce sun snake. Yet another black iron 7-star gray bear lay defeated before Ye Fan and his companion. This time, the performance of the stout fellow was commendable. He deftly evaded several attempts by the grizzly bear to pounce, managing to bite back on multiple occasions. Feeling a tad embarrassed, he scratched his head and glanced at Ye Fan. "Every day, Teacher Pan scolds me while pointing at my nose. If I don't improve soon, he might just call his grandmother to duel with me, using her beast." Upon hearing this, Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head. Pan Zhao has always been stern yet warm-hearted. Although his words may be harsh, it is simply his nature. Even when teaching the elite class, he would scold them in the same manner, hence the nickname Devil Mentor. Nevertheless, this Devil Mentor is quite generous with his students. Whenever those from the regular classes approach him with questions, they generally receive insightful answers, albeit accompanied by scolding. If another teacher were to explain things to ordinary students, they might not even go to such lengths to reprimand them. "Fatty, when you grow stronger, if you can assist Teacher Pan, do lend a hand, Ye Fan suggested thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, the stout fellow paused momentarily, then hesitantly replied, if I become stronger, can I really surpass Teacher Pan? Fatty, you need to broaden your horizons. Ye Fan responded, aren't you planning to raise a python? Don't you have the confidence to surpass Teacher Pan? The stout fellow was momentarily at a loss for words, but then resolutely nodded. Then I shall undoubtedly surpass Teacher Pan in the future. That's the spirit, Ye Fan affirmed with a smile. Now, let's explore the forest and see if there are any wild spirit fruits around. Meanwhile, Pan Zhao, who had overheard their conversation from above, was taken aback. Am I really that weak? Even Li Yu has the confidence to think he will surpass me? And he plans to raise a python, as if he could ascend to the heavens. Just then, Li Fatty, filled with ambition, exclaimed, when I become more powerful than Teacher Pan, I'll also tell him to let my grandmother challenge him to a beast duel. Ha ha ha, he'll surely be furious. Pan Zhao thought to himself, it seems Li Yu is not being scolded enough. Hey Ye Fan, what do you see over there? As they walked past a large tree, Li Fatty noticed a cluster of mushroom-like growths at the roots and expressed his curiosity. Could that be some kind of spiritual herb or fruit? Upon hearing Li Fatty's words, Ye Fan glanced at the cluster of mushrooms and casually remarked, that hardly qualifies as a spiritual herb or fruit. It's called a boon mushroom, at best a mediocre fruit. Mediocre? Li Fatty asked, puzzled. Are there levels to spiritual herbs and fruits? Certainly, Ye Fan confirmed, nodding as he explained. What we typically refer to as spiritual herbs and fruits is merely a general term for those containing spiritual energy. These treasures of heaven and earth are categorized into 4 levels: mortal, spiritual, profound, and immortal. Each level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers based on their efficacy and intended audience. In truth, most of the spiritual herbs and fruits we encounter belong to the mortal level, such as the strong muscle grass, silver snake fruit, and flame fruit that I purchased earlier. The silver snake fruit is classified as a lower tier mortal treasure, while the strong muscle grass and flame fruit are considered middle tier. The higher one ascends, the more potent the treasures of heaven and earth become, significantly enhancing the capabilities of the summoned beasts. At the profound level, spiritual fruits can even alter the attributes of these beasts or augment their potential in various ways. No wonder the silver serpent fruit is so inexpensive, merely 2,000 for each. Li Fatty nodded repeatedly, inquiring about the treasures of the celestial level and their efficacy. Those are realms too distant for us to touch upon at present, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. It's not just the celestial level. Even treasures of the profound level, once they emerge, will incite fierce competition among powerful beings, resulting in a bloodbath. Indeed, Li Fatty pondered, why have we never discussed such matters before? I don't recall hearing about them in textbooks either. For most people, acquiring such knowledge is futile. It's akin to knowing the price distinctions of earthly treasures without being able to discern anything beyond that, Ye Fan articulated. If one's vision does not extend far, naturally, one cannot perceive many things. I understand now, Li Fatty responded, his eyes brimming with curiosity. I must admit that during his time with Ye Fan, he had gained a wealth of insight, particularly from the grand perspective that Ye Fan occasionally revealed, which greatly benefited him. To illustrate, before hearing Ye Fan's words, his aspirations were limited to owning a silver summoned beast and merely attending university. But now, a silver summoned beast? No, I shall raise a dragon python in the future. Is there a difference between the two? Li Yu remains the same Li Yu. Yet the chasm between a person who merely wishes to languish through life and one who aspires to become a powerful beastmaster is bound to be vast. Of course, the primary factor in this disparity is Ye Fan. Contemplating this, Li Fatty gazed at Ye Fan, who was exploring ahead, his eyes flickering with emotion as he muttered to himself, once I have a dragon python, I shall definitely procure some legendary celestial fruit for us to share. Ahead, Ye Fan naturally heard Li Fatty's murmurs, and a smile graced his lips. This rotund fellow, just a few days prior, was fixated on obtaining a dragon python, and now he desires celestial fruits. While celestial fruits may be unattainable, I do have some earthly spiritual fruits. Yifan suddenly halted and spoke up. Where are the spiritual fruits? Li fati inkira te ajarli, lean incluse. His gaze quickly fell upon a massive tree before them, entwined with purple vines, each bearing at least 7 or 8 fruits. The silver serpent fruit. Upon seeing these fruits, Li Fati felt a surge of excitement. These are the most suitable fruits for his blazing sun snake. With so many, consuming them would elevate the blazing sun snake to a black iron 4-star. I'm going to pick them. With that, Li Fati bypassed a tree root and made his way toward the silver serpent fruit. Wait, Yefan Sudenli grabit Li Fati. Lowering his voice, Fati examined the vines closely. Examine them closely? Hearing this, Li Fati focused intently, scanning the purple vines upward, yet he discerned nothing unusual. There's nothing here. As he spoke, Li Fati's words faltered. It became evident that one section of the vine was notably thicker and irregular. Upon closer inspection, he could clearly see a pair of eyes hidden there. A snake, a serpent-type summoned beast, is concealed there. Holy moly! Li Fati initially stretched his neck to take a look, but upon discovering the truth, he nearly lost his wits and staggered back several steps. Have you seen clearly? Yifan's voice echoed. I see it clearly now, Fati replied, halting his retreat and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. If Yifan hadn't reminded him, he would have surely been bitten while attempting to pluck the silver snake fruit. That purple snake was undoubtedly venomous. Yifan, let us take it down. Fati gasped, turning to Yifan. No need. Yifan shook his head, gazing at the motionless purple serpent. It's a black iron 3-star purple striped snake. Its combat capability is rather feeble. An ordinary person could easily slay it with a precise strike to its vital spot. However, it possesses one significant trait. Its venom is exceptionally potent. Once its fangs sink in, unless one has innate resistance to poison, even bronze-level beast tamers would find it insurmountable. Fortunately, it didn't bite me, Fati responded, picking up a branch from the ground. I'll aim for its vital spot. The reason I shared all this ISNT for you to attack it, Yifan remarked, a smile forming on his face. With its potent venom and being a serpent-type beast, it's perfectly suited for your second beast space. My most suitable beast? At these words, Fati was taken aback, staring at the snake that had raised its head, inhaling sharply. How do I tame it? What if it bites me? Taming a beast generally involves 2 methods, persuasion or subjugation, Yifan explained. I'll have my fire dog back you up. You can try to persuade it. If that fails, we'll resort to combat. Persuasion? Upon hearing this, Fati scratched his head, and under the watchful eyes of Yifan and the fire dog, he approached the great tree. Beneath the tree, Fati gazed at the purple serpent not far away, hesitating slightly. Hello, would you like to become my beast? Hearing this, Yifan Fepepalmit. What I meant by persuasion was to release your beast to display affinity, while simultaneously activating the beast summoning array. If it is persuaded, it will consent to sign a contract with you. It's a pity you didn't pay attention in school. With your thick accent, it likely doesn't understand you. Oh, I see, Fati said, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. He summoned the blazing sun snake, then waved his hand. Reciting the incantation as a circular array gradually formed before him. Fortunately, Fati still remembered the incantation for the beast summoning array. Hiss! On the tree, the purple-striped snake hissed as it observed the array materializing before it, glancing at Fati and the blazing sun snake, seemingly in a state of hesitation. Roar! Beside them, the fire dog let out a low growl. The purple-striped snake immediately lifted its head, noticing Yifan, who stood with arms crossed not far away. It was a beast, imbued with intelligence, and at that moment, it appeared almost human-like in its stillness. Was this what persuasion looked like? The fire dog seemed to be grinning widely. Fati, showcase your beast-taming talent, Yifan urged. All right. Upon hearing this, Fati promptly raised his hand, and the effects of the D-level toxin enhancement manifested on the blazing sun snake. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, the purple-striped serpent glanced at the fire hound beside it, whose mouth stretched wide to the roots of its ears, and then at the blazing sun serpent, whose fangs had been enhanced. After a brief pause, it emitted a low, hoarse sound and charged towards the beast-taming formation. In the next moment, the formation converged, enveloping the chubby Li. "Yefan, I have successfully tamed it," Li exclaimed with joy. "Indeed. Well done." Yefan nodded, offering no further commentary. "Now let's gather the silver snake fruits." "All right," Li responded eagerly, collecting a total of 8 fully matured fruits. Had they not come here today, these would likely have been devoured by the purple-striped serpent. "Fatty, collect the vines of the silver snake fruits as well," Yefan suddenly suggested. "I intend to transplant them." "Transplant?" Li queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. He possessed some knowledge and understood the principle of sustainable harvesting. Moreover, cultivated environments rarely rivaled the wild. Transplanting might not yield success. Nevertheless, since Yefan expressed a wish to transplant, Li did not dwell on it for long and promptly retrieved the vines, handing them to Yefan. Yefan stored the items in his beast taming space, a smile gracing his face. The silver snake fruits bore fruit approximately every 2 months. With this vine, Li's early-stage beasts would have a steady supply of spiritual fruits. "Yefan, should I continue to tame snakes of the same rank once I open my beast taming space in the future?" Li asked, excitement evident in his voice. There were still numerous low-grade serpentine beasts available, such as the cowherd snake and the cauliflower snake. Surely, those would suffice. "No," Yefan shook his head. "Those low-grade specimens are sufficient for now. In the future, you should aim to tame at least elite-grade beasts or higher." "Why is that?" "As always," Yefan explained, "the key is affinity. If you accumulate a horde of low-grade beasts, when you encounter an elite-grade one, it will sense the overwhelming presence of inferior bloodlines surrounding you. Who would wish to follow you then?" "I see." Li scratched his head, pondering. "Is there really a hierarchy among beasts?" "Indeed, and it is more pronounced than you might think. The lineage of a beast is of utmost importance," Yefan replied. "A beast with a high bloodline, even if it is of black iron or bronze rank, will instill fear in those of silver or gold rank with lower bloodlines. Furthermore, beasts of higher bloodlines are fundamentally unlikely to be weaker than those of lower bloodlines. If you accompany your collection of cowherd snakes and cauliflower snakes, regardless of whether you amass a dozen or even thousands before a dragon python, you wouldn't even be able to lift your head, let alone tame it." "However," Li pondered, "if the situation were reversed and I carried the aura of a dragon python, would it not be effortless to tame a purple-striped serpent like today?" "Precisely," Yefan affirmed, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Fatty, you are beginning to think critically." "Well," Li chuckled, scratching his head, "after all, I'm somewhat educated." At this, Yefan smiled and shook his head. "Come now, it's still early today. Let us gather more. You now possess 2 beasts and must adapt to the rhythm of commanding multiple creatures simultaneously." "Understood." Li nodded, summoning the purple-striped serpent. Noticing the serpent's seemingly resentful gaze, he scratched his head in confusion. "Why is this purple-striped serpent looking at me like that? I didn't force it. It chose to follow me willingly." The purple-striped serpent, hissing softly. In the distance, observing Fatty skillfully commanding 2 beasts simultaneously, Pan Zhao was once again astonished. What was happening? How could these students, having only recently mastered the breathing technique, already unlock a second beast space? Had he misjudged the situation? Pan Zhao pondered, his gaze flitting between Fatty and Yifan. Clearly, Yifan was a student of immense potential, able to stand alongside Liu every day. Could it be that Liu was also a talent? Yet, his methods of beast control were undeniably lacking. Was he truly suited for the practice of the breathing technique? Pan Zhao speculated, acknowledging that among the myriad of beings, each had their unique traits. Indeed, there were beast masters whose skills in controlling beasts were subpar, yet their mastery of the breathing technique was exceptionally high. There were even instances where those practicing the breathing technique surpassed their own beasts in strength. Such cases were not unheard of. Many without a natural affinity for beasts had nevertheless harnessed the breathing technique to augment their own power. These 2 youngsters are impressive. Pan Zhao nodded, a glimmer of light in his eyes. The ability to unlock 2 beast spaces at this stage undoubtedly conferred a significant advantage. Even if their innate talent was merely average, the numerical superiority of 2 against 1 represented a fundamental qualitative change. Having served as a beastmaster teacher in Pingsheng for over a decade, instructing several elite classes, he had encountered numerous prodigies. Yet this was the first time he felt such a potential in students from two ordinary classes. What exactly was this feeling? Pan Zhao himself could not articulate it. Limitless prospects? As he contemplated, his gaze sharpened, catching sight of Li Fati in a fluster, nearly biting his tongue while directing his two beasts. Wasn't this just as ineffective as controlling beasts poorly? Yifan, I can't shake the feeling that it's all rather chaotic when I try to command them, Li Fati remarked, cleaning up the carcass of a beast in front of him. I'm trying to direct one, then the other, and it feels completely disordered. There's no need to feel that way. Your commands are indeed rather chaotic, Yifan replied with a smile. In truth, directing multiple beasts is not significantly different from commanding just one. One can regard them as various traits of a single beast, identifying their respective strengths and weaknesses. For instance, the flame serpent possesses sharp fangs capable of piercing the tough hide of certain beasts and can camouflage itself seamlessly into its surroundings. While the purple-striped snake has potent venom but lacks sharpness in its fangs and is comparatively frail. In that case, should the flame serpent target the tougher areas? While the purple-striped snake exploits the softer spots and vital weaknesses of the beasts. When faced with a counterattack, should the flame serpent utilize its camouflage to hide in the environment, while the fragile yet distinctively patterned purple-striped snake seeks refuge behind obstacles? Now that you mention it, I think I understand. Li Fati seemed to have an epiphany, looking at Yifan. After a moment, he added, no wonder the principal said you would undoubtedly become a powerful beastmaster in the future. This theoretical framework is far more comprehensible than what's in the textbooks. The ability to adapt one's understanding based on the environment and various circumstances to align with the current situation is a vital skill for the strong. You must also learn to adopt this way of thinking in the future, Yifan advised, stepping forward. As the day of hunting drew to a close, Yifan and his companion had successfully captured a total of 15 beasts, each possessing a strength predominantly around 6 stars, with one each at 7, 8, and 9 stars. Not to mention a formidable bronze-level evil rhinoceros. The day's bounty was indeed remarkable. On their way out, Li Fati expressed his sentiments, pondering that next time they might capture 20 or 30 beasts. Next time, Yifan shook his head, stretching lazily. Our focus will not be on these black iron-level beasts. He continued, let us head to sell our spoils. We should keep 50 pounds of the bronze-level meat for ourselves and purchase some spiritual herbs and fruits. We need to train diligently over the next few days as the 10th approaches, and we must prepare for our entry into the secret realm. Understood, Li Fati nudda. Walking ahead, when suddenly he recalled something. Hey Yifan, didn't you mention you had something significant to accomplish today? What was it? I've already done it. Yifan replied. What was it? That purple-patterned snake? Yifan chuckled, looking at Li Fati. Fati, you are now likely the first among the new students to possess 2 beasts. Isn't that a significant achievement? Oh, Li Fati nodded, but then scratched his head. Somewhat uncertain. Am I really that impressive? Chapter 22. Entering the secret realm one morning in the beast space, Yifan practiced the sacred method, consuming another mouthful of energy. As he exhaled, he opened his eyes, which shimmered with golden light. Although only a few days had passed, it felt as if months had elapsed within this realm. At this moment, his physique had vastly surpassed that of others. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could defeat even a black iron 5-star beast with his bare hands. Wong Wong. The fire dog approached affectionately upon seeing Yifan awaken. The creature had also made significant progress, having consumed 2 fiery fruits and numerous strength-enhancing herbs, now reaching the level of black iron 8 stars. Meanwhile, in the outside world, school had only just begun 10 days prior. Such rapid advancement could only be deemed astonishing. Let us speed up. Once you advance to bronze, we can embark on greater endeavors, Yifan said, patting the fire dog's head while his gaze shifted to the land nearby. At that moment, silver snake fruits, fiery fruits, and strength-enhancing herbs had all sprouted, their aromatic essence permeating the air, making it noticeably sweeter. Additionally, a small sapling had emerged in the adjacent clear space. Gazing at the sapling, Yi Fan's eyes sharpened in focus. It was a seedling of the mid-grade bayou tree, which, upon maturity, would bear bayou fruits that significantly enhance beast growth. Bayou fruits are rare, ripening fruits, quite exceptional among mid-grade spiritual fruits. Yi Fan had used the 50,000 awarded by Pan Zhao to acquire this tree. The growth cycle of this spiritual fruit is lengthy, typically maturing once a year. Thus, the emergence of the sapling was already a considerable achievement. My bee space is becoming increasingly abundant. Yi Fan stretched lazily, plucking the spiritual fruits, and as usual, sharing some with the fire dog while pocketing the rest. Today was the day Pan Zhao would select candidates for entry into the secret realm. After several days of seclusion, Yi Fan aimed to achieve even greater gains upon entering the realm. Upon exiting the bee space, Yi Fan knocked on Li Fatty's door. But just as his hand rested on the surface, the door swung open on its own. As soon as the door swung open, Li the Fat was seen seated at the table, a hefty portion of roasted rhinoceros meat laid before him. Draped in a scarf, he wielded a knife and fork, while the air in the dormitory was permeated with the enticing aroma of barbecued meat. Yi Fan, have you finally emerged from your seclusion? Upon noticing Yi Fan's arrival, Li the Fat promptly rose to retrieve the cutlery from the nearby drawer. Come. The rhinoceros meat, just off the grill, is absolutely delicious. I shall pass. Yi Fan replied, shaking his head, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he gazed at his rotund friend. It seems you're on the brink of living a life of luxury, my friend. Do you know what date is today? What day? Li the Fat, momentarily perplexed, turned his gaze to the calendar. Upon spotting the bold red lettering marking the day of the secret realm selection, he leaped to his feet with a loud thud. Oh no, Teacher Pan said we were to assemble at 9, and it's already 5 to 8. Hurry, we must gather on the playground. Li exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Teacher Pan has been particularly displeased with me lately. If I arrive late again, he will surely have my head. Meanwhile, at the playground, Pan Zhao surveyed the line of students, frowning at the absence of familiar faces. It was just Pan Zhao who noticed the absence of Yi Fan and Li the Fat. In the back row, Deng Chong, who had long sought an opportunity to vex Yi Fan, poked his head out. Teacher, can we commence? It is already 9 o'clock, he remarked. A smile plastered across his face, fully aware of Pan Zhao's temperament. The last time 2 students were late, they were left outside. This time, if Yi Fan and his companion were tardy, they might be disqualified. Do I need you to remind me? Pan Zhao snapped back. Do you think my eyesight is so poor that I cannot see the time? No, then keep your mouth shut. Pan Zhao barked, causing Deng Chong to retract his head, confusion etched on his face. What is going on? Yi Fan is late, yet Pan Zhao is not angry? Just then, Yi Fan and Li the Fat arrived, panting heavily from the considerable distance between the dormitory and the playground. Li, did I not inform you yesterday that the selection begins at 9? Pan Zhao's gaze zeroed in on Li the Fat, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Are you a fish that you forget what I told you the moment you turn around? Yes, Li the Fat, not fully comprehending, assumed he was apologizing and nodded repeatedly. Laughter erupted, and Li the Fat looked up to see Pan Zhao's face turning an alarming shade of green. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly articulated the strategy he and Yi Fan had discussed on their way, saying, Teacher Pan, Yi Fan wasn't feeling well, so I was taking care of him and lost track of time. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's gaze shifted to Yi Fan, who appeared lively and untroubled. His expression changed. This lad seems to have made significant progress. Is this what you call unwell? Hurry back. After casting a glance at Li the Fat, Pan Zhao muttered a low curse and turned away. Yes, Li the Fat replied eagerly, grasping Yi Fan's arm as they moved towards the back of the line, coincidentally standing beside Deng Chong and his group. At that moment, Deng Chong eyed Li the Fat and cautiously shifted aside, adopting an air of wariness. Oof. At this moment, Li Pangzi was no longer afraid of Deng Chong. However, observing the latter's reaction, he expressed his confusion to Yi Fan, saying, It seems that Deng Chong is quite fearful of us. Although his fear of us might be feigned, his genuine apprehension towards Teacher Pan Zhao is palpable. Yi Fan shook his head, Despite Pan Zhao's earlier words being a blatant reprimand directed at the chubby one, the underlying implication suggested a relatively amicable relationship. Deng Chong was not a fool and could discern this. The selection rules for the positions were straightforward. Earlier, Pan Zhao had outlined the criteria. There are 10 spots beside me. If you believe you qualify, step forward. Each individual will have one opportunity to challenge the person occupying a position. Ultimately, those who stand in these 10 spots will gain entry to this secret realm. Upon hearing such regulations, a hush fell over the crowd, and one individual quietly voiced, "Teacher, isn't it quite easy for the first person to be overwhelmed in a wheel battle?" Indeed, Pan Zhao conceded with a nod. "I understand your concerns regarding fairness. Therefore, I shall grant the first person to step up a chance for a rematch if they lose." With this assurance, the crowd felt reassured. "Ye Fan, should we go up first?" Li Pangzi inquired, seeking guidance. "Of course, we should step forward first," Ye Fan replied, sensing Li Pangzi's apprehension. "You can unleash your 2 poisonous snakes later. These newcomers have hardly experienced battle. We have already slain over 20 beasts in the Silver Moon Forest. Do you lack confidence in defeating them?" "True," Li Pangzi nodded in agreement. Thus, as Pan Zhao announced the selection of positions, while others hesitated, Ye Fan and Li Pangzi had already ascended to their spots. With Ye Fan leading the charge, the 10 positions quickly filled, occupied by Li Pangzi, Ye Fan, Deng Chong, Ma Xiaoxiu, and several others whom they barely recognized. In total, the ordinary class comprised over 50 individuals, subtracting the 10 already chosen. The remaining 40 were busy seeking their opponents. Before long, someone opted to challenge the incumbent, and a beast duel commenced. Most of the ordinary class's beasts were still at the black iron 1-star level, with a few commendable ones reaching 2 stars. Both Deng Chong and Ma Xiaoxiu possessed 3 stars. Li Pangzi heeded Ye Fan's advice. He released his 2 serpents, a black iron 4-star and a black iron 3-star, both with their bodies concealed in the grass. Their heads raised in a rather intimidating manner. This display elicited gasps of admiration from the onlookers, and word of Li Pangzi's prowess with 2 beasts spread swiftly. "That chubby one can be so formidable?" Deng Chong, positioned elsewhere, muttered bitterly as he beheld Li Pangzi's serpents. "Why don't we go stir up some trouble for him?" suggested one of Deng Chong's followers quietly. "With over 10 of us, we could easily engage in a wheel battle. Are you a fool? Wasting so much effort on a mere chubby one is futile. It's far more prudent to gather more people for the secret realm," Deng Chong retorted, his gaze shifting to Ye Fan, causing him to shiver with unease. "Or perhaps we could target Ye Fan instead." "Calling you foolish is an understatement," Deng Chong exclaimed, slapping his follower. "Do you not comprehend who Ye Fan is? The throat-locking demon. Do you wish to challenge him and forfeit your beasts?" Chapter 23. Conflict. The minion who had received a slap fell silent. Ye Fan had merely visited the training room for a few days. Yet someone had recorded a video of him scoring 300 points, which subsequently spread like wildfire. It became widely known that Ye Fan's favored technique was the infamous throat lock. Regardless of the beast taming or techniques involved, in the end, he would invariably resort to the throat lock, dispatching his opponents with a single lethal strike. Thus, he earned the moniker Throat Lock Maniac, and, as the tale circulated, it morphed into a belief that anyone who engaged in a beast duel with Ye Fan would inevitably find themselves ensnared by his fiery hound's grip. This instilled a profound fear among all, resulting in Ye Fan refraining from summoning his beast, leaving him without challengers. Who would dare to confront him? For others, challenges were a matter of victory or defeat, but for him, it was a matter of life and death. After painstakingly acquiring a beast, the last thing one would want was to be locked in a death grip, leading to immediate expulsion. The minion, who had just been slapped, could only nod in resignation and remarked, "Should we allow Ye Fan and that rotund fellow to enter the secret realm unimpeded?" "Let them enter," Deng Chong replied, his gaze turning icy. "Entering the secret realm is not exclusive to our ordinary class. The elite class, talented class, and exceptional class will also participate. Once we rendezvous with my cousin inside, there will be ample opportunity to deal with him." Realizing this, the minion rejoiced. "Then let us quickly secure more positions and feast alongside you, Chong." Indeed, Deng Chong responded, shifting his attention toward Ye Fan. He had no intention of provoking Ye Fan lately, but his cousin had suddenly insisted on dealing with a young man in the secret realm, aligning perfectly with Deng Chong's desires. Once inside, we shall avenge our previous grievances, he declared menacingly, casting a fierce look at Ye Fan. Meanwhile, Ye Fan was acutely aware of Deng Chong's gaze and let out a dismissive snort. He was no longer the novice he once was. He had surpassed his peers by a significant margin. This secret realm would serve as the perfect opportunity to solidify that disparity once and for all. Soon, several hours passed, and the qualifications for entering the secret realm were finally confirmed. Ye Fan, the portly fellow, and Deng Chong were the least challenged among them. Ma Xiaoxiu had lost once, but managed to claw her way back up, while the remaining 6 consisted of 4 of Deng Chong's minions and 2 fortunate latecomers. Observing the final selection results, Pan Zhao displayed evident dissatisfaction. With his keen insight, he discerned the collusion among Deng Chong's numerous minions. Out of 10 participants, 5 belonged to Deng Chong's faction. Such youthful cliques were unlikely to achieve greatness. Pan Zhao refrained from voicing his thoughts, silently forming his judgment before announcing the final list. This secret realm expedition would last 10 days. Once inside, aside from those entering the realm, no one else was permitted to leave the school. Pan Zhao made a few arrangements and led the 10 individuals toward the secret realm located at the rear of the school. During your time in the secret realm, you may explore any part of it, but remember, you must return to the exit within 10 days. In the mystical realm, mentors will be assigned to safeguard you. However, they will not intervene unless you are on the brink of life and death. Once they do intervene, it signifies the end of your journey in this secret domain. Therefore, it is imperative to remain vigilant about your safety, as even mentors may not be able to respond in a timely manner. Each year, numerous students meet their demise within the confines of the secret realm. Along the journey, Pan Zhao elucidated the rules of the realm to the group. As he concluded his discourse, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to add, while healthy competition among classmates is permitted, the slaughter of fellow students' beasts is strictly forbidden, and one must exercise caution during beast confrontations. At this moment, Pan Zhao's gaze was fixed intently on Ye Fan. He was well aware of the young man's prowess, ranking among the top 3 of those entering this time. The only drawback was Ye Fan's ruthlessness. Whenever he engaged, the beasts he faced were invariably doomed. While this was acceptable for wild beasts, wanton slaughter of fellow students' beasts could easily earn him a reputation for malevolent intent and lead to expulsion. Ye Fan recognized that Pan Zhao was addressing him, nodding in acknowledgement but not dwelling on it. He had no desire to engage in bloodshed with these inexperienced youngsters. As long as they did not provoke him, he would refrain from unnecessary violence. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, akin to a teleportation portal. At that moment, students from other classes had already gathered, accompanied by their teachers. Upon Pan Zhao's arrival, all eyes turned toward this small group of individuals. As he had mentioned, the other classes had no restrictions on numbers. Brother Pan has arrived. A teacher, who shared a cordial rapport with Pan Zhao, greeted him with a smile, his gaze shifting to Ye Fan. So, this is the renowned Ye Fan from Brother Pan's class? Quite impressive for one so young. Indeed, Pan Zhao responded, while another mentor interjected, with Ye Fan present, Brother Pan's ordinary class will undoubtedly acquire numerous treasures during this expedition. I dare say, it may yield the equivalent of 2 trips for our class. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's brow furrowed, directing a sharp look at the speaker. Li Xiang, do you believe that your class's ability to enter twice in a month is particularly remarkable? Not all, Brother Pan. I merely meant to commend the talent of your students, Li Xiang replied, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Pan Zhao's expression darkened, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. Even at a distance, the tension in the air was palpable, and even as students, they could feel the brewing animosity. Ye Fan too sensed the atmosphere distinctly. Unlike in his previous life, they were now entering the secret realm, yet no one dared to comment, as they were genuinely overlooked. However, in this life, he had emerged prominently, clarifying previously ambiguous relationships. Beyond the ordinary class, there were a total of 8 classes. 4 of their teachers held animosity towards Pan Zhao, primarily led by the hawk-nosed figure from the elite class. Among the other 4 classes, 2 had a favorable rapport with Pan Zhao, while 1 was a peacemaker, ensuring neither side was offended. Observing the mentors in silence, Ye Fan mentally noted the students from these classes. Outside, Pan Zhao had supported him. Within the secret realm, it would be his turn to support Pan Zhao. Very well. The secret realm is now open. Classes may enter in an orderly fashion. At the entrance, 2 teachers wore solemn expressions. We are the guardians of this realm, tasked with ensuring the student's safety. Proceed. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao turned to the others and spoke. Ye Fan nodded, taking the plump student along, stepping ahead of the group and entering the secret realm first. This action immediately stirred discontent among the others. Once all the students had entered and the guardians followed suit, Jiang Hong was the first to speak up. Pan Zhao, your student Ye Fan truly brings you pride, leading the way ahead of the elite class. Is there no sense of decorum? Decorum? Who established these rules? Who decreed that students from ordinary classes cannot enter the secret realm before those from the elite class? Pan Zhao retorted without hesitation, is it my student's fault for being swift of foot? Without rules. There will come a day when someone teaches him the meaning of decorum. Jiang Hong scoffed, gazing at Pan Zhao. Do you genuinely believe that an ordinary class student can surpass those from the elite class within the secret realm? He merely consumed a couple of spirit fruits to gain a slight edge, and that has given you undue confidence? My class also boasts many capable of slaying black iron 6-star beasts. It is not only your Ye Fan who can afford spirit fruits. If that's how you feel, then let us observe how this unfolds, Pan Zhao coldly replied. I am well aware of your tricks, clique forming, and collusion. Surely your students have learned such tactics. You. At these words, Jiang Hong raised his hand, his aura surging. Pan Zhao, do you truly believe that upon reaching Golden 9-star, you are invincible? I wouldn't claim invincibility, but against someone like you, I find it quite effortless, Pan Zhao responded, unwavering before Jiang Hong, his own imposing presence rising. With a Ye Fan and a Li Yu at my disposal, how could they possibly be subdued by you when they can vanquish black, iron 9-star wild beasts in the beast forest? Chapter 24. The Layout Pan Zhao. This remark incensed Jiang Hong, who then summoned a massive silver moon wolf beside him. Its silver fur shimmered like flowing water under the sun, and with a long howl, the surrounding air surged violently. Golden 8-star. Compared to last year, Jiang Hong's beast had also risen a star in rank. Upon seeing the silver moon wolf, Pan Zhao smirked. It is merely a wolf. Do you comprehend what it means to be the king of beasts? Roaring, with a surge of light, a golden 9-star roaring lion materialized beside Pan Zhao, its majestic roar instantly overwhelming the arena with the might of the king of beasts. 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 lion, 1 wolf. Both stood opposed, causing many mentors to panic. Some rushed to pull Pan Zhao back, while others sought to restrain Jiang Hong. Brother Pan, let it be. Jiang Hong was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Jiang Hong, there is no need for such aggression. We are teachers. Let's not resort to violence at the slightest provocation. In this moment, the mentors offered their counsel. The 2 leading mentors of Pingxing High School were already closely matched in strength, both being top-tier experts. If a conflict were to erupt, it would be doubtful that anyone could restrain them. The 2 remained unmoved, their gazes locked onto each other, clearly indicating that their rivalry extended beyond mere competition to personal animosity. Cough, cough. At this moment of stalemate, a voice, slightly aged and marked by a cough, echoed through the air. The principal, upon seeing the elder's appearance, brought a sense of relief to several mentors present. In Pingxing High School, it is this venerable Principal Pumi whose words carry the most weight. You 2 are just like your beasts. You can't help but fight whenever you meet. Observing the furious expressions of Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong, Pumi shook his head in exasperation. I, Pan Zhao, conduct myself with integrity. Unlike some individuals who only engage in factionalism and internal strife, Pan Zhao retorted. Do not slander me, Pan Zhao. What evidence do you have to accuse me of collusion? Is evidence even necessary? Your actions, Jiang Hong, are notorious, Pan Zhao shot back. How dare you? Enough, enough. Pumi interjected as he noticed the two were on the brink of throwing punches. Let us not disregard the dignity of our profession. Today marks the commencement of their trial in the secret realm. What is there to quarrel about? Let's take a step back. I propose a wager. Whoever's student yields the greatest reward from the secret realm will receive a prestigious elite beast, and their teacher will enjoy an additional 3-month salary. What do you say? Upon hearing this, both Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong's expressions softened considerably, and they ceased their bickering. How will we determine who has acquired more? Pan Zhao inquired. The treasures within the secret realm possess intrinsic value. We shall tally them upon exit and see whose total is higher, Pumi replied. But what if someone brings items from their personal stash and claims them as treasures from the secret realm? Pan Zhao pressed, casting a glance at Jiang Hong. After all, our ordinary students are not as affluent as some. You are infuriating, Jiang Hong. Seeing the rising tension, Pumi quickly reassured them. The treasures in the secret realm bear unique markings. They cannot be impersonated. That is more acceptable, Pan Zhao conceded, falling silent thereafter. Jiang Hong merely huffed in response. Noticing the lingering animosity between the two, Pumi sighed, understanding the depth of their enmity, which he felt powerless to reconcile. Minimizing conflict was the best he could hope for. Very well, let's await the results in 10 days. There is no need to linger here. Go about your business. He concluded. With that, everyone began to disperse, leaving Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong to exchange one last venomous glance before reluctantly retracting their beasts and departing. As respect for the principal prevailed, in the hazy secret realm, Li Pangzi surveyed his surroundings, taken aback. Isn't this just the Silver Moon Forest we visited a few days ago? This is a secret realm constructed to mimic the Silver Moon Forest, Ye Fan explained. Since it is artificially created, it naturally requires a reference point. So, there are many wild beasts and spiritual treasures here. Li Pangzi Karia. Indeed, you can regard this as a superior version of the Silver Moon Forest. The beasts here are stronger, and the treasures are of higher quality. Not only are there spiritual treasures, but also breathing techniques and beast cubs. As Ye Fan spoke, his gaze drifted deeper into the forest, noting that in this unique place, the deepest parts housed not wild golden beasts, but rather a solitary silver-grayed creature. Li Fatty nodded, but suddenly choked up. Yefan, how do you know so much? What I know is far beyond that, Yefan replied with a mysterious smile. This secret realm could be considered the place of his rise. How could he possibly forget it? Let us go, Fatty. Since this is the Silver Moon Forest replica, this place is our home ground. With that, Yefan strode confidently ahead. Hearing this, Li Fatty glanced around at the familiar surroundings and smiled, quietly releasing his 2 serpents. Just as Yefan had said, this truly was their territory. Meanwhile, at another location within the secret realm, a group of people gathered together. It was Deng Chong with a few of his followers, meeting up with Deng Li. Cousin, Deng Chong exclaimed with joy upon seeing Deng Li accompanied by 7 or 8 others. Where has Yefan gone? Deng Li merely responded coldly after glancing at his cousin. In that direction, we all entered from the same place. Deng Chong, somewhat puzzled, asked, Did Tiu say a few days ago that you were no longer on good terms with Yefan? Why the sudden change? I said I was no longer on good terms, but I just felt uncertain at that time. Ma De Fi, that fool, was beaten by someone and has been too scared to leave his house. Deng Li replied, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Recently, I spent a considerable sum on spirit fruits to cultivate my beasts. My golden armored beast is about to reach black iron 7 stars. With my dragon armor talent, who below bronze can defeat me? Black iron 7 stars? Deng Chong was taken aback by the level. That is quite impressive. It's only natural. Deng Li shook his head. Everyone in the exceptional class possesses elite-grade beasts. If one is willing to spend money, reaching bronze is entirely possible. Speaking of bronze, how much would that cost? Deng Chong was somewhat speechless. Although their family had some wealth, after spending tens of thousands, his beast had only reached black iron 4 stars. To reach bronze, he would likely go bankrupt. Cousin, you truly are formidable, Deng Chong praised, gazing at Deng Li. With you in action, Yefan will surely face hardships. Indeed, Deng Li raised his head, his eyes narrowing. Why one is not merely to see him suffer. The chilling implication of this statement momentarily stunned Deng Chong, who cautiously inquired, "Cousin, are you suggesting we kill him?" "Yes," Deng Li affirmed, his expression icy. "Just make sure to create enough commotion so that the Guardians do not notice what is happening here." In the secret realm, the death of a couple of individuals was quite normal. "I understand," Deng Chong replied, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes, as he had anticipated Deng Li's desire to eliminate Yefan. A thought crossed his mind, causing him to tremble involuntarily. "Fool," Deng Li muttered under his breath, observing Deng Chong's reaction. He was not someone lacking in vision. Dealing with Yefan was not solely due to their previous conflict. More importantly, it was the way Yefan had looked at him that day, as if he could see right through him. That sensation left Deng Li feeling quite uncomfortable, even somewhat fearful. He knew all too well what lay behind him. If others were to discover it and expose him, it would be enough to lead to his demise 100 times over. The restoration of the dynasty threatens to implicate the entire family. He must eliminate Ye Fan. Therefore, in recent days, Deng Li has expended great resources to forcibly elevate the level of his beast companions during a phase that should not have required such urgency. He cannot allow a person who might be privy to his true identity to survive, even if the likelihood of that knowledge is less than 1%. If there is someone to blame, it is for that fleeting glance cast upon him that day. Gazing into the depths of the jungle, Deng Li spoke, his tone imbued with solemn authority. Chapter 25. The Guardian at that moment, in a secluded corner of the secret realm. A thunderous crash reverberated as a black iron 9-star Ling Long demon monkey fell before Ye Fan and the rotund figure of Li. An elite-grade beast, indeed a formidable opponent. Observing the diminutive Ling Long demon monkey before them, Li exhaled as if relieved and sank to the ground. This Ling Long white monkey was exceptionally astute, and with both Ye Fan and Li possessing commendable strength, Ye Fan commanded his black iron 8-star fire dog as the primary force, while Li's 2 venomous snakes, leveraging the terrain of the forest, lay in wait to unleash a deadly strike. Such prowess could indeed contend against beasts of the bronze grade. Yet even so, capturing this Ling Long white monkey exerted considerable pressure on the duo, proving to be over twice as challenging as their hunt for the black iron 9-star beast in the Silver Moon Forest. Several times, the Ling Long white monkey nearly captured Li, only to be saved by a powerful punch from Ye Fan. Primates, by nature, possess a greater intellect than other beasts, and this elite-grade beast was no exception. Meanwhile, Ye Fan tended to his hand's wounds and remarked, "After all, being the closest to humans, primate beasts are not only diverse in species, but many possess an array of peculiar abilities. This Ling Long white monkey is comparatively manageable. Are there primate beasts like the spirit bright stone monkey?" Li asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Given the existence of those ancient progenitors of mythical beasts, surely the spirit bright stone monkey must also exist? "There is no spirit bright stone monkey, but there is a spirit bright demon monkey," Ye Fan replied, seemingly recalling something, his gaze sharpening. "In the North Sea, there is a spirit-bright demon monkey capable of speech, understanding transformation and reason, having tamed hundreds of thousands of primate beasts, establishing a secret realm known as the Water Curtain Cave. Isn't that just like the spirit-bright stone monkey from our myths?" Li exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Not quite, or rather, not entirely. At the very least, it does not wield the golden staff," Ye Fan clarified, smiling at Li. "If you manage to enroll in university in the North Sea, you will surely learn more about it. That spirit-bright demon monkey is formidable. One of the top 10 beasts in the North Sea." "Top 10 beasts? Is there a dragon python among them?" "There is no dragon python. The remnants of its existence lie in the capital." Ye Fan shook his head. Upon hearing this, Li recoiled slightly. "Then perhaps I should reconsider attending university in the North Sea. It may be for the best. The pressure there is immense, and pursuing your studies will be challenging." Ye Fan replied, clearing the fallen Ling Long white monkey's body. On the ground, a striking blood charm flower was in full bloom, revealing the very reason they had exerted such effort to hunt the Ling Long white monkey. The blood charm flower, a spirit flower of moderate grade. possesses the remarkable ability to awaken the latent potential within beasts, enabling them to grow at an accelerated pace within a brief span of time. However, this growth is distinctly different from that induced by the white jade fruit, as it specifically targets the physical form of the beasts. Excessive consumption of this spirit flower can result in even the most stunted beasts achieving substantial growth, making it particularly suitable for those whose strength lies in physical combat. The secret realm is replete with treasures, but to acquire the blood charm flower externally, one must part with a considerable sum of money. As was customary, Ye Fan unearthed the flower along with its root, casually handing it to the rotundly. Your solar serpent should benefit from this. Its larger size will enhance both its defensive and offensive capabilities, and since it is not inherently agile, it should fare well with this flower. Good, Li replied, accepting the blood charm flower, though his gaze wandered. After glancing at the flower in his hand, he looked at Ye Fan ahead and suddenly asked, Ye Fan, what is the world like beyond Ping City? I have heard you speak of it, and it sounds perilous. The world outside? Upon hearing this, Ye Fan paused momentarily, but soon shook his head. It is indeed thrilling. While danger undoubtedly exists, it is accompanied by boundless opportunities. Knowing so much now serves little purpose. Remember this. If you wish to become the strong individual you envision, you must venture out. Ah, Li nodded, somewhat understanding. Then I must strive to get into a good university to experience the outside world. Ye Fan smiled as he walked ahead, his voice resonating softly. Actually, one need not necessarily attend university to step outside. Numerous organizations readily accept students from beast-taming high schools. These organizations vary widely. Some are devoted to exterminating beasts. Others aim to restore humanity's former glory, while some are founded on religious beliefs. There are even those committed to environmental preservation, such as collecting trash in the North Sea. It is quite fascinating. Naturally, some are nefarious, including cults that harm others and themselves, so one must exercise discernment. Those exceptionally skilled beast tamers who establish their own sects are also considered part of this landscape. Besides these avenues, individuals can embark on their own journeys. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, no one can impede their progress. Ultimately, strength remains paramount in this world of myriad intricacies. High above the secret realm, two guardians, a man and a woman, each don masks obscuring their true identities. Both possessed avian beasts, and their advanced breathing techniques granted them remarkable vision. At that moment, they surveyed the students exploring the secret realm from their lofty vantage point. That Ye Fan from the ordinary class indeed possesses commendable strength. Having entered the secret realm for the first time, he has already slain a black iron 9-star beast. If this trend continues, it is highly likely he will break through to the bronze level during this expedition, the female guardian remarked, her form captivating even in the standard uniform she wore. A glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes, clearly impressed by Ye Fan's performance. I find his companion quite impressive as well, despite his youth. He can command 2 beasts and exhibits notable proficiency in breathing techniques. The male guardian also spoke, yet his gaze remained fixed on the hefty individual. After all, mastering the breathing technique was of paramount importance. Should one attain a high level of proficiency, even without exceptional beast-taming skills, one could still be regarded as a formidable force. After a brief silence, the male guardian continued, the quality of this year's freshman at Pingqing High School is truly commendable. Not only have we witnessed the emergence of an A-grade beast-taming talent not seen in decades, but the proportion of B-grade students is also impressively high, and surprisingly, there are even 2 unexpected delights in the D-grade class. Who knows, in 3 years, we might see an individual capable of gaining admission to Kyoto University. It seems that Pingqing High School is finally reaping the rewards of its perseverance. The female guardian smiled. It had been many years since 2 talents had emerged, and the higher-ups' interest in Pingqing had diminished significantly. If this trend continues, perhaps in a few years, both of us will be recalled. Having lived in Pingqing for over a decade, this place has become my home. Returning is not as simple as it seems. The male guardian shook his head, intending to continue speaking, when his gaze suddenly focused on a particular spot in the forest. Is that Dang Li from the elite class? What is he gathering such a large crowd for? Upon hearing this, the female guardian also turned her attention to the same spot, and, after a brief glance, her brow furrowed. It appeared they intended to confront Ye Fan. I have heard there were some prior conflicts. These students enter the secret realm, and instead of focusing on their primary objectives, they learn to bicker amongst themselves with alarming speed. The male guardian exclaimed, "What a disappointing bunch of rascals. Should I intervene?" Noticing the male guardian's anger, the female guardian suggested, "Perhaps a gentle warning would suffice?" "No need, let those knaves be." The male guardian replied, clearly irritated. Ye Fan is evidently experienced in hunting. What do they think they can achieve by troubling him in such terrain? Should a duel occur in the secret realm, if something goes awry, I'll be watching, the male guardian interjected. I'm rather curious to see how a group of petty squabblers will fare. Chapter 26. Unconventional tactics. Catch this, fatty. In the afternoon, deep within a secluded patch of grass, Ye Fan harvested 3 red mushrooms resembling explosive fungi and tossed them to Li Fatty. What are these? Li Fatty inquired, scratching his head at the sight of the vividly red fungi. These are berserk mushrooms, a low-grade spiritual herb. Consuming them will temporarily enhance a beast's combat prowess, but it will subsequently induce a period of weakness lasting around an hour, Ye Fan explained, brushing the dirt from his hands. Essentially, it's akin to a stimulant, Li Fatty remarked, stowing the berserk mushrooms away. Upon realizing that their large backpack was nearly full, a smile spread across his face. And this is only the first day. Have we truly gathered so much already? What we have collected thus far is merely trivial, low-grade items. We are still on the outskirts of a secret realm. If we could attain bronze-level strength and venture into the inner sanctum, the rewards that would be far superior. Perhaps we might even acquire some remarkable beasts, Ye Fan replied, gazing at their bountiful haul with a hint of amusement in his eyes. In his previous life, until the end of the first semester of his second year in high school, he remained on the periphery of the realm. However, in this incarnation, on merely the first day of entering the secret realm, his gains already surpassed those of an entire year in his past existence. This astonishing harvest can be attributed not only to Ye Fan's prior experiences, but also, and more significantly, to the importance of strength. The greater their combat prowess, the deeper they could venture into the secret realm, thus acquiring better rewards and achieving more significant advancements. It is a positively reinforcing relationship. Those at the level of a black iron 1-star could only scavenge on the outskirts, and a monthly expedition into the secret realm might yield nothing at all. By the time one's level increases, the valuable items would have already been claimed, leaving them to continue scavenging for scraps. To progress swiftly is to ensure continual advancement. Only by staying ahead of others can one grasp all the treasures available. After distributing the spirit herbs and medicinal plants they had collected today, Ye Fan allowed his beast to consume some and rest for a while. Tomorrow, they would delve deeper. Ye Fan spoke as he rummaged through his backpack. On the other side, Fatty Lee similarly opened his backpack, and with Ye Fan's judicious allocation, they divided the 2 large bags of spirit herbs and medicinal plants into the most suitable portions. Soon, with the consumption of the herbs, Ye Fan's firehound experienced another breakthrough, reaching black iron 9 stars. Meanwhile, Fatty Lee's 2 beasts, the blaze serpent, had advanced to black iron 5 stars after consuming an additional blood charm flower, while the purple striped serpent had attained black iron 4 stars. Wow, I feel a bit surreal, Fatty Lee exclaimed, staring at his 2 evidently stronger beasts. At this stage, unless one was from a wealthy family, it was virtually impossible for students to elevate their beasts to black iron 4 or 5 stars. Yet here he was, not only achieving that, but with 2 beasts. Can I, as a D rank, truly be this powerful? Fatty, you're falling into your old habits again, Ye Fan's voice chimed in. Have you forgotten what I told you? You need to have vision. Oh, right, vision, Fatty Lee replied, nodding, pausing for a moment, then suddenly scoffing. Such a trivial black iron. How laughable. This scene left Ye Fan momentarily stunned, followed by an amused smile. Ye Fan, look at me. Do I exude the aura of a strong individual? Fatty Lee asked, lowering his voice with a furrowed brow. The aura of strength is scarce, but the aura of youthful bravado is becoming more pronounced, Yi Fan remarked, standing up with his backpack. All right, let us find a safer spot and set up the tents. Wait for me, still immersed in his performance. Fatty Lee hurried after Yi Fan as he entered the thicket. Clang, clang, clang. In the depths of the forest, the sound of hammering on wooden stakes echoed. Fatty Lee was busy setting up the tent, while Yi Fan gathered some herbs to burn, scattering the ashes around to ward off mosquitoes. After all, this was a forest, and the mosquitoes here were not ordinary. Many could be considered beasts themselves, though their strength may only reach black iron 1 star. A bite could leave a swelling that lasted 4 or 5 days. At last, Fatty Lee set down his hammer, surveying the 2 neatly erected tents before him with a satisfied grin. Yi Fan, come look at how well I pitched this tent. Let me see. Yi Fan turned his head and beheld the handiwork of the hefty man, nodding in approval. Not bad, Fatty. Your wilderness survival skills are gradually becoming quite proficient. Fatty Lee scratched his head and exhaled. This tent is indeed of excellent quality. The expenditure 100 or so is well worth it, sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, with easy access. However, as he admired the tent, an unsettling thought suddenly crossed Lee Fatty's mind. Hey, where's the door of my tent? Not far away, Yi Fan, who had just praised the hefty man, raised his eyebrows. After a few moments of silence, he spoke slowly. You didn't happen to install the door on the top side, did you? Lee Fatty scratched his head, about to explain himself, when, suddenly, a large group of people emerged from the jungle. Deng Chong? Upon recognizing the leader of the group, Yi Fan's expression hardened, his body instinctively sinking into a defensive stance. Next to him, Lee Fatty reacted swiftly, summoning his 2 beast companions immediately. At last, I found you. Deng Li's voice rang out from the crowd, and he stepped forward, glancing at the 2 beasts with a hint of mockery. Black iron 4 stars, black iron 5 stars. Dead Fatty, you found something good in this secret realm. Lee Fatty recoiled, about to retort when Yi Fan interjected, Deng Li, have you come to seek revenge for your cousin? Hearing this, Deng Li's gaze shifted to Yi Fan, and as he met Yi Fan's unwavering stare, his eyes narrowed. Yi Fan, you must know why I am here, right? Take a guess, Yi Fan replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, maintaining his calm demeanor. If it's a battle you seek, then let us engage. Last time, you did not strike when you should have. I did not fully enjoy defeating your cousin. Arrogant, Deng Li retorted angrily, summoning a beast that resembled a spiky hedgehog, clad in golden armor. Beast, dragon armor. The light surged once more, the golden armor of the beast being reinforced, with scale-like structures appearing, indicating a significant increase in defensive capabilities. The dragon armor golden beast, such a combination suits you. A man fearful of death, Yi Fan remarked nonchalantly, then whistled. In the jungle, a patrolling fire hound brushed aside the underbrush and leaped to Yi Fan's side. Black iron 9 stars. The sight of the fire hound, nearly reaching Yi Fan's waist, sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. How is this possible? Deng Li's expression soured as he gazed at the fire hound. Just days ago, it was only black iron 4 stars. You should clarify that just a few days before that, it was merely black iron 1 star. Yi Fan replied with a slight smile. How could a genius from Class B be frightened into fleeing by a single fire hound? Black iron 9 stars is nothing to boast about. Deng Li lowered his voice, turning to his followers. There are 15 of us here. Can you withstand us all alone? A rabble, no matter how numerous, remains a rabble, Yi Fan countered, raising his hand. Beast, descend. Light cascaded down as the fire hound grew yet again. Yi Fan took the initiative, stepping forward to launch an attack even before Deng Li and his companions could react. Fatty, let us move. Upon hearing this, Li Pangzi readily agreed, and the 2 venomous snakes swiftly vanished into the underbrush, making their way towards the crowd. Clang! The fire dog raised its sharp claws, delivering a heavy blow to the armored beast's shell, producing a dull thud. However, this strike seemed to inflict little damage on the armored creature. Oomph! My armored beast, combined with the dragon armor, is beyond the reach of a mere bronze-level beast master's assault. Observing this scene, Deng Li spoke coldly, but the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Yi Fan, how dare you? Before he could finish, a fist landed heavily on his chest, sending Dang Li staggering back several steps before he fell to the ground. Who told you that I must break through your armored beast defense? Ye Fan's voice rang out, and in the crowd, Dang Li looked up in a panic, only to see Ye Fan flexing his fists, his gaze icy. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. A beast master is not merely a master of beasts. Go! The fire dog lunged into the crowd, and simultaneously, Ye Fan's fists followed suit. Engage him. Use your beast to fight him. Surround him. Do not let him break through. There are snakes. I've been bitten by a snake. Fire dog. Block the fire dog. It's coming for me. In the front of the crowd, the armored beast, nestled within its shell, heard the chaos erupting behind it. It cautiously extended its head from its shell, observing the carnage wrought by Ye Fan and the fire dog, and for the first time, it questioned the efficacy of its heavy shell. Chapter 27. A brutal beating. Ye Fan fought like an adult bullying a child. Above, the female guardian watched Ye Fan, who stood out amidst the crowd, and shook her head. It was her first time witnessing a beast master engage in combat with their fists. Previously, they were either martial artists or beast hunters trained from a young age. You have yet to see the full picture. The male guardian immediately shook his head, fixing his gaze on Ye Fan, exhaling deeply. I previously mentioned that his companion possessed a superior mastery of breathing techniques, but I did not anticipate that Ye Fan's prowess in this regard vastly surpassed that of his companion. He is not merely a martial artist. Rather, due to his mastery of breathing techniques, his physique is significantly superior to that of his peers. Breathing technique? Upon hearing this, the female guardian was somewhat astonished. How long has he been practicing breathing techniques? It seems implausible that he possesses such a formidable physique solely due to them. That black iron 4-star rattlesnake could hardly withstand a few of his punches. It is evident his breathing techniques must be at least at the second level or higher. The male guardian shook his head, asserting that it should not be an ordinary breathing technique. He likely hails from a family of strong practitioners who have passed down a rare breathing technique to him, and he has presumably trained for a considerable time. Are there strong practitioners in Ping City? Certainly, though most have retired from the front lines, choosing to live out their days in peace. The male guardian spoke slowly, his gaze deepening. The surname Yi, and in Ping City, could it be that one? That one purportedly has no descendants. Upon hearing this, the female guardian quickly lowered her voice, cautioning against discussing that individual, who is known to be sensitive to what is said about them in hushed tones. Regardless of whether it is true or not, Ye Fan warrants close observation. The male guardian shook his head. If my suspicions hold merit, it would explain why Ye Fan is so formidable at this moment. What about those students? Should we intervene? The female guardian once again expressed her concerns, seemingly anxious about the potential for grave consequences. That young man possesses a discernible restraint. If he truly intended to strike, then Dang Li would likely sustain severe injuries from the very first blow. The male guardian pondered for a moment before adding, those who were bitten by the snake may require assistance. As for Liu, Ye Fan's directive for him to take action was merely a pretext. He directly unleashed the snake to bite, wasting such a profound mastery of breathing techniques. In the jungle, the air was filled with anguished cries from those bitten by snakes, those pummeled by Ye Fan, and those savaged by fire hounds, each bearing various wounds. The overwhelming tide of battle had been predetermined the moment Ye Fan surpassed the golden armored beast. They had sought trouble with Ye Fan, relying on the assumption that he could not breach the defense bolstered by the dragon armor of the golden armored beast, thus attempting to surround him. Little did they realize that Ye Fan eschewed conventional tactics. Unable to breach the golden armored beast's defense, he simply turned to assault them directly. The golden armored beast, moving at a sluggish pace, was incapable of providing timely defense. A single black iron 9-star fire hound, coupled with Ye Fan, a black iron 4-star, struck with ferocity akin to wolves among sheep. The inexperienced children, unaccustomed to close-quarters combat, were utterly overwhelmed, each sustaining bruises and begging for mercy. Just moments ago, they had boasted of teaching him a lesson, yet now they had fallen silent. Ye Fan strolled leisurely through the throng, soon arriving before Dang Li, who had been left dazed, seated on the ground, panting heavily. Having endured punches dog attacks, and snake bites, he was undoubtedly the most unfortunate among them. He had envisioned various outcomes, even the possibility of unforeseen events, yet never anticipated such unexpected circumstances. Wasn't a beastmaster supposed to rely on their beasts in combat? Could one truly resort to wielding fists? Ye Fan, do not overstep your bounds, Deng Li said, gazing at Ye Fan, whose lips curled into a smirk. As a beastmaster, do you consider this victory honorable? You gathered 15 individuals to confront merely 2 of us, and you question my sense of honor in winning? Ye Fan chuckled at this remark, crouching down to meet Deng Li's gaze directly. Let me enlighten you. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. If I wish to kill you, I could do so at any moment. Dare you? Deng Li retorted. You know who stands behind me. His words trailed off into silence. Ye Fan, however, wore a knowing smile as he leaned closer to Deng Li, whispering, I am aware, but do you dare to speak it aloud? At this revelation, Deng Li's pupils dilated in shock, his eyes reflecting waves of terror. He truly knows. Those matters shrouded in darkness can never bear the light. With a cold snort, Ye Fan chose not to elaborate further, clapping his hands before turning away. Very well, you may leave now. Upon hearing this, the group scrambled away in a frantic rush. Deng Li remained rooted for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and limping away. Ye Fan, you let them go just like that, Li Fadi remarked, watching the fleeing students with concern. What if they come back with reinforcements? They've suffered snake bites, and so has Deng Li. They won't get far. The guardians will likely escort them out. Ye Fan stretched lazily, seemingly hinting, they are merely a group of insignificant shrimp. It is meaningless to trouble them. We should instead provoke the mighty fish lurking behind them, for that would be far more intriguing. Shrimp? Mighty fish? Upon hearing this, Li Fadi expressed his confusion. What do you mean? It's as simple as fishing, an elementary principle, Ye Fan replied, clapping his hands. Well, knowing this won't serve you much purpose. Instead of asking me, why not ponder where you'll be sleeping tonight? With time still to spare, he suggested, shall we have a seesaw? Let us jump in tonight. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Fadi scratched his head and said, I'll go and make the arrangements. With that, he turned and swung his arms, clearly preparing for a vigorous endeavor. Meanwhile, Ye Fan observed Li Fadi's retreating figure, his gaze sharpening in contemplation. It was evident he had deliberately let Deng Li go. After all, without this little shrimp serving as bait, how could one ascertain the identity of the formidable fish lurking behind? Such actions bore a certain risk, yet it was manageable, as Pan Zhao would generally be there to safeguard them, following closely. This formidable mentor, a devil of the golden 9 stars, possessed undeniable strength. At this moment, the fishing rod was set and the bait cast, awaiting the catch from the depths. Ye Fan pondered what magnitude the lurking fish might possess. A chill crossed his gaze as he thought, let us hope it isn't an old acquaintance. Those bitten by the snake, come with me. As Ye Fan had anticipated, Deng Chong and his companions had not strayed far before the guardian appeared, though only one was present, the male guardian. Why? Someone in the crowd questioned, perplexed. Among the snakes that bit you, one is a purple-striped snake, highly venomous, capable of killing a bronze-level beast, the guardian replied coldly, his tone frigid. Do you believe your bodies are stronger than a bronze-level beast, capable of withstanding this venom? Guardian, please save us. Upon hearing this, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure. The venom began to take effect, causing some faces to turn a sickly shade of blue. The guardian said nothing further, merely counting the individuals present. When he reached Deng Li, the latter suddenly inquired, if you take us out, does that mean our qualification for this secret realm is revoked? Indeed, the guardian nodded. Upon hearing this, Deng Li's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth. Though they had been searching for Ye Fan that day, they had also acquired numerous valuable items. It was evident that if they could remain in the secret realm for 5 days, they would reap considerable benefits. Exiting now would mean a significant loss. Ye Fan and Deng Li lowered their voices, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes, overshadowed by burgeoning hatred. This Ye Fan must die. Guardian, we were bitten by Ye Fan and Li Yu, what about them? Deng Chong interjected, cursing. They harmed their fellow students so grievously. Shouldn't there be consequences? Did your teacher not inform you that beast duels are permitted before entering? Upon hearing this, the guardian, already displeased with the group, let out a cold snort, turning his gaze toward Deng Chong, an imposing aura emanating from him. Do you believe I am blind, unable to perceive your actions within the forest? Chapter 28. The short-legged violent lizard Ye Fan. Are you awake? Early the next morning, Li Fatty emerged from the tent, stretching languidly. Just as he began to speak, he noticed Ye Fan executing a peculiar martial arts stance. What style of boxing is this? Li Fatty inquired with curiosity. It is a health-preserving martial art, Ye Fan replied, executing his final punch, withdrawing his fists, and exhaling deeply. He then turned to Li Fatty with a smile. So, Fatty, are you interested in learning? I shall not delve into health-preserving martial arts. Li Fatty hastily shook his head, retrieving a substantial amount of provisions from the tent. Life is fleeting. It is better to savor it joyfully. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head. It mattered little that Li Fatty did not wish to learn the myriad techniques, as they were indeed suited only for those of calm disposition, revealing their efficacy only after years of practice, which was not particularly aligned with Fatty's character. Ye Fan, where are we headed today? While munching on his food, Fatty spoke somewhat indistinctly. Are we going to search for good things as we did yesterday? Pretty much, but today I intend to be more aggressive, Ye Fan replied. Are you interested in a bronze-tier beast master? Bronze tier? Hearing this, Li Fatty choked momentarily before hurriedly exclaiming, but bronze-tier beast masters have already comprehended beast mastery skills. Our beasts are still at the black iron level. Isn't it a bit too risky to hunt across realms? Without risk, there's no reward. A bronze-tier beast master possesses only one skill. As long as we familiarize ourselves with it, it should be manageable, Ye Fan responded confidently. Moreover, the bronze-tier beast we will confront today is not particularly formidable, and its weaknesses are quite evident. Well, if that is the case, then I have no objections. Li Fatty did not hesitate long, for upon entering the Beastmaster Forest, he had already joined Ye Fan in a 3-star hunt for wild beasts. Now, with 2 beasts of his own and Ye Fan's beasts having reached black iron 9 stars, hunting a bronze beast should pose no significant challenge, right? What are those 2 planning now? Are they venturing into the territory of bronze-tier beasts? In the sky, as Ye Fan and his companion finished packing their tent and prepared to depart, the female guardian's gaze fell upon them. Let them go. Youthful vigor can be admirable. We shall just keep an eye on them, the female guardian remarked, shaking her head with a smile. Yesterday, they managed to repel 11 students, 8 of whom were from the elite class. Once they step out, Li Xiang will likely be displeased. Their current instructor is Pan Zhao, whose temper is notoriously fierce. What could Li Xiang dare to say unless Jiang Hong stands up for him? The male guardian mused, shaking his head. He seemed intrigued by the mention of instructors and looked at the female guardian. By the way, what grudge exists between Jiang Hong and Pan Zhao? Why do they engage in conflict every time we arrive in Ping City? Even after more than a decade, they are still at odds. It seems it all stems from a girl they both pursued in their school days. As the conversation turned to this topic, the female guardian expressed her interest, leaning closer and saying they were renowned geniuses in Pingxing back in the day. It is said they were like brothers, both attending university in Bahai, where they simultaneously fell in love with the same girl. However, being good friends, they could not allow a mere woman to drive a wedge between them. Thus they agreed to a fair competition. Eventually, it seemed that the girl favored Pan Zhao. Later on, during a college mission, Jiang Hong happened to be assigned to work with her. Despite it being an ordinary task, the group suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a handful of survivors, and the girl perished in a mysterious realm. Pan Zhao conducted an investigation, seemingly uncovering some truths, but when confronted by Jiang Hong, he remained tight-lipped, creating a rift between them. Over time, their friendship deteriorated into animosity, a situation that persisted even upon their return to Pingxing. Did Jiang Hong kill that girl? Upon hearing this, the male guardian expressed skepticism. While Jiang Hong might exhibit some pettiness, he was a young prodigy with a strong character. Surely he would not stoop so low. The specifics remain unclear. Some say a beast tide erupted in the mysterious realm. Others claim it was an assassination by a cult targeting the academy's top students. while some insist that Jiang Hong was indeed responsible. Only the two of them know the full truth. The female guardian shook her head, stating that they had been adversaries for many years, evenly matched until last year when Pan Zhao experienced a stroke of luck, suddenly gaining an ace up his sleeve, which enabled him to defeat Jiang Hong for the first time in a teacher competition. There will likely be much more drama to unfold. The male guardian voiced his thoughts, seemingly recalling something. The young man from the Ji family is now Jiang Hong's student, an A-grade talent seldom seen in decades. While Pan Zhao has also produced a Ye fan, who appears to be a descendant of a prominent family. With 3 years of high school ahead, these two, along with their respective mentors, are bound to engage in fierce rivalry. A resolution must come. The female guardian sighed in resignation, hoping that these two young talents would not let their teacher's enmity spark hatred between themselves. After all, they are both from Pingsheng, and mutual assistance would be preferable. I personally do not see an issue as long as no one resorts to lethal measures. It can remain a healthy competition. The male guardian replied, seemingly unconcerned, noting that both Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong have retreated to a small city like Pingsheng. Yet, when considering the entire beast master community of their generation, they possess considerable strength, possibly a reason for their rivalry. Both are determined to outdo the other, and until one prevails, this fierce motivation may serve as a driving force. Ye Fan, have we arrived? Walking through the forest, feeling the heavy atmosphere, Fatly lowered his voice. Are you sure this bronze-level beast is manageable? It feels so oppressive here. Quite certain it can be handled, Ye Fan replied, and suddenly halted. Ahead, a protruding tree root obstructed their path, and the once dense jungle became unexpectedly orderly, as if meticulously pruned. This is the place. Observing the familiar scene, Ye Fan softly uttered, then bent down to pick up a stone from the ground, tossing it toward the tree root. With a soft thud, the stone arched gracefully, surpassing the root and landing behind it, followed by an eerie silence. This scene struck Li Pangzi as somewhat bizarre. He gazed at Ye Fan, opening his mouth to speak. Ye Fan, you didn't even shout. Before his words could fully escape, a colossal beast, towering at least 3 meters, burst forth from behind the tree roots with a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding foliage to bow in submission. Holy cow! A bronze 3-star, short-legged tyrant lizard. Upon witnessing the emergence of the beast, Li Pang's heart raced, glancing at Ye Fan. Is this what you meant by not strong? Indeed, not strong. At least in terms of intelligence. Ye Fan replied with a smirk, swiftly turning away. Now, fatty, run. As his voice echoed, Ye Fan was already in motion, prompting Li Pangzi to wish for 8 legs, his strides growing frantic. Boom! Boom! Deep within the Beast Master Forest, a short-legged tyrant lizard pursued the two, who adeptly navigated the terrain to evade it. The lizard wreaked havoc, demolishing any obstacles in its path. Ye Fan, how on earth do we deal with this short-legged tyrant lizard? After narrowly avoiding a bite, Li Pangzi summoned every ounce of strength to accelerate once more, shouting, At this rate, I'll be run to death. Don't panic, came Ye Fan's voice, slightly breathless from their prolonged sprint. He then bent down to pick up a large rock, abruptly halting and hurling the stone into the nearby rainforest. A roar erupted once more, and in the next instant, a silver-backed gorilla charged out from the foliage, its massive jaws agape. Another one? Li Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Fan, what on earth are you doing? Before he could finish, Ye Fan yanked him backward, and they rolled into a nearby ditch. Shoo, Ye Fan signaled with a gesture for silence, then raised his fingers 1, 2, 3. Boom! The sound of 2 colossal beasts colliding erupted behind them, followed by a cacophony of roars. That takes care of it. Hearing this, Ye Fan exhaled, visibly relaxing. He turned to the still shaken Li Pangzi and smiled. You can peek out now. Cautiously, Li Pangzi emerged from the ditch, witnessing the short-legged tyrant lizard and the silver-backed gorilla locked in a fierce struggle, as if each viewed the other as a sworn enemy. Wow, they just went at it without realizing the provocateur was you? That's the weakness of the short-legged tyrant lizard. Too foolish, Ye Fan remarked with a grin. As for the silver-backed gorilla, it possesses a strong territorial instinct. Normally, it would avoid conflict unless provoked. and the lizard's reckless charge into its territory could only lead to such a confrontation. So, we simply wait for them to mutually exhaust one another? Li Pangzi seemed to grasp the situation. They want to achieve a decisive outcome. At most, one will retreat after sustaining injuries. Ye Fan clarified, shaking his head. Even if wounded, a bronze 3-star elite is still formidable. Then our target isn't them? Li Pangzi inquired. Certainly not. Ye Fan similed. Then brushed off the dirt from his clothes and stood up, exclaiming, "Now, let us venture to the lair of the short-legged tyrant lizard. We shall draw it away and pilfer its home." Chapter 29. The inferior transformation fruit. By heavens, Ye Fan, you truly possess audacity beyond measure. In the lair of the short-legged tyrant lizard, as he reached for the golden fruit nestled against the rocky wall, Li Fatty marveled and inquired curiously, "What exactly is this treasure that warrants such peril?" "It is indeed worth the risk, and greatly so," Ye Fan affirmed, carefully stowing away 4 fruits in his bosom. This fruit, known as the inferior transformation fruit, has the remarkable ability to elevate the bloodline of lowly beast tamers, even allowing them to ascend to the elite bloodline. When consumed by beasts of elite lineage, it can swiftly enhance their strength. The short-legged tyrant lizard was originally just an ordinary reptile of inferior grade. It was only due to the presence of this inferior transformation fruit that it gradually evolved into the elite bronze beast it is today. We have arrived just in time. In another year or 2, this lizard will likely ascend to the silver tier. Such a precious fruit? Upon hearing this, Li Fatty was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Does this mean it has attained spiritual level? Not quite. It is an exquisite item among the common grade. Yet it falls short of the spiritual level. Ye Fan shook his head, clarifying that it primarily targets those of inferior grade. And the term precious is relative to us students of humble beginnings. After uttering this, Ye Fan secured the last inferior transformation fruit and gazed at the vines and several unripe fruits on the rocky wall, hesitating briefly before resolutely deciding to retreat. "Let us withdraw. We shall return another time for the vines." With that, he swiftly retreated, closely followed by Li Fatty. No sooner had they exited than the short-legged tyrant lizard returned, battered and bruised, to its lair. Clearly, it had been no match for the silverback gorilla. When it discovered that its precious inferior transformation fruits had vanished, an enraged roar reverberated throughout the outskirts of the secret forest. "Fortunately, we made our escape in time. Had we lingered a few more minutes, we would have surely been caught," Li Fatty remarked, glancing back at the distant jungle and exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet soon after, excitement coursed through him. "Where are the inferior transformation fruits? Let me have another look." "Here they are." Ye Fan grinned, opening his backpack to reveal 6 golden fruits. They smelled delightful. Li Fatty inhaled deeply, only for his stomach to growl in response. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, asking, "Can humans consume these fruits?" "They are intended for beasts. It is best if humans refrain from eating them," Ye Fan replied, dividing the fruits in half. "Here, Fatty, take these 3. It would be wise to first give one to a beast. This way, the chances of elevating it to elite status are greater." Li Fatty azita, fully aware of the fruit's value. Yet he turned to Ye Fan and said, "I haven't contributed much. You should use them for the firehound first. After all, it is our main force, and boosting its strength would be more beneficial." "No need. 3 fruits are sufficient." Ye Fan smiled in response, adding thoughtfully, "Do not use the fruits blindly. It is best to consider the future direction of your beast. For instance, regarding your blazing sun snake, as I mentioned earlier, if its primary role is defensive, you should nourish it with relevant items, such as spirit herbs and fruits that promote growth and expansion. In doing so, when you utilize the inferior mutation fruit, its bloodline enhancement will align with this direction. The advancement of a beast's bloodline is selective. It typically enhances the inherent strengths of the creature, which can be perceived as a form of evolution. Understanding this, Li Fatty nodded, stowing away the fruit, his expression betraying an undeniable excitement. The enhancement of a low-grade beast bloodline brings about substantial improvements, resulting in a qualitative shift in its potential and overall performance. Meanwhile, Ye Fan observed Li Fatty's reaction with a smile in his eyes, glancing at the fruit in his hand. This moment marked the inception of his ascent years ago, when a fortuitous encounter revealed the conflict between the short-legged violent lizard and the silverback gorilla, leading him to obtain the inferior mutation fruit, an elite-grade beast. While its enhancement may seem significant or trivial, can often open a door to greatness, the path to becoming a formidable force. The future appears increasingly intriguing. After tucking away the inferior mutation fruit, Ye Fan remarked with a sense of contemplation. "I share your sentiments," Li Fatty chimed in, scratching his head. "I suddenly recalled that when my father accompanied me to school a few days ago, he mentioned that if I struggled with my studies, I could return home to learn how to butcher pigs. It could become a useful skill." Uncle Li certainly speaks with unvarnished honesty. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head. "When my father brought me here, he didn't say much. He merely urged me to study diligently and strive for admission into a reputable university. It was my mother, over the phone, who tearfully reminded me of countless things." As he spoke, Ye Fan's gaze flickered, memories of his parents surfacing in his mind. They were an ordinary family, running a modest restaurant, diligently making a living for many years. Had it not been for the subsequent beast tide, the pinnacle of his past life would surely have afforded them a much better existence. Reflecting on this, Ye Fan let out a sigh, a smile gracing his face. It's wonderful to be back in a time when they were still here. Once the secret realm concludes, let us return home and visit them. Having thought of something, Ye Fan turned to Li Fatty. "Sound good?" Li Fatty nodded in agreement. "If my father knew that I could manage 2 beasts within just over 10 days of school, he would probably go burn incense in gratitude for my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Ye Fan smiled. "Then you should ask Uncle Li to prepare a bit more incense. Who knows, you may have plenty more to burn in the future." In the office, a disgruntled Li Xiang approached Jiang Hong, brimming with resentment. "Look at Ye Fan. He is utterly disregarding the situation. He and Li Yu have expelled 8 students from our class, while only 32 made it into the elite class. Even Deng Li was sent out by him. Isn't this jeopardizing the future of our class? The harvest from the secret realm is significant, and with his antics, our class's performance will surely suffer. I believe it is imperative for Pan Zhao to provide an explanation. What does it signify that he utters not a single word of apology amidst such substantial losses? Has he become so enamored with Ye Fan that he disregards the futures of other students?" Seated nearby, Jiang Hong listened to Li Xiang's grievances, his expression betraying discontent. "I have heard about Deng Li's situation. The Guardians have responded that they provoked Ye Fan by gathering in numbers, with 15 of them being subdued by just 2 opponents. They initiated the confrontation, yet lacked the skill to prevail. What more is there to discuss?" Upon hearing this, Zhang's demeanor darkened, while Li Xiang's countenance stiffened. Soon after, his tone softened. "Jiang, I am merely concerned that Ye Fan may become uncontrollable." Jiang Hong shook his head. "To be truly formidable, one must possess the bloodline of a dragon. A mere 4-legged lizard aspiring to soar is nothing but a delusion. However, I have heard that Ye Fan's firehound has already reached the level of black Iron 9 stars." Li Xiang replied, his voice tinged with concern. "This time in the secret realm, it may very well ascend to bronze." "And what a bronze? Being swift in one instance does not guarantee perpetual speed. It merely implies the purchase of some spiritual fruits," Jiang Hong countered, still shaking his head. "On the 1st of next month, Jie will return. Given his family's wealth, he too will likely attain bronze level. No matter how formidable Ye Fan may be, he cannot suppress an A rank that has not emerged from Ping City for decades. The disparity between D rank and A rank is evident to both of us. Let us not forget that this meager secret realm is merely a perk for certain academies. What truly matters is the new student's secret realm in 3 months. With such a span of time, is it not sufficient for those like Deng Li to catch up?" The weight of these inquiries left Li Xiang momentarily silent. After a long pause, he managed an awkward smile. "Indeed, Jiang possesses a far broader perspective. I have been too hasty. One should not always seek to undermine Pan Zhao over trivial matters." Jiang Hong shook his head again, a profound glint in his eyes. "I know him too well. To subdue him and earn his respect is essential." Chapter 30. Hellhound as night fell. Yi Fan entered the tent, silently slipping into his beast master space. He transplanted some of the herbs he had acquired into the soil, then glanced at the fire hound wagging its tail beside him, retrieving a deformed fruit while contemplating. With the successful acquisition of the deformed fruit, he could commence the fire hound's progression toward a more advanced bloodline. Prior to this, he had made ample preparations, feeding the fire hound fiery fruits to establish a foundation and ensure its evolutionary path would not falter. "Come here, fire hound," he beckoned, placing the deformed fruit before it. Upon sighting the fruit, the fire hound's eyes widened, clearly captivated by the innate allure of this bloodline-enhancing fruit. "Woof woof," it barked excitedly, pacing anxiously around the deformed fruit, but refraining from taking a bite, patiently awaiting Yi Fan's permission. A smile crept into Yi Fan's eyes as he crouched down, patting the fire hound's head. "Go ahead, it is time for us to grow stronger." "Woof," the fire hound responded, swiftly devouring the 3 deformed fruits laid before it. After consuming the third, a radiant light enveloped the fire hound, bathing it in a brilliant glow. This is the radiance of evolution, signifying that the bloodline of the fire hound is on the brink of a monumental enhancement. Observing this scene, Yi Fan nodded and seated himself, initiating the sacred entry technique. The advancement of the sacred entry technique is equally significant. Yi Fan's prowess is already formidable, and with his robust physique, even the average Black Iron 4 or 5 stars cannot withstand a few of his strikes. The wonders of the sacred entry technique extend beyond this. As his breathing technique reaches greater heights, his constitution will shatter a barrier, allowing him to employ some extraordinary methods. As a beastmaster, one must never be the point of breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan exhaled slowly, raising his gaze once more, only to find the radiance enveloping the fire hound gradually fading. After a brief wait, the fire hound's transformed appearance emerged. It had grown significantly larger, reaching Yi Fan's chest, its fur shifting to a subtly darkened shade of red, adorned with a flame emblem on its forehead, while floating flames danced around its paws. The hellhound. Witnessing the new form of the fire hound, Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, it was a hellhound, one of the rare elite beasts capable of controlling fire. With a joyful bark, the hellhound approached Yi Fan, extending its tongue to lick his palm. This gesture is a sign of camaraderie in canine beasts, as it had just transformed into a hellhound, leaving behind its new scent. "You are remarkable," Yi Fan remarked, gently stroking the hellhound's forehead, feeling a soothing warmth beneath his hand. "I must give you a name. Otherwise, if you evolve again, I shall be at a loss for words." With a smile on his face, Yi Fan pondered for a few moments before speaking. "You have evolved from the fire hound, so I shall call you Little Fire. How's that sound?" The hellhound responded with a joyful bark, nudging Yi Fan's hand affectionately. "Then it shall be Little Fire," Yi Fan affirmed, rising to his feet. "Now, show me your new abilities. Can you breathe fire?" Upon hearing Yi Fan's inquiry, a flicker of confusion crossed the hellhound's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, it tentatively opened its mouth. A sound erupted, but it quickly subsided. A small flame flickered within its mouth, only to dissipate into black smoke. The hellhound emitted a quieter whimper, seemingly embarrassed, and opened its mouth again, this time producing only a wisp of black smoke. "It's perfectly fine. You are still Black Iron, so not being able to wield fire is entirely normal," Yi Fan reassured, patting the hellhound's head. "Once you reach the bronze rank, you should awaken your first fire-related skill, and controlling fire will become much easier." The hellhound barked in agreement, nudging Yi Fan with its head. "In the future, while you're in the beast master space, when the flame fruit ripens, you can help yourself to it," Yi Fan said with a smile. "That fruit is specially cultivated for you. It will enhance your fire-controlling abilities. As for the others, don't touch them. I will set aside an appropriate amount for you." Upon hearing this, the hellhound gazed at the patch of spiritual herbs and fruits, trotting eagerly towards the flame fruit plant and nodding its head towards Yi Fan. The implication is that he is inquiring of Yi Fan whether this is the object in question. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded, and the hellhound's mouth widened in delight as it began to leap joyfully in place. "This Little Fire." Observing this scene, a smile graced Yi Fan's face. It must be said that, as a beast master, witnessing the joy of one's familiar brings about a profound sense of satisfaction. How can one describe this sensation? It is akin to the feeling one experiences as a child when one's father buys candy. And seeing your tiny hand raised with a 2 yuan lollipop brings a smile to your face. Wow, Ye Fan, has your hellhound grown this large? In the morning, as he emerged from the tent, Leaf Fatty exclaimed upon seeing the hellhound, which stood at the height of Ye Fan's chest. It is now a hellhound. I have named it Little Fire, Ye Fan replied with a smile, glancing at Leaf Fatty. Fatty, how is your familiar doing? Did that mutated fruit benefit it? I gave it to the solar serpent, Leaf Fatty answered, patting his head. By the way, Ye Fan, could you help me determine what my solar serpent should be called now? As he spoke, Leaf Fatty summoned the solar serpent, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its size had increased significantly. Its coloration changed to black adorned with yellow floral patterns reminiscent of cauliflower. Black Flame Serpent, Ye Fan remarked, nodding. This evolution was commendable. It retained the characteristics of the solar serpent. Although its toxicity had diminished considerably, its potential size had expanded, making it comparable to other serpentine familiars of the same rank. Black Flame Serpent, huh? Leaf Fatty scratched his head. I thought the evolution of the solar serpent would lead it to become a python. Typically, the evolution of the solar serpent does not progress towards the python lineage. Ye Fan shook his head. Isn't it said that a snake grows into a python and a python into a flood dragon? Leaf Fatty inquired weakly. I understand you wish to reference the transformation of a flood dragon into a true dragon. That requires a specific bloodline, Ye Fan elucidated. The lineage of a familiar's bloodline is exceedingly intricate. The examples you mentioned do exist, such as the descendants of ancient relic species that have evolved over generations, potentially giving rise to extraordinary serpentine familiars that, if conditions are favorable, may even evolve into dragons. However, such familiars would undoubtedly differ from others. Even within the same species, there will be distinct differences. What kind of differences? Leaf Fatty asked, intrigued. Does it involve horns or peculiar tails? Your example already embodies the characteristics of a manifest relic bloodline, Ye Fan responded, shaking his head. A clear feature of a dragon's lineage is the dragon's eye. Dragon's eye? It refers to eyes that are notably large, with the iris occupying a significant portion, and when they move, they occasionally shimmer with golden light, Ye Fan explained. There are many types of dragon bloodlines, not all of which become exceptionally powerful, so there is no need to overly concern yourself. Leaf Fatty, seemingly fixated on the notion of large eyes, repeated the first part, and then appeared to have an epiphany. Looking at Ye Fan with a hint of confusion, he asked, Ye Fan, is it possible for a human to possess dragon bloodline traits? Indeed it is, Ye Fan replied. However, such individuals typically have ancestors who were the first beast masters that defeated dragon-like relics. But does slaying a dragon relic truly grant one such a bloodline? It seems rather unlikely. The essence of dragon blood is exceedingly toxic. Only those who have survived immersion in it are likely to possess such traits and to pass them down. I have heard that only 2 families currently exhibit this bloodline, and as it is inherited, the number of those with dragon-like eyes has dwindled considerably. I see, Leaf Fatty mused upon hearing this. He then looked at Ye Fan and whispered, by the way, remember that during the summer break after middle school, you had a cousin who came to visit you? His eyes seemed to resemble what you refer to as dragon eyes. My cousin? Ye Fan's expression turned puzzled. Which cousin? The one who lives in the urban village. Named Yi. Leaf Fatty scratched his head. I forgot his full name, but his eyes are quite large with prominent irises. When he yawns, they shine with that golden light you mentioned. At the time, I even asked if there was something wrong with his eyes. Urban village. Hearing this, Ye Fan furrowed his brow. His memories of relatives were scant. Ever since the beast tide in Ping City claimed his parents, he had ventured out, rarely returning. A century had passed, leaving him with little recollection of any cousins. Did he have a cousin with dragon-like eyes? In his past life, he had only heard of 2 families possessing such traits, one in the capital and another in Bahai. He had never heard of any family with the surname Yi. After pondering for a moment, Ye Fan ultimately shook his head. Those with dragon-like eyes are extraordinary. If my cousin truly possessed such a bloodline, I would certainly remember him. Regardless, these matters are of little consequence to us. Even if it's true, it holds no bearing on our current situation. Ye Fan continued. Dragon-like relics are merely one of the ancient remnants. It's sufficient to be aware of them. If we encounter one, we should pay attention, but if not, it's of no concern. We must move on. Today marks the third day. We should make haste to find valuable items and strive to elevate the level of our beasts before we exit the secret realm. As he spoke, Ye Fan walked ahead, followed closely by the hellhound, its dark red tail swaying with an impressive air. The enhancement brought about by the bloodlines of two beasts was substantial. Throughout the entirety of the third day, Ye Fan and Fatty hunted near the perimeter of the forest, defeating numerous 8-star and 9-star wild beasts, even managing to take down a bronze-level creature. At this rate, next time we enter, we should be able to hunt closer to the core region, Fatty remarked as night fell. He kindled a fire, roasting a piece of rhinoceros meat while stretching. At this point, the elite class members probably wouldn't dare to come here. We managed to assert our dominance over them. That's true, but keep in mind that everyone is just starting out. The competition will only intensify as we progress, Ye Fan replied, tearing off a piece of the roasted meat. The benefits of new students are unparalleled. Even the teaching areas are segregated. Once we complete the first semester, the upperclassmen will join us, and some of them can be quite unpleasant. Then let's deal with them. Li fati asarta. Those who bully the weak are the most despicable. Strike if you can. Yet there are some promising talents in the senior classes, particularly in the third year. There is one who is reportedly already at the silver 9 stars level, and both his family and the school are preparing resources for him, hoping he can aim for gold before the college entrance examination. Ye Fan responded, seemingly recalling something, and added, that person must be the cousin of Deng Chong's cousin. Does he really have a cousin's cousin? The plump boy was taken aback by this revelation. Of course. Otherwise, why would I mention his cousin's cousin? Ye Fan replied, nonchalantly rolling his eyes. But it's just the way it is. He doesn't share the surname Deng, so there's no guarantee he will support someone like Deng Chong. Deng Chong is far too reckless and lacks intelligence. His cousin's cousin isn't a fool, so why would he help him? That's a relief. Silver 9 stars is indeed quite extraordinary, Fatty murmured in response. At this, Ye Fan smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and tore off another piece of roasted meat to eat. One cannot deny that spending time with Fatty, perhaps due to his influence, had made Ye Fan more talkative, shedding some of the aloofness from his previous life. Nonetheless, this was a positive change. After all, having lived again, it was essential to rectify the regrets of the past and cherish each day in the present. Hey, Ye Fan, imagine when I have a dragon python. Feasting on roasted meat, Fatty raised his hand, eager to articulate grand ambitions, when suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket. Almost immediately, a small creature resembling a honey badger emerged, its forehead appearing as if dusted with white powder, looking like a lost little beast. Upon seeing Ye Fan, Fatty, and the hellhound by the fire, it paused for a moment, but then, seeming a bit cold, it moved closer to the fire and crouched down. What kind of beast is this? It looks quite unique, Fatty remarked. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, Ye Fan's voice rang out. Fatty, don't touch it. The urgency in Ye Fan's tone startled Fatty, causing him to retract his hand. What's wrong? Fatty inquired, noticing Ye Fan's furrowed brow. Shoo! Ye Fan gestured for silence, observing the honey badger-like creature, raising his hand. The little critter noticed Ye Fan's gesture, grunted, and extended its 2 claws, rubbing them in front of the fire. After basking in the warmth for a short while, the little creature's gaze shifted toward the grill before Ye Fan, which held a large piece of rhinoceros meat. Are you interested in this? Noticing the little creature's focus, Ye Fan spoke, gesturing as well. Chirp! The small creature emitted a sound, nodding in an almost human-like manner. Without further ado, Ye Fan sliced off a piece of roasted meat and tossed it to it. The little one eyed the meat warily, sniffed it cautiously, and then confidently grabbed it to eat. Despite its diminutive size, the speed at which it devoured the roasted meat was astonishing. In no time, it had consumed the entire piece. Observing this, Ye Fan cut off another piece and tossed it over. This pattern continued until the large chunk of rhinoceros meat was nearly depleted. The little creature then patted its belly, no longer pursuing the pieces Ye Fan offered. Chirp! Rising to his feet, the little creature emitted a sound towards Ye Fan, seemingly expressing gratitude, and then swiftly vanished into the thicket from whence it came. Phew! It was only at that moment that the previously silent Fatly let out a long breath, gazing at Ye Fan, and exclaimed, "Goodness! Such a tiny being can consume so much. It seems it will devour all the meat." Observing its diminutive size, Ye Fan replied, relieved, and glanced at Fatly, suddenly inquiring, "Do you know the strength of that little creature we just encountered?" "How strong?" "Bronze 1 star, Ye Fan answered, picking up a piece of meat and placing it into his mouth. "Bronze 1 star? Isn't that easy to handle? Why were you so tense upon hearing that level?" Fatly questioned, puzzled. "While other bronze 1 stars may be manageable, this little fellow is quite different." Ye Fan shook his head. "It's known as the Little Badger. With no kin to summon, it is unique in its kind, with bloodlines ranging from inferior to elite peak levels. The one we just saw was of elite caliber. Rather exceptional. Isn't it so small? It shouldn't be that formidable," Fatly retorted. "On the contrary," Ye Fan replied, "this type of beast master is exceedingly troublesome. It possesses innate resistance to toxins. Its tough hide is impervious to both fire and water, and combined with its small size and agility, it is nearly impossible to defeat it unless one has overwhelming power." At this point, Ye Fan looked at Fatly with a wry smile, adding, "The most crucial aspect is that these creatures hold grudges." "Grudges?" Fatly was taken aback. "How vengeful can it be? Just from that pat on its head you gave earlier, it could pursue you for 3 days, Ye Fan responded. "This beast is dubbed the Jungle Tyrant. Once a conflict arises, it will relentlessly engage with its perceived enemy until either the adversary escapes to a safe distance or meets their demise. Consider this. If we were to clash with such a tenacious bronze-level little badger, would we still be able to stay in this secret realm? My goodness, that is quite an exaggeration." Fatly gasped, looking at his hand, and promptly slapped it. "Unless you can overpower it, it's best to keep it well-fed and content." Ye Fan remarked, amused by Fatly's reaction. "Absolutely. My badger brother must be treated with respect." Fatly hurriedly concurred, then suddenly recalled something. "Ye Fan, you mentioned that little badger is so formidable. Wouldn't it be impressive to have it as a beastmaster?" "Impressive indeed. But this type of beast exhibits strong resistance to recognition, making it nearly impossible for a beastmaster of the same level to earn their acceptance." Ye Fan replied with a sigh. "A failed contract would mean preparing to be chased and bitten by that little badger for dozens of kilometers." Chapter 32. Wang Lingzi, that's incredibly intense. Fatly exclaimed, astonished. "Such a unique beast." "There are many unique beasts," Ye Fan smiled. "I know of a parrot-like beast that is proficient in human speech, capable of mimicking every voice it has encountered. Even those closest to its original owner cannot distinguish it. There is also a monkey-like beast known as the monk-faced Buddha monkey, with a red face, clad in garments, and adorned with prayer beads, resembling a monk from a temple in every conceivable way. The diversity of life is truly fascinating. Indeed, merely listening to you is quite fascinating." Beside him, Li Fatty expressed a sense of yearning. "Ye Fan, how did you acquire so much knowledge about beast tamers? Was it all learned theoretically in middle school?" "Not entirely," Ye Fan replied. "Much of it comes from personal experiences and observations. If you possess genuine interest, there are myriad ways to acquire knowledge." "That makes sense," Li Fatty nodded, poised to speak further when suddenly a furious roar emanated from deep within the jungle, accompanied by the sound of a small badger. "What is happening?" Li Fatty exclaimed, lifting his head to gaze intently. At the edge of his sight, he beheld the small badger facing off against a silver-gray wolf of bronze rank 2 stars. Both engaged in a fierce exchange of roars. In a surreal scene, the small badger appeared exceedingly irate, continuously emitting shrill cries toward the silver-gray wolf, which, despite its defensive stance, was visibly retreating, bearing a noticeable bite mark on its leg. Just as Ye Fan had indicated, a typical beast of the same rank could not contend with the small badger. The wolf's multiple attacks were futile, and it found itself on the receiving end of the badger's wrath. Before long, the wolf, tail tucked, fled the scene, with the small badger hot on its heels. That little badger is truly fierce. It's pursuing a beast significantly larger than itself, and yet the latter seems to cower in fear, Fatty remarked. Having witnessed the entire episode, what will be done if one cannot win? During the ensuing days, that silver-gray wolf will undoubtedly endure quite a bit of hardship, Ye Fan observed, chuckling as he shook his head. He then stood up and began to walk away, noting the proximity to the inner forest, where bronze-level beasts could emerge at any moment. It was prudent to secure a position on the outskirts to avoid potential nighttime ambushes. All right, Fatty replied, shouldering his backpack and rising to his feet, simultaneously blowing a whistle. In an instant, the black flame snake and purple patterned snake slithered toward them from nearby. The nights in the forest were exceedingly perilous. Thus, during the evening hours, beasts generally rested around the camp perimeter, serving as a precautionary measure. The sound of footsteps echoed through the jungle as they approached the forest's edge, where the atmosphere had evidently become bustling. Clearly, some students had managed to form teams and venture to this spot, setting up camp nearby. Ye Fan paid little heed to these individuals, leading Fatty away from the fringe of their camp. Ye Fan, as they traversed a narrow passage, a voice suddenly called out, and a figure emerged from the darkness. Both Ye Fan and Fatty were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected apparition. Upon recognizing the figure, Ye Fan furrowed his brow. Ma Xiaoxiu, what are you doing here? Before him stood Ma Xiaoxiu, her once delicate features now marred by grime and injuries, as if she had endured a harrowing battle. I encountered a gray bear on the outskirts this afternoon, and when I tried to fight it, I was unable to prevail and lost my backpack, Ma Xiaoxiu admitted, a hint of shame in her voice. I've been left with no choice but to sleep on the ground. As she spoke, she gestured toward a nearby shadow where a makeshift bed of leaves and branches lay. And what are your endeavors? Ye Fan inquired. Fortunately, yesterday and today I managed to gather some robust grass, which I have bestowed upon my beasts. Ma Xiaoxiu replied. My white wolf has reached the rank of Black Iron 4 stars. Black Iron 4 stars is quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan was somewhat taken aback. In her previous life, Ma Xiaoxiu's performance had been rather mediocre. Although she had entered the secret realm a few times, she had always been at the tail end. However, in this life, her performance was notably better. Achieving Black Iron 4 stars at this point places her in the upper tier among all newcomers. Fatty, give her an extra backpack and tent, Ye Fan suggested casually, struck by a thought. All right, Fatty nodded, retrieving a spare backpack and tent from the beast space and handed them to Ma Xiaoxiu. Thank you, Ma Xiaoxiu replied gratefully, her eyes reflecting her appreciation as she looked at Ye Fan. One must always leave room for maneuvering in their endeavors and prepare alternative plans as much as possible. Ye Fan advised, his tone calm. If you wish to swiftly elevate your beast level, I recommend heading eastward. You may encounter some promising opportunities. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxiu nodded repeatedly. Okay. Fatty, let's go. With that, Ye Fan took a step forward, choosing not to linger with Ma Xiaoxiu. Before long, the two had covered a considerable distance when Fatty leaned in to inquire. That Ma Xiaoxiu seems rather decent. Why not let her join us? Our secrets are invaluable. I cannot allow anyone I do not trust to approach us, Ye Fan replied, glancing at Fatty before continuing. As for whether someone is good or bad, it is often difficult to ascertain at first glance. But you just told her that she seemed to have a positive mindset. It wouldn't hurt to offer a few words. And if she gained something, it would also be a kindness, Fatty remarked. Ye Fan smiled slightly, his expression carrying a hint of profundity. Sometimes, even the most inadvertent gestures can yield unexpected rewards. Understood, Fatty nodded. Having spent the past few days with Ye Fan, he had begun to grasp some of his thought processes. It was prudent to maintain distance from strangers, yet extending a helping hand to those of good character was still acceptable. Suddenly, as they walked, a group of individuals appeared ahead, clearly having spotted Ye Fan and his companion. 7 or 8 of them stood rigidly on the narrow path. Whoa, are they highway robbers? Fatty exclaimed, startled, instinctively wanting to retreat. The Guardians are present. Anyone daring to steal from fellow students risks expulsion from the academy, Ye Fan remarked, shaking his head. Unperturbed as he strode, toward the narrow path. Soon, they encountered the group, and at the forefront stood a girl with a somewhat exquisite appearance, lazily leaning against the roots of a nearby tree. As she noticed the two approaching, she spoke in a voice that was exceptionally gentle and soft. "Ye Fan, shall we get acquainted? You are Wang Lingzi from the elite class, aren't you?" Ye Fan replied calmly, having assessed the girl. "You know me?" Wang Lingzi expressed her surprise. Of course, Ye Fan nodded, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. This Wang Lingzi could indeed be considered a paragon of excellence. In her previous life, driven by a sense of injustice regarding her B-rank status, she formed a group of followers and frequently opposed Jie. However, during the college entrance examination, she faltered and ended up studying in a remote city, where it is said she eventually married and had children, disappearing from public view thereafter. At that time, Wang Lingzi was quite renowned. Her family was a prominent business dynasty in Pingcheng, and she herself possessed the rare B-rank special beast mastery talent, allowing her to share vision with her beasts and effortlessly uncover opportunities that eluded others. Prior to the college entrance exams, she was undeniably celebrated as a genius in Pingcheng. This girl is rather intriguing. Ye Fan's final year of high school had intersected with her rise, marking her as a person of genuine character. There was little left to say. Since you are aware of me, you should also be acquainted with the Lingzi group. Wang Lingzi spoke. "I've heard about your situation with Deng Li. My relationship with him isn't amicable either. Would you consider joining me? He would certainly think twice about troubling you then." Indeed, as expected, upon hearing Wang Lingzi's proposition, Ye Fan shook his head and replied, "I prefer not to join others' organizations. What is wrong with that? Isn't it better to collaborate? There is safety in numbers, and we can gain much more together." Wang Lingzi countered, "We are like-minded individuals." Hearing this, Ye Fan wore a resigned expression as he glanced at the group surrounding Wang Lingzi, shaking his head in dismay. This was hardly a legitimate organization. It was evidently a collection of individuals harboring various ulterior motives. Some sought support from Wang Lingzi and her family. Others hoped to gain benefits through her, while some were merely eager to exploit her unique talents. If they truly worked together, they wouldn't have been so thoroughly dominated by Jie in the past. "What is the matter? Do you disagree?" Wang Lingzi inquired, furrowing her brow at Ye Fan's reaction. Pouting, she continued, "I've heard of your impressive combat skills, having defeated over 10 of Deng Li's followers. However, we are now in the realm of black iron, and once we reach bronze rank, our beasts will possess skills, rendering your physical prowess less effective. The strength of 1 or 2 individuals is limited. If you wish to oppose Deng Li and his crew, joining me would be your best option." Uposha them Li. Ye Fan chuckled helplessly at this notion. He had never regarded Deng Li as a serious threat. Ever since he learned of the dynasty organization's maneuvers in Pingcheng, his focus had shifted to the shadowy cult lurking behind Deng Li, which had wreaked havoc during a certain period. Don't underestimate it. Once you reach bronze rank, beasts will indeed surpass humans significantly. Winning with mere physical strength will be quite challenging, Wang Lingzi insisted, as if sensing Ye Fan's skepticism. Moreover, we have already confronted bronze-ranked beasts today and nearly secured a victory. This demonstrates the power of teamwork. Observing Wang Lingzi's fervent demeanor, Ye Fan shook his head and turned to the nearby Li Pangzi. "Show her, fatty." Alrigid, Li Pangzi Raplia, unwrapping a package he had been carrying and placing it on the ground. At the sight of the bronze-ranked blood and flesh of the vicious rhinoceros, Wang Lingzi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Bronze rank, is it truly that formidable?" Ye Fan spoke, and Wang Lingzi suddenly looked up, meeting his calm gaze. She parted her lips, feeling her mouth slightly dry. "Have you already advanced to bronze?" she inquired. "Killing a bronze with bronze is unnecessary to showcase." Ye Fan shook his head, signaling to the portly man beside him, who promptly stowed away his belongings. Wang Lingzi fell silent, clearly understanding the significance of a black iron defeating a bronze at this moment. After a few moments of hesitation, she prepared to speak, but he interjected, "I know you possess a spirit sovereign, but that does not signify much. It merely implies you may have a slight edge in opportunities. Yet to seize those opportunities requires strength." Ye Fan interrupted her, stepping forward. I believe it would be wise for you to contemplate how to strengthen yourself rather than squander your talent. Upon hearing this, many around Wang Lingzi changed their expressions. Some looked somewhat indignant, wanting to voice their discontent, but ultimately remained silent. Yi Fan and his companion departed swiftly, leaving Wang Lingzi gazing at their retreating figures. Her expression contemplative. "This Yi Fan is truly arrogant," one individual remarked, noticing her unusual demeanor. "A misfit like him joining us would likely cause conflict. It would be better if he did not." Yet others held little regard for them, let alone consider joining. Wang Lingzi shook her head, evidently shaken by the impact of Yi Fan's group defeating a bronze beast. The individuals in her circle possessed considerable strength, typically at least black iron level 5 or higher. Yet even they were thrown into disarray when confronted with the skills of a bronze beast. How can 2D ranks wield such formidable power? The 5-day expedition concluded swiftly. On the morning of its end, the gates of the secret realm opened, and students emerged in succession. At the entrance, the principal personally attended, and the instructors were present, with Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong seated on either side in silence. "Students, please register the items you obtained in the secret realm for a total valuation," the principal announced. "The student who performed best in this expedition and acquire the most will receive a reward of an elite beast." Upon hearing this, many students felt a surge of excitement, particularly those who had gathered substantial spoils, their faces beaming with joy. Lu Song, total value of items approximately 11,000. Zhao Li, total value of items approximately 36,000. At a table, an elderly man with glasses and graying hair was responsible for the tally. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the value of the items with just a cursory glance. Before long, most students have been assessed, with the majority yielding values between 10,000 and 50,000. It appeared that this cohort had fared remarkably well. Ma Xiaoxiu, total value of items approximately 3,000. The announcement seemed somewhat jarring, and several instructors turned their gazes, only to shift their attention back to Pan Zhao upon realizing she was from the ordinary class. "I have already utilized most of my items," Ma Xiaoxiu explained, meeting Pan Zhao's gaze. "It was used, and so it was." Pan Zhao nodded, intending to speak, when he was interrupted by several announcements. "Li Shuai has acquired items valued at approximately 1,000 yuan. Qian Kuan has obtained items worth about 500 yuan. The subsequent announcements were from the remaining ordinary class students, with their rewards barely reaching 1,000. Pan Zhao's expression darkened, and when he heard the last student received nothing, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you been wandering about the secret realm for 5 days and found nothing?" "Teacher Pan, my beast is merely a black iron 1-star. It is incapable of defeating any other beasts," the student replied anxiously. This retort left Pan Zhao momentarily speechless. He scoffed and chastised, "What are you still doing here? If your beast is inadequate, go and train. Standing here is simply embarrassing." Yes, several students mumbled, hanging their heads as they slipped away. Meanwhile, a few teachers near Jianghong watched with amused expressions. "It seems like they aren't as impressive as I had hoped. I thought the ordinary class students might truly rise to the occasion. That Yi Fan looks formidable, but navigating the secret realm isn't just about fighting. One must also find treasures." Before long, the remaining students emerged, and as Wang Lingzi appeared, the attention of several teachers shifted towards her. With her spirit sovereign status, Wang Lingzi held a distinct advantage in such a realm, and her haul was expected to be substantial. Absolutely, you know how formidable the spirit sovereign talent is. Treasure hunting is exceedingly simple for her. As anticipated, after the evaluation, Wang Lingzi reported a total acquisition of nearly 110,000 yuan. The announcement of this figure elicited expressions of astonishment from many students. Her bounty was equivalent to 10 times that of her peers. Impressive, Jianyong remarqué. A rare approval evident in his voice, clearly satisfied with such an outcome. Indeed, Wang Lingzi nodded, though her gaze drifted behind her. Where are Yi Fan and the others? What are they up to? As everyone awaited their return, the secret realm's portal began to respond. Suddenly, A beast carcass was flung out. Short-legged, violent lizard. The sight of the beast's remains caused many teachers to change their expressions. They were all aware of the creature's strength. Lacking intelligence, it charged recklessly, and its awakened bronze-level skill caused seismic tremors over a wide area. A formidable threat that had previously caused distress for some second-year students. Yet, it had been hunted. Before anyone could speak, the portal trembled, and then Li Peng's voice rang out. Wow, this short-legged violent lizard is incredibly heavy, and our beast space is already full. As he spoke, he waved his hands. Upon realizing everyone was staring at him, he instinctively glanced at Ye Fan, bewildered. What's going on? Ye Fan had not anticipated the gathering, and was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere grew slightly tense until the principal broke the silence with a smile, inquiring, Liu, did you and your partner hunt this short-legged violent lizard? Yes, Li Peng nodded, not overthinking it. Ye Fan mentioned the secret realm would open at 10. So we believed we had time to take down this short-legged violent lizard, and we proceeded accordingly. Upon hearing these words, the principal nodded and turned his gaze towards Ye Fan, inquiring, Ye Fan, we are currently assessing the value of the treasures obtained from the secret realm. Would you mind sharing your harvest with us? No problem, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head as he glanced at Li Pengzi. Understanding the cue, Li Pengzi unfastened the package from his back. The moment it was opened, a chorus of astonished exclamations filled the air. The immense backpack was brimming with an array of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and flowers. With a thud, the package was placed upon the table, causing even the elderly statistician to momentarily pause, lifting his gaze to the two before rummaging through the contents. One by one, the items were extracted, nearly covering half the table. After a few seconds of silence, the elder announced a figure. Ye Fan and Liu have amassed treasures valued at approximately 550,000. Chapter 34. Rewards. As soon as the sum was revealed, gasps of astonishment erupted. 5 times that of Wang Lingzi. 550,000. The first to be taken aback was Wang Lingzi, who was acutely aware of the circumstances within the secret realm. There were numerous spiritual herbs fiercely guarded by beast spirits. It seemed implausible to acquire such a bounty. Ye Fan opened his mouth to speak, but Wang Lingzi suddenly recalled his earlier remark. Seizing opportunities relies on one's strength. It dawned on her that he was capable of vanquishing foes beyond mere bronze first stars. Coughing slightly, Principal Pu Mi's attention shifted back to the package behind Ye Fan. I have merely the remains of beast spirits here, which are of little value, Ye Fan interjected. Principal Pu Mi was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape. Yet he refrained from pursuing the matter further, redirecting his gaze towards Li Pengzi with a smile. Liu, did you acquire anything else? I have nothing left. It's all empty, Li Pengzi responded, spreading his hands in a gesture of surrender. Everything was consumed by the other beast spirits. Upon hearing this, several teachers cursed under their breath. Nonsense. Just a moment ago, you claimed your beast spirit space was full. My beast spirit space contains only provisions. There is nothing else left, Li Pengzi insisted, emphasizing his point. Shameless. Who fills an entire space with food? The teachers murmured their indignation, their hearts racing with anxiety. It was evident that these treasures were not the entirety of their haul. Ye Fan's package and their beast spirit spaces undoubtedly held more valuable items. Having already reached 550,000, one couldn't help but ponder the true earnings of their expedition. Had they merely gone to the secret realm for shopping? Well done. Pan Zhao's voice resonated from a distance. The two of you have gathered more than the total earnings of an entire class. Though this statement might incite envy, Pan Zhao was unfazed at that moment, feeling triumphant as he had just regained his breath. Does having Wang Lingzi make you formidable? My two surpass your entire class. Meanwhile, Jiang Hong's expression darkened, his gaze fixating on Ye Fan. Noticing the latter's calm demeanor, he rose to leave. Jiang Hong, are you not going to review the results? Pan Zhao called out, but Jiang Hong merely snorted in response, waving his sleeve dismissively as he departed. Jiang Hong's face was turning an alarming shade of green. Observing Jiang Hong's expression, Pan Zhao felt a sense of delight. As he glanced at Ye Fan and Li Pengzi, he found himself increasingly appreciative of their presence. Even viewing Li Yu, whom he had previously considered a failure in beast taming, in a much more favorable light. Principal, shouldn't we distribute the rewards now? Ban Zhao voiced, somewhat impatiently. Well, Pumi, feeling exasperated, shot Pan Zhao a glare. He cleared his throat and turned to Yi Fan and Li Pangzi, stating, "This is something I previously established. The individual who gains the most from this secret realm will receive a reward of an elite grade tamed beast. However, there's only one beast available. Who among you would like it? I suggest it be given to Yi Fan, as he contributed significantly." Without hesitation, Li Pangzi chimed in, "I'll take it." "All right," Pumi nodded, directing his gaze towards Yi Fan, ready to retrieve the beast from his spatial storage, when Yi Fan's voice interrupted. "Can the beast be exchanged for cash?" "What?" This query took Pumi by surprise. Beside him, Pan Zhao, feeling anxious, couldn't help but interject. "You definitely should take the beast. The principal has well-trained beasts, all starting at the black iron 9-star level. They can easily advance to bronze rank. My current beast requires a substantial amount of resources. I don't need a second one in the immediate future," Yi Fan responded, shaking his head. Ban Zhao, observing Yi Fan's resolute demeanor, could only let out an exasperated sigh. The beasts offered by the principal were certainly extraordinary. Even if they didn't reach the pinnacle of elite status with innate skills, they were undoubtedly commendable within the elite tier and could be nurtured to a high level without difficulty. To think you would prefer cash over a beast is simply absurd. "Are you certain about this decision?" Pumi, taken aback by Yi Fan's stance, exclaimed, "Aren't you even curious about what kind of beast I would provide?" "I am not," Yi Fan replied, shaking his head. "You little rascal, you're quite amusing," Pumi remarked, a smile breaking across his face. However, he refrained from saying more and waved his hand. "Very well, an elite-grade beast at the black iron 9-star level will be valued at the market average of 600,000. I will have the finance department calculate it, and your teachers will distribute the funds to you." "Thank you," Principal Yi Fan said, cupping his hands in gratitude and nodding towards Li Pangzi. Li Pangzi understood the gesture, shouldering the package they had brought and greeting the teachers. "Well, we shall take our leave now. Please don't touch the short-legged violent lizard. I'll return to collect it shortly." With that, the two, each burdened with a large package, made their way outside, resembling individuals returning from a procurement trip. The teachers watched with wide eyes as they departed, while Pumi smiled at their retreating figures. Eventually, he turned to Pan Zhao, saying with a hint of intrigue, "Pan Zhao, it seems your fortune is quite favorable this year." Knock, knock, knock. Back in their dormitory, just as Yi Fan and his companion closed the door, there was a loud knocking from Pan Zhao. Seeing the door nearly dented, Li Pangzi hurried to open it. As soon as he did, Pan Zhao expressed his displeasure. "You two are truly something. Why did you refuse that elite-grade beast? I can't believe you didn't even listen." "The main reason is that I still need to train my own beast," Yi Fan replied. Upon hearing what Pan Zhao said, Yi Fan felt somewhat helpless. Just as he was about to reiterate his explanation, Pan Zhao erupted in anger. "Nonsense. Both of you are inferior beast tamers. What is there to cultivate? Isn't that a waste of resources?" "No." Yi Fan shook his head and summoned his beast. The hellhound emerged, causing the temperature in the dormitory to noticeably rise. "A bronze-level hellhound?" Pan Zhao stared in astonishment at the beast that had appeared. "Is this your newly captured beast?" "No," Yi Fan replied with a smile. "We acquired 6 deformity fruits in the secret realm, which elevated our beast bloodline level to elite." "Deformity fruits?" Pan Zhao expressed surprise. "You managed to get your hands on those?" "Indeed, it was guarded by that short-legged violent lizard," Yi Fan explained. "That explains why you didn't keep it." Pan Zhao finally ceased his fixation on the beast and turned his gaze toward Li Fati. "Li Yu, where's your beast? Let me see." "Oh, right." Li Fati, already intimidated by Pan Zhao, hastily summoned his 2 beasts. The black flame serpent and the purple patterned serpent, both black iron 6 stars, stood before them. Pan Zhao fell silent, then glanced at the packages lying on the floor. "How did you two acquire so many items in the secret realm?" "Mainly luck," Li Fati scratched his head. But Pan Zhao interjected, "Did I ask you?" Upon hearing this, Li Fati quickly fell silent. Pan Zhao looked at Yi Fan, who merely smiled and said, One could say it was good fortune. Good fortune, Pan Zhao snorted, but he did not press further. As a teacher, he refrained from prying into his students' secrets. All right, for the next few days, you're to go home and rest, consider a vacation, Pan Zhao announced after a while, turning to leave. Okay, Ye Fan nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Li Fadi also beamed, but then asked with confusion, why are we being given a vacation? Are you a curious cat? You should be happy to have a break. If you're not satisfied, come back and train every day. Pan Zhao scolded. Of course, we're happy, Li Fadi quickly replied. And Pan Zhao's expression softened slightly. He glanced at Ye Fan and said in a serious tone, don't rest for too long. You must return before the secret realm opens next month. You're clever. You should understand what I mean, he added. Understood, Ye Fan nodded in agreement. Pan Zhao then shot a frustrated glare at Li Fadi and muttered, Liu, if you had half of Ye Fan's intelligence, I could go a day without being irritated by you. Li Fadi, unable to voice his anger, watched as Pan Zhao departed, then made a face and leaned closer to Ye Fan, eagerly asking, what exactly did Pan Zhao mean? Why are we suddenly getting a vacation? It simply means we should lay low for a while, Ye Fan responded, looking at Li Fadi. Fame can be a double-edged sword, and our gains in the secret realm were substantial. Besides, our affairs have spread, which will undoubtedly bring some trouble. Rather than waste energy here dealing with these people, it's better to quietly take a break and rest for a while. It won't hinder our training. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Fadi nodded, indicating their newfound fame. We've truly made a name for ourselves, he remarked. Ye Fan responded, surprised that the principal would suddenly take such action. Initially, they had intended to quietly amass wealth. Even if others speculated, they merely recognized his considerable prowess. However, after this turn of events, everyone became aware that they had slain a bronze beast in the secret realm, acquiring a significant bounty, an entirely different concept that thrust them into the spotlight. For the foreseeable future, all eyes would likely be on them. This was still before Ye Fan had opened his bag. If he were to tally their gains, he could envision a horde of students eager to rob them. Reflecting on this, Ye Fan felt a sense of resignation, yet he didn't dwell on it too much. Well, it wouldn't hurt to return home for a bit, see my parents, and attend to some matters. Chapter 35. Homecoming. With that, Ye Fan opened his package, counting the spoils from this venture. Indeed, it was a bountiful harvest. The earnings certainly exceeded 1 million. This exemplified the disparity between beast masters and ordinary individuals. Upon reaching the bronze level, even a single beast could fetch several $1,000s. Not to mention the superior spiritual herbs and medicines they could uncover. In contrast, even the most skilled beast hunters among ordinary folk could only capture low-tier iron beasts, facing life-threatening risks with each hunt. Nearby, Fadi leaned in, displaying an intrigued expression. Ye Fan, what exactly is the skill your hellhound has comprehended at the bronze level? I saw it unleash flames today, engulfing the surrounding area, and that short-legged lizard perished instantly. That was incredible. The skill is called overheat burn. It's quite formidable, Ye Fan replied with a smile. This morning, on the 5th day in the secret realm, his hellhound had achieved a breakthrough to the bronze level, mastering its first beast skill, overheat burn. This skill allowed the hellhound to temporarily unleash intense heat, enveloping a portion of the surrounding area in flames. It resembled a self-explosion but did not harm the beast itself. However, it would lead to temporary fatigue, serving as a powerful area of effect attack. With this newfound strength, Ye Fan was determined to capture the short-legged lizard within the next 2 hours to obtain the inferior mutation fruit. This led to the scene of Fadi carrying the creature. That skill is so cool. Fatili exclaimat, ambios. I wonder what skill my beast will comprehend at the bronze level. Regardless of the skill learned, it's essential to practice diligently and learn when to deploy it in battle, Ye Fan advised. This is just the first skill. As the level and number of beasts increase, so will the variety of skills. Mastery will become increasingly challenging. Let us not squander time. We must focus on honing our synergy with our beasts. We are only at the beginning of our journey and must avoid cultivating laziness. Understood, Fatili nudda. Appreciating Ye Fan's guidance. All right, let us tidy up our belongings. We'll be heading home tomorrow. Ye Fan began to gather the items on the table when a thought struck him. He turned to the plump fellow beside him and advised, once you return, your parents will surely inquire about your excessive eating. Simply tell them it's essential for a beastmaster to replenish substantial nutrition. That's fine. I naturally eat a lot. After a pause, he replied, well, in that case, it's settled. The following morning, Pan Zhao arrived to present the two with a reward of 600,000 from the principal, 300,000 each, as they made their way to the station. It was the first time Li Pangzi had encountered such a sum, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Pan Zhao, after berating him for his lack of ambition, reminded him repeatedly not to squander the money upon his return. Tap, tap, tap. In no time, the vehicle departed. On the platform, Pan Zhao gazed after the swiftly vanishing car and let out a long sigh. Those two rascals should be more settled at home. With that thought, he turned and walked back toward the school. However, he had not ventured far when a long-winged bird soared overhead, chasing after the direction of the departing vehicle. It was broad daylight. Didn't the city of Pingcheng prohibit the use of flying beasts? Such ignorance of the rules. Pan Zhao grimaced as he observed the bird's flight. Every city has its own regulations. Some allow the use of flying beasts within city limits, while others strictly forbid it. Each month, several beastmasters from out of town unwittingly breach city ordinances and face consequences. In such cases, the city has a dedicated enforcement team, and within the hour, the beastmaster flying the long-winged bird would be apprehended and duly educated. Shaking his head, Pan Zhao expressed his discontent. There are always individuals like that. Being a beastmaster doesn't elevate one above the rules, yet some feel compelled to flaunt their flying beasts. Mom, I'm back. At the restaurant, Ning Qingxia, who had been wiping down a table, paused upon hearing the voice. She looked up to see Yi Fan struggling to carry several bags and froze momentarily. Yi Fan, why are you back? The teachers granted us a holiday. Observing the slight weariness etched on Ning Qingxia's face, Yi Fan said nothing further. He set down his belongings and embraced her. Mom, you've worked hard. Taken aback by the unexpected embrace, Ning Qingxia instinctively patted Yi Fan's back. What's wrong? Did you face any difficulties at school? Not at all. Yi Fan shook his head, releasing her. He retrieved the money given by Pan Zhao from his backpack. Li Yu and I performed exceptionally well in the school's secret realm, and the principal rewarded us with 600,000, 300,000 each. Seeing the stacks of money, Ning Qingxia felt a surge of anxiety. She hurried to stow the cash away, her eyes wide with disbelief. So much money? It's not that much. I'm a beastmaster now, Yi Fan smiled. Can a beastmaster really earn such a sum? Ning Qingxia expressed skepticism, pulling him closer and whispering, You must be deceiving me. Is this truly a reward from your principal? No, you can ask our teacher if you wish, Yi Fan replied. Then I shall inquire. Ning Qingxia felt a twinge of unease and promptly took out her phone to dial Pan Zhao's number. Yi Fan remained silent. Indeed, 300,000 was a significant sum for an ordinary family, and it was entirely natural for his mother to be concerned. A quick confirmation would only serve to ease her worries. Hello, is this Teacher Pan? This is Yi Fan's mother. The call connected swiftly, and after a few inquiries that yielded affirmative responses, Ning Qingxia hung up the phone, a look of delight gracing her face. Yi Fan, are you truly that remarkable? I heard from Teacher Pan that you are among the most outstanding beast masters of this year's freshmen. Absolutely, Yi Fan replied, lowering his defenses in front of his mother, a smile of pride illuminating his face. Mom, don't underestimate me. I am now a bronze-level beastmaster. Is that so impressive? Ning Qingxia exclaimed, her surprise evident. She was certainly aware of the ranks of beastmasters. Indeed, you need not worry about our livelihood anymore, Yi Fan assured her. I could easily earn a substantial amount just by hunting in the Silver Moon Forest. Is my son truly that capable? However, she cautioned, the Silver Moon Forest is perilous. It would be prudent to venture there sparingly. Her expression was filled with joy as she continued. Just focus on your studies and aim for a good university. You need not concern yourself with family matters. All right, wait a moment. I will go inform your father of this wonderful news. Okay, Yi Fan nodded, refraining from further comment. His eyes sparkling with amusement as he watched Ning Qingxia head towards the kitchen. Based on past experience, his father should emerge within 3 seconds. What? Bronze level? And they awarded him 300,000? Indeed, a gasp echoed, and soon after, Yi Fan's father, Yi Linkong, emerged from the kitchen, a soup ladle in hand. Father, Yi Fan greeted as he observed Yi Linkong. Well done, my boy. This is impressive. Yi Linkong exclaimed, taking several strides towards Yi Fan, excitement radiating from him. Quickly, let me see what your bronze-level beast looks like. Sure. Yi Fan nodded and summoned forth the hellhound. Wow, what a large creature. Yi Linkong marveled at the sight of the hellhound. This one must be several times larger than our little Bai. About that, Yi Fan chuckled in agreement. Yi Linkong had once been a beast master himself, albeit at a lower level. Little Bai, a white-haired dog and his first beast, was now likely at the level of Black Iron 3 stars, a very ordinary creature that had been entrusted with guarding the family home. You, my boy, are quite impressive, Yi Linkong remarked, circling the hellhound in admiration. He then patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and sighed. Had I possessed your talent, I would not have struggled to gain admission to university. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and pulled his father closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Father, do you still wish to become a powerful beast master? Chapter 36. Gratitude become a powerful beast master? Yi Linkong paused, taken aback by the question. He glanced at Yi Fan and lowered his voice. Do you have a way? Indeed, Yi Fan nodded, exchanging a knowing look with his father. The bond between the two, being father and son, was undeniable. Yi Linkong lifted his head and called out to the back. Kingxia, I am taking Yi Fan to purchase some fine items. We shall return shortly. Go ahead, the shop isn't busy anyway, Lin Kingxia replied. Just don't be gone all day. Come back early. All right, Yi Linkong nodded, taking Yi Fan by the hand. Yi Fan, carrying a bundle, stepped outside and hopped onto a tricycle, heading homeward. Before long, the two arrived at the old residence. Upon opening the door, Xiao Bai rushed towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan embraced Xiao Bai affectionately for a while, then casually opened the bundle, pulling out an iron bone fruit to offer to Xiao Bai. What a little rascal. That iron bone fruit costs tens of thousands each, Yi Linkong remarked. But before he could elaborate, Yi Fan had already unwrapped the package. So much. Yi Linkong gasped at the sight of the bundle filled with spiritual herbs and medicines. Father, I have encountered a tremendous opportunity that will effortlessly elevate you into a remarkable beast master, Yi Fan replied, deliberately lowering his voice. I met an unparalleled powerhouse who imparted to me the various techniques and insights he acquired throughout his life. Unparalleled powerhouse. Just how powerful? Yi Linkong was momentarily taken aback. Yi Fan wore a mysterious smile, leaning closer to Yi Linkong's ear. Have you ever heard of the royal level? The mere mention of those two words caused Yi Linkong to tremble, his expression shifting dramatically. Is it the one above glory? Indeed, Yi Fan confirmed. Without hesitation, Yi Linkong swiftly closed the door and ushered Yi Fan into the inner room. Once inside, Yi Linkong's face radiated joy as he said to Yi Fan, you must never disclose your acquisition of the royal level inheritance to anyone. Of course, Yi Fan nodded, his gaze fixed on Yi Linkong. He then inquired, Father, have you ever considered becoming a powerful figure? Certainly, Yi Linkong replied, but you know my beast master talent is lacking. Like you, I am merely at the D level. I can handle ordinary people, but now that I have surpassed a certain age, beast master talent does not determine everything. With sufficient opportunities, even those without innate talent can become powerful. As for age, many great talents emerge late, Yi Fan countered. He then guided Yi Linkong to a seat. Father, I shall now impart a breathing technique to you. You must remember it well. A breathing technique? Yi Linkong's expression grew serious as he adjusted himself and said earnestly, Speak. No need to be so grave, Yi Fan smiled. You should be familiar with breathing techniques from school. Now follow my words. Alter your circulation path, beginning from the heart. As time passed, Yi Fan gradually instructed Yi Linkong in the breathing technique. Before long, Yi Linkong completed the exercise. Suddenly, he exhaled a breath that was dark and murky, resembling impurities. One extraordinary breathing technique. I feel as if my body has become significantly lighter, he exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Yi Fan with newfound wonder. This breathing technique is known as the Ming-Jing method, capable of purging the body of impurities across 7 layers. With dedicated practice over the years, it can enhance longevity, bestowing a lightness akin to that of a swallow and keen vision like that of an eagle. Upon reaching a higher realm, one becomes impervious to toxins and resilient against temperature extremes. Ye Fan responded with a smile in his eyes, suggesting that his father could find a reason to impart this technique to his mother, noting that their prolonged exposure to an oily environment must have left them with considerable residue in their bodies. Practicing this breathing method would be highly beneficial. Very well. Yi Lingkung nodded repeatedly, rising to his feet, and as he moved, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body. This breathing technique must be extraordinarily effective. Indeed, Yi Fan replied, shaking his head gently. The Ming-Jing method cannot truly be deemed the pinnacle of breathing techniques. After much contemplation, I realized that many top-tier methods necessitate early childhood practice and often come with specific requirements. Given their age, my father and the others may not achieve optimal results. This method should be the most suitable for them, simple to master, primarily aimed at prolonging life and offering immunity to toxins, thereby significantly safeguarding them from unscrupulous individuals. Father, the breathing method is merely the first step. Mastering beast control is equally crucial, and the level of the beasts is of utmost importance. With that, Yi Fan unwrapped a package and placed it before his father. These are the spiritual herbs and fruits I acquired in the secret realm. Although Shao Bai is relatively old among white-haired dogs, appropriate spiritual fruits can greatly enhance its potential. Give them to Shao Bai? Why not save them for your beasts? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingkung shook his head, declaring that spiritual fruits were far too precious. I have plenty, Yi Fan insisted. These are specifically selected for Shao Bai. They're the most suitable for it. His stating, Yi Lincheng Glanjet Atyefan. Are you truly sincere about this? Of course, Yi Fan affirmed. Father, I am now a bronze-level beast master. Acquiring such spiritual herbs and fruits is not challenging for me. You know, as well as anyone that in a place like Pingcheng, a bronze-level beast master can lead a comfortable life. That's true. Yi Lingkung nodded, this time accepting the spiritual fruits. I will be home for a while. When you have no other engagements, we can venture into the Silver Moon Forest together for training. I am confident in ensuring your safety at the forest perimeter. Yi Fan stated earnestly, adding that it would also provide his father an opportunity to enhance his beast handling skills. That sounds feasible, Yi Lingkung agreed, recalling his own dreams of ascending to the pinnacle of beast mastery, feeling the pulse of ambition reignite within him. But how do we broach the subject with your mother? She worries whenever you go out. If I take Shao Bai along with you, she would absolutely forbid it. Is that a challenge for you, father? Yi Fan smiled at the remark. You effortlessly concoct excuses to sneak off for drinks. We can quietly venture out first. After some time, when you've grown stronger, we can reveal it to mother as a delightful surprise. You rascal. Upon hearing these words, Yi Lingkung cursed softly, somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Well, I will make an effort to accompany you when I have some free time. That sounds agreeable, Yi Fan replied with a smile, glancing at Yi Lingkung before suddenly adding. Father, I am determined to attend a university in Kyoto in the future. You should prepare in advance and give mother a heads up. We will all be moving there. By next year, I should reach the silver rank, and during my training, I will save some money to buy a house in Kyoto after graduation. It should be feasible. No problem, Yi Lingkung chuckled. Your mother was just saying the other day that she wants to travel to Kyoto. Good, Yi Fan nodded, though his eyes reflected a complex sentiment. He had initially worried that his father would be unwilling to relocate. In his previous life, he had broached this subject during his university years, only to be dismissed by his mother, who claimed it would hinder him. His father had also mentioned that living there was not as comfortable as it was here. It seemed that his parents were indeed open to moving to Kyoto. They simply lacked the means. In this life, with the potential he showcased, everything would be different. Realizing this, Yi Fan nodded to himself, recognizing that this was precisely what he desired, progress in every aspect of life, achieving what he and his family had previously lacked. The feeling was truly delightful. Yi Fan chose not to reveal everything to his father, rather than divulging that he had been reborn as a king-level figure. He preferred to share that he had inherited the legacy of a king-level powerhouse. Knowing too much would only overwhelm them and instill unnecessary worry. Chapter 37. The Forest. I feel as though I haven't been here in ages. At the entrance of the Silver Moon Forest, Ye Linkang gazed at the forest before him with a sense of nostalgia. Pingqing was not large, classified as a small city, and the journey from a school to Yi Fan's home took less than an hour. However, the school required students to stay on campus for management purposes, and in reality, his home was perhaps closer to the Silver Moon Forest than the school. The distinction between beast tamers and ordinary individuals was indeed profound. The population of Pingqiang exceeded 300,000, yet the number of high school students in the city was fewer than 1,000. A ratio of less than 300 to 1. Among beast tamers, many lacked talent and opportunity. Ordinary families could not bear the costs associated with enhancing a beast. The investment required to elevate a common beast to bronze rank could range from hundreds of thousands to millions. How many families could afford that? Just like Yi Fan's classmates, who struggled to break into the top 10. Without access to secret realms, the Silver Moon Forest was exceedingly perilous. Relying solely on their beasts for growth might result in stagnation at the iron rank for several years, or even regression due to inadequate nourishment. In his previous life, many had managed to advance, and even the overweight student had reached bronze rank, largely due to the 10 slots that Pan Zhao had secured for them. In previous years, students in ordinary classes had nothing at all. This disparity elucidated why the gap between powerful beast tamers and ordinary people, as well as weaker beast tamers, was so vast. For a formidable beast tamer, a single hunting expedition could equate to several years' worth of income for a typical family. The stronger the tamer, the weaker the disadvantage remained. Many individuals, throughout their lives, may not have the luxury of dedicating themselves solely to the art of taming beasts. When university aspirations fall short, they must inevitably turn their thoughts to family responsibilities, burdened by the relentless pursuit of financial stability, often leading to a life of stagnation. Father, this is merely the beginning. There will be many more occasions to come, Yi Fan remarked with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, observing the noticeably larger black iron 5-star companion, Xiao Bai. Beside his father, the spiritual fruits he had prepared for Xiao Bai were predominantly focused on enhancing its physique, and it was likely that its future evolution would follow suit. The inferior transformation fruits had already been sown, and it wouldn't be long before they would yield results for Xiao Bai to consume. For a beast that lacks the opportunity to harness elemental powers for offense, size and strength become paramount advantages. Has Mother learned the breathing technique? Yi Fan inquired, a thought crossing his mind. Yes, Yi Linkang nodded, a smile gracing his face. I was told in a dream by your grandfather, who said it should be passed solely to us. I have already conveyed it to you, and it is quite effective. Your grandfather truly possesses a remarkable ability to communicate through dreams. Yi Fan chuckled at Yi Linkang's words, though he refrained from elaborating further and summoned his hellhound. Come forth, Xiaohua. The hellhound emerged and paused momentarily upon seeing Yi Linkang, but soon, as if detecting a familiar scent, it affectionately approached him, and then lowered its head to sniff Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai reciprocated the gesture, as is customary among canines, and it wasn't long before the two beasts were frolicking together. After observing their playful interaction for a while, Yi Fan finally spoke up, all right? It's time to attend to our main objective. At his words, the hellhound immediately stood erect, and Xiao Bai appeared invigorated. Father, let us proceed. Yi Fan gesturet tu Yi Lincheng. The two ventured into the beast-taming forest, at which point Yi Linkang's astonishment was just beginning. The prowess of Yi Fan's hellhound was formidable. With Yi Fan's presence, they dominated the forest perimeter, overpowering ordinary beasts that could scarcely withstand a single pounce. However, Yi Linkang soon acclimatized and eagerly directed Xiao Bai into battle, gradually finding his rhythm. The afternoon swiftly passed, and under Yi Fan's guidance, Yi Linkang successfully orchestrated a one-on-one hunt against a wild beast of black iron 3 stars for the first time. I have independently hunted a wild beast of black iron 3 stars. He exhaled deeply, gazing at the fallen white wolf before him, turning to Yi Fan with admiration. Excellent, Yi Fan replied, a a smile illuminating his face as he waved his hand. "Father, we shall conclude our endeavors for today. It's past 6 o'clock. We must sell the meat and return home, lest mother begins to inquire." "Very well." Ye Linkang acquiesced, still yearning for more. After all, he had once been a beast tamer himself. The thrill of commanding a beast was exhilarating. Yi Fan, noticing the expression on Yi Linkang's face, couldn't help but smile. This was the realm of beast tamers, who would willingly confine themselves to the mundane existence of daily struggles if given the choice to become a powerful beast tamer. At the city butcher's shop, upon Yi Fan's arrival, the shopkeeper greeted him with a beaming smile. Recently, Yi Fan has visited frequently, each time more diligently than the last, accompanied by increasingly formidable beasts. The shopkeeper, not one to be easily deceived, recognized that this seemingly ordinary young man is likely no commoner. He is destined for greatness. "Young brother, it has been a while," the proprietor greeted warmly. Upon noticing Yi Linkang beside Yi Fan, he paused in surprise. "Old Yi, you are here as well." To this, Yi Linkang was equally taken aback to find Yi Fan at this meat shop. He owned a restaurant and typically procured his meat from this very establishment, albeit the usual fare of pork and poultry. After years of acquaintance, they regarded each other as old friends. Yi Fan glanced at Yi Linkang, a smile gracing his face, and addressed the shopkeeper. "This is my father. He happened to have some free time today and decided to accompany me for a hunt in the Silver Moon Forest." "Ah." The shopkeeper was astonished. Turning to Yi Linkang, he exclaimed, "Goodness, old Yi, this young man is your son?" "Indeed." Yi Linkang nodded, maintaining a calm exterior, though internally he was elated by the shopkeeper's reaction. "Your son is remarkable. At such a young age, he is already capable of hunting bronze beasts. Such promise." The shopkeeper's praises flowed generously, prompting Yi Linkang to go from restrained chuckles to hearty laughter as they engaged in amiable conversation. "I'll take all the beast meat today. We are old acquaintances. Please offer the best price." In the end, the shopkeeper, unable to refuse the request, personally escorted Yi Linkang to the street corner, insisting on slipping a pack of fine cigarettes into his pocket, showering him with compliments once more. "Father, how does that feel?" At the street corner, Yi Fan teased, observing Yi Linkang's astonished expression. "Quite good," Yi Linkang replied, though the joy on his face was undeniable. The meat shop owner's attitude was indeed quite favorable, reflecting a significant degree of wealth, which filled him with satisfaction. "Right now, you are merely an ordinary person. In the future, there will be beast masters who will regard you with the same esteem," Yi Fan remarked, hoping that his father would grow stronger, so that even in his absence, others would show him such respect. "Absolutely," Yi Linkang nodded fervently. "Tomorrow, we shall return." "Tomorrow?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at this. "Do you not fear that mother will find out?" "Oh, as long as I grow stronger, it matters not if your mother knows," Yi Linkang replied, sharing a knowing smile with Yi Fan. Their relationship has always been strong, marked by understanding and camaraderie. "Wife, that Li Dayun mentioned he is moving today." At the breakfast table, Yi Linkang casually remarked while eating a piece of meat. "You know, we have always been on good terms, and I plan to take Yi Fan to lend a hand." "Moving again?" Lin Qingxia furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Yi Linkang. "It seems your friends have been prospering lately. Why the frequent relocations?" "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it is just the way of things," Yi Linkang responded, a hint of guilt in his tone. "Are you thinking of going out for drinks again?" Lin Qingxia seemed to see through him. "Of course not. Why would I take Yi Fan along if I were drinking?" Yi Linkang defended himself, glancing towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan understood immediately and promptly picked up his chopsticks. "It was true. We happened to encounter Uncle Li while shopping for groceries, and he mentioned it to my father. Isn't Li Dayun living in the east of the city? How could he possibly run into you?" Lin Qingxia expressed some skepticism, but chose not to pursue the matter further, merely nodding in agreement. "All right then. Make sure to return early. I don't want you out all night." "Understood." With that, Yi Linkang hastily finished his meal, stood up, and headed outside. "Yi Fan, hurry up and go help out. Don't stay out too late." "Okay," Yi Fan replied, quickly gobbling down a few bites, wiping his mouth, and also rising to his feet. The two men hurriedly left, and Lin Qingxia shook her head, not believing in any moving plans. treating it simply as a day out for them. After all, Yi Fan had now reached the bronze level, ensuring a stable future, which eased Lin Qingzia's concern significantly. Allowing them some leisure was acceptable, especially since the restaurant was rather empty that day. As she contemplated this, Lin Qingzia lifted her bowl, preparing to serve herself when she noticed Xiao Bai, who had been napping at the door, shake his head and follow them outside. A hint of puzzlement crossed her features. Am I seeing things? This Xiao Bai seems to be growing bigger by the day. Chapter 38. The birthday fruit. A few days later, one morning, Yi Lingkong was hastily consuming his meal. Just as he set down his chopsticks, Lin Qingzia interjected, "Today is your uncle's birthday. Aren't you going?" "My uncle's birthday?" Yi Lingkong was taken aback, but quickly responded with some hesitation. "Perhaps I should skip it." "Why would you do that? After all, he is family," Lin Qingzia replied, glancing at Yi Lingkong, seemingly aware of his reluctance. She added, "I heard they're moving away next year, and we want to see them again. Now that Yi Fan is doing well, it wouldn't hurt to make an appearance." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan perked up, realizing he had forgotten about having an uncle. Yi Lingkong hesitated, but finally nodded after glancing at Yi Fan. "All right, let us take Yi Fan along. After all, his cousin and we have a decent relationship. Last time, his cousin visited and stayed with us for a few days. Make sure you leave early today and buy a decent gift." Lin Qingzia stood up, indicating there was no need to worry about the shop. "All right." Yi Lingkong nodded, stood up, and beckoned to Yi Fan, who promptly followed him. At the door, noticing Yi Lingkong's troubled expression, Yi Fan curiously asked, "Dad, do you really have an uncle?" "Of course. Your uncle is quite impressive and has always treated us well. However, he went away a few years ago, and our family has only heard from him through Yi Lingkong, who seemed to recall something from the past, and shook his head. "Never mind, let us just go buy something." Yi Fan, sensing there was more to the story, suddenly recalled what Fat Li had mentioned about having a cousin from Long Tong. Combining that with his father's earlier comments about a cousin, could it be that Fat Li was right, and he truly had a cousin from Long Tong? In a family endowed with dragon pupils, there lies a certain significance. In his past life, his father was quite prosperous, yet he himself did not initially rise to prominence. In a moment of clarity, Yi Fan seemed to perceive some underlying connections. Gazing at Yi Lingkong, he suddenly spoke, "Father, do the esteemed members of the family not regard you highly?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingkong's expression stiffened momentarily, followed by a resigned smile. "You little rascal, must you speak so bluntly?" "That must be the case," Yi Fan replied, grinning as he reassuringly patted Yi Lingkong on the shoulder. "Do not worry, Father. I am here now. We shall have our dignity restored." "Indeed," Yi Lingkong nodded, though a shadow of concern crossed his features. "However, their gifts are rather extravagant. What shall we offer in return?" "You have no idea what I encountered the last few times I visited. Others brought spiritual herbs and fruits, while I merely carried a bag of fruit, which left me quite embarrassed." "That is indeed somewhat humiliating," Yi Fan reflected. Soon, a plan formed in his mind. He waved down a taxi. "Come, Father. Let us head to the spiritual herb hall." "The spiritual herb hall?" Yi Lingkong queried, puzzled. "Are we going to purchase spiritual herbs and fruits?" "We have some at home. We could simply take a few. The ones at home are intended for our beasts. What I intend to buy will undoubtedly be of a different caliber," Yi Fan explained. "Of a different caliber?" Yi Lingkong hesitated, pondering. "Isn't that a bit costly? I haven't brought much money." "Purchasing spiritual fruits does not necessarily require currency. Bartering is also an option," Yi Fan replied with a mysterious smile. This morning, the inferior mutated fruits he had cultivated in his beast space had ripened, 6 in total, each valued at approximately 500,000. This would suffice to acquire a high-quality longevity fruit for gifting. With that, Yi Fan entered the taxi, and although Yi Lingkong hesitated, he ultimately followed suit. The taxi sped along, and before long, it arrived at the entrance of the spiritual herb hall. "Is it the young man mentioned by Sister Shui?" The receptionist immediately recognized Yi Fan upon seeing his appearance and hurried inside to inform others. "The young brother has arrived?" Inside, Ning Shui, who had been idly passing the time, was slightly taken aback upon hearing the news. It had been over 10 days since Yi Fan last visited the spiritual herb hall. She had thought he might not return. Just then, as she pondered, Yi Fan and Yi Lingheng stepped into the room. Ning Shui greeted them with a smile. Little brother, it has been quite a while. It has indeed, Yi Fan replied with a smile, while Yi Lingheng looked on in surprise at Yi Fan's familiarity. Well, young man, it seems you have acquaintances everywhere. Yi Fan did not offer any explanations to Yi Lingheng. Instead, he turned to Ning Shui and, after a moment of thought, inquired, "Do you have longevity fruits? I seek the highest quality." Longevity fruit? Ning Shui was momentarily taken aback at the mention of this fruit. Longevity fruits were not meant for beasts. They were specifically for human consumption and were known for their life-extending properties. Such fruits were often gifted to esteemed elders and were quite prestigious. One is valued at 1,000,000. Little brother wishes for longevity fruits for an elder's birthday gift. Yifan replied succinctly. Ning Shui refrained from probing further, yet her heart raced with trepidation. Just as Ning Qinghai had remarked, this young lad indeed possesses a formidable background. The extravagant gesture of gifting longevity fruits for an elder's birthday is quite impressive. Wait a moment, I shall inquire with our chief, she said, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her as she addressed Yi Fan. He nodded in acknowledgement, and Ning Shui hastily ascended the stairs. At that moment, Yi Lingheng approached and inquired, "Yi Fan, what exactly are longevity fruits?" "They are a type of spiritual fruit that has been exaggerated in its reputation," Yi Fan replied, shaking his head with a smile. "However, presenting such gifts carries significant prestige." This statement held a semblance of truth. Longevity fruits indeed possess an appealing appearance, delectable taste, and a modicum of spiritual essence. For humans, their effects are akin to that of excellent beast meat. The claims of extending one's lifespan are largely inflated. If such properties were genuine, they would not be classified as mundane grade, but rather as spiritual grade, and would certainly be in high demand. My young brother, we do have longevity fruits. Let us discuss it upstairs, Ning Qinghai soon announced, his face alight with a smile. Yi Fan nodded at Yi Lingheng, and together they ascended the staircase. This time, they were led not to the second floor, but to a private room on the third floor, where refreshments awaited. Before long, a servant presented the longevity fruits. The fruits resembled large, plump peaches, their surface glistening and exuding an inviting aroma. My young brother, this particular fruit from our batch is of exceptional quality, Ning Qinghai remarked with a smile directed at Yi Fan. It will be the perfect gift for an elder, and I shall offer you the best price, 88,000 for each fruit, a fortuitous sum. Very well, Yi Fan replied, seemingly unfazed by the figure. He turned to Ning Qinghai. Might we consider a trade? This proposition took Ning Qinghai by surprise, yet he quickly smiled and responded, "Of course, my young brother. If you have suitable spiritual fruits to offer, this should suffice," Yi Fan said, producing 2 inferior transformation fruits. Each inferior transformation fruit yielded 6. He reserved 3 for shall buy, as the excess held little further value. Upon seeing the inferior transformation fruits, Ning Qinghai's expression shifted subtly, and he nodded repeatedly. This is more than adequate. In terms of rarity, inferior transformation fruits far surpass longevity fruits, altering one's bloodline, even if it pertains to a lesser lineage, represents an entirely different realm of significance. Please accept these. He instructed the servant to take the inferior transformation fruits. As he gazed at Yi Fan, his demeanor transformed entirely. What had once been mere speculation about the young man's powerful lineage now felt like a certainty. "Ah," he hesitated for a few moments before asking, "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Yifan," replied Yifan. At this, Ning Qinghai pondered for a moment, then suddenly his countenance shifted as he exclaimed, "Ah, so you are young friend Yi." "Too kind, Ning Hall Master," Yi Fan responded, picking up a longevity fruit from the table. "My father and I must attend to our elder's birthday celebrations, so I shall not trouble you further." "Please, young friend Yi, do not mention it," Ning Qinghai urged, rising to graciously escort Yi Fan from the Spirit Herb Hall, releasing a long sigh of relief only after he had departed. The master of the hall. It seems that Yi Fan has gained considerable momentum among the new students of Pingsheng High School this year. I have heard that he has already reached the bronze level, Ning Shui remarked. The Linko Hall is well-informed and quickly learned of Yi Fan's news. Compared to his family, bronze is hardly significant. Ning Qinghai shook his head and looked at Ning Shui, seemingly relieved. Perhaps this time we have made a commendable acquaintance. Is there a prominent Yi family in Pingsheng? Upon hearing this, Ning Shui was puzzled, but soon a thought struck her, her complexion changing drastically as she lowered her voice. Could it be that one? She glanced at Ning Qinghai, questioning whether Yi Fan's background was excessively formidable. Formidable indeed, to the point of instilling fear. Ning Qinghai replied, shaking his head. Let us keep this matter to ourselves to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 39. A gift after putting away the birthday offering. Yi Fan and his companion headed towards the residence of their uncle. The location was in Chanfeng village, which sounded like an urban village. However, upon arrival, Yi Fan was taken aback by the expanse of medieval palace-style architecture before him. This was no mere urban village. It resembled a noble's castle. What exactly does my uncle do? Observing the scene, Yi Fan couldn't help but glance at Yi Linkheng beside him. A powerful beastmaster, I suppose. Though I'm uncertain of their strength. Certainly formidable, affiliated with the military, Yi Linkheng responded. A military powerhouse? Yi Fan furrowed his brow at this, as he was aware of many military strongholds, but they were all prominent during his era. Let us discuss this in person. Yi Fan chose not to dwell on the issue and followed Yi Linkheng, his gaze contemplative. Next year, we will relocate, shedding our armor and returning to the fields. The surname Yi in Pingsheng, possessing the Dragon Eye bloodline. So many clues intertwined, yet no corresponding figures surfaced in my memory. This shouldn't be the case. Yi Lao's birthday celebration, no admittance for the idol, declared 2 guards at the entrance, blocking their path and requesting a pass. Upon hearing this, Yi Linkheng felt somewhat awkward and said, I'm Yi Lao's nephew. Yi Linkheng. Yi Lao's nephew? The guards hesitated, retrieving a nearby roster, and soon found Yi Linsheng's name at the bottom. They nodded and stepped aside, permitting entry. Good, Yi Linkheng nodded, leading Yi Fan inside. Father, you've done well. I see your name at the bottom of the list, Yi Fan remarked with a smile. You little rascal, at least I'm on the list, Yi Linkheng retorted. Before he could say more, a dignified figure approached, likely Yi Lao's son, there to welcome the guests. Elder brother, Yi Linkheng greeted the newcomer with a smile. Lin Sheng? Upon seeing Yi Linkheng, the other seemed slightly surprised, his brow furrowing. However, he said nothing more, merely gesturing, go on in, with just those 2 simple sentences, and without even a glance at Yi Fan. The gesture alone was enough for Yi Fan to sense the disdain directed at their family, causing his aversion to them to rise sharply. Yi Linkheng said nothing further, simply nodded, and led Yi Fan deeper into the gathering. Soon, a grand hall emerged ahead. Yi Linkheng pushed the door open, and within the spacious living room, it was filled with guests, a vibrant assembly of elegantly dressed individuals. Upon hearing the door creak, many turned their gazes toward him, but upon realizing it was Yi Linkheng, most swiftly diverted their attention back to their lively conversations. It seemed that his father was truly not well regarded. This scene caused Yi Fan to shake his head slightly. Father, let's find a place to sit. All right. Yi Linkheng nodded, searching for a suitable corner seat amidst the gathering. As they settled down, the onlookers fell silent, some wearing disdainful expressions. Yi Fan sensed the atmosphere and glanced at a person across from him, faintly noticing a glimmer of golden light in their eyes. Dragon's eye. Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, it was the dragon's eye. Suddenly, he fell silent, surveying the attendees. Under the hall's illumination and amidst the fervent discussions, he discerned that many possessed the same golden gleam in their gaze. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. So many dragons, eye-bearers from the Dragon Slayer's lineage. How could the next generation possibly have such a multitude? Yi Fan felt a surge of alarm. The lineage of the dragons, I was said to dilute over time, becoming increasingly rare among descendants. Yet here, there were no less than 30 individuals with the dragon's eye. How could such a number exist? Father, are all these people from the Yi family? Yi Fan suddenly inquired of Yi Linkheng beside him. Yes, though there aren't many from your uncle's branch. Others are from various branches. Your grandfather is the youngest, ranked 28th, nearly 20 years younger than your uncle. Yi Linkheng replied. Your ancestor was quite sentimental, marrying 7 wives. Your uncle and grandfather share the same mother, so we are quite close. Hearing the number 28, Ye Fan felt a bit helpless. Well, that's not a concern. Old Master Ye has arrived. Soon, amidst the clamor of the guests, an elderly man ascended the stage. Though his hair was white, he retained a youthful appearance, exuding vitality as he walked steadily across the stage, his sharp brows lending him an air of authority. Flattering words flowed freely, and soon some began to approach the stage, each bearing gifts. A nearby attendant called out the names of the gift-givers, while some addressed him as uncle and others as ancestor, each with their own form of address. Old Master Ye engaged in brief conversations with each individual before moving on to the next. This scene rendered Ye Linchen's expression somewhat uneasy, as if he was reminded of something. Meanwhile, Ye Fan felt a pang of sympathy for his father. In such a grand setting, the attention was overwhelming. Carrying fruits to the stage, it was no wonder his father had said he wouldn't come. For an ordinary person, this occasion would warrant a change of city. "It's all right, father." Patting Ye Linchen's shoulder, Ye Fan offered a reassuring smile, producing a box containing longevity fruits. "This year, we won't be embarrassed." "Good." With Ye Fan's encouragement, Ye Linchen felt reassured, clutching the box of longevity fruits. "All right." Ye Linchen nodded, and, once most of the Ye family members had taken their turn, he finally rose, holding the box and walking over with Ye Fan. Upon ascending the stage, numerous gazes were drawn toward him, many eyes sparkling with mirth. Clearly, they were eager to witness what the descendant of the Ye family, who had presented fruit the previous year, would offer this time. As soon as he took to the platform, Ye Lao's attention shifted to Ye Linchen. He regarded him with a slight nod and then beckoned to a nearby attendant, seemingly conveying a message. The attendant, upon hearing, nodded in acknowledgement, approached to receive the items from Ye Linchen, swiftly placing them aside without uttering a word. Observing this scene, Ye Linchen felt a sense of resignation, already aware of Ye Lao's concerns, likely fearing he might embarrass himself, hence instructing the attendant not to open the box and announce the gift. "Your presence is all that matters." Ye Lao's voice resonated. Hearing this, Ye Fan lifted his gaze and caught sight of the soft, affectionate glance Ye Lao cast toward Ye Linchen. "Regardless of the gift, you are all my kin." Chapter 40. The gift. The tone of this statement was exceedingly gentle, leaving Ye Linchen momentarily taken aback as he regarded the benevolent Ye Lao, instinctively nodding in response. Ye Lao's gaze lingered on Ye Linchen for a while, as if perceiving a notable change within him, and slowly nodded in affirmation. "You have transformed significantly this year." "Splendid." "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle," Ye Linchen replied, pulling Ye Fan closer. "You should greet Uncle." "Greetings, Uncle," Ye Fan spoke. "Good." Ye Lao nodded, his attention shifting to Ye Fan, his expression subtly altered. "Fanner, you two have undergone considerable change. I have heard about your accomplishments at Pingxing High School. Quite impressive." "Thank you for your praise, Uncle," Ye Fan nodded, harboring no significant ill feelings toward the kindly elder. "You both resemble your grandfather," Ye Lao remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "It is unfortunate he was too reckless in his youth. Otherwise, he might have left you something of value." After speaking, Ye Lao appeared somewhat unwell, abruptly succumbing to a fit of coughing. "Uncle, you have spoken too much today. You must be weary," the attendant quickly interjected. But Ye Lao waved him off with a certain firmness, declaring, "I do not require assistance. I am most aware of my own condition." As he spoke, Ye Lao's demeanor was both commanding and dignified, his eyes flashing with a hint of indignation. In that moment, Ye Fan clearly discerned the golden glimmer in Ye Lao's eyes, more radiant than that of anyone present, akin to a pair of luminous orbs. A subtle air of authority emanated from him, causing the attendant to retract his hand in trepidation. Witnessing this, Ye Fan was also taken aback, noting the intensity of the golden glimmer. It suggested a high percentage of draconic heritage within him. "I am aging, and my health does wane," Ye Lao soon softened, the golden light dissipating as he turned his gaze to Ye Linchen, inquiring, "Next year, we shall be moving to Kyoto. Would you like to accompany me?" Ye Linchen paused, glancing at Ye Fan before shaking his head. "He is still in high school. I can arrange for him to attend a high school in Kyoto, Ye Lao reiterated. This time, Ye Linkheng found himself at a loss for words. When Ye Fan spoke up beside him, "Grandfather, I will strive to gain admission to a university in Kyoto and take our entire family with me." Upon hearing these words, a smile graced the face of the elder Ye, who praised, "You, young man, possess great ambition. If that is the case, we shall await your arrival in Kyoto." After uttering this, the elder waved his hand, and Ye Linkheng promptly bid farewell, making his way down the stage. Ye Fan hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately could not resist turning back just before leaving the stage. Approaching the elder, he lowered his voice and said, "Grandfather, have you been feeling unwell lately? Whenever you exert yourself, does it feel as though countless fine needles are piercing your body, causing unbearable pain?" The elder Ye, initially puzzled, immediately changed his expression upon hearing this, looking intently at Ye Fan. He too lowered his voice. "You are aware of my hidden ailment? Most dragon eye bearers exhibit such symptoms. I observe that your dragon eye seems significantly more pronounced than that of ordinary descendants. It appears you have encountered some fortuitous event that has heightened the concentration of your ancestral bloodline." Ye Fan spoke with an air of certainty. Yet he added a note of caution. "However, dragon blood is highly toxic, except for the original dragon slayers. Once the bloodline concentration of subsequent generations surpasses a certain threshold, they are susceptible to backlash from this ancestral bloodline. Grandfather, you must have already experienced such backlash. If this situation is not remedied promptly, your condition will deteriorate until you are completely consumed by the dragon blood." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted once more, his gaze shimmering with a golden light as he regarded Ye Fan and whispered, "Do you have a solution?" "Indeed, but given the current company, if you have time in the near future, come to my home to discuss it," Ye Fan replied before taking his leave and returning to the gathering with Ye Linkheng. "What did you just say to grandfather? Why did he look so astonished?" Ye Linkheng inquired in a hushed tone. "I mentioned that I know how to treat his ailment." Ye Fan replied nonchalantly, "Ailment? Has grandfather fallen ill?" Ye Linkheng's expression changed. "Certainly. Otherwise, why would he have retired from the front lines?" Ye Fan shrugged. "How do you know you can cure him?" "Why all the questions, father?" Ye Fan countered, glancing at Ye Linkheng before suddenly adding, "It's not you who will be providing the treatment." This remark left Ye Linkheng momentarily speechless. After a pause, he muttered under his breath, "You little rascal. Not even giving your old man any face now." "Not all." Ye Fan shook his head, then recalled something and asked, "Didn't you mention that we have a cousin who is on good terms with us? Why isn't she here?" Leaning closer, Ye Linkheng responded quietly, "You know that your cousin is not favored by your uncle, so she likely did not come today. My cousin is also not in good standing with uncle." Ye Fan said, surprised, "Isn't my cousin a dragon eye bearer?" "Indeed, but your uncle currently heads this family, and large families often face internal conflicts. Furthermore, your cousin has married far away to the North Sea, resulting in diminished standing within the family. It is entirely normal for her not to attend. She probably informed your grandfather in advance." Ye Linkheng explained, gazing at the dishes brought to the table. He picked up a piece and remarked, "Your maternal cousin is quite unfortunate. Having married into Baha'i, she finds herself alone and without acquaintances. It is said that she is not faring well there." Ye Fan nodded in agreement, but refrained from elaborating further. Soon enough, the banquet concluded and the guests began to depart in succession. It was evident that most of them were not from Pingsheng. Outside the banquet hall, the sound of helicopters echoed continuously. Ye Fan and his companions went to bid farewell to Elder Ye, waving cheerfully before taking their leave on foot, as they did not possess a helicopter. What a pity for that lad Linkheng. Nearly 40 years old and finally encountering some fortune, Elder Ye mused, watching the two retreating figures. A thought crossed his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Yet my grandson seems to possess some extraordinary potential. Extraordinary potential? It is but a mere D-grade, lacking even the esteemed Longtong bloodline of the Ye family, interjected a middle-aged man, whose voice resonated nearby. He was Ye Gahai, Elder Ye's eldest son, who had harbored a poor impression of Ye Linkheng over the years. Having the Longtong bloodline does not necessarily guarantee good fortune, Elder Ye countered, shaking his head. He then turned his attention to the final gift, inquiring. Let me see what Linkhung has presented. What could he possibly bring? Last time it was a watermelon. Perhaps this time it is a pineapple? Yigahai, perceiving his father's thoughts, suggested, Father, perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. Your health has not been optimal lately, and it is unwise to provoke anger. Elder Yi replied, Even if it were merely a stone from a family member, I would still value it highly. He shook his head again, adding, Furthermore, that is the son of the youngest. All the glory from your youth seems destined to be overshadowed by him. Seeing Elder Yi's determination, Yigahai ceased further argument. Retrieving the box gifted by Yi Linkhung and presenting it to Elder Yi. Open it, Elder Yi instructed. Upon hearing this, Yigahai opened the box. And the moment the exquisite longevity fruit was revealed, he stood momentarily stunned. This is hard to believe. Where did that fellow Linkhung acquire the funds for such a luxurious gift? Elder Yi appeared slightly taken aback as well, recalling their previous conversation, his expression shifting to one of meaningful contemplation. Gifting longevity fruit for a birthday does not seem to be a common practice in Pingsheng. Why do you look so glum? Old man? Asked Yi Fan, noticing Yi Lincheng's distressed demeanor as they strolled along the road. With a smile, he inquired, Is it because you spent a fortune only for your elder to overlook it? Indeed, 880,000. Enough to buy a house in Pingsheng, Yi Linkhung replied, shaking his head. Your elder is simply kind-hearted. I bear no resentment toward him, though it does sting a bit. Well, it is not your father who spent the money. It was mine. With that, Yi Fan nodded and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a low-grade transformation fruit. In fact, I still have some of these left from today. Still have more? Ye Lincheng exclaimed in surprise. Of course, I have an abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits, Yi Fan replied, producing another low-grade transformation fruit. Good lad, Yi Linkhung remarked, quickly seizing a low-grade transformation fruit. This was indeed a remarkable item, capable of enhancing the beast-taming bloodline. No ordinary treasure. In an ordinary family, one might toil for a lifetime, yet scarcely manage to acquire a few precious items. After admiring them for a while, Yi Linkhung finally returned the inferior transformation fruit. This is for your father. Yi Fan shook his head, retrieving another inferior transformation fruit and placing all three into his father's hands, intended to elevate Xiao Bai's bloodline rank. For Xiao Bai, Yi Linkhung quickly gestured in refusal, but Yi Fan interjected, My beast has already reached elite status. It would serve no purpose for me. Yi Linkhung was taken aback, but reluctantly accepted the inferior transformation fruits. You little rascal, it seems you have everything now. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded, then pondered momentarily before asking, Father, do you know about our family's history? Family history? Upon hearing this, Yi Linkhung exhibited a contemplative expression. After a few seconds, he shook his head. I do not know. Next time, if you don't know, just say so. There's no need to pretend to think, Yi Fan replied helplessly, then pressed further. What about the strong figures in our family? Surely you must know something about them. Strong figures? There are quite a few, Yi Linkhung began, but Yi Fan quickly gestured for him to stop. Regardless, the members of your grandfather's generation were all quite formidable, Yi Fan summarized. I just heard from my uncle that something has happened to my grandfather. Is that why he hasn't looked after us? Yes, I have barely seen your grandfather. From the moment I was born, he was said to have gone to the front lines, and by the time I could remember, he had already passed away. With a sigh, Yi Linkhung continued, Your grandmother was in poor health, and upon hearing this news, she wept daily, soon leaving this world herself. I was barely over 10 when I became head of the family. Were there no other members of the Yi family who assisted us during this time? Yi Fan inquired. There were. Your uncle's family was initially quite supportive, helping me with schooling and daily living, Yi Linkhung responded, sighing again. However, I was not particularly ambitious. I became a D grade and did not achieve anything noteworthy in high school, which led to diminishing interactions over time. Only your cousin's family has remained consistently kind to us. I see, Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. The implication was clear. After his grandfather's demise, his uncle's family initially cared for his father, but as his father's fortunes waned, so too did their generosity, ultimately devolving into neglect and mockery. Father, it's all right. Patting Yi Lincheng's shoulder, Yi Fan reassured him, We will grow stronger, and everyone will take notice. I don't mind. We are family, after all, Ye Linkhung replied, wanting to say more, but ultimately falling silent with a sigh. That night, upon returning home, it was already quite late. Lin Qingxia had already retired to the bedroom when Yi Fan entered. Creak. In the bedroom, upon seeing Yi Linkhung return, she asked how'd it go. The same, Yi Linkhung replied, though today Uncle remarked on my significant changes and praised both me and Yi Fan. That's rather good. Did Lena go? Lena did not attend. Today, a banquet was being held at her elder brother's house. Yi Linkhung shook his head as he gazed at the expectant Lin Qingxia. Suddenly, he spoke. Qingxia, I wish to continue my journey as a beastmaster. Continue as a beastmaster? Lin Qingxia was taken aback by his words. Instinctively, she looked through the window towards the small white creature, no taller than a knee, at the door. Could it be that small white? Indeed, I have fed it numerous spirit fruits, and now it has reached the status of a black iron 6-star, Yi Linkhung replied, producing a degradation fruit. This was a gift from Yi Fan, capable of transforming a low-grade beast into an elite one. At that moment, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the banquet, Yi Linkhung revealed a significant truth. Looking earnestly at Lin Qingxia, he said, Fan has inherited the legacy of an unparalleled powerhouse. The breathing technique I previously shared with you is one he imparted to me. His strength is formidable. During this time, when I made excuses to go out, I was actually accompanying him on hunts in the Silver Moon Forest. Lin Qingxia was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Qingxia, I no longer wish to remain complacent in mediocrity. Yi Linkhung's voice was grave. Do you know how I felt at today's banquet? What? I could not bring honor to my son. Instead, I needed him to comfort me. Yi Linkhung lamented, shaking his head. In the past, if it were just me, that would be one thing. But Yi Fan should not have to endure the disdain of others because of me. This statement left Lin Qingxia in thoughtful silence. After a long pause, she responded, Have you made up your mind? Yes, Yi Linkhung nodded. Being a beastmaster was once my dream. Now, Fan has opened a path to strength for me. If I do not seize this opportunity, I will surely regret it. Once you are certain, then it is settled, Lin Qingxia replied, embracing Yi Linkhung. When our shop's rent is due this month, we shall close it, and I will accompany you. Ever since our marriage, it seems I have not seen you with your beast for a very long time. Meanwhile, in another room, Yi Fan was oblivious to his parents' conversation and had not anticipated how profoundly the banquet would affect his father. In terms of mindset, having been a centenarian in his past life, he had long since become indifferent to the opinions of outsiders. Thus, he merely felt a sense of pity for his father. While for himself, it was merely curiosity about which family this was. In bed, Yi Fan once again wore a contemplative expression. Dragon Eye, Kyoto, Pingxing no. That is not right. After a while, a sudden realization struck him, and he sat up abruptly. Memories of a significant upheaval flooded his mind. The Dragon Eye Rebellion. Could it be? The mere thought of this phrase left Yi Fan incredulous. In his previous life, a major turmoil had occurred in Kyoto, roughly 4 years later. This unrest nearly reached the core of the government, instigated by an army led by those with dragon eyes, which boasted considerable might and even seized several strategic locations in Kyoto. It was only after several powerful figures from Kyoto returned from the front lines that the rebellion was suppressed. All Dragon Eye users were ruthlessly eliminated, and the insurgents were utterly banished. This news was initially suppressed, coincidentally while Yi Fan was studying at university in Kyoto, where he witnessed the rebellion firsthand. Later, the government announced that it was deliberately instigated by the dynasty organization, and he thought little of it. However, now, as all the clues amassed, the only event that matched this characteristic was that very rebellion. The Long Tongue uprising surprisingly originated from the Yi family. Uttering a phrase, Yi Fan inhaled sharply, recalling the benevolent elder Yi at the banquet, a retired military magnate who dedicated his life to the nation. Such a person would never instigate such a rebellion unless Elder Yi had perished. Although Elder Yi's chronic ailment was severe, it was unlikely he would succumb within 4 years. Yi Fan's conjectures deepened, and the more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. Someone had conspired to murder Elder Yi and had even joined the dynasty organization. This was nearly earth-shattering news. Families possessing the Long Tongue bloodline were all descended from the illustrious first-generation dragon slayers, the pioneers and practitioners of this era. No one would suspect that their progeny would ally with the dynasty organization to restore the ancient feudal monarchy, and this was precisely a perilous omen. He must inform his uncle to remain vigilant of those around him. Ye Fan resolved quietly, raising his gaze toward the window, when suddenly a shadow darted past, resembling a colossal avian beast gliding low. Woof, woof. The little white dog at the door stood up, alertly barking at the sky, as if sensing something amiss. Ye Fan's brows furrowed at once. He flipped over and leapt from his bed. As he stepped out, he saw Yi Linkhung, his father, preparing to open the door across the room, but Yi Fan swiftly restrained the door, lowering his voice. "Dad, you and Mom stay put in the room. Unless I call for you, do not come out under any circumstances." Inside, Yi Linkhung, initially thinking there was something outside, tensed upon hearing this and attempted to push the door open. Yet, Yi Fan reiterated, "You must listen to me." "All right," Yi Linkhung acquiesced, releasing the door. Outside, Yi Fan moved cautiously toward the yard, his steps light and careful, unlike the little white dog that was looking up. He did not linger in the yard, but opened the door and proceeded toward a secluded street. Soon, beneath the shroud of moonlight, Yi Fan found himself at a narrow alley, facing the dead end ahead. He halted and spoke. "Come out. Is it entertaining to linger up there?" Thud. As his voice echoed, the sound of wings flapping arose, and shortly after, a figure clad in a black robe descended before Yi Fan. "You are quite audacious," Yi Fan remarked, his gaze sweeping over the long-winged bird accompanying the black-robed individual, his brow furrowing slightly. A bronze 5-star elite-grade beast, capable of flight. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Fan raised his hand. "You do know that the airspace here is restricted, don't you?" "I am aware, but it is merely a fine." "How many enforcers are still awake at this hour?" The black-robed person replied, casting Yi Fan a slightly mocking smile. "You certainly possess a protective instinct for your family, bringing me to such a secluded locale." Chapter 42. The black-robed individual indeed. Yi Fan nodded, studying the black-robed figure before suddenly inquiring, "Is there no one else in the dynasty organization? Have they merely dispatched you?" Upon hearing this, the expression of the figure in the black robe sharpened. "Kid, do you know about the dynasty organization? Otherwise, why would I have sent Dangli to inform you?" Yi Fan replied, his gaze calm. "You certainly have a knack for choosing your moments, arriving just as I return home. Are you too afraid to act at school? Are you provoking me, boy?" The black-robed man spoke, his eyes fixated on Yi Fan. "I am well aware of your background, the son of the most useless member of the Yi family. No one will come to your aid. I suggest you retract that statement." Yi Fan's tone turned suddenly icy. "Angered?" The black-robed man mocked. "But the truth remains. You are quite bold," Yi Fan responded, and in the next moment, the hellhound emerged from the beast space. "Beast, ascend." Yi Fan raised his hand, light coalescing. Upon seeing the towering hellhound, the black-robed man was momentarily taken aback. "Bronze 2-star?" But soon after he laughed. "Kid, I'm not some novice from your school." Saying this, the black-robed man also raised his hand, light gathering around him. "Beast, Gale." However, this light did not envelop his beast, but instead radiated outward. The Gale howled, tooling their hair. At the end of the alley, a barbershop sign was blown away as if it were a ball. A rare ability to alter the weather among C-rank talents. Yi Fan steadied himself, feeling the changes in the atmosphere around him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Another unique beast talent. A figure like this, if deployed as a warrior on the front lines, could serve as a significant source of area disruption. Indeed, a rare military asset. Yet now, this talent was being utilized as a distraction to mask a killing intent. Is the restoration of the dynasty truly so enticing? Yi Fan voiced, no longer hesitating. The opponent sought to take his life, and he would not hold back. Little fire, attack. A low growl erupted from the hellhound's mouth as it lunged forward with lightning speed, almost in the blink of an eye, toward the long-winged bird. The black-robed man reacted swiftly, leaping onto the bird as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky once more. "Kid, you cannot defeat me." The black-robed man did not ascend too high, allowing Yi Fan to clearly hear his words. "Long-winged bird, use featherfall." The black-robed man's voice rang out, and in the next moment, the long-winged bird flapped its wings, feathers seemingly drawn by an unseen force, cascading from the sky like a multitude of small blades. The sheer density of the feathers enveloped Ye Fan's vicinity, creating a scene that was truly alarming. Clearly, the black-robed man understood the necessity of not becoming entangled with Ye Fan, unleashing the long-winged bird's beast skill immediately. A lethal strike right from the outset. Oomph. Ye Fan looked at the sky filled with feathered blades, a smile forming on his lips. Almost as soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he let out a soft grunt and swiftly retreated. His speed was remarkable, evidently surpassing the black-robed man's expectations. As the attack missed, the black-robed man found himself momentarily stunned, watching Ye Fan retreat unscathed from the lethal range. You were absolutely correct. You're not like those novices from school. As Ye Fan's voice resonated, he lamented, regrettably, I'm no novice. The tactic of directly assaulting a beast master during a beast duel had long since become tiresome for him. Standing amidst the howling winds, Ye Fan patted the hellhound beside him and let out a cold chuckle. Having experienced countless beast duels in his previous life, some merely competitive, others life-and-death struggles, and numerous encounters filled with cunning and stratagem, his combat experience was vast and profound, allowing him to see through the intentions of a young man effortlessly. This man in his 20s, cloaked in black, was all too transparent in his motives. Surely, a skill like Rain of Fallen Leaves could not be employed a second time in such quick succession. Observing the silent figure above him, Ye Fan mockingly remarked, Now, if you wish to kill me, it seems you can only descend from the heavens. Birds of prey often face their greatest peril at the moment of attack. Do you dare to come? Upon hearing these words, the black-clad man's gaze shifted, revealing an unsettling confusion as he regarded the fearless young man beneath him, who was not only unafraid but taunting him. It was an uncanny sensation, akin to being chastised by a teacher for one's weaknesses during school days. How could he possess such confidence, believing that when his long-winged bird swoops down upon Ye Fan, it could be countered? For the first time, the black-clad man hesitated, despite having initially set out with unwavering determination. He understood that while the long-winged bird held the advantage in the sky, dragging the confrontation out would ultimately lead to his exposure. The most efficient and immediate course of action would be to strike. Yet, choosing to attack was akin to gambling, wagering that Ye Fan would not seize the opportunity presented. What's the matter? Afraid? Ye Fan's smile broadened as he awaited a response that never came. I suggest you retreat soon. After all this time without eliminating me, you might easily attract the attention of the enforcement team. I know you fear for your life, and I hold no grudges. Damn it! The black-clad man seethed, recognizing that Ye Fan was attempting to provoke him. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Long-winged bird, attack! In the next instant, the long-winged bird spread its wings, its massive form gliding directly toward Ye Fan with an overwhelming momentum that was quite intimidating. Come on! The black-clad man shouted, anger etched on his face. He could not fathom that a mere D-rank youth, accompanied by a bronze 2-star hellhound, could counter his long-winged bird amidst the tempest. This strike was destined to be lethal. As the howling wind filled the air, Ye Fan gazed at the approaching long-winged bird and suddenly smiled. You claim to have thoroughly investigated my background. Yet how is it that you are unaware of my nickname at school? With that, Ye Fan's expression shifted, and he coldly commanded, Little fire, lock its throat. As his voice fell, Ye Fan retreated, while simultaneously, the hellhound lunged forth with its jaws wide open. At this moment, the long-winged bird had yet to reach its target. He had anticipated my attack. The black-clad man's complexion changed. He had fallen into a trap. Ye Fan had been waiting for this full-force confrontation. The long-winged bird, hurtling straight towards him, could not possibly change its course in such a brief span. Roar! A resounding roar echoed, rendering the scene exceedingly bizarre. In the very next moment after the hellhound lunged, the long-winged bird seemed to thrust its throat into the beast's maw. With a thud, as its throat was ensnared, the immense force propelled both the beast and the bird forward. The figure in the black robe tumbled on the ground, witnessing the long-winged bird trapped, and hurriedly charged forward with a clenched fist. In the distance, Ye Fan observed the spectacle with a smirk, shaking his head once more. How could one claim to understand me thoroughly without even knowing the skills of my summoned beast. As his thoughts trailed off, Ye Fan raised his hand once again. Little fire, unleash overheat. A roar erupted as the hellhound was engulfed in a molten red glow, a terrifying flame brewing, expanding like a bomb in an instant. No! The black-robed man's eyes widened in horror as the flames surged towards him, and in the next heartbeat, he was consumed by the inferno. Ye Fan stood his ground, the wave of fire ultimately halting just shy of 5 centimeters before him. This was the limit of overheat's proximity, elucidating why he had opted to retreat moments earlier. From the instant the black-robed man chose to attack, Ye Fan had already envisioned the entire sequence. It was not the black-robed man's ultimate move, but rather his own. At such close range, even if the summoned beast could endure, the beast master would undoubtedly perish. Hiss, hiss. Soon, the flames dissipated, revealing a charred corpse and the remains of a dark-feathered bird nearby. Well done, little fire, Ye Fan remarked, approaching the somewhat weakened hellhound, retrieving a spirit fruit to offer. The hellhound emitted a gentle sound, but refrained from taking the fruit from his hand, nodding towards the ground, indicating that Ye Fan should place it there. This was a recent habit it had learned from Little White, adhering to the etiquette of not dining from tables or accepting food from human hands or chopsticks. Witnessing this, Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head, ruffling the hellhound's fur as he fed at the spirit fruit. You are my summoned beast, my finest companion in my eyes. There is no need for formality. The hellhound barked in agreement, nuzzling Ye Fan once more. Ye Fan then crouched down, gazing at the dark figure of the black-robed man. Smirking as if delivering an epitaph, remember in your next life, when provoking others, do not bring your parents into it. Suddenly, a clapping sound erupted from behind Ye Fan. What a remarkable duel between beast masters. At the sound, Ye Fan sprang to his feet in a flash, adopting a defensive stance, his body tensed, fist clenched, veins bulging in his arms. Someone had approached him unnoticed. This was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Yet upon turning around and facing the individual, Ye Fan found himself momentarily taken aback. Sir, what brings you here? His poised fist halted mid-air, creating an awkward tableau. Didn't you ask me to find you? Old Ye responded with a smile. I happened to see this person and was curious about your beast-taming abilities. To my surprise, I was greatly astonished. He paused momentarily, his eyes glimmering with a golden light. Fan, your prowess in beast-taming seems to exceed that of a mere novice. Your praise is excessive, Ye Fan replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor towards Old Ye, who had spent many years on the front lines. I have encountered some remarkable fortuitous events. Fortuitous events? Old Ye mused, slightly nodding without pressing further, a glimmer of joy appearing in his eyes. It is indeed a joyous occasion when one's descendants experience fortuity. Such occurrences are beneficial. One must seize the opportunity. I understand, Ye Fan acknowledged, gesturing towards the lifeless body behind him. Aren't you curious about the identity of the person who came to confront me today? Who is it? Old Ye inquired, casting his gaze towards the corpse, his eyes narrowing slightly. He noticed a charred piece of clothing revealing what seemed to be a metal badge, adorned with a pattern resembling a royal character. Individuals from the dynasty organization? His brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment, he declared, I will inform the higher authorities to pay attention to the situation in Ping City. I do not recommend that course of action. Ye Fan shook his head. The presence of this individual at this moment signifies something significant, which you ought to comprehend. Since the emergence of beast tamers, various regions have intensified their control over them. No matter how backward Ping City may be, it is inconceivable for a beast tamer with a flying beast to appear here so easily at this time. 20 minutes have already elapsed since our arrival. And even with the whirlwind of that cloaked figure, someone should have noticed. Yet, there has been no movement. It is evident that the law enforcement agencies in Ping City, particularly near my residence, have deliberately concealed the appearance of this cloaked individual. This revelation prompted Old Ye to ponder deeply once more, but soon he appeared somewhat enraged. The law enforcement agencies in Ping City have colluded with the dynasty organization. How dare they? Old Ye, we have underestimated the dynasty organization, Ye Fan interjected. From what I previously gathered, the dynasty organization has consolidated all underground factions in Ping City. They are not merely the overtly rebellious organization we presumed, but are also strategically positioning themselves in various locations. In larger cities, this might be manageable, yet in a place like Ping City, which is already lax in defense, it is likely that numerous law enforcement agencies have been infiltrated, with some local families possibly complicit as well. The cloaked figure we encounter today serves as a prime example. Unbelievable, old Ye responded, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Turning to Ye Fan, he suddenly asked, Fan, how do you know about the dynasty organization? And it seems you are quite well informed. By chance, I uncovered some clues related to this organization. Ye Fan replied without hesitation. I see, old Ye nodded, casting a glance at Ye Fan, his gaze devoid of suspicion, and continued to inquire. How did you ascertain that the dynasty organization has consolidated all underground factions in Ping City? Upon hearing these words, Ye Fan revealed a smile. Glancing at Elder Ye with a hint of profundity, he remarked, Elder Ye, our perspectives are shaped by the heights from which we observe. You perceive the upper echelons of the dynasty organization, while I discern the very roots of this malignant tumor. This statement momentarily halted Elder Ye, but soon after, he responded with a smile, nodding appreciatively at Ye Fan, saying, Fanner, your insights are commendable. So, your counsel is for me to refrain from alarming them? Indeed, Ye Fan affirmed, you are well aware of the cunning and tenacity of the dynasty organization. Once they sense danger, they swiftly retreat. A few purges would scarcely affect them. To inflict genuine pain, we must seize the opportunity to follow the trail, gradually drawing out the underground factions I am familiar with. The recent black-clad figure was intentionally lured by my means, revealing certain matters concerning the enforcement agencies. I could continue to provoke them. As a mere bronze beastmaster, particularly with your health in decline, they will not regard me with much seriousness. Through repeated tests of their resolve, by the time they realize our intentions, we will have uncovered the identities and affiliations of those in Pingcheng colluding with the remnants of the dynasty. At this juncture, Ye Fan's voice turned icy as he cast a sidelong glance at Elder Ye, whispering, At that moment, we shall ensnare them all, uprooting their very existence. The chilling assertion bore an ironclad resolve that stirred even Elder Ye. He observed Ye Fan, acutely aware of the remarkable transformation in his grandson, eager to inquire but uncertain of where to begin. However, how can you assure your safety? This time, they sent a bronze 5-star. Next time, it may very well be silver. Ultimately, Elder Ye refrained from further questions, instead solemnly responding, Do you require me to discreetly assign someone to protect you? Elder, you could ensure the safety of my family, for the dynasty organization is notoriously despicable and may target them, Ye Fan replied. As for myself, there is no need for concern. Our teacher is a renowned powerhouse in Pingcheng, and while I am at school, he will safeguard me. That arrangement is acceptable. Elder Ye was not one to dither. Ye Fan's words had evidently moved him, and he resolved to act decisively. Within a year, procure a detailed list and present it to me. I shall handle the matter. He glanced at Ye Fan, his expression turning somewhat frigid, declaring, I remain in Pingcheng, and if the dynasty organization dares to extend its reach here, let them pay the requisite price. Understood. Ye Fan nodded, a faint smile glimmering in his eyes. With Elder Ye's assistance, the undertaking to eradicate the dynasty organization in Pingcheng would be significantly facilitated. Now, Elder, it is time to address the pressing matter. The pressing matter? Elder Ye furrowed his brow. Concerning the treatment of your affliction, Ye Fan began, a glint of humor in his gaze. Did you not come to consult me about this issue? Startled by this, Elder Ye instinctively responded, Fanner, do you truly possess the knowledge to cure my affliction? Certainly. I happen to know several methods to treat the backlash of the dragon's eye. Ye Fan turned his gaze towards Elder Ye. Yet Elder Ye insisted on revealing how he had supplemented the bloodline of the ancient species, resulting in a concentration that exceeded permissible limits. Elder Ye hesitated momentarily, yet did not conceal the truth, stating, I obtained a precious blood from a dragon species in a secret realm, and coincidentally, I had earlier acquired a formula detailing how dragon seers could enhance their bloodline. Thus, I utilized the dragon blood. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan maintained his composure. though he was inwardly astonished. A secret realm capable of yielding dragon blood must be of considerable rank, and to have accessed such a place and secured dragon blood. Elder Ye's prowess must be quite formidable even among the upper echelons of the military. Fortunately, the method of supplementation involved direct infusion of blood. Ye Fan nodded in understanding. Typically, descendants of the dragon seer, a rare and ancient bloodline, replenish their bloodlines using blood from dragon species. However, there exist alternative methods, such as utilizing certain rare herbs, magical beasts, or even unique ancient weapons, all of which could serve as means of enhancement. Given this context, the situation appeared more manageable. Ye Fan nodded again, extending his finger, indicating two potential approaches, one that would yield rapid results but incur some loss of strength, and another that would take longer but would minimally impact overall power. Two methods? Elder Ye inquired, momentarily taken aback. He had been experiencing backlash for quite some time and had consulted numerous physicians, none of whom had offered a solution. In fact, some treatments had exacerbated the situation, prompting his swift withdrawal from the front lines. Indeed, Ye Fan replied confidently, both methods could effectively address the backlash experienced by the Dragon Seer, leaving Elder Ye to choose. This statement caused Elder Ye to hesitate, and after a considerable pause, he asked, "What is the method that yields rapid results?" "Bloodletting," Ye Fan answered succinctly. "By employing a specialized technique, we can replace the dragon blood within your body with that of an ordinary person. Consequently, the bloodline concentration would drop below the threshold, thus eliminating the backlash and associated damage." Elder Ye furrowed his brows at the mention of a specialized technique, but refrained from probing further, instead expressing concern. "In that case, will my strength be significantly diminished?" "Certainly," Ye Fan affirmed. "The essence of a dragon seer's might lies in their formidable ancient bloodline. The loss of that bloodline would naturally result in a decline in power." Upon hearing this, Elder Ye resolutely shook his head and inquired, "What about the slower method?" "This option is more complex, requiring a combination of medicinal formulas and a revision of your breathing technique," Ye Fan explained. "A revision of my breathing technique?" Elder Ye's brow furrowed once more. The breathing technique is essentially the foundation for beast tamers. Their combat prowess and the capabilities of their beast space derive from their mastery of such techniques. At higher levels, these techniques confer numerous abilities, much like the thunder breathing technique that mastery.Ye acquired, which, at its pinnacle, enabled attacks imbued with faint thunder. Revising the breathing technique could result in a significant reduction in combat capabilities, rendering it a potentially greater detriment than blood replacement. "No, this is the optimal treatment plan," Ye Fan concluded. Ye Fan shook his head, explaining that the Dragon Eye practitioners do not rely on beast taming. In modern times, most Dragon Eye practitioners grow through breathing techniques similar to those of ordinary beast tamers, a method he deemed flawed. "The regimen I proposed to grandfather, which involves the use of specific medicinal aids and a revision of breathing techniques, is intended to transform him into a true Dragon Eye practitioner. While his strength may diminish in the short term, once he adapts, he will emerge even stronger than before, a genuine Dragon Eye practitioner." Upon hearing this, Old Ye's pupils slightly contracted, clearly aware of the true significance behind Ye Fan's assertion regarding what it means to be a genuine Dragon Eye practitioner. The original Dragon Eye practitioners focused on their essence, their bodies embodying the might of dragons, capable of splitting mountains with a mere blow. Chapter 44. The True Dragon's 9 Transformations. I choose the second method. Soon, Old Ye nodded. The superiority of the two methods was evident at a glance. "Good," Ye Fan replied, pausing momentarily as he gazed at Old Ye. He suddenly spoke, "Grandfather, I now require you to invoke an oath of origin using the bloodline of the Dragon Eye. You must not reveal the breathing technique I imparted to you today in any manner, nor may you harm me or my family in any way." An oath of origin? This statement momentarily stunned Old Ye. The oath of origin is akin to a solemn vow directed at ancient progenitors and those with their bloodlines. These ancient beings are considered favored by the heavens, inherently powerful yet bound by certain constraints. Among these constraints is the oath of origin. Once invoked, It becomes embedded within the bloodline. If violated, the bloodline would explode, and the transgressor would face certain death. Originally, this vow was discovered by the first beast tamers as a means to restrain and subdue those ancient progenitors. In modern times, however, aside from ancient beings and those possessing their bloodlines, few are aware of its existence. After all, neither beast tamers with bloodlines nor humans would disclose such knowledge. Grandfather, what I am about to share with you will drive all Dragon Eye practitioners into a frenzy, Ye Fan stated, looking intently at old Ye. It is not that I do not trust you, but I must ensure the safety of myself and my family. Very well. Upon hearing this, old Ye did not press further. He closed his eyes, and soon the sound of a dragon's roar echoed forth, forming a dragon shape at his heart. I, Ye Mao, vow upon my bloodline's origin to never disclose in any manner. As old Ye completed his vow, the dragon's roar subsided, and the dragon-shaped pattern on his heart glowed red before vanishing. This signified the establishment of the oath. With the oath in place, Ye Fan exhaled a sigh of relief and said to old Ye, "This isn't a suitable place. Let us return to my home to discuss further." Agreed. Old Ye nodded, watching his grandson depart with a hint of perplexity in his eyes. What could this breathing technique be that would drive all Dragon Eye practitioners to madness? Uncle, what brings you here? Inside the house, upon seeing old Ye follow Ye Fan inside, Ye Linkhung, who was sitting upright in the hall, was taken aback. "I have some matters to discuss with Fanner," old Ye replied, clearing his throat and glancing awkwardly at the small white figure beside Ye Linkhung. "Father, mother, it's all settled now. You both should return and rest." "I have some matters to discuss with grandfather," Ye Fan remarked, noticing old Ye's embarrassment and smiling at Ye Linkhung and Lin Kingxia. "Oh, very well then." Ye Linkhung consented, turning to stride towards the room, while Lin Kingxia lingered behind, courteously stating, "Uncle, please take your time discussing with Fanner. There's fruit on the table." "Very well," nodded old Ye, a hint of a smile gracing his face. As the door closed behind them, the two entered Ye Fan's chamber. At that moment, Ye Fan's expression gradually turned solemn. "Uncle, the technique I am about to share is the cultivation method of the first generation of Dragon Eye practitioners, specifically designed for those with dragon lineage blood. This technique is called the True Dragon 9 Transformations, consisting of 9 levels. With each level mastered, the dragon blood within will surge, enhancing the physique bestowed by the ancestral bloodline, and at the higher levels, one may even unleash power comparable to that of dragonkind." Upon hearing this name, old Ye's demeanor subtly shifted. He recognized the breathing technique as indeed belonging to the first generation of Dragon Eye practitioners. "Is this technique part of your fortuitous encounters?" "There's no need for further inquiry, Uncle," Ye Fan replied, a barely perceptible depth gleaming in his eyes. In his past life, he had slain a true Dragon Eye practitioner and acquired the True Dragon 9 Transformations. Thus, he held little regard for the so-called Dragon Eye practitioners. He still harbored trust in old Ye, yet he was not entirely at ease, prompting him to have old Ye pledge an oath. The more powerful the beast masters, the more tempted they would be by what he could offer. Aside from his parents, he believed no one should be without vigilance. "Uncle, please pay close attention to the subsequent incantation," he instructed, commencing the narration of the True Dragon 9 Transformations, while old Ye focused intently, synchronously channeling energy as Ye Fan spoke. As time progressed, old Ye suddenly let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This was a minor backlash from altering his breathing technique. After all, individuals of their caliber possessed considerable expertise in breathing methods, and transitioning would entail a slight cost. Once the blood was expelled, old Ye's breath soon stabilized. Before long, he exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, golden light flickering within them, lingering for a time. "I have successfully entered the first transformation of the True Dragon 9 Transformations," old Ye declared, rising to his feet. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, and shortly after, he raised his hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. "This sensation of comfort has not graced me since I began experiencing backlash." "Congratulations, Uncle," Ye Fan responded with a smile. "Your strength remains formidable, although it may have diminished slightly for now. After you achieve the second and third transformations, you will swiftly recover, perhaps even surpassing your previous prowess. I can feel it. Old Ye nodded, gazing at Ye Fan, who maintained an unwavering demeanor, a subtle surprise evident in his eyes. I also have a medicinal formula specifically targeting blood vitality, Ye Fan said, procuring paper and pen to inscribe the prescription before handing it to Old Ye. After examining the precious formula for a moment, Old Ye looked up and said, "Such a rare cultivation method and an equally scarce prescription. I cannot accept this without due recompense. Fanner, whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. Once my strength is restored, even in the capital, I shall command some respect. I can fulfill most of your desires. I assure you, under permissible conditions, I can procure 3 items for you. We shall discuss it later." Ye Fan shook his head, stating, "I am currently too weak. Many things would be of no use to me. Once I arrive in Kyoto, if necessity arises, I shall seek your assistance." "Very well," Ye Lao replied readily. At this moment, comprehending why Ye Fan had previously insisted upon that oath. For those possessing the Dragon Eye, the true Dragon 9 transformations held an irresistible allure. Even he would undoubtedly be tempted. "Fanner, are you truly not coming with me to Kyoto?" After a moment's contemplation, Ye Lao inquired once more. "We have more than a year. We can certainly eradicate the dynasty's organization in this place. You must have encountered significant fortuity, yet here in Pingsheng, it cannot be fully realized." "I will go to Kyoto in due time," Ye Fan reiterated. "In Picheng, I still have some ties to sever. Only after I have concluded my affairs here can I depart for Kyoto without concern. Then I shall not pry further." Ye Lao nodded, rising to his feet. "In the time to come, I will assign someone to safeguard your family. Here is my communication talisman. Take it with you. Should you encounter any peril, it will serve as a contingency." Upon hearing this, Ye Fan ceased to refuse, accepting the talisman from Ye Lao and tucking it into his bosom. As they reached the doorway, Ye Fan hesitated before finally speaking. "Ye Lao, be cautious of those around you." This statement caused Ye Lao to pause, turning around with a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Being astute, he exchanged a knowing look with Ye Fan, revealing a slightly incredulous expression. "Are you suggesting that the Ye family also—" Ye Fan gestured for silence, his eyes deepening with gravity. "It is merely a conjecture. Just be vigilant. Darkness is darkness, and light is light. It cannot be disguised, and there will inevitably be discrepancies." Chapter 45. Return Ye Fan, has uncle left? At the entrance, upon seeing Ye Fan return, Ye Linkung emerged from his room. "He has departed," Ye Fan replied, glancing at Ye Linkung. "Father, I just stepped out. Did I not instruct you not to come out? Why were you waiting with Xiao Bai in the living room? Is it not to prevent any mishap?" Ye Linkung responded, "Who knew you had an esteemed guest?" Hearing this, Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head, refraining from mentioning the dynasty organization. It was perhaps better for them to remain oblivious, alleviating their worries. With the assurance of his uncle, he too felt at ease regarding his parents' safety. In this manner, he can now focus on contending with his school rival and the dynasty organization in pitching. "Father, please feed the inferior transformation fruit to Xiao Bai and see how it evolves." With a sudden thought, Ye Fan called out to Xiao Bai, who was still guarding the doorway. Xiao Bai dashed over quickly, and Ye Linkung promptly produced the inferior transformation fruit. Soon, 3 fruits were consumed by Xiao Bai, a radiant light enveloping him. Not long after, a beast with fur radiating a metallic sheen appeared before them. The steel hound, observing the small white creature before him, which bore a striking resemblance to a hellhound, Ye Fan nodded in satisfaction, considering it a formidable breed among elite beast tamers. Steel hound? The novel name caught Ye Linkung by surprise. He then turned his gaze towards the small white creature and called out, "Xiao Bai," with a soft whimper. Xiao Bai lowered its head and nuzzled against Ye Linkung, seated nearby. The bond between a beast and its tamer remains unaffected by the beast's strength. Ye Fan spoke up, "Father, henceforth, you shall be regarded as a commendable beast tamer in Ping City." "Indeed," Ye Linkung replied, nodding as he turned to Ye Fan. Suddenly, he remarked, "By the way, your mother has consented to my continuing as a beast tamer." "Really?" Ye Fan raised an eyebrow. "Isn't Mom worried about you?" "She is." "But she still agreed?" Yi Lingheng replied, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Your mother said she would accompany me. Is it because she worries you'll be out drinking every day? Yi Fan inquired, a smile appearing on his own face. In his memories, his parents had been a harmonious couple. Despite leading an ordinary and sometimes challenging life, they had always loved each other, a love to be envied. Father, once you become a powerful beast tamer, do not follow the example of our ancestor and take multiple wives. Yi Fan jested, recalling something. How could I dare? Yi Lingheng quickly responded, glancing towards the bedroom and hesitating for a moment. He then leaned closer to Yi Fan and whispered, I only want your mother. In Chunfeng village. As he observed the elderly figure approaching from a distance, Yi Gahai displayed a look of mild surprise. Father, where have you been at this late hour? I merely took a stroll, Yi Lao replied, casting a glance at Yi Gahai, burdened with unspoken concerns. Gahai, what do you think of the dynasty organization? The dynasty organization? At this, Yi Gahai paused, then quickly responded, it is a sinister cult that preaches the restoration of an ancient dynasty while poisoning the populace. Indeed, it is a malevolent cult that harms the common people. Yi Lao nodded, then sighed deeply. But why do so many choose to join it? This question caused Yi Gahai to hesitate. Those martyrs fought valiantly to overthrow the oppressive regime of the ancient dynasty, which had subjugated the people under the tyranny of ancient beasts and royal families. Countless generations have sacrificed themselves to prevent the return of those ancient beasts, who were exiled yet still yearn for a return. To this day, we remain their heirs. Yi Lao spoke earnestly, emphasizing that this history should be known by all, especially for families like theirs, who were descendants of the original dragon slayers and should never forget. I am aware of that. Yi Gahai nodded, observing his father's troubled demeanor. He quietly asked, Father, what troubles you today? Did you see something outside? I witnessed the corruption of a local law enforcement agency and heard an unexpected piece of advice. Ye Lao replied, Tuning tu ye guihai. He suddenly declared, Gahai, our family does not permit any betrayal of our ancestors' glory. Recently, you dispatched some trusted confidants to thoroughly investigate the detailed interactions of the Yi family over the past year. Any anomalies should be meticulously recorded and subsequently verified one by one, as I intend to ascertain whether these individuals are affiliated with the dynasty organization. Once confirmed, they shall be dealt with immediately. Although Elder Yi's voice was not particularly harsh, his words carried a thunderous intent to kill. This aura of menace caused Yi Gahai, who stood nearby, to shudder involuntarily, his expression transforming drastically. It was evident that Elder Yi suspected a traitor within the Yi family, someone who had allied with the dynasty organization. I shall uncover the truth. Yi Gahai responded, his brow furrowed. As the eldest son of the Yi family, he felt it was his duty to ensure the family's honor remained intact. Go ahead. Elder Yi waved his hand, watching Yi Gahai depart. He seemed to recall something suddenly and added, Gahai, in the future, make an effort to maintain relations with Lin Sheng and the others. This statement caught Yi Gahai off guard for a moment, but he quickly responded stiffly and departed. Observing this scene, Elder Yi shook his head slightly. He could perceive that Yi Gahai harbored no significant malice towards Yi Lingheng. Rather, he was consumed by the desire to uphold the family's esteemed reputation, unable to tolerate the perceived weakness of the Yi family's descendants, especially since Yi Lingheng was the only remnant of his illustrious brother. Perhaps, in the future, everything will change. Lost in thought, Elder Yi remarked, his hands clasped behind him as he strolled towards Morning Breeze Village, his frail figure appearing to carry a tinge of regret, dissipating into the wind. The subsequent days passed in tranquility. Apart from a visit from the chubby boy's father, who came to express gratitude for Yi Fan's care at school, there were no other visitors. The dynasty organization remained silent following their previous defeat. Father, during my time at school, you must refrain from venturing in a Silver Moon forest alone. Ye Fan stationed Ye Lincheng before departing. You are unfamiliar with the temperaments and territorial ranges of those beast tamers. Engaging in battles can easily lead to unforeseen circumstances. Instead, you may frequent the arena in the city center, where beast tamers compete against one another. This will enhance your skills, and victories yield rewards. Understood, Ye Lincheng nodded, acknowledging Yi Fan's counsel. Additionally, practice the breathing technique I provided diligently. It is immensely beneficial for the body. Ensure you consume nutritious food. You need not worry about finances, as there will be ample funds. The spiritual herbs and fruits for Shao Bai during this period should suffice. I have stored them in my room, and you can feed him according to the list I prepared. Keep our family's circumstances regarding Shao Bai discreet. Avoid drawing attention. Although Pingsheng is small, its regulations are sound, and both beast tamers and ordinary citizens are protected. Typically, no one would dare provoke you. Should you encounter insurmountable trouble, do not hesitate to call me. As he departed, Yi Lingkung had little time to exchange words with Lin Qingxia. Instead, Yi Fan meticulously imparted advice, covering every detail until the vehicle was ready to leave. At which point he bid farewell to the two. Take care, and prioritize your health. I will return to visit you when time permits. In the station, Yi Lingkung and Lin Qingxia watched as the departing vehicle vanished from sight. Exhaling deeply, they exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Yi Lingkung who broke the silence. Why do I feel as though our roles as parents and son have somehow reversed? He seems to have become more loquacious than us. Chapter 46 at the school gate. After a prolonged wait, Li Pengzi spotted Yi Fan arriving leisurely and rushed over. Yi Fan, why are you only just arriving? Did we not agree to meet at 10 o'clock? Li Pengzi had returned 2 days earlier, and during Yi Fan's absence, he had endured endless scolding from Pan Zhao. Typically, when Yi Fan was present, Pan Zhao would not be so relentless in his scrutiny. There were some matters along the way, Yi Fan replied, a smile dancing in his eyes. The dynasty organization had made their move against him, and he would not be foolish enough to wait for them to come knocking. As soon as he disembarked, he sought a discreet location to summon mastery.Ye to inquire about the recent developments concerning the dynasty organization. Mastery.Ye had little information to offer, merely informing Yi Fan that the organization would soon dispatch a silver-tier beastmaster to initiate new plans. Allegedly due to the recent assassination of a high-ranking official they had previously sent. If there were no surprises, that official was likely the bronze-tier beastmaster who had attempted to assassinate Yi Fan. What is the matter? Yi Fan inquired, observing the plump figure beside him. Nothing, just curious, Li Pengzi replied, nodding without pressing further. Instead, he leaned closer to Yi Fan and whispered, Yi Fan, what is the current rank of your beastmaster? Bronze 4 stars. Why do you ask? Yi Fan turned to face him. The A-class student from the elite class has returned to school, Li Pengzi responded quietly. He arrived with 2 bronze-tier beasts, one of which is at the pinnacle of the elite grade. Ji Jie is back. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile, and he nodded in agreement. That is excellent. Li Pengzi had initially intended to share a few cautious words, but seeing Yi Fan's evident interest, he hesitated before continuing. He is quite formidable, having shattered your previous record of 300 points, achieving over 370. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded, acknowledging that an A-class student should possess sufficient strength to warrant the title. Aren't you concerned? Li Pengzi asked. It feels as though he might become your formidable rival. What is there to be concerned about? Yi Fan replied, casting a contemplative glance at Li Pengzi. This city is too small, without a worthy adversary. Life would be rather dull. Upon hearing this, Li Pengzi scratched his head, contemplating Yi Fan's expression, and mused, it seems my perspective has yet to expand. Haha. In time, it will, Yi Fan affirmed, glancing at Li Pengzi with a hint of inquiry. What is the strength of your 2 beasts? Both are at black iron 8 stars, Li Pengzi answered quickly, and I've been nurturing them according to your plan with spiritual herbs and fruits. Black iron 8 stars? You are nearing bronze, Yi Fan remarked, pulling out a subpar transformation fruit. Here, take this inferior transformation fruit for your purple pattern snake. Your strength should ascend to another level. Inferior transformation fruit? Upon witnessing the inferior transformation fruit in Yi Fan's hand, Li Fatty expressed a hint of surprise. How do you still possess this? He inquired. No need to ask further, Yi Fan replied, stretching lazily. Let us proceed to the training apparatus and retrieve my records. At the school, as Yi Fan made his way to the training room, a considerable number of individuals gathered, drawn by the news. When the bronze 4-star hellhound made its appearance, gasps of astonishment filled the air. How is this possible? In just a month, a bronze 4-star? that surpasses GS beast mastery level by 2 tiers. Moreover, he has acquired a new beast, which implies he can command 2 beasts now. No, this hellhound must have evolved from his previous fire dog, they speculated. Ye Fan is quite formidable. Is he planning to eclipse GS score? Advancing through ranks in the bronze tier is no easy feat. Achieving a score of 300 is another matter entirely. As the discussions buzzed behind him, Ye Fan wore a smile, observing the beast materializing on the training apparatus. Shaking his head, indeed, ascending to higher ranks becomes increasingly challenging, but one must first attain that rank. How difficult can it be for a bronze tier beast, especially one that I have dedicated extensive effort to cultivate? Shoutfa, showcase your prowess, he called out, glancing at the hellhound not far away. A low, guttural growl erupted as the hellhound opened its mouth, flames surging forth. Observing the elite tier beast emerging from the apparatus, the flames shot out like rays of destruction. The beast seemed to freeze in place, failing to evade as it was engulfed by the flames, quickly succumbing to their intensity. As the flames dissipated, only a charred husk remained of the training apparatus beast. The air grew heavy with silence, and after a moment, the apparatus gradually displayed a score of 100. Many were left in stunned disbelief. What has transpired? Was that the hellhound's skill? That fire-breathing technique is exceptionally impressive. Before the murmurs could settle, the next beast appeared on the apparatus. Once again, the hellhound unleashed its fiery breath, effortlessly obliterating this beast as well. The expressions of numerous onlookers shifted dramatically. He can continuously utilize his skills. What kind of sorcery is this? Was-T had said that bronze-tier beast skills could typically be employed only once within a brief time frame. Why can he command his beast to use it repeatedly? Soon, the third beast emerged, yielding the same outcome. The fourth followed suit, producing identical results. 400, Ye Fan noted, observing the score that flashed on the apparatus. He nodded, choosing not to continue the challenge, and gestured for Li Fati to join him. Turning back, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Today a score is 400. Should anyone surpass this, I shall return, Ye Fan declared as he descended from the platform. Pan Zhao, who had arrived at some point, watched Ye Fan's descent with a slightly altered expression. This rascal has encountered yet another fortuitous event. As a mentor, his perspective was naturally distinct from that of the students. It was evident that the fire-breathing was not a skill inherent to the hellhound. It is the essence of its own fiery bloodline, inherently capable of spewing flames, a power that typically requires one to reach the silver rank to be fully awakened. This is precisely why it is said that silver marks the beginning. Only upon reaching this rank can the shackles of the beast's bloodline be unbound, allowing for the harnessing of various elemental forces, fire, water, thunder, landslides, and more. What had he fed the hellhound to awaken the fiery power within its bloodline, enabling it to break free from its constraints even at the bronze level? Pan Zhao felt a pang of judgment, somewhat astonished. There are indeed spiritual fruits capable of prematurely breaking the bloodline shackles of the beast, but they are at least of the spirit level. How could this boy, merely at the bronze level, procure such spiritual fruits? Teacher Pan, as Pan Zhao remained a daze, Ye Fan had already approached him, greeting him with a hint of a smile. How about it? Are you satisfied with my performance? Quite well, Pan Zhao replied, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, maintaining a facade of calm, yet could not help but inquire, how did you achieve this? I acquired some good items, Ye Fan answered, a smile gracing his face. Enabling the hellhound to manifest the elemental powers within its bloodline was something he had only recently accomplished. This was a scheme he had meticulously planned for some time. Having prepared the fire fruit long ago, and, subsequently, he had also cultivated several types of spiritual fruits specifically for the hellhound, including the white jade fruit and fire mushrooms. Within the beast space, these spiritual fruits could accelerate the growth of the beast, although the enhancement for a bronze-level beast from mundane materials was minimal. The crucial factor lay in the activation of the bloodline shackles. Each spiritual fruit consumed was loosening this restraint, combined with the 30-to-1 flow rate within the beast space. The duration was ample enough to unlock the shackles ahead of time. The increase in strength may be modest, yet the activation of the flames was tangible, and the resultant lethality was unmistakable. With this ability, your hellhound would be formidable even before reaching the silver rank. Pan Zhao spoke, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Just days prior, he had witnessed Jie's beast in combat, and the latter's performance had momentarily caused him to worry that Ye Fan would be left behind upon his return. However, upon this return, Ye Fan had directly showcased his capacity to surpass ranks. Even if the flame power at the bronze level was not particularly strong, it was sufficient for him to dominate in bronze-level beast confrontations, not to mention the terrifying combat experience that Ye Fan himself possessed. What does it matter if you have an A-level terrifying enhancement and an elite pinnacle beast? Every attack I make feels as though I am utilizing a beast skill. How will you counter that? Ye Fan Musit. A faint smile lingering on his face as he regarded Pan Zhao. After all, in a few days, the monthly secret realm will commence. I hope to achieve something substantial. Chapter 47. Resentment. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's expression subtly shifted as he glanced at the 400 points displayed, gaining some insight. Ye Fan had come straight to this practice apparatus upon his return, suggesting he was aware of Jie's arrival, and intended to suppress the emergence of an A-level talent that had not been seen in Ping City for decades. This time, Jie will also enter the secret realm, accompanied by his 2 beast companions. Exercise caution should you encounter him. Understood. Ye Fan nodded. Observing Ye Fan, Pan Zhao felt a twinge of concern and hesitated, saying, "The talent for A-level beasts is formidable. Do not let a momentary clash of pride lead to recklessness. I will not engage in a contest of pride with him." Ye Fan replied, shaking his head, though a hint of coldness flickered in his gaze. Very well. At this point, Pan Zhao chose not to elaborate further. Watching Ye Fan depart with Li Pangzi, his expression turned somewhat surprised. He could distinctly sense Ye Fan's animosity towards Jie, a hostility that felt reminiscent of his own rivalry with Jiang Hong, invoking a sense of familiarity. Their paths should have had little intersection. How could such animosity arise so readily? Jie, how is this strength? Is it suitable? In the Yingja class? Jie sat at his desk, while a sycophant eagerly massaged his shoulders. This sycophant was no ordinary individual. He hailed from a privileged background and possessed considerable beast mastery talent, yet he maintained a humble demeanor before the prodigy of Pingqing. Ye responded calmly, glancing at the throng of admirers surrounding him, shaking his head. Pingqing is too small and backward. These individuals are hailed as the most gifted beast masters of this cohort, yet they are of little consequence in my eyes. The offspring of prominent families in Kyoto, regardless of their talent, are afforded advantages through spirit fruits and herbs, ensuring they do not falter at the starting line. However, in Pingqing, not a single bronze-level beast master exists at this stage, failing to pique my interest. What about Ye Fan? Has he returned to school? Jie inquired suddenly, as a thought occurred to him. I'm not sure. He should be back soon. As the secret realm is about to commence, came the reply. Just then, a figure burst in. Ye Fan is back. He shattered Jie's record in the training room, scoring 400 points, and declared that anyone who can surpass this record will face him. 2 voices rang out like thunder, causing several individuals to rise in surprise. 400 points? A bronze level? How could anyone possibly achieve 400 points? 400 points? Jie seemed taken aback for a moment, but quickly composed himself, asking, what was the nature of the battle? Quite effortless, the individual responded, his tone urgent. He possesses a hellhound, which appears to have evolved from the previous firehound, capable of incessantly using flame breath as a beast skill. The training apparatus could not identify the beasts. They were all defeated in a single blow. Incessantly using flame breath? Jie's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. However, being from a prestigious family himself, Jie's perspective was naturally broad. It must be that he selected the firehound, utilizing spirit fruits to optimize its evolutionary path, and, at the bronze level, employed special spirit fruits to unlock the bloodline seal of the hellhound in advance. In this manner, the fiery prowess of the hellhound was unleashed, bestowing a significant advantage among the bronze-tier beast tamers. This Ye Fan, it appears, possesses a certain audacity, likely under the guidance of someone. A smile crept onto Jie's face as he spoke. Truly, he is a direct descendant of that esteemed figure, even in his diminished state. He manages to exert some pressure on me. A direct descendant of that esteemed figure? Upon hearing this, a nearby student exhibited a peculiar expression. Wasn't Ye Fan merely a student from an ordinary family? I heard his parents run a restaurant in the western district of Pincheng. What do you truly know? Jie snorted at this, promptly rising to his feet. Prepare yourselves. You may encounter him in the secret realm. You are all geniuses of Pincheng. Do not find yourselves outshined by that rotund companion of Ye Fan's. Others have 2 beast companions, both of which are of the black, iron-high tier. Ye Fan, how have you been faring at home lately? In the dormitory, Li Fati looked at Ye Fan with a helpless expression. You wouldn't believe it. Ever since my father discovered my prowess as a beast tamer, he drags me around to visit relatives daily, boasting to everyone. If it weren't for me restraining him, he would have organized a banquet in celebration. After all, your family has yet to produce a beast tamer, so it's only natural for your father to be a bit overjoyed. Ye Fan nodded, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Do not lose yourself in the flattery of ordinary folks. You are now a beast tamer. I understand. I must maintain perspective. Li Fati raplia. Oh, you've even learned to jump in with answers. Ye Fan responded, a smile in his eyes as he surveyed the group, saying, how is your practice of the gluttonous law progressing? You should be on the verge of opening your 3rd beast space, correct? Ye Fan, your insight is quite sharp. Li Fati replied, scratching his head. I had intended to boast about it a little. Well, remember to mention it sooner next time. Ye Fan replied with a slight nod. At this juncture, the advantages of the gluttonous law began to manifest. Many beast tamers had yet to unlock their 2nd beast space, while Li Fati had already opened his 3rd. Within a few months, he would likely open his 4th. Victory through quantity. That is the essence of the gluttonous law. In a few years, Li Fati should possess 7 or 8 beast companions, making university admissions a trivial endeavor. Tomorrow, let us make haste to the beast-taming forest and contract a bronze-tier serpentine beast for you, Ye Fan suggested. Coincidentally, I am also in need of a new beast companion. Ye Fan, have you also opened your 2nd beast space? Li Fati inquirat sumawat astunisha. I have, Ye Fan affirmed, a smile gracing his features. His space is not layered in tiers. Rather, it is an expansive area with no limitations on the number of contracts. However, Ye Fan would certainly not engage in reckless contracting. He seeks only the finest quality and the most harmonious pairings, progressing methodically towards perfection. That sounds splendid. You cannot imagine. During your absence these past few days, I ventured alone into the Silver Moon Forest and several times found myself chased by bronze-tier beasts for several kilometers. Li Fati spuka. A hint of confusion crossing his face. Why is it that when I accompanied you, those beasts seemed so docile, never attacking indiscriminately? Once you have fully acquainted yourself with the various scents of the beasts, familiarizing yourself with their territorial ranges, habits, and attack patterns, you will find it within your capabilities. Ye Fan responded. But how does one achieve such familiarity? The Beast Master Encyclopedia, Ye Fan replied, patting Li Fati on the shoulder. It's about $50 a volume. Memorize the contents, and you'll be well on your way. Upon hearing this, Li Fati scratched his head. Isn't that the very book we studied back in middle school? Indeed. Ye Fan affirmed. That tome is several thousand pages thick. Li Fati scoffed. Is it not a simpler method? There are easier ways, Ye Fan nodded. Just venture out more often. Once you've been gored by a ferocious rhinoceros a few times, you will surely become familiar with them. Good heavens. So it's akin to Shinnong tasting 100 herbs, but for beast masters. Li Fati shook his head repeatedly, glancing at Ye Fan. I think I'll stick with you, Ye Fan. It's safer and more reliable. Following me is indeed an option, Ye Fan smiled. But you must put in the effort and not let my expectations down. I hope we can be comrades in battle. You understand, right? Of course. Li Fati nudda vigorously. Looking at Ye Fan. You see, if only Pan Zhao spoke like you, it would be much more pleasant. Instead, he constantly berates me, calling my beast a pile of dung, day in and day out. It's enough to make one question life itself. His harshness is for your own good. Ye Fan chuckled helplessly. I know he means well, but his words are so ungracious, as if he fears I might thank him, Li Fadi replied, then suddenly whispered, Ye Fan, do you think Pan Zhao's unpleasant demeanor is the primary reason for his continued singleness? He must have been quite the straight shooter in his youth, likely not appealing to the ladies. At the entrance, Pan Zhao, poised to knock, froze mid-motion, veins bulging on his arm. My being single is due to other reasons. Who hasn't he been popular in their youth? He retorted indignantly. Chapter 48. The Rock Python. The following day, the two awoke early and set off for the Silver Moon Forest. Fatty, what has your purple pattern snake evolved into? Yi Fan inquired on the way. An ebon spirit snake. Li Fatty summoned his beast, revealing a small, dark snake adorned with red spots. Not bad. Yi Fan nodded at the creature. The ebon spirit snake is quite formidable among serpents, possessing long fangs and a potent venom. At the bronze level, it is likely to grasp ambush-type skills. And upon breaking the bloodline shackles at the silver level, its toxicity becomes extraordinary. The venom produced can even be harvested to create top-tier poisons. What about my black flame snake? Fatty pressed. At the bronze level, it will likely comprehend stealth or self-defense skills, Yi Fan replied. Upon reaching the silver level and breaking the bloodline shackles, the black flame snake can easily wield some fire-based abilities, which is quite impressive. For what you say, it seems the black flame snake is quite advantageous, Li Fatty remarked with resignation, then asked, what exactly are bloodline shackles? To elaborate would be complex. Simply understand it as a threshold where the beast gains additional capabilities, Yi Fan explained. Very well. Li Pangzhen nodded thoughtfully, glancing back as a notion struck him. What are you looking at, Fatty? Came the inquiry. I'm watching to see if Pan Zhao has followed us, he replied, absent-mindedly rubbing the large bump on his head, a consequence of being caught cursing Pan Zhao in the dormitory the previous day. I always feel like Pan Zhao is spying on us. He seems to know whenever I scold him. Didn't I tell you that I'd surpass him in the future? I even planned to have my grandmother duel with his beast. But ever since I returned, whenever I insult him, he just retorts, go fetch your grandmother. Do you think Pan Zhao is a bit eccentric? Perhaps he has some peculiar inclinations? Fatty, don't say such things, Yi Fan interjected, his eyes filled with exasperation. It was no wonder Pan Zhao frequently berated Fatty. Typically, when they ventured out, Pan Zhao would covertly protect them, and everything Fatty said throughout the day was heard loud and clear. Just those two remarks alone would be enough for Pan Zhao to scold him for an entire week. Fatty, what are your thoughts on acquiring a third beast? In the Silver Moon Forest, Yi Fan surveyed their surroundings while observing Li Pangzhen. At that moment, with a large bump on his head, Fatty hesitated before responding. Yi Fan, just help me choose. I cannot make choices for you forever. Yi Fan shook his head, his expression growing slightly serious. You must venture out into the world and carve your own path. You need to learn to think for yourself and make your own judgments. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Li Pangzhen was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. I possess two beasts, a black flame serpent, which boasts decent defense but average attack power, and a spectral serpent, which is highly toxic yet physically weak. Currently, I require a beast with formidable offensive capabilities. What do you mean by formidable offensive capabilities? Yi Fan pressed further. One that possesses great strength and ideally is also large in size, Fatty clarified. What types of serpentine beasts fit this description? I'm not sure of the specific varieties, Li Pangzhen replied, scratching his head. But I believe pythons will be the best choice. They don't necessarily need to be venomous. They just need to enhance my combat prowess. The two beasts I currently have predominantly rely on your hellhound to be effective. If I could acquire a beast that can stand on the front lines, my team would be complete with offense, defense, and poison. Acknowledging this, Yi Fan nodded and said, Fatty, you see, as you contemplate your beasts, the path to your future beasts will gradually become clearer. What you perceive yourself differs from what others illuminate for you. I think I understand a bit now. Li Pangzhen replied, scratching his head. So, should I capture beasts in this structured manner moving forward? Yes, and you may also consider incorporating additional types, Yi Fan suggested. For example, whether you should include a winged serpent for aerial combat or perhaps a treasure-hunting beast devoid of combat capabilities. These considerations depend on your own thoughts. You are cultivating the tasty devourer technique, and a sufficient number of beasts will adequately compensate for all your shortcomings. Got it. Li Pengzhen nodded repeatedly, gazing at Ye Fan. But finding pythons in this forest will be quite challenging. Fortunately, it's manageable. Ye Fan responded, following the hellhound, swiftly advancing forward, with Fat Li trailing behind. The two serpent-like beasts swiftly glided through the grass beside them. As they matured, the duo's hunting synergy improved remarkably, and along their path, they frequently captured beasts guarding the spiritual herbs. At present, they navigated the outskirts of the forest with ease, encountering few creatures to obstruct their passage. Even within the inner regions, before long, they traversed a thicket, parting the undergrowth ahead, revealing a long, winding river. The dark river within the silver moon forest. Observing the waterway, Ye Fan nodded subtly and turned to Fat Li, stating that the silver moon forest harbors a certain python that favors resting along the banks of such dark rivers, and they would likely find it easily by following this course. Is it that kind of python? Fat Li inquired, extending his hand to point ahead. Ye Fan followed his gesture and beheld a large stone above the river, where a grayish python coiled peacefully, seemingly in repose. That's it, the rock python. Seeing the python curled up like a massive tire, Ye Fan nodded. This beast was of elite caliber, robust in physique, colossal in size, and possessed formidable offensive capabilities, capable of ensnaring a gray rhinoceros larger than itself, precisely the type of beast they sought. It looks quite intimidating, Fat Li remarked. Yet he silently summoned his two beasts. The rock python's level was not particularly high, merely black iron 7 stars, evidently not having matured for long. You shall tame this one on your own, Ye Fan declared, watching as Fat Li commanded his two beasts to launch an assault on the rock python. The two elite black iron 8 stars beasts were not inferior in level or quality to their opponent, making the task manageable for Fat Li. No problem, he replied, evidently brimming with confidence. However, as the battle unfolded, Ye Fan observed Fat Li's flawed commands, shaking his head in dismay. Each of his beasts could contend with a rock python individually, yet when combined, they barely managed to engage it, while the python held a size advantage. Fat Li's leadership left much to be desired. No wonder Teacher Pan Zhao scolds him daily, Ye Fan thought, feeling somewhat helpless. This flaw, which often went unnoticed in casual encounters, became glaringly apparent in the heat of battle. Fat Li's tactics and battle awareness regarding his beasts were indeed lacking. Yet, at least he was making progress. Recalling Fat Li's initial attempts at commanding two beasts, when his tongue seemed to stumble over itself, a smile crept across Ye Fan's face. The inadequacy of their beasts mattered little. After all, growth requires time. Boom! After some time, the rock python succumbed to the assault of the two serpentine beasts, and upon facing Fat Li's contract, it offered little resistance. Defeating an opponent before taming them yields the highest success rate, for beasts possess intelligence. When one approaches them with a contract, they weigh the benefits of companionship. Yet when one bests them in battle, their choice is stark, life or death. Phew, I'm exhausted. After much effort, Fatty Li finally tamed the rock python and let out a deep breath, approaching Ye Fan with a smile on his face. At last, I possess my third beast. As he spoke, Fatty Li summoned the rock python, its massive form appearing beside him, prompting Ye Fan to nod in acknowledgement. In the future, you might consider differentiating the spiritual fruits used to nurture your beasts, strengthening defenses, or imbuing fire tributes to the black flame snake, while enhancing the size and mass for the rock python. In the realm of serpentine beasts, size reigns supreme. The stronger they are, the larger they grow. Indeed, the larger the size corresponds to greater strength. Fatty Li mused, pondering the implications. Then how immense would a dragon python be? At this, Ye Fan smiled, gesturing towards the dark river before them, which was twice as wide and 3 times as long. Goodness, how colossal would that be? Fatty Li exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the river. If such a creature were to emerge, it could easily trample a skyscraper. Certainly, Ye Fan replied, nodding thoughtfully. However, beasts of such magnitude will never have the opportunity to manifest in the realm of ordinary humans. Chapter 49, Galehawk. Why is that? Fatty inquired. History has attested to this, Ye Fan explained. Before modern society, there existed ancient feudal dynasties where rulers venerated powerful beasts, jointly oppressing and exploiting the common folk. Eventually, the emergence of the first beast masters disrupted this equilibrium, igniting a wave of rebellion. The dynasties fell, and those ancient beasts were either banished beyond the realms or retreated into primordial sanctuaries. It has been a protracted struggle. Even to this day, the frontline continues to engage those ancient beasts, as none have been able to breach these defenses, leading to the peaceful and harmonious modern society we know. Is that so? Fatty pondered, reflecting on the implications. So, the reason we seldom encounter powerful beast masters is that they are all at the front lines? Most likely, Ye Fan conceded, shaking his head. Many others are seeking to grow stronger by exploring hidden realms. Ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy thousands of years ago, this world has transformed. We are all striving to attain a sanctuary. It sounds as if I've uncovered a hidden truth. Fatty scratched his head, contemplating the lengthy timeline and the multitude of powerful beings that had failed to eradicate the ancient beasts completely. Have the ancient beasts not been utterly annihilated? Beasts reproduce as well, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. The efforts of humanity as pioneers during the initial expulsion were exhaustive. Had it been feasible, they would have eradicated them from the very beginning. Moreover, unity among people is always a challenge. Not everyone is willing to fight on the front lines, and many harbor ulterior motives to subvert this world. Internal strife is severe, while external battles stagnate, creating a disadvantageous tug-of-war for humanity. 500 years ago, we advanced over 1,000 kilometers into foreign territories. Yet now we find ourselves pushed back, only able to contest within 100 kilometers of the border. Are we regressing then? Fatty pondered aloud. At this rate, might there come a day when those banished ancient beasts return? That will not happen. The higher-ups are making efforts. Ye Fan responded, determined to eradicate the insidious cult of internal strife, unearth talent, and fervently promote the development of beast tamers. Things will improve, he assured. Hearing this, Fatty nodded, expressing his intent to join the frontline battles in the future. You must first grow stronger, at the black iron level. You would barely be considered cannon fodder on the battlefield. Ye Fan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Now it's time to seek the beast I desire. What kind of beast do you want? Fatty inquired, his interest piqued. You shall find out once we arrive. Ye Fan replied with a mysterious smile as he ventured into the forest. Fatty quickly fell in step behind him, and the two navigated through the woods, gathering some spiritual herbs and fruits while dispatching a few beasts along the way. Ye Fan, we're nearing the core of the forest, Fatty cautioned, observing Ye Fan's unwavering advance. In the core area, silver-level beasts will be lurking. No worries, they should be nearby, Ye Fan assured, nodding as he slowed his pace, moving cautiously through the thickets. Fatty mimicked him, also reducing his speed. Among the foliage, only the chittering of insect-like beasts could be heard. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the jungle, and Ye Fan's voice rang out, Fatty duck. Startled by the command, Fatty hesitated briefly before sharp, prickling sensation on his back urged him to dive into the nearby underbrush. With a piercing cry, a large avian beast soared past him, its talons nearly grazing his face. Failing to catch its target, the eagle ascended swiftly into the sky. Indeed, it is here, Ye Fan remarked, a gale eagle, bronze 6-star, an elite-level beast at its peak. Fatty, take cover. I intend to engage this gale eagle, he declared. The mention of elite peak and bronze 6-star sent chills through Fatty, prompting him to roll away and hide in the thicket. Ye Fan, do you require assistance? He called from his concealment. No need. This gale eagle is quite tenacious, and your beast is far too weak for this encounter. Just stay hidden, Ye Fan replied, gazing skyward, where he could faintly discern a figure flitting among the trees. It is observing me, seeking a flaw. Standing firm, Ye Fan subtly gestured with his fingers, summoning his hellhound to his side, its ears perked and alert. The next moment, the wind stirred once more as the gale eagle swooped down, its wings unfurling like a vast shadow, its formidable presence pressing down upon him. This strike was evidently not a mere assault. Ye Fan remained steadfast as the surrounding grasses were pinned to the ground by the fierce gust. A sacrificial attack, he murmured, recognizing the beast's technique. He swiftly pivoted, just as a pair of radiant talons slashed through the air, tearing away a chunk of earth before him. Little fire. Unleash a fiery assault on it. Ye Fan commanded as the gale eagle missed its target, his voice echoing through the trees. Roar. As the hellhound opened its maw, flames surged forth. However, this fiery assault failed to yield results. The gale eagle, possessing remarkable speed, deftly evaded the attack with a swift maneuver, ascending once more into the sky. Soon, the gale eagle swooped down again, this time crashing into a nearby sapling, its claws leaving deep imprints on the bark. Had it truly grasped its target, not even Ye Fan nor the hellhound would have emerged unscathed. It proved to be quite a formidable adversary. Watching the hellhound's attack miss its mark once again, Ye Fan clenched his teeth, though his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. This gale eagle, a creature of the skies, exhibited incredible velocity and formidable power, with an expansive field of vision, making it the perfect companion for him. I must capture this gale eagle. With determination, Ye Fan gazed skyward, calming his mind and regulating his breathing. The ground-to-air dynamic remained unchanged. The moment the adversary dove would be the optimal opportunity for a decisive strike. Xiao Hua, retreat a bit behind me, Ye Fan instructed, shifting his footing while focusing intently on the space directly above him. The hellhound complied obediently, sensing the pressure emanating from such a robust beast. Here, he paused beside a stone, abruptly mimicking a weightless fall backward. The gale eagle, of course, seized this opportunity, hurtling down from the heavens mere seconds later, its claws aimed directly at Ye Fan's head. Here it comes. As the eagle's talons expanded in his vision, Ye Fan inhaled deeply, his heart seeming to halt in that instant. With less than a centimeter to spare, the eagle's claws grazed his throat. At that moment, Ye Fan swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow to the gale eagle's head. The impact resonated with a dull thud. The strength behind that punch was considerable. Honed through a month of training in the beast control realm, endowing Ye Fan with physical prowess akin to that of a 7- or 8-star black iron warrior. The force of his strike sent the eagle veering off course, crashing heavily into a nearby stone. Now, Xiaohua, choke it. Ye Fan commanded. And the hellhound let out a fierce growl, leaping onto the gale eagle's back and sinking its teeth into its flesh. This was not a fatal strike. The gale eagle struggled, its wings unfurling as a faint luminescence began to emanate from them. This indicated the onset of its innate ability, a talent often possessing immense power, capable of inflicting terrifying damage once unleashed. I advise against continuing. Ye Fan's voice rang out, punctuating the moment and seemingly interrupting the eagle's incantation. The eagle's actions abruptly halted, appearing somewhat disjointed. This was due to the hellhound gripping its throat, the fire within its mouth intensifying steadily. Before you unleash your innate ability, my hellhound is more than capable of incinerating your throat. Ye Fan squatted down, meeting the eagle's piercing gaze, and praised. You are a born hunter of the jungle, endowed with exceptional speed and attack power. Yet, there is one critical aspect that a hunter must never overlook: the strength of its prey. Chapter 50. Subjugation. In the heart of the jungle, there exists no true hunter. Perhaps one moment you are the prey, and in the next, the roles may reverse. Once more, Ye Fan extended his hand, conjuring a mystical array of the beast taming contract. Submit, for you have no other choice. The gale hawk, with its neck held high and fierce gaze fixed upon Ye Fan, hesitated to affix its mark. It was only when the hellhound unleashed flames from its maw that the hawk finally capitulated, emitting a cry of surrender. In the next instant, the contract was sealed, and it was whisked away into the beast-taming space. A smile graced Ye Fan's countenance as he raised his hand. The gale hawk was summoned forth. At that moment, a flicker of human-like astonishment glimmered in its eyes. Clearly, it had beheld the vast expanse of spiritual herbs and fruits within Ye Fan's space, a realm it had never encountered while battling for survival in the Silver Moon Forest. Follow me. This shall not be a disgrace to you, but rather a harbinger of your future glory. Ye Fan spoke, lifting his arm. The Gale Hawk hesitated momentarily in midair, but soon descended, folding its wings to perch upon Ye Fan's shoulder. With a smirk, Ye Fan called the Hell Hound to his side, affectionately stroking its head before turning his gaze towards the thicket where Li Fatty awaited. "Fatty, come out." "Guy, Ye Fan, you are incredible," Li Fatty exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. He had witnessed the entire confrontation between Ye Fan and the Gale Hawk. The peril it entailed left him breathless, for had Ye Fan made even a single misstep, he would have been pierced by the hawk's talons. Yet, from beginning to end, Ye Fan remained steadfast, with no obstacles surrounding him save for that final stone. Ultimately, it was his devastating punch that secured victory. Such confidence was terrifying. The more formidable the beast, the greater the display of strength required to subdue it. Ye Fan replied, patting the Gale Hawk on the shoulder. "Come, Li Fatty. Today we have gathered all our beasts. Let us procure some spiritual herbs and fruits before we return." "All right," Li Fatty nodded, somewhat dazed as he walked beside Ye Fan, occasionally glancing at the Gale Hawk perched on his shoulder, still feeling incredulous. Just a month prior, Ye Fan had only just acquired the Fire Hound, and now, in the span of a month, he had bested such a powerful beast, even without utilizing its innate abilities. At the pinnacle of elite rank. This was the finest beast an ordinary person could hope to command. "When will I ever be as strong as you, Ye Fan?" Li Fatty pondered aloud. Trailing behind Ye Fan, "I feel as though our disparity has only widened since before." "Do not rush. Our paths are not the same," Ye Fan replied. "Perhaps you see me as formidable now, but in a few years, you may find me to be not so exceptional. Look ahead. You're the first among this new cohort to possess 3 beasts. In this regard, you two are a top-tier genius. Do not belittle yourself. But it is thanks to the techniques you have provided me. Techniques are but a part of the equation. Yet it is ultimately your own resolve that will determine your future." Ye Fan replied, casting a serious glance at Li Pangzi. "The same technique, when practiced by others, may never yield results even after a lifetime of effort. Your remarkable achievements in such a short span stand as testament to your potential. Look at Deng Chong. Once he could humiliate you with his foot on your chest, but now, do you still regard him with any significance? You must have confidence." Li Pangzi nudda, clenching his fist in self-encouragement, declaring, "I too can become a formidable warrior." "Precisely," Ye Fan affirmed, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Truth be told, Li Pangzi's current strength among the newcomers was not to be underestimated. It was merely his upbringing that had rendered him somewhat timid and self-doubting. A person who cowers cannot possibly become a true champion. Hence, he often shared motivational words with Pangzi to inspire him, guiding him towards becoming a strong individual. Furthermore, he planned to discuss this philosophy of strength with his father upon returning. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile emerged on Ye Fan's face as he ventured into the forest. Whether concerning Pangzi or the organization of a dynasty, he was sowing seeds that, he believed, would soon take root and flourish. However, the boy seemed overly confident. Meanwhile, in the forest behind, Pan Zhao furrowed his brows upon observing Ye Fan's bold demeanor. During the recent battle, he had been on the verge of intervening multiple times. The speed of the Gale Eagle was astonishing, and its destructive power formidable. Ye Fan's combat style was perilously reckless. A minor misstep could lead to his demise. Although Ye Fan ultimately succeeded in taming the Gale Eagle, Pan Zhao was dissatisfied with such a reckless approach. He recognized the boy's terrifying battle instinct. Yet instincts are not infallible, and the nature of combat is ever-changing, with any unstable factor potentially altering the outcome. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet, he mused. If one continually gambles with their life, do they not value it? He resolved to have a word with him. Yet, despite his concerns, Pan Zhao could not help but commend Ye Fan. The boy was astonishingly progressing each day, a hellhound having unlocked its bloodline shackles at the bronze level. Coupled with a peak elite Gale Eagle of extraordinary lineage, this combination was on par with that young scion of the Ji family. In fact, Ye Fan's beast mastery level was even higher. To possess a creature as powerful as the Gale Eagle in aerial combat was a significant advantage. As he pondered this, Pan Zhao could not suppress a sense of awe. a smile creeping into his eyes. That scoundrel Jiang Han believed he could overpower him with an A rank. But what would be his reaction upon discovering a D rank individual overshadowing his prized A rank? Oh, and that Yu is quite formidable as well. Having opened 3 beast space slots. Just the other day, he refused to divulge any details when I inquired. What a rascal. Does he not trust even his mentor? Aside from Ye Fan? As night descended, Ye Fan and Li Pangzi concluded their day of hunting. At their current level, their pursuits revolved primarily around bronze-ranked beasts. Having encountered several low-star bronze creatures and a fair number of 5- and 6-star beasts as well. Today, you have also hunted the bronze beast alone. How does it feel? Ye Fan teased as he observed the plump man, counting his spoils beside him. Not bad. The bronze level seems to be rather unremarkable, Li Baozi replied, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. But after all, I did have 3 against 1. It feels somewhat unfair. In the realm of beast tamers, there is no such thing as fairness. As long as one can secure victory, even 20 against 1 is still winning, Ye Fan responded, a smile gracing his face. As they walked through the forest, their footsteps rustled the fallen leaves, creating a soft echo. However, in the next instant, the echoes multiplied abruptly. Ye Fan halted his steps, grasping Li Baozi's arm, and gazed toward the dense trees ahead. Come out. We are all traveling the same path. There is no need to hide. As his words fell, over a dozen individuals emerged from behind the trees. Clad in leather armor, they wielded firearms and wore knives at their waists. Clearly hunters who relied on the beasts for their livelihood. Young brother, you've got sharp eyes, spoke a burly man with a single eye, a large blade at his waist, accompanied by a ferocious-looking white wolf. Not bad, Ye Fan replied, casting a glance at the man before suddenly inquiring, from the Lone Wolf Brigade? The leader paused in surprise. You know of our Lone Wolf Brigade? The most renowned beast hunter mercenary group in Ping City. How could I not know? Ye Fan answered, his gaze turning icy. Not all beast hunters operate solo. Many assemble into teams for hunting. Such teams are often mercenary groups, taking on contracts from employers or hunting in the forest to make a living. Ping City hosts several such brigades, with the Lone Wolf Brigade being the most notorious. Founded by a self-proclaimed lone wolf, he is a beast master of considerable skill, and his white wolf, having feasted on plundered goods for years, possesses the strength of a bronze 3-star. Engaging in black market dealings, robbing passers-by, and even committing murder to silence witnesses are their favorite pursuits. However, the peculiarities of Silver Moon Forest prevent law enforcement from gathering evidence, which only emboldens their bandit-like arrogance. Encounters with the Lone Wolf Brigade can lead to wasted days. And if one lacks money, their life could be in jeopardy. Such tales circulate widely among peers. In his previous life, Ye Fan had worked part-time with a mercenary group and had heard of them, even falling victim to their robbery. Since you are aware, I trust one need not elaborate further, the leader of the Lone Wolf Brigade declared, drawing his large blade and pointing it at Li Baozi. I just overheard this fat man mention that your recent hunting yield is impressive. Show it to us. Today we shall not press you too hard. Otherwise, I trust you understand the consequences. You wish for something that smells foul, Li Baozi muttered under his breath, raising his hand as the light of his beast illuminated. Click, click, click. Simultaneously, the sounds of firearms being readied echoed from the opposing side. This scene startled Li Baozi, who turned to Ye Fan. Ye Fan, those firearms, fear not. Within 7 paces, their guns are swift, Ye Fan reassured, shaking his head. As for within 7 steps, I understand. Li Fatty took the initiative, nodding as the glow in his hand brightened once more. Such audacity with mere firearms. We are approximately 70 paces away from them. Ye Fan's voice resonated, warning him that rushing forward would likely turn him into a sieve. This is Li Fatty, who had been prepared to take action, felt a touch of embarrassment and retracted his hand. He looked at the lone wolf opposite him and said, Oh, brother, don't take it to heart. I was just joking. Chapter 51. The Lone Wolf Mercenary Group. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, you do possess some courage. Upon hearing Ye Fan's words, the lone wolf grinned, his large blade embedded in the ground. I, the lone wolf, am also a person of integrity. Leave the goods. I assure you, I will not harm you. Fatty, give it to them, Ye Fan suddenly interjected, At this, Li Fadi was taken aback, glancing at Yi Fan with a look of surprise. He understood Yi Fan's temperament. He would never allow himself to suffer such a loss. Now it is 70 paces. Yi Fan spoke in a low voice, taking the pouch from Li Fadi's hand and stepping toward the lone wolf. Soon, Yi Fan halted a few steps before the lone wolf, extending his hand. The goods are here. If you want them, come and take them. Upon hearing this, the lone wolf's expression slightly shifted, but soon. When he noticed Yi Fan's youthful face and the ordinary student uniform he wore, he lowered his guard. A mere teenager from a regular class. Even if he were a beast master, could he truly pose a threat? Very well. The lone wolf lifted his large blade, and beside him, the white wolf followed as they approached Yi Fan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Before long, the lone wolf reached out, grasping the pouch from Yi Fan, pulling with force. However, this tug proved futile, as the pouch remained firmly clutched in Yi Fan's hand. You little brat, do you dare to play tricks on me? The lone wolf realized what was happening, locking his gaze on Yi Fan, and without further ado, swung his blade. I not only intend to trick you, but I also seek to end your life. Yi Fan's voice rang coldly. In the next moment, in the lone wolf's incredulous gaze, Yi Fan raised his arm and struck the blade directly. Clang! The blade tilted, and Yi Fan released the pouch, using his other hand to seize the lone wolf's throat. Roar! The white wolf beside them howled, preparing to charge, but simultaneously, a brilliant light flared, and the hellhound roared in fury, pouncing and pinning it down. The disparity in size and strength allowed the hellhound to instantly subdue the white wolf, while on the other side, Yi Fan tightened his grip on the lone wolf's throat, his other hand blocking the blade. You are utterly audacious. At this moment, the lone wolf's complexion changed, his voice trembling slightly. Having hunted in the forest for so many years, do you not understand that one must never let their guard down? Upon realizing I am a student from Pingcheng High School, you should have heightened your vigilance. Yet, emboldened by your firearms, you not only approached me, but did so at close range. Yi Fan continued, fixing his gaze on the lone wolf, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Disarm yourself, or you shall meet your demise. Upon hearing this, the lone wolf gritted his teeth, and just as the standoff escalated, a shrill cry from a bird echoed, followed by the panicked voice of one of his subordinates. The lone wolf turned to gaze, only to behold a swift hawk seizing one of his subordinates and soaring into the sky. Concurrently, a faint hiss of serpentine breath echoed around as the colossal stone python, the shadowy black flame serpent lurking within the grass, and the spectral serpent, coiling and flicking its tongue, all revealed themselves at that moment. Astonishingly, the two individuals, clad in the attire of ordinary students, commanded 5 beasts between them. Witnessing this scene, even the lone wolf grasped the gravity of the situation. These students were formidable adversaries. A sudden realization struck him, causing the lone wolf to tremble slightly as he looked at the icy visage before him, stammering, You are Yi Fan. You know me? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan furrowed his brow, but after casting a glance at the crowd behind the lone wolf, he reiterated, Let me say this once more. Surrender your weapons, or you shall surely perish. As he spoke, Yi Fan tightened his grip, causing the lone wolf's face to flush crimson. Put down your firearms. He struggled to wave his hand, prompting his subordinates to comply and surrender their weapons. Yi Fan nodded toward the rotund man, who promptly gathered the firearms. A total of 15. As he approached Yi Fan, the rotund man smiled, knowing well that Yi Fan was unyielding. Robbing him was tantamount to courting death. I ask you, how did you come to know of me? Yi Fan's gaze returned to the lone wolf. The lone wolf hesitated, but in the next instant, the pressure around his neck rendered him nearly speechless. I will not ask you a second time. You may certainly test your luck in lying before me. Yi Fan's voice seemed to penetrate the very soul, asserting, If I sense your words to be false, I shall grant you no opportunity for rebuttal. Yes, it was the higher-ups, the lone wolf admitted, his body quivering slightly. The higher-ups from the dynasty organization? Ye Fan Inuited. Indeed, they proclaimed that a bounty of 1 million awaits anyone who can eliminate you, the lone wolf replied. So, you seek me for the reward? Yi Fan pressed. I did not come seeking you. I merely intended to commit a robbery, the lone wolf confessed, his eyes flickering. Had he known earlier that this was Ye Fan, he would have opted for a distant assault with firearms. How fortuitous it is that you stumbled upon me, Ye Fan remarked, narrowing his eyes. Apart from yourself, which mercenary groups have allied with the Dynasty organization? The Dawn Mercenary Corps, the Strong Brother Mercenary Corps. The lone wolf began, hesitating for a few seconds before adding, and also the Radiance Mercenary Corps. The Radiance is involved too? Ye Fan was taken aback. In his previous life, he had briefly joined the Radiance Mercenary Corps, led by a devoted follower of the Holy Light, a magnanimous and kind-hearted leader who treated his subordinates well. Consequently, the Radiance Mercenary Corps was nearly the largest in the city. The thought that they too had joined the Dynasty organization chilled Ye Fan's demeanor slightly. Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. After a moment of silence, Ye Fan merely shook his head and smiled. If even the descendants of dragon slayers could betray the glory of their ancestors, then the hypocrisy of a so-called virtuous man was not so difficult to accept. Am I free to leave now? Beside him, the lone wolf spoke cautiously. I have divulged all that I know. Do you believe you can depart? A flicker of cold disdain shone in Ye Fan's eyes. You wish for me to allow my adversary to return and betray me, only to continue their pursuit? You, who have danced upon the edge of a blade, possess such a naive notion. Upon hearing these words, the lone wolf's expression changed, summoning all his strength to raise his great sword high. I shall fight you to the end. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, abruptly silencing the lone wolf, his eyes widening in shock as he fell towards the ground. Ye Fan had crushed his throat. Fatty, take action, he commanded, turning to the portly man beside him. Fatty trembled slightly, gazing at Ye Fan's icy demeanor. Ye Fan, do we really need to kill? They are all stained with the blood of countless innocents. They deserve death, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head as he looked at Fatty. Never show mercy to your enemies. If you must kill, eradicate the root, leaving no chance for future retribution. Fatty hesitated, but ultimately nodded in agreement. A roar pierced the jungle as hellhounds charged towards them, and the swift winds carried down the storm hawks from the sky, while three-headed serpents slithered rapidly through the underbrush. Wails echoed within the forest. The outcome was grim for these ordinary men, bereft of firearms, when confronted with 5 ferocious beasts. Clean up the battlefield, Ye Fan instructed, his expression remaining serene as he surveyed the scene before him. Meanwhile, Fatty, evidently experiencing murder for the first time, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Ye Fan, we just killed many people. The necessary must be eliminated. Do you recall my words? The world of beast tamers is rife with internal strife. This malignant mercenary group has already condemned countless lives, Ye Fan responded, placing a reassuring hand on Fatty's shoulder. Do not confine your thoughts. True strength revels in vengeance. If you feel guilt for slaying a villain, will you wait for them to bow at your grave? I understand, Fatty replied, suppressing his unease as he approached the bodies, gathering items from their packs. It was clear that today's endeavor was not merely a day of labor. Many packs were filled to the brim, with their contents surpassing even the spoils of Ye Fan and his companions. How many have we robbed? He mused, staring at the bountiful packs before him. Upon opening one, he discovered the lifeless body of a woman, her form marred with bruises. Clearly a victim who had suffered greatly at the hands of these men, perhaps even to the point of death. These scoundrels truly deserve their fate. Seeing this, Fatty turned away, spitting in disgust. They are nothing but beasts. Chapter 52. Deception and trickery. Such overtly savage creatures are easier to identify. At least one knows their nature, Ye Fan replied, a gentle yet imposing figure emerging in his mind, who scoffed lightly. It is the kind of beast clad in human skin that poses true danger. One might mistakenly regard them as human, should one let their guard down. With a hint of bitterness in his voice, Ye Fan found it hard to fathom that such a devoted follower could secretly engage in such despicable acts. In his previous life, he had regarded this person as a brother. The mercenary group known as Dawn, ironically, was the greatest darkness lurking before the light. Ye Fan shook his head and turned to the plump Li, saying, Once you acquire the capability, you must strive to eradicate these malignant tumors. Understood, the stout man replied, nodding heavily as he gazed at the nearby corpse. Let us return, Ye Fan affirmed, picking up the bag from the ground and walking towards the forest's exit. Li followed closely behind, and soon, a pack of wild beasts attracted by the scent of blood emerged from the thicket. Aside from the scattered bloodstains on the ground, the forest once again fell into tranquility. Before long, Pan Zhao arrived at the scene, and his expression subtly shifted as he surveyed the surroundings. He had witnessed the entire event and observed Ye Fan's response. However, rather than being impressed by Ye Fan's quick thinking and decisiveness, he felt a sense of resonance with the young man, a shared animosity towards the dynasty organization. As he gazed at the ground, Pan Zhao's eyes deepened with contemplation. Their brief conversation had made it evident that Ye Fan was seemingly taking action against the dynasty organization, drawing their attention. How audacious for such a young man at the bronze level to provoke such a colossal entity. With a sudden realization, a cold smirk crept across Pan Zhao's face. These members of the dynasty organization truly deserve their fate. In Ping City, do they think they can eliminate Ye Fan without consulting me? A few days later, the secret realm was set to open once more, and Ye Fan and Li were naturally included in the roster. However, it was unexpectedly revealed that Ma Xiaoxiu did not make the cut. She had sustained serious injuries while hunting in the beast forest a few days prior and was hospitalized. Meanwhile, Deng Chong and others had their qualifications revoked by Pan Zhao under the pretext of internal strife. Thus, this entry into the secret realm featured many newcomers among the ordinary class members. Teacher Pan is indeed formidable, Li remarked, chuckling at the thought of Deng Chong's incredulous expression in response to the revocation. Disturbed? That's Pan Zhao we're talking about. How many can suppress him in Ping City? Besides, how could one confront a teacher who guides their students? Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. Such a teacher was indeed rare, offering opportunities to everyone while not allowing cliques to monopolize resources. Rare indeed, but rather sharp-tongued, Li said, only to abruptly silence himself as he caught the piercing gaze of Pan Zhao. Let us move. We're entering the secret realm now, Ye Fan said, patting Li on the shoulder. Gather as many valuable items as you can this time, and try to hide them well to avoid any sudden award ceremony. An award ceremony sounds delightful, money and prestige to be gained. Exposing your strength and spoils for mere coins is rather unwise, don't you think? Two individuals entered the secret realm, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. At the entrance, Pan Zhao observed them as his gaze shifted to the other side, where Jiang Hong happened to be looking back at him. Their eyes met in the air, igniting an atmosphere charged with tension. Brother Jiang, what a splendid day it is today. Shall we indulge in some tea? Suggested Pan. Brother Pan, I recently acquired a fine bottle of fruit wine. Let's go and taste it, responded Jiang. Before they could continue their banter, the concerned teachers nearby, who had been anticipating a potential conflict, intervened, each calling out to restrain the two. Pan Zhao, who had been contemplating how to confront Jiang Hong, was interrupted, his simmering anger only half formed. He glanced at Jiang Hong, who showed no intention of speaking, prompting him to refrain from further remarks. The significance of this particular expedition into the secret realm had diminished. In 2 months, the new student trials would commence, followed closely by the competitions for both new students and teachers. These are the real spectacles. An exchange of barbs might annoy the other for a day, but winning the competition would afford one the satisfaction of irritation for months. In the past, Pan Zhao's words would rarely provoke Jiang Hong, who might even respond with a sarcastic remark that would infuriate Pan. However, since Pan Zhao's victory in last year's teacher competition, even the slightest provocation would set Jiang Hong off, leading to frequent verbal altercations. The reason was straightforward. Losing was frustrating. Stealing a sidelong glance at Jiang Hong, Pan Zhao muttered to himself before turning to a teacher with whom he had a relatively good rapport. Suddenly, he opened his arms, declaring, since there is fine wine available, let us go relax and enjoy some today. The teacher, taken aback, noted that this was the first time Pan Zhao had accepted his invitation, despite numerous previous attempts. What are you waiting for? Let us go, Pan Zhao urged. patting the teacher on the shoulder, then turning to another individual. Zhao Ji, join us. Zhao Ji, surprised and somewhat flattered, nodded in agreement. Pan Zhao was usually a solitary figure. His sudden invitation was unexpected. Very well, he replied after a moment of astonishment, eager to strengthen his relationship with Pan Zhao, as such an opportunity was highly coveted. Last year, before the teacher competition, I had a stroke of luck and managed to win once. Surely, no one believes I will have such fortune every year, Pan Zhao thought as he departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Hong remained behind, coldly watching Pan Zhao leave, muttering a curse and letting out a disdainful huff. Let us go for tea, he finally said, retreating with his hands clasped behind his back. The teacher who had spoken earlier and the other two exchanged glances before following him. In the secret realm, Li Pangzi watched the crowd exploring ahead, then turned to Yi Fan. What is our plan for this expedition? He inquired. First, we should gather spirit fruits in the inner area. Once your beasts reach the bronze level, we shall venture into the core, Yi Fan replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The core? That houses silver-level beasts, exclaimed Li Pangzi, his face pale with alarm. Yi Fan, do not be reckless. Those silver-level beasts possess formidable strength. If we enter, we will certainly be outmatched. I am not suggesting we engage in a battle with silver-tier beasts, Yi Fan remarked, shaking his head. The core is filled with treasures, albeit guarded by silver-tier beasts. We simply need to devise a few strategies. What strategies? Li Fadi inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. What else can we do? Yi Fan replied, patting Fadi's shoulder. We can employ tactics such as stealth, diversion, and misdirection. Li Fadi was momentarily taken aback by the series of idioms. However, he soon scratched his head, seemingly grasping the concept. Are you implying we should resort to trickery? Close enough. Close enough? Li Fadi was astonished. Can silver-tier beasts truly be deceived? If humans can be misled, why not beasts? Not just silver-tier, but even golden or eternal-tier beasts are susceptible to such ruses. Yi Fan nodded, appearing confident as he summoned two beasts and strode towards the secret realm. Behind him, Li Fadi watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, drenched in sweat. Surely, he must be jesting. He wouldn't genuinely attempt to deceive silver-tier beasts for their treasures, would he? Chapter 53. Wine and tea. The first day of hunting proved remarkably easy. With the assistance of the Gale Eagle and Hellhound, alongside three serpentine beasts nearing the bronze tier, Yi Fan and Li Fadi conducted a sweeping hunt along the forest periphery. Given Yi Fan's familiarity with the secret realm, the pair returned with an abundant bounty by day's end. This hunting is a breeze, Li Fadi exclaimed by the campfire that night, roasting meat with a broad smile. Those bronze-tier beasts, as long as they're not the 8 or 9-star varieties close to silver tier, are effortlessly subdued. Engaging with bronze and black iron beasts is commonplace, Yi Fan replied. Moreover, most of these beasts are quite ordinary. However, the elite tier beasts have a ceiling that is ultimately too low. Only the peak elite tier beasts can exhibit some prowess at this stage. Hey Yi Fan, I often hear you speak of the beast bloodline levels, but I've only heard you mention inferior, elite, and peak elite. What comes after peak elite? Li Fadi scratched his head. Beyond elite? A smile crossed Yi Fan's face. The next tier is exceptional, followed by transcendent. Beyond that, we have the direct descendants of ancient species, which can be classified as relic tier. Do these bloodline tiers possess any unique attributes? Li Fadi pressed on. Do the peak elite beasts possess innate skills, while the exceptional and transcendent tiers have even more? Having more innate skills doesn't necessarily imply greater effectiveness. The higher the bloodline tier, the stronger the innate abilities of the beasts, Yi Fan explained, glancing at Fadi. Take my Hellhound, for instance. It barely unlocked its bloodline shackles at the bronze tier with the help of numerous spiritual fruits. If it were an exceptional tier beast, its bloodline shackles would already be unshackled at birth, allowing it to wield elemental forces like wind, fire, and lightning from the outset. Wow, does that mean a black iron beast could contend with a bronze one? Li Fadi was astonished. Not quite so exaggerated, Yi Fan shook his head. After all, a beast's growth is a factor, though it would not require an excessive amount of time. Moreover, it is said that beasts with stronger bloodlines may inherently possess greater strength. Most extraordinary beasts emerge as bronze or silver upon birth. It can be asserted that the majority of beasts begin their journey from the black iron rank, acquiring their first skill at bronze and unlocking the bloodline shackles at silver. However, those with more potent bloodlines tend to transcend these limitations imposed by nature upon beasts. Elite pinnacle beings come equipped with innate abilities, while those of exceptional quality can disregard the constraints of bloodline shackles, and extraordinary beings are not inherently weak. As for the higher tier, the relic level, they can summon the ethereal shadows of their ancestral bloodlines, showcasing remarkable power. Thus, Fatty nodded in understanding. Therefore, it seems that while confronting an elite pinnacle bloodline beast may be manageable at the bronze level, facing those of exceptional or extraordinary tiers would indeed pose a challenge. This interpretation holds merit, Ye Fan affirmed, suddenly contemplating and addressing Fatty. This is precisely why the current college entrance examination emphasizes the practical combat capabilities of beast tamers. At the same level, most beast tamers find it exceedingly difficult to defeat a wild beast with a bloodline rank surpassing that of their own. However, should one reach a certain standard, a qualitative transformation may occur. For instance, a few days ago, I triumphed over a Gale Hawk using a Hellhound. Consequently, the minimum standard for the beasts I can tame has now escalated to elite pinnacle status. As this accumulation progresses, if one day I am able to vanquish an exceptional beast of the same rank, would not the quality of my beast subsequently experience a significant leap? Ah, I see. Upon hearing this, Fatty nodded vigorously. And what about the affinity you mentioned earlier? Affinity is indeed included. It essentially enhances your success rate in taming higher-tier beasts. Ye Fan replied, not all beasts will submit after defeat. The more formidable the beast, the more challenging it is to tame. A high affinity signifies a greater likelihood of acceptance. Then why do you not specialize? I do not find it necessary to specialize. Ye Fan shook his head. If I can win once against a higher tier, I can do so again. If one beast fails, I shall simply switch to another. Indeed, Fatty nodded, casting a glance at the Gale Hawk perched on Ye Fan's shoulder with a tinge of envy. Your Gale Hawk is truly magnificent. Its speed is remarkable. And that innate skill of its, what was it called again? As he trailed off, Ye Fan glanced at him and replied, the divine bird strike, correct? Yes, yes. That skill where it seemingly vanishes for a moment and then reappears. Fatty nodded repeatedly, akin to a blink. Not quite a blink, Ye Fan clarified. That innate skill represents a temporary surge in speed, exceeding a certain threshold, which makes it appear as though it has suddenly vanished. Observing Fatty's envious gaze, he remarked, in the future, you might also acquire a flying serpent, like the winged serpent I previously mentioned. Absolutely. A flying beast would be incredibly impressive, Fatty asserted emphatically. In response, a subtle smile crept across Ye Fan's face. To be honest, most flying serpentine beasts possess some physical mutations, with appendages resembling wings, which often render them rather unappealing in appearance. Meanwhile, amidst their conversation, rustling sounds emanated from the surrounding foliage. Several beasts abruptly lifted their heads, displaying vigilant expressions. Within their line of sight, a small beast was rubbing its paws as it entered their view. Not this creature again. Observing the magnificent beast that had appeared, Fatty was somewhat astonished. Was this the same little badger from before? It seemed to be. Beside him, Ye Fan nodded with a smile. A month had passed, yet the little badger's level had not progressed significantly, now merely at the rank of bronze 2 stars. Gigi? Clearly, the little badger had recognized both Ye Fan and Fatty. It paused momentarily, raising its head to see the Gale Hawk perched upon Ye Fan's shoulder. This creature was its natural enemy. The Gale Hawk's speed was formidable, capable of effortlessly piercing through its hide or finding its vulnerable spots. This time, the little badger hesitated, eyeing the campfire before them, and could only fidget in place. Its demeanor appeared rather pitiful. Come here, Ye Fan said with a smile, waving to the little badger while gently patting the Gale Hawk on his shoulder, signaling for it to remain calm. The little badger hesitated, but soon, upon realizing that the two posed no threat, it approached the fire. Here, eat some meat, Ye Fan said, slicing off a piece and tossing it to the little badger. Clutching the meat, The little creature first glanced at the Gale hawk on Ye Fan's shoulder, and upon confirming that it was not being watched, it began to feast. This little one seems to have a sense of social awareness, notedly fatty, finding the situation amusing. The last time they met, it had acted like a little tyrant. Now, one might mistakenly think they were bullying it. Given that it had a natural enemy, this behavior was quite understandable. Ye Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he reached out to pat the little badger's head. Such meticulous creatures often met their demise in conflicts with other beasts, and coupled with their natural enemies, their numbers were relatively scarce. In a Silver Moon forest, one would hardly catch a glimpse of a little badger. Gigi, as Ye Fan's large hand stroked its head, the little badger paused momentarily, but soon returned to its meal. After a hearty feast by the small fire, the little badger stood up, called out to Ye Fan and Li Fatty, and then turned to disappear into the thicket. It had even learned to say goodbye. Watching the small figure retreat, Ye Fan's eyes sparkled with amusement. I find it somewhat tragic, Li Fatty remarked thoughtfully, gazing at Ye Fan. Perhaps in the future, when there is a beast space, we should consider taking this little badger in. It would not accept your taming. Such meals would only ensure it refrains from biting you when it encounters you again, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head with a more solemn tone. Moreover, creatures like the little badger find their true home in the wild. It has grown accustomed to a life of fierce competition and skirmishes with other beasts. Removing it to live under the control of a beast master may not be beneficial for it. In fact, it could be counterproductive. Some beasts are born solely for the relentless pursuit of battle, not for anyone else, but for their own existence. With that, Ye Fan stood up, stretching his limbs as he made his way toward the tent. It has recognized us. Next time we come, we can offer it more food, perhaps some spiritual herbs or fruits as well. It is certainly intriguing to consider the possibility that one day it may rise to become the sovereign of this secret realm. Chapter 54. The bloodline of the qilin in the sky. The two guardians from before continued to oversee the land below. Upon witnessing the two individuals leisurely tending to a campfire, savoring roasted meat, and subsequently retreating to their tents for rest, the male guardian could not help but display a hint of exasperation. Ye Fan and Li Yu appeared remarkably at ease, while others were tirelessly engaged in hunting a formidable beast throughout the night. These two seemed to be on a vacation in the secret realm, sweeping through the mountains by day and indulging in barbecues by night. Ye Fan was exceptionally formidable, possessing a hellhound that had unlocked its bloodline shackles. And somehow he had acquired a Gale eagle. Within the confines of the forest, there was no beast capable of restraining him. The female guardian spoke up, unable to suppress her thoughts. Could it be that this lad is truly connected to that esteemed family? His rate of advancement seems rather swift, does it not? Perhaps he is on par with the geniuses of the capital. Indeed, it is quite plausible, the male guardian nodded. I investigated this young man's background, yet found nothing substantial. Someone has encrypted all family records pertaining to his lineage. Isn't his father related to that notable figure? It seems unlikely. The descendants of that individual are predominantly studying in the capital, and any information regarding their progeny, including illegitimate offspring, has been made public. I have not heard of anyone like him, the male guardian responded, pondering. Could he be a descendant of that esteemed figure's fraternal line? Their entire family is quite remarkable. The brother of that esteemed figure, isn't he the commander we had during our time in Pingxing? The female guardian inquired, surprised. Wasn't he on the front lines at just 20 years of age? I have not heard of any descendants. It is possible, the male guardian replied, his gaze becoming more profound. The pressure the commander faced back then was immense. Many sought to harm him. Even if he had progeny, it would be unlikely that he would disclose such information. He continued, after all, the commander was once ranked D, yet at the age of 22, he launched a counteroffensive hundreds of kilometers into enemy territory. Had it not been for his leadership in the Heavenly War Army, the defenses of the Outer Realms would have crumbled during that tumultuous period 40 years ago. Calculating the timeline, if that firebrand was indeed left behind in a particular year, Ye Fan's father should now be around 40, having had Ye Fan at 25. The female guardian deduced, this information should be available, don't you think? Perhaps you can investigate it when you have the chance? Indeed, I shall consider it, the male guardian replied, his gaze shifting through the forest with a hint of complexity. If this is the case, then Ye Fan may have a deeper connection with both of us. Meanwhile, the Gale Eagle, employing its divine bird assault, flickered into the forest. Its piercing cries momentarily distracted a nearby giant brown bear, and in the next instant, the Gale Eagle appeared, its talons striking true. This was a decisive blow. The Gale Eagle ascended, and the giant brown bear collapsed to the ground. "That is remarkably powerful," Liu remarked, observing the Gale Eagle's prowess with awe. Without further ado, he retrieved a pocket knife and approached the fallen giant brown bear. Such coordination has become second nature. At this moment, the three beasts of Li Pangzi have arrived at the Black Iron 9 Stars. With the aid of the spiritual fruit, it is anticipated that within a day or two, his three beasts will ascend to the bronze level. Currently, their strength is formidable, nearly unmatched at the bronze tier. Suddenly, as he was clearing the remains of the giant brown bear, he heard footsteps echoing through the forest. Li Pangzi immediately tensed, rising to his feet as the three-headed serpent coiled protectively around him. Ye Fan also raised his hand, with the hellhound and Gale Eagle standing guard by his side. The foliage rustled, and soon a disheveled figure burst forth from the underbrush. Upon recognizing the individual, Li Pangzi exclaimed, "Wang Lingzi?" Wang Lingzi, startled by the call, paused momentarily. "Ye Fan, Liu, what are you doing here?" "Hunting," Ye Fan replied, his gaze fixed on Wang Lingzi. "What's the matter?" Jie has sent his lackeys to scour the entire perimeter of the forest. Wang Lingzi responded swiftly. "One of his subordinates, Long Wu, is exceptionally strong and is currently pursuing me." Long Wu. Ye Fan furrowed his brow slightly at the mention of the name. He had a vague recollection of this individual, son of a servant from the Ji family, accompanying as a student, possessing a formidable strength that could ward off 3 to 5 ordinary men. Jie, as always, was cautious, fearing expulsion by the guardians and sending his servant to do his bidding instead. Ye Fan narrowed his eyes, turning his attention back to Wang Lingzi. "Where are your men? Those from the Lingzi group who vowed to protect you. Where have they gone?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lingzi gritted his teeth, her expression darkening. Faced with Jie's pressure, no one dares to speak up for you, right? Ye Fan seemed to perceive the underlying truth. "Now, you should understand the implications of what I said last time." Wang Lingzi opened her mouth to respond, but behind her, a towering figure emerged from the forest. "Wang Lingzi, you can really run." Footsteps grew louder as 7 or 8 individuals followed the imposing man. This giant was indeed formidable, towering nearly 2 meters, robust as a yak. As the group advanced, Wang Lingzi attempted to flee, but was seized and lifted as effortlessly as a chick. "Where are the goods? Hand them over." He barked at Wang Lingzi. Spotting Ye Fan and Liu standing in the forest, Long Wu squinted. "What class are you two from? Have you submitted your earnings?" "Dragon brother." "That's Ye Fan and Liu," one of Long Wu's companions whispered. "Oh, so these are the two my young master mentioned." Long Wu nodded, dismissing Wang Lingzi by casting her aside, now turning his attention toward Ye Fan and Liu. Li Pangzi, observing the situation, whispered, "Should we take action?" Unlike before, he no longer considered fleeing. Instead, he felt an urge to engage. Ye Fan, equally resolute, nodded slightly, watching as Long Wu approached. "You're Long Wu?" Taken aback by the seemingly rhetorical question, Long Wu paused. "What, do you have an issue?" "Not an issue at all." Ye Fan shook his head and gazed at Long Wu, seemingly struck by a thought. A sudden smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Isn't it said that your ancestral bloodline originates from the Qilin? Why then are you called Long Wu? It would be more fitting to name you Nyo Wu, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Long Wu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes, as large as copper bells, fixed on Ye Fan with incredulity. "How could you possibly know that?" With a hint of a smile, Ye Fan replied, "I am well aware of the unwavering loyalty of this sycophant, Jie. In fact, I am quite familiar with him. He is indeed a descendant of the bloodline, albeit a rather distant one, lacking in power. One cannot help but wonder what the Ji family provides for you. The distant descendants of the Qilin bloodline that has led you to be so utterly devoted," Ye Fan mused, looking at Long Wu with a slight smile. Your ancestors were once great figures who slaughtered ancient remnants. Do you not feel a sense of shame in serving others as mere servants, thus tarnishing the glory of your forebears? You seek death. Long Wu's anger flared at these words. He had heard many rumors, but this was the most intolerable. Today, I shall turn you into a pulp. With a roar, he unleashed a punch, showcasing his physical strength as his muscles bulged. The force of his strike caused the expressions of onlookers to shift slightly. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Fan caught the punch effortlessly. In Long Wu's astonished gaze, he spoke again, almost pityingly. It is hardly surprising that those of the remnant bloodline are so weak, given that you are treated like a servant by the Ji family. Silence. Long Wu swung his fist once more, only to have it met by Ye Fan's steady grasp. The two engaged in a swift exchange, their fists colliding repeatedly. After several dozen strikes, Ye Fan pushed Long Wu back with considerable force, nearly causing him to lose his footing. You have been pushed back by someone stronger than you. Long Wu fumed, ready to charge again, but Ye Fan's voice rang out. You are no match for me. If you continue this fight, you will only meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Long Wu froze, glancing at the still nonchalant Ye Fan, his hands trembling involuntarily. He realized he had been completely overpowered in physical strength by someone of his own age. You too possess a remnant bloodline? Long Wu asked, suppressing his emotions as he spoke to Ye Fan. Me? I doubt it, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. Now aware of his own lineage, it would be impossible to claim he bore no remnant bloodline at all. Rather, it could be said that he had not inherited it. Had he possessed the Dragon Eye bloodline and mastered the breathing technique, his physical prowess would likely be at the bronze level. Without a bloodline, how can your body be so strong? Long Wu pressed further. I practice a breathing technique. Did your master not provide you descendants of the qilin bloodline with an appropriate breathing method? Ye Fan countered. This left Long Wu momentarily stunned. Can we practice breathing techniques? Why not? Those with the dragon I can practice. Those with the phoenix wing can practice. Is your qilin clan so special that you cannot? Ye Fan responded, a playful glint in his eyes. Have you not even attempted to try? Long Wu, without uttering a word, glanced at his trembling fists, seemingly lost in thought. He then turned his gaze towards Ye Fan before shaking off his hands. Let us depart. With that, Long Wu took the lead and left. The group stood there, exchanging bewildered glances. Their leader had departed, and it was improbable that they would confront Ye Fan. They hurriedly followed after Long Wu. In the jungle, only Wang Lingzi remained seated, appearing as though she had just been lifted and then discarded by Long Wu, still in a daze. Ye Fan, what exactly is the qilin bloodline? Li Fadi inquired, moving closer. Is it akin to the Long Tong bloodline? To some extent, yes. It is a lineage inherited through special means from ancient progenitors, specifically the initial beast tamers. Those possessing this bloodline often possess a physique akin to that of a bronze bull and immense strength. Those with a more potent bloodline may even exhibit features such as horns. Ye Fan nodded, adding, yet, it may also bear the curse of the bloodline. Descendants of the qilin bloodline are often not the sharpest. No wonder Long Wu seems like a simpleton. Li Fadi nodded, seemingly envious. Individuals born with such bloodlines seem extraordinarily powerful. They inherently possess advantages over others. It is as if their ancestors fought for their prowess, and thus, it is only natural for their descendants to inherit some advantages. Ye Fan agreed, but then remarked, nonetheless, it is not as remarkable as it seems. Most bloodlines come with limitations and do not guarantee superiority. Even the most formidable descendants of the Dragon Clan bloodline must contend with the backlash of dragon blood. If they were truly that powerful, would a descendant like Long Wu need to serve others as a mere subordinate? Indeed, Li Fadi concurred. Now, let us proceed to hunt for the next beast. Ye Fan shook his head and took a step forward. Ye Fan, Wang Lingzi's voice rang out at that moment. Ye Fan halted, turning to the still dazed Wang Lingzi, his brows slightly furrowing. What is it? Are you not leaving? No, Wang Lingzi replied, shaking her head. She glanced at Ye Fan, appearing somewhat hesitant. Ye Fan, thank you. It was but a small effort. Ye Fan waved his hand dismissively. Your assistance has inadvertently placed you in jeopardy. Wang Lingzi expressed, guilt evident in her tone. Long Wu is a trusted aide of Jie. By thwarting him, you may soon draw Jie's attention. He commands a large number of followers. This time, there were likely around 40 to 50 at his disposal. He may come looking for you. Come looking for me? Ye Fan scoffed at the notion. He was eager for the confrontation for now. With the Hellhound and the Gale Eagle by his side, even those of silver rank or A-class would find themselves subdued. In his previous life, he had endured countless treacheries, ultimately betrayed and perished at the hands of someone he had considered a brother for decades. If they came, it would be an opportunity to avenge that resentment. I would rather he come. Ye Fan shook his head, casting a glance at Wang Lingzi. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not entertain the notion of forming a Lingzi faction. A group of individuals with divergent motives is inherently fragile and will scatter at the slightest provocation. Wang Lingzi appeared contemplative at his words, glancing between Ye Fan and Li Fati. After a moment, she finally asked, "Do you still require assistance?" As Ye Fan was about to decline, Wang Lingzi hurriedly added, "I possess the spirit leader and can assist you in treasure hunting. This predicament with Jie was instigated by me, so consider this my way of repaying you. I do not seek any reward." Upon hearing her words, Ye Fan's brow furrowed slightly, yet he soon waved his hand and turned away. "Come along then. The spoils will be distributed according to effort expended." Wang Lingzi was momentarily taken aback by his response, but a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes as she looked at Ye Fan, who was already preparing to leave. "Very well, Ji, your prowess is remarkable. The bronze 4-star illusory spirit deer under your command behaves like a mere chick. Its combat prowess is unparalleled. Who among the same rank can rival Jie?" With a thunderous collapse of the illusory spirit deer, the forest echoed with praises from the onlookers. Jie stood among them, a smile gracing his face as he basked in their admiration. "What is bronze 4-star worth?" he stated, beckoning to his beast, which swiftly approached him like a cheetah. He casually handed it a piece of meat and inquired, "Where is Long Wu? Why has he not returned? Has he spent half a day collecting protection fees from a dozen or so individuals?" Beside him, one man eagerly responded, "Only the Lingzi group remains today. They may have encountered some resistance." Lingzi group? At the mention of this name, Jie snorted disdainfully. A woman from a small family in Pingxing. Had it not been for her family's ancestral spirit leader being somewhat useful, would I have allowed her to remain in the secret realm until now? Indeed, that Wang Lingzi is oblivious to her own insignificance. She ought to be taught a lesson, a sycophant chimed in quickly. "Soon, Brother Long Wu will surely bring her back to apologize to Jie." Just then, from the depths of the jungle, a group emerged. Leading the way was Long Wu, who had just endured a beating from Ye Fan. "Young master." Upon seeing Jie, Long Wu knelt on one knee without hesitation. "I have failed in my duty. Please punish me, young master." "Failed in your duty?" Jie's brow furrowed as he noticed the bruises and wounds on Long Wu's fists. "Did someone from the Lingzi group best you?" "It was not the Lingzi group. I crushed them." Long Wu shook his head. "It was Ye Fan. I encountered him while pursuing Wang Lingzi, and I lost in combat." "Ye Fan?" This revelation momentarily stunned Jie. He intervened to protect Wang Lingzi? No. It was I who issued the challenge, Long Wu clarified. "Fool!" Jie's anger flared. "Are you not aware that Ye Fan possesses bronze strength?" "I know." Long Wu began, eager to explain, but before he could continue, Jie let out another cold snort. "You were defeated, and it works in my favor. I have been unable to track them for days. If they have crossed paths with you, it provides me with a reason to act." Jie said, his tone icy. "You remember where you encountered them, correct?" "Yes, in the eastern section of the forest, not far from that large silver fir tree," Long Wu promptly replied. "Lead the way, and follow their trail," Jie commanded, as the group eagerly responded, seemingly unable to contain their zeal for confronting Ye Fan. "Young master." This statement caused Long Wu to hesitate momentarily. Ye Fan was indeed a formidable adversary, possessing 2 powerful beast companions. Nevertheless, he was but one individual, and I cannot believe he possesses any further capabilities. Jie replied, his gaze tinged with a hint of coldness. "One must consider the master when striking a dog. Without incurring some cost, How could one possibly succeed? Upon hearing this, Long Wu could only nod, bowing respectfully, though a subtle shift in his expression betrayed his thoughts. Chapter 56, displaying Yifan. Beneath a stone 15 meters ahead lay a spiritual herb. In the jungle, the voice of Wang Lingzi suddenly resonated. At that moment, she was activating her spiritual essence, her eyes glowing with a faint blue light. With her utterance, a golden-furred mouse darted swiftly back from a thicket. Yifan, responding to the sound, indeed discovered a mid-grade, ordinary-level concentration herb beneath the stone. Beside him, Fatty Li gazed at the spiritual herb, momentarily choked with disbelief. This was the 14th spiritual herb they had unearthed today, requiring minimal effort. Aside from 2 guarded by beasts, the rest were found in the wild. How astonishing! Fatty Li exclaimed, exchanging a glance with Yifan. Yifan's eyes reflected a flicker of surprise. His sensitivity to spiritual herbs was notably keen. Yet it paled in comparison to the treasure-hunting prowess of the golden-furred mouse. To effortlessly locate so many spiritual herbs was beyond his expectations. The golden-furred mouse maximizes the potential of your spiritual essence, Yifan remarked, posing a question. This cannot be the beast you selected at school, can it? Indeed not, Wang Lingzi replied, shaking her head. It is specially trained by my family. My spiritual essence is a hereditary talent. My father and grandfather share this gift. Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. It is true that a small fraction of beast talents are inherited, though such inheritance is often unstable. Instances of a hereditary beast talent passing through 3 generations are exceedingly rare. Your Wang family must thrive on treasure hunting, correct? Yifan inquired after a brief pause. Yes, we collaborate with the Spiritual Herb Hall, supplying numerous spiritual herbs and fruits each year, Wang Lingzi answered with a smile, glancing at her golden-furred mouse. Do not underestimate this little fellow. Once it reaches a higher level, it can locate not only spiritual herbs and fruits, but also their seeds and roots. It is quite impressive. I'm aware of that, Yifan nodded. Observing Wang Lingzi's beaming countenance, he contemplated other matters, and after a moment of reflection, he waved his hand, saying, the purpose of treasure hunting is to enhance one's strength. Do not confuse the two. Your talent is indeed advantageous, yet it does not augment your personal combat power. A black iron 6-star golden-furred mouse is still classified as grade B, and your strength seems to fall significantly short compared to other students of your age. This statement struck at the crux of Wang Lingzi's vulnerabilities, rendering her momentarily speechless. So, I have been misguided in my direction. There was a flaw from the very beginning. Logically, finding so many spiritual herbs and fruits should have endowed me with at least bronze-level strength. Yet by forming the Lingzi group, I have allocated vast resources to others. Yifan shook his head, acknowledging that there was nothing inherently wrong with forming a team. However, a good team should provide assistance rather than become a burden. Indeed, Wang Lingzi nodded slowly, then turned to Yifan with a smile in her eyes, declaring that joining their group was a splendid and wise choice. This statement momentarily caught Yifan off guard, but he quickly waved it aside. Let us proceed to a more central area to hunt and strive for some valuable treasures. Within the dense jungle, a fierce battle ensued against a colossal 8-star bronze bear, a formidable creature reigning supreme within the inner circle. At that moment, the bear was engulfed in flames from hellhounds, leaving its once mighty form charred and in a state of utter disarray. Had it been a solitary hellhound, the bear would not have been in such a predicament. Yet, it was besieged by spectral snakes with venomous fangs, stone-like rock pythons, and black flame snakes that ambushed from the underbrush, preventing it from evading the relentless hellhounds. Most critically, a tempest eagle circled above, its instinct as a beast master warning it of the lethal threat posed by this aerial hunter. This intuition proved accurate. At a decisive moment, the tempest eagle swooped down. Its iron claws, empowered by beast mastery skills, tore through the bear's fur and flesh, delivering a fatal blow straight to its heart. With a thunderous crash, the massive bear collapsed to the ground, revealing a spirit fruit resembling a reishi mushroom quietly growing on the cliff behind its lair. Half of the fruit had already been consumed, with remnants of roots scattered nearby, indicating that this was the primary reason for the bear's ascension to 8-star bronze status. The blood spirit mushroom, a premium item among common-grade materials, could rival some ordinary low-grade spiritual treasures and was known for its ability to rapidly elevate the level of beast masters. Upon seeing the half-eaten blood spirit mushroom, Ye Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A fine treasure. Quickly, Fatty gathered up, with his half of the blood spirit mushroom and the plethora of herbs in your backpack. It should be sufficient to elevate your 3 beasts to bronze status. Understood. Fatty eagerly responded, hastening forward to pluck the blood spirit mushroom, while Ye Fan joined him to extract the remaining roots. Meanwhile, Wang Lingzi, taking the initiative, unsheathed a small knife to collect the colossal bear's carcass. An 8-star bronze bear has fallen, just like that. Wang Lingzi gazed in astonishment at the defeated beast, her eyes wide with wonder. It was her first time witnessing Ye Fan and Li Yu exert their full strength against the beast. Their synergy was evident, exhibiting remarkable composure during the combat, even sharing light-hearted banter amidst the fray. The hellhounds provided direct firepower. The rock python launched lateral attacks, while the black flame snakes and spectral snakes awaited their chance to strike. The tempest eagle remained poised above, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Such seamless coordination clearly indicated that they were no strangers to hunting such high-ranking beasts. This is the essence of a beast master, Wang Lingzi mused. Glancing at Ye Fan and Li Yu, her admiration mingled with a yearning for such exhilarating combat. I am determined to diligently practice the art of breathing, aspiring to soon possess a second beast taming space and to capture a formidable beast for combat. With a resolute heart, Wang Lingzi has already stored the corpse of the giant brown bear and turned to Ye Fan, inquiring, "What shall we do next?" "What next?" Upon hearing her words, Ye Fan glanced at Li Fatty, pausing slightly before responding, "Next, we will casually search for spiritual herbs and fruits. Once Fatty's beast reaches the bronze level, we shall embark on significant undertakings." Significant undertakings? Wang Lingzi expressed her confusion, questioning the nature of these grand plans. "Let Fatty explain it to you," Ye Fan said, stepping ahead. Wang Lingzi cast a look at Li Fatty, who scratched his head and leaned closer, whispering, "Are you all going to the core?" Hearing Li Fatty's words, Wang Lingzi was taken aback. The core was home to silver-grade beasts, a realm entirely different from the periphery. "I conveyed the same to Ye Fan," Li Fatty replied. "However, Ye Fan believes we can enter the pit and employ strategies to obtain what we desire." "What strategies?" Wang Lingzi inquired. "I'm not sure." Li Fatty scratched his head again, glancing at Ye Fan's retreating figure before continuing. "But since Ye Fan says it's feasible, it must be." With that, Li Fatty hurried after Ye Fan, leaving Wang Lingzi behind. Watching their silhouettes fade, she suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Just yesterday, she had been engaged in a battle of wits against a black iron beast on the forest's outskirts. And today, she found herself hunting high-star bronze beasts within the forest. Furthermore, they were about to venture into the core to confront silver beasts. This stark contrast in her experience was solely due to her association with Ye Fan. Who exactly is Ye Fan? As she observed the two moving farther away, Wang Lingzi mused, "The level of these beasts has no connection to D-class whatsoever." Chapter 57. The core boss G.Ye located Ye Fan and his group. On the 4th day within the secret realm, the news finally reached Ye. "Found them?" Upon hearing this, Ye turned his gaze towards the somewhat shifty-eyed informant. "Where are they?" Reporting to Boss G, "They have entered the core area of the secret realm. We did not dare to probe further due to our limited strength." The informant replied, adding that Wang Lingzi was with the ordinary class Li Yu. "Enter the core?" Ye's brow furrowed at this news. "Are you certain the information is reliable?" "Absolutely reliable," the shifty-eyed informant responded. "My beast talent is dark sight, allowing me to detect life forms in a specific area for a brief period. Near the forest's core, I detected the 3 of them, but time was fleeting, and I could not ascertain their exact whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Ye no longer doubted, though a hint of perplexity lingered in his eyes. "The core is home to silver-grade beasts. Do they truly dare to enter?" "Boss G, Perhaps Ye Fan is aware that he has offended you and has sought refuge in the core area, one individual suggested. This statement alleviated some of Ji's doubts. Yet he remained vigilant. He waved his hand, commanding, Long Wu, take 20 men to approach the edge of the core and confirm whether they are indeed in that area. You will accompany Long Wu. Casting a glance at the shifty-eyed individual, Jie elaborated, once the location is confirmed, signal us with a flare. Understanding. Long Wu nodded respectfully and took his leave. Soon, a group of individuals gathered and ventured into the forest. Jie perched at a height, observing the departing figures with an unusual glint of caution in his eyes. At this juncture, what justified his venture into the core? Ye Fan, are we truly intent on pursuing the silver-tier beast? In the depths of the jungle, Li Pangzi suppressed his footsteps, quietly inquiring of Ye Fan. Having come this far, do you still doubt my resolve? Ye Fan replied, a hint of mirth in his gaze as he regarded Li Yu and Wang Lingzi, who dared not make a sound. With the right approach, silver-tier beasts are not insurmountable. As he spoke, Ye Fan halted. Look, do you not notice the trampled grass ahead? Indeed, Li Pangzi nodded. That confirms it. There are beasts prowling nearby. Ye Fan continued, gesturing towards the thicket that resembled an entrance to a cave. Such entrances typically lead to a beast lair. Wang Lingzi interjected, her experience in foraging for spiritual herbs granting her an uncanny familiarity with such locales. Correct, this is the territory of the silver-tier cloud leopard. The cloud leopard is an elite pinnacle beast, swift, and possessing an exceptional sense of smell. Ye Fan nodded, turning to Li Pangzi. Where are the stinky fruits I asked you to prepare? Right here. Li Pangzi produced a small pouch of pale yellow fruits. The juice from these stinky fruits emits a powerful odor, which is quite effective against the scent-sensitive cloud leopard. Ye Fan took the stinky fruits, stating, we shall apply the juice on ourselves. The cloud leopard will disregard us upon detecting the smell, allowing us to pass unnoticed. That is partially correct, Ye Fan remarked, shaking his head as he outlined his plan. We will scatter the juice in various locations outside, and we must also apply it to ourselves. Shortly, I will send the swift-winged eagle to provoke the cloud leopard. Once the cloud leopard chases my beast out, we will swiftly enter and retrieve the spiritual fruits. The cloud leopard is exceptionally vigilant and will not pursue too far. We will have approximately 1 to 2 minutes to collect the fruits. Afterward, we must flee frantically, continuously scattering the stinky juice behind us as we escape. We must reach the river within half an hour to wash off the scent. Otherwise, the cloud leopard will detect the lingering odor of the stinky juice and track us relentlessly until we are escorted out of the secret realm by the guardians. Is it truly that exhilarating? Li Pangzi responded. So, we are essentially luring the tiger from its mountain lair, then deploying smoke bombs until we are safely away? Indeed, Ye Fan affirmed. This plan is not overly complex, with 2 primary considerations: timing our entrance and reaching the river to cleanse ourselves within half an hour. What connection does this plan have with my beast reaching the bronze tier? Li Pangzi suddenly inquired. To ensure our survival, Ye Fan replied, casting a glance at the rotund man. If the plan were to fail, they would have no choice but to attempt a forceful elimination of the cloud leopard. Li, the portly fellow, was taken aback. Could the plan truly fail? There is no plan that guarantees success, and one must always prepare for contingencies. Ye Fan continued, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us prepare the essence. The spiritual fruit guarded by the cloud leopard was extraordinary. The rewards would undoubtedly justify the risks we were taking. Agreed. Upon hearing this, the trio sprang into action. Although they were mentally prepared, the stench of the green, foul-smelling essence still caused Wang Lingzi's complexion to sour. This is unbearable, she muttered, yet without hesitation, she applied the essence to her body. Ye Fan followed suit, and soon all 3 were coated in green, splattering the essence throughout the jungle, filling the air with an atrocious odor. That should suffice. Clapping his hands, Ye Fan summoned the Gale Eagle, gently patting its head as he whispered instructions. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and the Gale Eagle let out a cry before darting into the lair of the cloud leopard. Hide, Ye Fan commanded, and the 3 concealed themselves in the nearby thicket. Before long, the Gale Eagle burst forth, followed by a thunderous roar. From the fragmented view within the jungle, they beheld a cloud leopard, towering at nearly 3 meters. Charging out, its massive form and fearsome visage were striking. With a single swipe, it uprooted a substantial tree, and in the blink of an eye, it leaped over 10 meters away. This scene caused both Li and Wang Lingzi to change their expressions. In just a few seconds, they could sense the immense power of this beast. How can we possibly eliminate it? Li pondered, trembling at Ye Fan's words. Quit dawdling. Now is the time. Hurry and seize the spiritual fruit. Ye Fan's voice rang out moments after the cloud leopard had bolted, as he took a step forward and leaped into the beast's lair. Li and Wang Lingzi were momentarily stunned, but quickly followed suit, rushing in after him. What on earth is this? Li exclaimed, gazing at the 4 or 5 golden spiritual fruits beside the cloud leopard's den, astonished. Harvest fruit, a low-grade spiritual fruit, yields every 3 years. Below silver tier. Consuming 1 elevates your level by 1 star. Ye Fan spoke succinctly, seizing the stem of the harvest fruit and with a mighty tug, uprooted a large cluster. Several fruits tumbled to the ground, prompting Li and Wang Lingzi to hurriedly gather the fruits. We must store them in the beast space. We cannot leave any scent behind. With a vigorous flick, Ye Fan tossed the stem to the portly man and then hurled 7 or 8 of the foul-smelling fruits in all directions. Li, flustered and disorganized, had yet to secure the spiritual fruits when Ye Fan's voice echoed again. Now, run. Without looking back, the cloud leopard's furious roar resonated through the jungle, clearly indicating that it had sensed the intruders within its lair and was rapidly returning. My goodness, that was no time at all. It was merely seconds. At that moment, the portly man grasped the gravity of the situation, yanking the stem back into the beast space while sprinting towards safety, with Wang Lingzi following closely behind. Ye Fan, after a brief moment of hesitation, unleashed the hellhound, and a burst of flames engulfed the entire lair, transforming it into a sea of fire. Chapter 58. What on earth is happening? In the sky, the Guardians were taken aback by the sudden blaze that erupted in the forest. A fire-type silver beast was battling at the core. The male Guardian squinted, his expression shifting dramatically as he focused his gaze. This Ye Fan. He has set the lair of the colorful cloud leopard ablaze. What? The female Guardian was equally astonished, her eyes darting downwards. At that moment, the colorful cloud leopard stood at its doorstep, observing the flames consuming its lair and the surrounding green, foul-smelling juice, seemingly lost in thought. However, it quickly caught a scent, its gaze honing in on the direction where Li Fatty and the others had fled, letting out a furious roar. At this moment, it had yet to detect the scent of Ye Fan and his companions. It was merely a brief contemplation that led it to notice 3 moving, large, stinky fruits, combining that with the green juice at its doorstep to draw a conclusion. It wondered how such foul fruits could be at its home. Damn it! They stole from me and burned my home. Roaring with rage, the colorful cloud leopard sprang into action, its feet seemingly accompanied by rolling thunderclouds, moving at an incredible speed, covering several dozen meters in a single breath. Along its path, trees were knocked askew, and the colorful cloud leopard, filled with fury, yearned to tear apart these thieving intruders. It was over. They had been discovered. In the sky, witnessing this scene, the female Guardian grew frantic. This Ye Fan was far too audacious. Last time he provoked a bronze-level Guardian, and now he had antagonized a silver-level one. Would he next dare to confront the overlord of this secret realm? Do not rush. The male Guardian's voice interjected at that moment. It seemed Ye Fan had prepared a backup plan. A backup plan? The female Guardian paused, and suddenly, a series of beastly roars erupted from the jungle. The colorful cloud leopard, in a fit of frenzy, not only toppled trees along its path, but also attacked unrelated inner beast guardians. Most of these beasts were of the high bronze rank. Although they were no match for the colorful cloud leopard, their instinctive territorial impulses compelled them to retaliate. Ye Fan is truly insufferable. After observing for a while, the female Guardian seemed to perceive something unusual. He had deliberately chosen a path that passed by the lairs of those beasts, allowing the swift wind eagle to sprinkle the stinky fruit juice on them. At this moment, The colorful cloud leopard could not distinguish their scents. It simply attacked upon detecting the moving, stinky fruit. Truly, this was a case of the innocent suffering due to the misdeeds of others. The male guardian shook his head helplessly. This fellow was exceedingly bold. Last time he at least approached the bronze level, but this time, he dared to provoke beasts several ranks above him. He must be after that bountiful fruit, the female guardian remarked. If he obtains that fruit, he should be able to ascend rapidly to silver. If he reaches silver, then perhaps he won't need to provoke the overlord beast at the core next time. The male guardian observed for a while, and, upon seeing Ye Fan and his companions successfully leap into the river, while the colorful cloud leopard was still engaged in combat with a massive brown bear, he could not help but turn away. This hardly resembled the actions of a newcomer. He could no longer bear to watch. They succeeded. The river surged with a fierce current. As Li Pengzi finally climbed up, he let out a great sigh of relief, sitting beside the bundle, overwhelmed by a sense of surviving a calamity. The thunderous roars from the nearby thicket caused him to shrink his neck and glance at Ye Fan, asking, "Ye Fan, we merely stole a few spirit fruits meant for silver-tier beings. Why does it react as if we burned down its home?" Upon hearing this, Ye Fan smiled slightly before shaking his head. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just rather petty." After a moment, he added, "If it weren't so stingy, it wouldn't resort to indiscriminate attacks. It might catch up to us soon." "I see." Li Pengzi nodded, reflecting that anger often leads to impulsivity, and impulsivity can cloud one's judgment. Ye Fan patted Li Pengzi and urged him to stay for a while longer, warning, "It may be coming after us. Wait for me." A timid voice emerged from the side. It was Wang Lingzi. "I didn't bring any extra clothes." Upon hearing this, Ye Fan turned to her. Noticing that after falling into the water, her clothes clung to her form, accentuating her curves unmistakably. "I have some spare clothes." With a quick glance, he tossed her a garment, then turned to hurry on. "Okay," Wang Lingzi replied, catching the clothing and momentarily stunned as she watched Ye Fan walk ahead. "Isn't he a man?" Did he even spare a glance? "Long Wu, I can sense their presence." From the other side of the thicket, Long Wu and his companions pressed forward rapidly when suddenly, the previously shifty-eyed individual spoke up. "Where?" Long Wu inquired sharply. "Just ahead. I feel they are approaching us." The man replied, "Prepare a signal flare to notify the young master." Long Wu ordered, swiftly scaling a slope with his group in hot pursuit. Just as they crested the slope, Ye Fan and his companions were slowly making their way towards them from the opposite direction. Both groups momentarily froze in surprise. "Long Wu." Ye Fan's gaze locked onto Long Wu, the leader of the opposing group. "What business do you have with me this time?" Long Wu opened his mouth, ready to deliver a fierce retort, but hesitated. At that moment, the shifty-eyed individual stepped forward, pointing at Ye Fan and declaring, "It was Boss Ji who sent us to find you." "Jia, I see," Ye Fan nodded. "Where is he? Is it just you all?" "Just us," the man replied, seemingly unaware of the tension in the air. "He hasn't even arrived yet, and you think you have the right to stop me?" Ye Fan's voice rang out, followed by the appearance of the Hellhound and the Gale Hawk at his side. The days spent in the secret realm had not been in vain. The Hellhound had reached bronze 5 stars, while the Gale Hawk had attained bronze 7 stars. Li Pengzi's beast companions also appeared, 3 bronze-tier creatures alongside them. The emergence of these 5 beasts instantly thickened the atmosphere. 5 bronze-tier creatures could effortlessly overpower everyone present. "Long Wu, what do we do?" The shifty-eyed man recoiled at the sight. Long Wu, feeling somewhat helpless, looked at Ye Fan and clasped his hands together, saying, "The young master advised that when dealing with a dog, one must consider its master. So I wish to invite Brother Ye for a discussion." "Why do you need so many people here?" Ye Fan replied, his eyes narrowing, and with a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Who is the dog here? Is it you?" "Long Wu." This statement caused Long Wu to grit his teeth in frustration. "It's merely a metaphor," he retorted. "A metaphor? Do you not understand, Long Wu? Ye Fan Skofut. To serve as a servant, even for a lifetime, is still to be a servant." "I am not a servant either," Long Wu countered, but his words were cut short as a signal flare shot up into the sky, followed by a resounding explosion. "Who fired that signal flare?" Long Wu's expression changed instantly. "Brother Long, it was me," a voice from the back piped up, Did Big Boss Yi not say to find Ye Fan and notify him? Why should we fear him? Fool! Long Wu cursed. Ye Fan is right here, and you fire a signal flare? Are you not afraid he will send us all out? Fool! Truly a fool. As they glanced at the flare in the sky, a cold smile crept onto Ye Fan's face. It is not just you who can call for help. With that, he turned towards Li Pangzi. This action left Li Pangzi momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Do you want me to call for help? I have no one to call. Bring out the stinky fruit and throw it at them, Ye Fan whispered, his voice low. Oh, Li Pangzi suddenly understood, and without further ado, he produced the stinky fruit and hurled it towards Long Wu and his group. Rascals, watch me call for help to deal with you. Several members were struck directly by Li Pangzi's stinky fruit, and the foul odor spread, prompting many to curse loudly. Go, Ye Fan commanded, and the three swiftly darted into the nearby forest. Don't chase. Long Wu intercepted one of those struck by the fruit, his gaze sharpening. We cannot overpower them. They are nearby. We will wait for the young master. But that fatso threw filth at me, the man exclaimed angrily. The stench was overwhelming, reminiscent of something truly unpleasant. Long Wu, too, turned his head away from the repugnant smell, yet a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Why did Ye Fan refrain from attacking at this moment? Merely tossing 2 stinky fruits instead? Could this foul fruit also summon help? This doubt did not linger long, as a furious roar echoed throughout the inner perimeter. Roar. Chapter 59. The Fat Man's Reflection by the Riverside. The colorful cloud leopard leapt across the great river, pursuing the remnants of the stinky fruit. Initially, the scent dissipated, causing it to anxiously pace the riverbank. However, within moments the odor reemerged. You cannot escape. With its massive jaws agape, the colorful cloud leopard sprinted through the jungle. Approaching the periphery, the black iron and bronze low-tier beast tamers sensed its presence and fled in terror. Roar. With a thunderous roar, it scaled a high ridge, leaving Long Wu and his companions momentarily stunned at the sight of the silver beast that had burst forth. How could there be a silver-tier beast at the forest's edge? Long Wu's eyes widened in shock. Fall back. Roar. The colorful cloud leopard was incredibly swift. Almost as soon as Long Wu's voice carried through the air, it had already locked onto the group struck by the stinky fruit, perceiving them as intruders in its territory. A roar erupted, and claws swept through the air as some individuals frantically directed their beasts to intervene, unable to cease their desperate flight. The 20-member team, faced with a silver-tier cloud leopard, was subjected to a one-sided slaughter. Jun, it's time for us to act. Observing the chaos on the ground, the female guardian spoke, calling out the name of her male counterpart. If we do not intervene, those people will perish. The time is not yet ripe, replied Jun, casting a glance at her. Our duty is to ensure their safety without disrupting the inherent order of this realm. The cloud leopard has yet to strike lethally. It is merely pursuing those with the foul fruit. We shall intervene at the last moment. Very well, you nodded, her gaze fixed below, tinged with anxiety. Clang! In a sudden collision, the cloud leopard's claws swept forward, and Long Wu braced himself against the force. The tremendous power of a single swipe sent him crashing into a nearby tree, from which he subsequently slid down. The cloud leopard, regarding Long Wu, emitted a low, guttural growl, seemingly sensing the bloodline of ancient heritage within him, and refrained from further attack, redirecting its focus back to the fleeing individuals with the foul fruit. In the next moment, it transformed into a gust of wind, sweeping effortlessly through the outskirts of the forest, capable of dispatching a black iron tier beast with a mere flick of its claws. Meanwhile, the fleeing individuals began to realize the gravity of their predicament. It was evident that the cloud leopard was targeting them. It must be that fat fool who dropped the fruit. One person cursed, tearing off his clothing and casting it aside, prompting others to follow suit. Though they discarded their garments, the cloud leopard continued its relentless pursuit. Frantically, they shed their trousers as well. Why is it fixated on us? Feeling the unwavering intent of the cloud leopard behind them, the group was on the verge of tears. We are doomed. We are utterly doomed. The cloud leopard's speed was astonishing, and it was clear they could not outrun it, staring death in the face. Boss G has arrived. Spotting a large group approaching in the distance, One individual shouted in exhilaration, waving his arms wildly. Boss-Ye, we're over here. We're over here. As the signal flares illuminated the scene, Ye, who had hastily gathered his men, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of several stark-naked figures before him. Just as the words left their lips, suddenly, the cloud leopard lunged from behind. Ye's expression transformed dramatically, a silver-tier beast. Fools! I sent you to find Ye Fan, not to provoke a silver-tier beast. In a fit of anger, Ye commanded without hesitation, fall back. At his command, the group hesitated momentarily, one voice timidly asking, Boss-Ye, aren't you going to save them? They are fools. Are you also a fool? That's a silver-tier beast. How can we save them? Ye retorted sharply, turning to the speaker. The Guardians will intervene to protect their safety. If we do not retreat, shall we wait to be taken out alongside them? This rhetorical question caused the individual to shrink back, silencing him. As the group retreated like a receding tide, the few exposed individuals stood frozen. Boss-Ye, where are you going? We are here. Quickly save us. Before the voice fades, the colorful cloud leopard has already arrived. Faced with such overwhelming power, one person collapses on the spot, while another attempts to flee, only to be swiftly brought down by a single paw. With a deafening roar, the colorful cloud leopard opens its massive jaws, ready to vent its fury by striking down one of the individuals. However, just then, a powerful aura surges forth, causing the leopard to be knocked back several meters. Infuriated and poised to pounce again, it suddenly becomes cautious upon seeing the man standing calmly before it. Closing its gaping maw, it takes small, tentative steps, clearly aware that this individual possesses an insurmountable power. Retreat, command Jun, his voice cold and unwavering. At the sound of his words, the leopard immediately lowers its ears, bows its head, and hastily retreats, seemingly fearful of Jun's potential wrath. Jun remains stationary, observing the leopard's departure before turning his attention back to the individuals behind him. You few have lost your qualification for the trial. State your names. You shall be escorted out of the secret realm. At this moment, the group stands in stunned silence. Upon hearing the decree, some express their dissatisfaction, claiming, We were harmed by Ye Fan. Do we truly deserve to be expelled? I shall not reiterate the rules of the secret realm, Jun replies, his gaze imbued with indifference. If you have objections, feel free to complain to your instructors. Upon hearing this, the speaker retracts his head. Within the secret realm, the judgment of the Guardian cannot be contested. Even if they were to complain outside, they might face reprimands instead. The group falls silent as Jun casts a cold glance at them, producing a notebook. Retrieve your trousers and inform me of your names. Goodness, Ye Fan. That colorful cloud leopard is incredibly formidable, effortlessly annihilating Long Wu and his companions without offering a shred of resistance. From a nearby vantage point, Ye Fan and his two companions witnessed the entire sweep of the colorful cloud leopard over Long Wu's group. Li Fatsi, somewhat astonished, remarks with so many injured, Ji is bound to harbor immense resentment towards you. They haven't sustained any serious injuries, Ye Fan replies, shaking his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. Ji is too timid. I expected him to intervene at least to some degree, yet he retreated without a fight. There are still 2 days left in the secret realm. Ji likely did not wish to risk his life for a few subordinates. They may be numerous, yet defeating a silver-tier beast would still prove challenging. Wang Lingzi interjects, donning the coat Ye Fan had provided. After this incident, he should refrain from causing us trouble, given the number of injuries incurred. He may not come after us, Ye Fan retorts coolly, but that does not imply we cannot pursue him. Wang Lingzi hesitates slightly. Ye Fan, are you planning to confront Ji? At this query, a flicker of anger ignites within Ye Fan. However, glancing into the distance, he suppresses his emotions and lowers his voice. We shall discuss it when the opportunity arises. For now, we leave. With that, Ye Fan rises and strides into the depths of the forest. Ye Fan, where are we headed next? Li Fadzi inquiras rapidly, finding a place to rest. We utilized the bounty gathered today, Ye Fan replied, pausing momentarily, his gaze fixated upon the colorful cloud leopard poised to depart across the river. This leopard, having engaged in numerous battles during its pursuit, bore significant wounds, and with its lair destroyed, it had no sanctuary. At this moment, it was at its most vulnerable. We must prepare swiftly. Tonight, we shall capture this colorful cloud leopard. The mention of capturing the leopard caused Li Fati to pause, his mouth agape, ready to speak. But upon noticing Ye Fan already rising to proceed, he could only take a deep breath and glance at Wang Lingzi beside him. Goodness, I suspect Ye Fan has been intent on this colorful cloud leopard from the very beginning. Chapter 60. Setting off this Ye Fan, how vexing. Retreating to the forest's edge. After hearing from Long Wu about their encounter with Ye Fan, Jie felt a surge of anger and began to scold. Young master, we were indeed too careless. Long Wu interjected quietly. It was primarily those fools who provoked the situation and recklessly launched signal flares that ruined everything. Jie spoke, not reproaching Long Wu, but rather scolding. Are all beast masters from Ping Chung such simpletons, acting without a shred of thought? His words were not whispered, causing several faces nearby to shift in expression. However, after this change, many approached with forced smiles. Don't be angry, Boss G. It was just a few idiots who caused trouble. It won't happen again. With nearly 2 days remaining until the end of the secret realm, we can continue our search for Ye Fan. Ye Fan is not foolish like you. He won't act carelessly and alert the enemy. At this moment, he must be exceedingly vigilant. After a moment of irritation, Jie added, those 2 imbeciles, had it not been for the guardians sending them away, I would have taught them a lesson. In place, Jie pondered for a while, eventually glancing at the surrounding students, letting out a sigh. Forget it. I won't seek him out this time. Let us just get through these next 2 days quietly. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him afterward. As night fell, by the campfire, the 3 were roasting meat, while Ye Fan was feeding his swift-winged eagle with the bounty fruits. In total, there were 5 fruits. 3 were given to the hellhound, and 2 were reserved for the swift-winged eagle, which would elevate their strengths to bronze 8 stars and bronze 9 stars respectively, bringing them close to silver strength. Ye Fan, why did you save 1 fruit for the swift-winged eagle? That way, it could reach silver rank, Li Fati queried, observing Ye Fan's actions with some confusion. The bounty fruit is only effective for those below silver rank. It cannot assist a beast in directly breaking through to silver. Ye Fan shook his head, explaining. Moreover, silver rank serves as a minor threshold. For a beast to unlock the bloodline shackles and unleash their attribute powers at this level is no easy feat. Oh, I see, Li Fati nodded, contemplating Ye Fan for a moment. But why do we choose to hunt the colorful cloud leopard at night? The visibility is poor, and since the leopard is a feline, it has excellent night vision. Isn't that disadvantageous for us? You make a valid point, Fati, Ye Fan acknowledged with a slight nod. Then, somewhat resigned, he replied, if it were possible, I would not choose to hunt at night. My beast requires time to digest the bountiful fruit, but if we let tonight pass, the formidable recovery ability of the rainbow cloud leopard will restore its combat prowess. Therefore, is this not our best strategy? Li Fati azitata. There are no perfect plans. Sometimes, opportunities present themselves fleetingly, and we must seize them. Ye Fan replied, moreover, my Galehawk and Hellhound possess commendable night vision capabilities. With Wang Lingzi by our side, her spiritual essence can play a significant role. Thus, the impact of nighttime combat on us is limited. Wang Lingzi, listening to this, was momentarily taken aback. The striped mouse is inherently adept at nocturnal activities. Your spiritual essence shares vision and can provide me with additional sight in the dark. Ye Fan responded. In the midst of jungle battles, visibility is paramount, especially when confronting a swift beast like the rainbow cloud leopard. If it vanishes from your sight, the likelihood of succumbing to its ambush from the shadows is high. I see. Wang Lingzi nodded solemnly. I will report in as needed. No, in this battle, your priority is to protect yourself. When I require your updates, I will ask. Ye Fan replied. Ensure your striped mouse is well directed. My hellhound is of the fire element and will likely ignite some underbrush during combat. Understood. Wang Lingzi nodded. What about me? Li Fati interjecta. You? Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Ye Fan's face. Naturally, you shall fight alongside me. Side by side, Fatty trembled with excitement, unable to contain his exhilaration. The thrill of hunting beasts beyond 1's level is a sensation that stirs the heart of every beast master. Chirp! As the trio conferred, a familiar sound emerged from the nearby jungle, and a little badger reappeared. This little fellow truly recognizes us, Fatty beamed. This small badger. Meanwhile, Wang Lingzi, upon seeing the creature, was momentarily stunned and turned to Yifan. Do you know it? Indeed, it has joined us by the fire for several nights. And we have shared some meat with it each time, Yifan replied, extending his hand. This time, the little badger showed little resistance, allowing Yifan to place his hand upon its head. It does not bite you? Wang Lingzi expressed her surprise, seemingly recalling something. The last time we entered, it was just half a month ago, right? You were absent from the ordinary class, and someone grew curious about the little badger. What happened then? As a result, it chased that person from the inner perimeter to the outer, and ultimately, the one who teased it was escorted out by the guardian, Wang Lingzi recounted. Gazing at the little badger being petted by Yifan, her curiosity piqued as she extended her hand. Hiss! Before her hand could reach it, the little badger bared its teeth and emitted a threatening sound. Wang Lingzi jumped back, hastily retracting her hand. Such beasts are difficult to befriend, Yifan remarked, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. It allows me to touch it because we have grown familiar, and my Gale Hawk poses a natural threat to it, which lends a certain degree of intimidation. Regrettably, Wang Lingzi gazed at the small badger with affectionate eyes, her hands gently rubbing together. After observing it for a while, she suddenly exclaimed, "This little badger seems to be injured." Upon hearing this, Yifan squinted his eyes and looked closely. Indeed, there was a scar on the badger's leg, indicating it had been wounded for some time. The wound had already scabbed over, appearing rather inconspicuous. Fatty, give it some spiritual fruits, Yifan instructed, glancing at the nearby Fatty. Fresh bloodgrass and white jade fruit should be suitable. All right, Fatty replied, carefully retrieving the fresh bloodgrass and white jade fruit from his backpack and placing them gently before the little badger. Chirp! The small badger stared at the spiritual herbs and fruits in front of it, momentarily taken aback, then looked up at Yifan with a human-like expression of inquiry. There for you, Yifan nodded and gently patted the badger's head before standing up. Now, you should warm yourself by the fire and eat before you leave. With that, he turned to the others. We should set off. If we delay any longer, it will be challenging to find our way. Understood. The three of them swiftly tidied their belongings and ventured deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, the little badger, watching their departing figures from beside the small fire, gazed at the white jade fruit in its paws, momentarily lost in thought. What are Yifan and the others up to? In the sky, Zhun followed Yifan's movements with keen interest. Judging by their direction, they seemed to be heading towards the core. They're still going to the core, Yi remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhun's expression darkened. Isn't the commotion during the day enough? They want to work overtime at night? This time, they should not be provoking other beast tamers. Yi noted, seemingly realizing something. Yifan fed all the harvest fruits to his beast. The path they are taking appears to lead in the direction where the colorful cloud leopard departed. The colorful cloud leopard? Jin paused, his gaze shifting within the core until it landed on the colorful cloud leopard lying beneath a large tree on the barren ground, its body marred with numerous scars. This sight made Zhun twitch his lips. Did the colorful cloud leopard harbor a grudge against Yifan? He scrutinized the creature with a mix of pity and disdain. How unfortunate for it, you commented. It has done nothing wrong, yet its spiritual fruit was stolen, its home burned, and now it must face a surprise attack from Yifan at night. It's hardly deserving of pity, Zhun replied, shaking his head. This colorful cloud leopard has taken more lives than I can count within the beast tamer forest. Its demise is well-deserved. If it weren't for the principal's order to allow students to hone their skills in the secret realm, I would have eliminated it in the beast tamer forest. I am merely pondering whether Yifan and the others can triumph. The disparity between silver and bronze is considerable, and the difference is stark. Moreover, that is a pinnacle silver 2-star beast, capable of wielding elemental powers and possessing awakened skills, Zhun reflected. A bronze-level beast tamer would find it exceedingly difficult to overcome such an opponent. Ye Fan has a bronze 9-star Gale Eagle and a bronze 8-star Hellhound. The gap should not be insurmountable, you interjected. It's just a pity that his talent is D grade, which does not provide much enhancement. If he had a C grade or higher beast-endowed talent, given his formidable combat instincts, he might stand a chance. Let us see. I find it hard to believe. The nearby town shook its head, bracing for action. It was evident that Ye Fan and his companions were poised to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the colorful cloud leopard. Trials involving such prodigious talents were notoriously difficult to navigate. To intervene might result in an unjust expulsion if the leopard had a hidden agenda. Yet to remain passive could lead to a far worse fate should the creature perish. Ye Fan, it seemed, was not only burning the midnight oil alone, but also compelling others to share in his toil. Chapter 61. Fierce Battle in the Darkness of the Night. The trio moved stealthily, their footsteps muffled. Under the dim moonlight, Li Fadi and Wang Lingzi trailed behind the resolute Ye Fan, each acutely aware of their own heartbeat. They must be nearing their destination. Suddenly, Ye Fan halted, his gaze fixed on a large tree not far ahead, his expression turning grave. The two behind felt a surge of tension. Wang Lingzi, send your golden-furred mouse to scout the area and ascertain the position of the colorful cloud leopard, Ye Fan commanded, swiftly organizing their strategy. Fatty, conceal your ghostly snake and black flame snake in the nearby underbrush, and have the rock python on standby for immediate summoning. Understood. They replied in unison, unleashing their beasts. The diminutive golden-furred mouse crept forward with barely a sound, while Wang Lingzi activated her spiritual vision, her eyes emanating a faint glow as she shared sight with the mouse. As the mouse explored, it had just passed the tree when Wang Lingzi suddenly shuddered, nearly losing her balance. Is it on the other side of the tree? Ye Fan inquired, observing her reaction. Yes, right at the center of the trunk, Wang Lingzi confirmed, beads of sweat forming on her brow. There was no underbrush, only trees, presenting few obstacles. Good, Ye Fan nodded. Direct the golden-furred mouse to perch on a distant tree, climbing as high as possible to maintain visual contact. You should also remain concealed. Do not draw the attention of the colorful cloud leopard unless I instruct you to report. Absolutely, Wang Lingzi affirmed. Fatty, direct your snakes to prepare for action, Ye Fan instructed, raising his hand as the hellhound and swift-wind eagle manifested at his side, followed by the activation of his ascension ability. The D-grade enhancement was modest, yet it provided a comprehensive boost. Let us move, Ye Fan said, stepping forth. A dagger, typically used for butchering, appearing in his hand. The swift-wind eagle perched upon his shoulder while the hellhound stood at his feet, and Li Fadi crouched low, his black flame snake and ghostly snake slithering rapidly through the grass. Soon, they closed the distance, and at roughly 10 paces, Ye Fan sprang into action. Hellhound, unleash your flames. Upon uttering the command, the hellhound opened its mouth, and flames surged toward the trunk, spreading upon impact. A roar erupted. The colorful cloud leopard, roused from its hard-won slumber by the flames, leaped from the inferno, instantly recognizing the source of its disturbance. This intruder was the very instigator of its fiery plight. Fatty, Ye Fan observed the fury burning in the leopard's eyes, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke. Almost immediately, Fatty's voice rang out, Ghostly snake, deploy the toxic mist. With that, the ghostly snake emerged from the foliage, its mouth agape, releasing a dense cloud of green toxin directed at the colorful cloud leopard. This is the skill mastered at the bronze level by the phantom serpent, which unleashes stored venomous mist, delivering a formidable strike upon direct impact. The cumulus leopard, with its swift reflexes, deftly evades the toxic cloud and retaliates by swatting the phantom serpent aside. In the next moment, it charges towards Ye Fan, seeking vengeance. It approaches. Ye Fan, observing the cumulus leopard effortlessly dispel the phantom serpent's ambush and rush towards them. The portly companion became flustered. Just assist from the side. No need to confront directly. Ye Fan spoke slowly, his gaze unwavering against the oncoming cumulus leopard. Hellhound, Gale Eagle, let's advance. A resounding roar echoed. As the voices of the hound and eagle rang out, Ye Fan surged forward, with the hellhound colliding with the cumulus leopard at an accelerated pace. Boom! The two summoned beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, but the hellhound, lacking sufficient power, was swiftly pinned down by the cumulus leopard. As the cumulus leopard raised its paw to pursue, Ye Fan's dagger was already upon it. Slicing through the air, the dagger grazed the wound on the cumulus leopard, inciting a furious roar as it turned to pounce on Ye Fan. Quick to react, Ye Fan sidestepped the descending claw as it swiped past. He kicked off the cumulus leopard's body and leapt away. Hellhound, overheat blaze. The voice resonated as flames erupted from the hellhound. Simultaneously, the cumulus leopard did not remain passive. As the flames burst forth, purple lightning crackled around it. In an instant, it vanished from sight. Thunder rumbling, a talon akin to that of the Gale Eagle. While still airborne, Ye Fan assessed the situation and spoke swiftly. Wang Lingzi, report your position. To your right rear. Wang Lingzi's voice echoed almost in unison, laced with urgency, clearly indicating that the cumulus leopard had launched a surprise attack. This cumulus leopard is quite cunning. With mere seconds to contemplate, Ye Fan executed a deliberate sidestep. Roar! The colossal head of the leopard brushed past Ye Fan's ear. The proximity so close that he could almost detect the foul odor emanating from its maw. Gale Eagle, divine bird assault. Ye Fan thrust his dagger forward once more, retreating yet again. The voice of the Gale Eagle resonated through the skies, a flash as it hurried from above, its talons slicing through the wind. The strike landed solidly, leaving a significant gash on the cumulus leopard, provoking its ferocity as it let out a thunderous roar. In that moment, electric sparks erupted from its body, and lightning surged outward, creating a magnetic field that could unleash electrical strikes in the surrounding area. Ye Fan silently contemplated, enveloped in the static magnetic field. Choosing not to retreat, instead he raised his hand, portly fellow, rock python. All right, came a response, as a radiant glow illuminated the emergence of the rock python before Ye Fan. The lightning was abruptly neutralized, and a faint luminescence glimmered on the rock python's form. Its bronze-level mastery skill, hardening, transformed its body into solid rock, perfectly countering the cumulus leopard's electric attacks. There was still one more skill to unleash. Ye Fan traversed past the rock python, and at this moment, the hellhound had once again lunged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the clouded leopard. Today, you have nowhere to flee, he declared, observing the clouded leopard's evident exhaustion. With a swift motion, he rotated the dagger in his hand and charged towards the creature. Swift-winged eagle, sacrifice yourself for the attack. The eagle circled above, its claws descending like iron. With a powerful strike, it tore open another wound, causing the clouded leopard, entangled with the hellhound, to look up in an attempt to bite back. Simultaneously, Ye Fan's dagger glimmered ominously. With a swift motion, it grazed the leopard's throat, leaving a deep gash. A roar erupted from the clouded leopard as blood flowed profusely from the wound. It attempted to retaliate against Ye Fan, but was hindered by the hellhound. As time passed, under the relentless assault, the creature gradually weakened. It roared and clawed, yet failed to unleash its ultimate skill. What a troublesome adversary. With a forceful collision, Ye Fan was knocked back, pausing at a distance. He gazed at the wound he had inflicted on the leopard's throat, which, surprisingly, had ceased to bleed. A flicker of change crossed his eyes. This clouded leopard truly deserved its reputation as a silver-tier beast, as its throat was remarkably resilient. However, this was where it would end. Ye Fan lowered his stance, preparing to launch another lethal strike against the roaring clouded leopard. Ye Fan, be careful. Wang Lingzi's urgent voice pierced through the air. Look above you. At her warning, Ye Fan's expression turned serious as he looked up to see a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, coalescing above him, now hurtling down with tremendous force. The divine retribution, a beast mastery skill known for its precision and devastating power, had one flaw. It required a moment to gather its strength. During this time, it had stealthily charged its attack. Ye Fan quickly assessed the situation. Glancing back at the clouded leopard, the creature, now besieged, revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, a hint of anthropomorphic malice lurking within. It had succeeded. Chapter 62. The plan with a thunderous crash, the lightning struck, but at that critical moment, Ye Fan suddenly smiled. The intellect of a silver-tier beast was still quite limited. No skill was infallible. Just as he spoke, a swift-winged eagle came hurtling through the storm, moving with unprecedented speed. The moment the lightning grazed Ye Fan, it lunged forward and propelled him away. The thunderous strike collided with the ground, sending terrifying currents of electricity surging outward. Ye Fan was carried swiftly along the ground by the eagle, always staying ahead of the electrical surge. Roaring in frustration, the clouded leopard emitted a defiant cry. And almost simultaneously, the hellhound leaped forth, seizing its throat. In a matter of moments, the clouded leopard, unable to employ any further skills, succumbed to Ye Fan's command and fell silent upon the ground. It's over. Ye Fan observed the fallen, clouded leopard, and Li Fati exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Wang Lingzi appeared somewhat exhilarated. We won. We truly won. We have hunted a silver-tier beast. As Ye Fan regarded the two, their joy palpable. A smile crept across his lips, and he discreetly sheathed his dagger. Fatty, go collect the remains. Ye Fan rose to his feet and cast a glance at the rotund Li, his eyes reflecting a subtle shift. Beasts of silver rank and above possess corresponding spiritual orbs within them, which are both precious and immensely beneficial when utilized by beasts of compatible attributes or beast tamers whose breathing techniques align with them. Spiritual orb? Upon hearing this, the stout man was momentarily taken aback, hastening towards the corpse of the colorful cloud leopard. In a matter of moments, he held aloft a violet orb. This orb was crystalline and translucent, and within it flickered faint arcs of lightning, seemingly corresponding to the leopard's lightning attribute. Is this the item in question? Indeed, Ye Fan affirmed, taking the orb into his possession. A lightning attribute spiritual orb is considered rather rare. This particular one is valued at over 300,000. In a place like Pingsheng, acquiring such an item is exceedingly difficult. 300,000? Li paused, momentarily stunned. It did not seem exorbitant. Even less than a well-tamed elite beast. The silver-grade spiritual orbs were certainly not costly. Yet all beast tamers of silver rank and above have a significant demand for orbs of corresponding attributes. They are rarely sold, and if they are, it is typically in exchange for orbs that meet their own needs. Ye Fan shook his head and elaborated slightly, as the rank of a beast tamer ascends. Many transactions are often conducted through bartering rather than mere currency. Ah, I see. Li nodded, contemplating this notion, then scratched his head, finding the practice rather primitive. Primitive, yet quite practical, Ye Fan replied, stowing the spiritual orb. In the future, we should endeavor to acquire as many spiritual orbs as possible, particularly those of silver rank and above. Amassing a sufficient quantity of orbs of the same attribute and of adequate level is the simplest and most effective means of enhancing our beasts, aside from obtaining rare materials. Whether for our beasts or for our own use, they are immensely beneficial. What kind of orb should I use? Li inquired. Ye Fan pondered for a moment. If you intend to practice your breathing technique, it would be best to utilize orbs that possess no attribute. Your technique primarily affects the physical body, making orbs of no attribute most suitable for you. No attribute. This revelation left Li momentarily speechless. Isn't it said that once a beast reaches silver rank, it unlocks its bloodline and gains attribute powers? An absence of attribute is, in fact, a type of power. More accurately, it can be referred to as a corporeal attribute. Many beasts possess no attribute, yet their formidable physical forms suffice for their survival. Ye Fan continued, clarifying, the ratio of beasts capable of wielding elemental powers to those that cannot is quite comparable. Naturally, those that can wield elements are far more formidable, and, consequently, spiritual orbs with elemental attributes are more precious. Spiritual orbs of no attributes are not difficult to procure, as they have a high utility. They are primarily used by beast tamers to aid in the cultivation of their breathing techniques. In the trading markets, many individuals exchange non-attribute orbs for the elemental orbs their beasts require. Ah, I understand now, Li nodded thoughtfully. It seems that as our ranks increase, the things we encounter also multiply. These concepts were never mentioned by Pan Zhao. Until one reaches a certain level, such knowledge remains ineffective. Yi Fan shook his head, remarking that there would be much more awaiting exploration in the future. Entering the realm of silver signifies that we have truly stepped into the domain of beast masters. At this moment, we might have merely caught a glimpse of the scenery within. What about me? What spiritual orb should I cultivate with? Wang Lingzi interjected, raising her hand. That depends on the breathing technique you practice, Yi Fan replied, glancing at Wang Lingzi. Your cultivation should be related to breath control and concealment, correct? Indeed, it is our family's ancestral technique. As one advances in cultivation, one becomes as light as a swallow and adept at masking their presence, thus evading other scrutiny. Wang Lingzi responded without reservation. Using a wind-type spiritual orb would suffice, Yi Fan concluded without much contemplation, then inquired. Does your family not have any beast masters of silver rank or above? No, our family has only 3 generations. And aside from one inheritor of the spiritual essence in each generation, few possess the talent for beast mastery, Wang Lingzi replied, her expression somewhat awkward. My grandfather is the strongest beast master in our family, having been stuck at the bronze 9 stars for many years. I see, Yi Fan nodded slightly, observing the seemingly embarrassed Wang Lingzi before suddenly proclaiming, in the future, you will be the first. Ah, Wang Lingzi was taken aback, then quickly nodded. I will strive for it. Indeed, Yi Fan affirmed, choosing not to elaborate further. He waved his hand. Fatty, quickly gather the carcass of the rainbow cloud leopard. This is crucial. There are many other silver beasts residing here, so be cautious. Understood, Li Fati Raplia. As he and Wang Lingzi swiftly collected the remains of the rainbow cloud leopard. Soon, the 3 of them were laden with their spoils and, under Yi Fan's guidance, retreated into the depths of the forest. These 3 little ones have truly succeeded, Yu remarked, gazing at Yi Fan and his companions, who had returned to the inner perimeter, his tone betraying astonishment. It has only been a little over a month since the school year commenced, and already, a newcomer has managed to hunt a silver-level beast. Not so much a hunt, but rather a murder, Zhen interjected, shaking his head. This was partly due to the rainbow cloud leopard being injured and unable to utilize its attributes effectively. Nevertheless, it is remarkable. A bronze level defeating a silver level in Ping City. I have never witnessed such a feat, Yu responded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Especially that Yi Fan. He is formidable. If we disregard his D-rank beast master talent, I would even say he rivals the prodigies of Kyoto at the same age. His terrifying combat, intuition, and mastery over beasts, as well as his timing, are far beyond what one would expect from a mere teenager. It is astonishingly mature. Perhaps he is a natural-born combat genius, endowed with ample knowledge of beast mastery. Otherwise, he would not have evaded that lightning strike, Jin remarked, his gaze fixated on Yi Fan, gradually changing in expression. This lad indeed bears a resemblance to the former commander. I concur, Yu nodded. Once the secret realm concludes, you should investigate further. If he truly is of the commander's bloodline, we, as former members of the Battle Heaven Army, ought to offer him our support. However, if he is indeed of the commander's lineage, I would advise against excessive attention. Maintaining a certain distance may be wiser. Shaking his head, Zhen remarked that they represented the will of the guardians from the higher echelons, and to show any favoritism towards him would only reveal their intentions to those with ulterior motives. Ping City was small, teeming with all manner of spirits and entities. Thus, one must exercise caution and remain vigilant. Chapter 63. Lord Wang. 2 days later, as the secret realm concluded, the guardians escorted everyone out. This time, Yi Fan and his companions did not delay until the last moment, emerging from the secret realm early. The principal did not organize any reward activities this time, but waited at the entrance and exchanged a few words with the guardians, casting a slightly surprised glance at Yi Fan. As numerous students returned, the incident in the secret realm where Yi Fan had provoked a silver-level beast, resulting in misfortune for Ji Jie and his group, spread swiftly. you three managed to hunt a silver-level beast? In their dormitory, Pan Zhao, who initially came to inquire about the gains from the secret realm, was taken aback as Yi Fan produced a thunder attribute spirit pearl. Upon receiving a confirmed answer, Pan Zhao inhaled sharply, then patted the shoulders of the chubby boy and Yi Fan repeatedly, exclaiming, "You too, well done. 2 individuals, 5 bronze-level beasts. This progress is commendable." Surprisingly, evenly Fatty received Pan Zhao's praise, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. "Ah, this is mostly Yi Fan's achievement." "I know. I merely wanted to commend you as well," Pan Zhao replied. Hearing this, Li Fatty was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, observing this exchange, Yi Fan smiled and glanced at Pan Zhao, saying, "Teacher Pan, we might not be staying at the school for a while. Aside from the monthly secret realms, the facilities at school offer limited enhancement for us." "Indeed," Pan Zhao nodded, looking at Yi Fan. "What are your plans then? Are you heading to the Silver Moon Forest?" "Yes. I intend to take Fatty to join a mercenary group," Yi Fan responded. "It allows us to earn money while gaining experience." "A mercenary group?" Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's brow furrowed. "Are you joining merely for extra income?" "That is only part of the reason," Yi Fan replied, his gaze hinting at deeper intentions. "Very well." Acknowledging Yi Fan's certainty, Pan Zhao did not press further but advised, "Mercenary groups are a mixed bag. Exercise caution if you choose to go. One can never truly know a person's heart." "Understood." Yi Fan nodded, adding, "Teacher Pan, there's no need to worry too much. Both Fatty and I have reached the bronze level and possess some self-defense capabilities. Just avoid acting recklessly in difficult situations," Pan Zhao cautioned, retrieving a communication talisman from his pocket and tossing it to Fatty. He then addressed Yi Fan, "Your combat abilities are formidable, far exceeding those of an ordinary beast master at your level. However, when facing strong enemies, your primary concern should be your own safety." "I understand," Yi Fan replied, a hint of resigned amusement in his eyes. It was evident he comprehended Pan Zhao's admonition regarding his dangerous fighting style and the need to be more cautious and prudent. "I will not engage in reckless endeavors that would place me in peril." After a moment's reflection, Yi Fan assured Pan Zhao, "Rest assured, teacher." "Agreed." Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded, albeit not entirely satisfied with the answer, yet it was somewhat acceptable. "How does this thing operate?" Pan Zhao Zheng intended to impart some additional words of wisdom when, unexpectedly, the voice of the portly man interrupted him. Turning his gaze, Pan Zhao caught sight of Li the Chubby, who was fiddling with a communication talisman while mysteriously wielding a wrench. With a swift motion, as the wrench was about to strike the talisman, Pan Zhao snatched it away and promptly unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Li the Chubby. "This is a communication talisman. 100,000 for a single one. Do you comprehend that in times of peril, you can summon me at any moment, from any location? 100,000. Others merely press a button, and yet you resort to a wrench? Li Yu, are you out of your mind?" Yi Fan and Li Yu, waiting outside the Wang family gate for an extended period, finally heard the voice of Wang Lingzi. They looked up to see her adorned in a delicate floral dress, her makeup exquisitely done, radiating an aura of innocence and charm. This sight left the portly man momentarily speechless. Indeed, Wang Lingzi possessed an alluring charm. "Yi Fan, would you not agree?" "Quite so," Yi Fan replied, his gaze revealing little fluctuation, having witnessed countless beauties fade away over a century. He had encountered a myriad of stunning women, and a mere girl in her teens did not stir his interest significantly. "Apologies for my tardiness," Wang Lingzi explained as she approached the two. "I just informed my father of my desire to join you in the mercenary group, but he vehemently opposed, claiming it was too perilous for a girl like me. It was only after my grandfather intervened that I was permitted to leave." "Your grandfather?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Just then, the gate of the Wang family opened, revealing an elderly man accompanied by a golden-furred dog, which was quite large in size. This golden retriever, known as a guardian dog, was an ordinary beast of burden, yet gentle in nature and easily trainable, making it a favorite among common folk for guarding homes. "Your grandfather is quite devoted," Yi Fan remarked, a smile gracing his features as he observed the bronze-level guardian dog. It was evident that Wang Lingzi's grandfather was stuck at the bronze level, largely due to the dog's low bloodline. despite the use of various spiritual herbs and fruits. It could not surpass the silver-level bloodline constraints. Be cautious on your journey. The elderly man waved at the trio. Make sure to procure ample food along the way. Do not go hungry. Understood, Grandpa, Wang Lingzi replied, waving back. The guardian dog wagged its tail and bounded toward her, seemingly reluctant to see her depart. Dahuang, come back. The grandfather beckoned, but the dog remained unmoved, forcing him to helplessly lean on his cane and step forward. Dahuang, Lingzi is going far away. Do not be troublesome. The grandfather patted the dog's head, and only then did it retract its head and retreat. Very well, we shall return shortly. Wang Lingzi answered with a hint of exasperation, turning to Yi Fan and saying, let's be on our way. Please, wait a moment. Yi Fan raised his hand and approached Grandpa Wang, leaning down to speak gently. Grandpa, you can feed to Wang approximately half a kilogram of Changshang fruit, Huxinko, and Beiwiguo in a 1-to-1 ratio each day. It is not far from achieving silver rank, merely lacking some enhancements to its bloodline. After about 7 feedings, Dawang will be able to advance to silver without altering its bloodline form. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Grandpa Wang paused, looking at Yi Fan with a hint of surprise. How do you know this? I have encountered many beast masters like you. Yi Fan replied swiftly, a smile flickering in his eyes. In reality, there are numerous such beast masters who are devoted to a single beast and wish for it to retain its appearance without changes to its bloodline, even if it means being stuck at a certain level for life. I see. Grandpa Wang nodded, noting that the medicinal formula was developed by an elder in his family who had a situation similar to his. Upon hearing this, a subtle change appeared in Grandpa Wang's expression. Having spent years in business and treasure hunting, his mind was considerably sharper than most. Within moments, he said, Then I thank you, young friend. Not at all. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively and added with a smile, Grandpa, Wang Lingzi is quite safe with me, so you need not worry. Very well, Grandpa Wang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. I shall not delay your journey. Do exercise caution. The mercenary groups in Pingsheng are quite intricate. Yi Fan acknowledged with a nod, turning to leave with Wang Lingzi and Fatty Li. At the doorway, Grandpa Wang gazed at the 3 departing figures, deep in thought. This formula that allows one to break through to silver without altering the bloodline form has eluded me for years. It consists merely of these 3 ordinary spiritual fruits and herbs. Chapter 64. The mercenary group, the trio, journeyed together, soon encountering structures reminiscent of taverns. Are these the mercenary groups? Fatty Li inquired, observing the various individuals entering and exiting, armed with cannons and long blades, accompanied by their beasts. To be precise, you may regard this place as a centralized trading hub, Yi Fan responded casually. This mercenary guild serves multiple functions. You can buy and sell items, post or accept tasks, recruit team members, and even dine here. Of course, aside from selling items and posting tasks, the other activities require one to be a member of the mercenary group. There should be around a dozen mercenary groups in Pingsheng, most led by beast masters, with members primarily being beast hunters seeking companions. A powerful mercenary group can provide its members with numerous guarantees and various benefits, serving as a substantial backing. Oh, I see. Fatty Li nodded, while Wang Lingzi, perceptive as ever, asked, what advantages does forming a mercenary group bring to its leader? It cannot be that they simply offer such extensive benefits without reason. Certainly, there are many advantages, Yi Fan replied. To illustrate with a simple example, posting a low-level task typically requires around 5,000 coins. And a mercenary group may have hundreds of such tasks each month, each yielding a 10% commission. That could amount to hundreds of thousands of coins. Fatty Li's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. This task merely scratches the surface. The more advanced ones likely yield substantial rewards, along with various fees for transactions and the costs associated with recruiting and disseminating information. Yi Fan shook his head. Overall, a large mercenary group enjoys a commendable income. Consider the lone wolf we encountered earlier. His mercenary band consists of merely a few dozen individuals, yet it is estimated that their annual revenue approaches nearly $1 million. Upon hearing this, the plump man felt somewhat intrigued. In that case, should we not establish our own mercenary group? Yi Fan shook his head. Creating a mercenary group requires at least 5 members. Not to mention a significant amount of capital to establish a mercenary tavern and the management involved. It is quite labor-intensive unless one has professionals to handle it. Perhaps we can consider it later. For now, let us join an existing mercenary group and undertake some tasks to familiarize ourselves with this environment. Very well, Li Baozi nodded. Which mercenary group shall we approach? Follow me, Yi Fan replied as he headed towards a mercenary tavern. The establishment was quite large and appeared to be very comfortably furnished, with a sign at the entrance displaying the prominent words, Dawn. Dawn? Upon seeing the name, Li Baozi seemed to recall something. The mercenary group mentioned by the lone wolf? Indeed, Yi Fan confirmed. The rumors may be exaggerated, but I wish to ascertain the truth. With that, he stepped forward and pushed open the tavern's door. Creaking open, the door drew the attention of many within, and upon noticing 3 youthful boys, they merely shook their heads. We do not serve minors here, a server promptly approached, balancing a tray with 2 glasses of red wine. We are here to join a mercenary group. Yi Fan glanced at the server and stated. His declaration elicited a chorus of laughter throughout the tavern. Young lad, do you even know what a mercenary group is? Surely you're not just here because you heard it's profitable. Off you go home. Come back when you've grown up. Various voices chimed in. The patrons relished the sight of such naivete. While Li Baozi took it in stride, Wang Lingzi frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the scene unfolding. The server, though sporting a smile, maintained politeness. Youngsters, we do not accept minors into our ranks. We are beast masters, Yi Fan replied calmly, not elaborating further as he waved his hand, summoning the hell hound to his side. Bronze 8 stars. The hellhound had long since shed its youthful appearance. Its fangs were sharp, flames encircled its limbs, and its stature surpassed that of Yi Fan, exuding an air of ferocity. The sight of the summoned beast caused many in the tavern to gasp in surprise. 4 hunters familiar with the region, a bronze high star was considered formidable. A young beastmaster of such caliber evidently had a promising future ahead. How my words have backfired. Many of those who had previously mocked quickly fell silent. The server's expression shifted dramatically, and he began to apologize profusely. My apologies, esteemed young brother. Please, allow me to escort you inside. As they conversed, the attendant led the way, guiding Yi Fan and his companions further inside. Following closely behind, Yi Fan's gaze swept across the patrons of the tavern. Many were engrossed in their drinks, their eyes avoiding any interaction with him. After scanning the crowd, Yi Fan shook his head. He held no regard for these hunters. His only desire was to see if any familiar faces from his past life were present. In his previous incarnation within the mercenary group, he had encountered several commendable allies, and this time around, he hoped to recruit a few. The Yi family would be relocating to the capital next year, and he would require means of self-protection. Beyond his personal strength, rallying some individuals to form a faction akin to a mercenary group was an excellent choice. Please register your information here, and we will assist you in obtaining your mercenary identification, the attendant stated, leading Yi Fan and his companions to a table. This is Zhao Kuei, our 6th captain of the mercenary group. Very well, Yi Fan nodded, glancing at the individual seated behind the table, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The Dawn mercenary group was led by 6 individuals, known as the 6 brothers. Zhao Kuei, affectionately referred to as Little Liuzi, was in his 20s, a beast master with commendable abilities and a straightforward disposition, possessing bronze-level strength. 6 captain, these individuals are all beast masters, the attendant promptly informed Zhao Kuei. I witnessed that just now. Zhao Kuei responded with a broad smile, addressing Yi Fan. A hellhound of bronze 8 stars. Young brother, your strength is remarkable. You must be a student from Ping City High School. Indeed, from the ordinary class, Yi Fan replied, not attempting to conceal his identity, offering his true name. Yi Fan? Upon hearing this name, Zhao Kuei nodded slightly. A senior? First year, Yi Fan answered, providing no further explanation. These 2 are my companions. This is Li Yu, and she is Wang Lingzi. Oh, greetings to you both. Zhao Kuei waved cheerfully at them, swiftly jotting down their details in the registration book. It is quite fortunate that 3 beast masters wish to join our mercenary group. Shortly, we can have that attendant introduce you to our group S regulations and such. Zhao Kuei's eyes sparkled with delight. Rest assured, the Dawn Mercenary Group is the largest in Ping City, operating with fairness and integrity. Should any disputes arise during missions, or if you face bullying from other mercenary groups, do not hesitate to inform us. We will not stand idly by. Understood. Ye Fan nodded. Soon, the attendant approached with 3 badges, ready to explain the regulations. However, Ye Fan waved his hand. I am already quite familiar with the regulations of the mercenary group. There is no need for further elaboration. After making this statement, Ye Fan surveyed the surroundings once more and continued. Is the captain not present? The captain has taken on a task, escorting a shipment to Lycan, and has been absent from the group lately, Zhao Kuei replied. Is there something you require, young brother? Not particularly, Ye Fan shook his head. Since the captain was unavailable, there was little to inquire about. Noticing Zhao Kuei's slight confusion, Ye Fan smiled gently and produced a lightning attribute spirit orb from his hand. I possess a silver 2-star lightning spirit orb and wish to exchange it for a non-attribute spirit orb. A lightning spirit orb upon seeing Ye Fan produce the spirit orb. Zhao Kuei's expression subtly shifted, revealing the magnitude of the matter at hand. Allow me to inquire on behalf of my younger brother. Taking the spirit orb, Zhao Kuei rose from the table, cleared his throat, and bellowed to the patrons of the tavern. Here lies a silver 2-star lightning attribute spirit orb. Seeking an exchange for a null attribute spirit orb. Which of my brothers desires it? By heavens! Li Fati choked upon witnessing Zhao Kuei's reaction. Isn't that query rather straightforward? Chapter 65. The transaction, the proclamation, drew numerous gazes towards Ye Fan and his companions. Do these individuals possess spirit orbs? Li Fati leaned closer to Ye Fan's ear. Indeed. Ye Fan nodded, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Most who frequent mercenary guilds are here to undertake missions. They hardly have time for leisure during daylight. Aside from those seeking partners, the majority present are mere intermediaries or members of various families, including some from distant lands. Upon hearing this, Li Fati comprehended the situation. Precisely. Ye Fan nodded in affirmation, adding, of course, there may also be formidable individuals among them. Many beast tamers who did not pursue higher education occasionally surface, including some silver-tier beast tamers. Before long, a person rose from their seat and approached Ye Fan's group. This individual, possessing a hawk-like nose and a somewhat sullen demeanor, leaned in and whispered, Younger brother, I can offer 3 silver 1-star null attribute spirit orbs in exchange for that lightning spirit orb. 3? Ye Fan scoffed at this proposal. The market value of the lightning spirit orb equated to 3 null attribute orbs of the same tier. A lower tier would yield a price increase of approximately 30%. Given the scarcity of the lightning spirit orb, it should reasonably exchange for 5 to 6 silver 1-star null attribute spirit orbs. The hawk-nosed man was momentarily taken aback, his face displaying a hint of embarrassment. Jinbo, it is evident that this younger brother possesses considerable acumen. Offering such a meager price is quite excessive. Another individual interjected with a teasing tone. Younger brother, I shall offer 6 silver 1-star null attribute spirit orbs. One can find you anywhere, Jinbo retorted, his annoyance palpable as he glared at the speaker. Upon seeing the 6 null attribute orbs produced, he chose to remain silent, flicking his sleeves and departing. Younger brother, what say you? The man, undeterred by Jinbo's presence, turned to Ye Fan with a beaming smile. Agreed. Ye Fan did not linger on the matter, accepting the null attribute orbs and casually handing over the lightning spirit orb. Your decisiveness is commendable. The man examined the lightning spirit orb for a brief moment, a glimmer of delight surfacing in his eyes as he addressed Ye Fan. I am a member of the Ningnan Chamber of Commerce, which regularly acquires such attribute spirit orbs at the highest prices. Would you be interested in exchanging contact information? Certainly. Ye Fan nodded and glanced at the plump companion beside him. Understanding the cue, Fatty promptly retrieved his phone, and they exchanged contact details. Shall we? Ye Fan nodded, turning toward the mission board. Ye Fan, what is the Ningnan Chamber of Commerce? Fatty hurriedly followed. It is a prominent trading company in the southern region, akin to the Wang family's enterprise. They specialize in the procurement and resale of materials across various locales, with their headquarters situated in the southern city, the largest urban center in the south. Ye Fan approached the mission board, the very place where the mercenary guild disseminated tasks. Missions were categorized by their rewards, distinguished by various colors that indicated their difficulty levels. A staggering sum of 10 million was offered for a single exceptional beast egg. Upon arrival, Li Fati immediately spotted the prominently highlighted mission at the top of the board, exclaiming in astonishment that the mere commission for this task was 1 million. Such missions were likely sought after by individuals from prestigious families, as similar tasks could be found across various mercenary guilds. Ye Fan shook his head, estimating that dozens of such eggs could be acquired each year. Why would someone sell an exceptional beast egg? Wang Lingzi inquired, perplexed. An exceptional beast can potentially reach the golden level in the future, and a golden level powerhouse should easily earn 10 million. Some may have come upon it by chance, unaware of its true value, while others might be in urgent need of funds, Ye Fan replied. In this world, there exists a myriad of circumstances. What level of task should we undertake? Li Fati voiced, scanning the board with a furrowed brow, feeling that the available tasks were rather lackluster. A bronze beast is worth only a few thousand, and the rest are merely searches for various items or the collection of rare materials. We're here to make a little extra, not to amass a fortune. The better tasks have long been snatched up, leaving only these inferior ones, Ye Fan remarked, casually tearing off several task slips before making his way outside. Let us head to the Silver Moon Forest for a few days. Here, take 2 spirit orbs, Fatty. I shall keep the remaining 4. As they wandered through the forest, Ye Fan handed Li Fati 2 spirit orbs. Without hesitation, Li Fati accepted them and consumed them instantly. In the next moment, his face flushed crimson, his body swelling rapidly like an inflated balloon. Focus on your breathing technique, Ye Fan instructed. Training with spirit orbs is not to be taken lightly. Consuming 2 at once demonstrates your audacity. Upon hearing Ye Fan's words, Li Fati hastily activated his feeding technique, gradually calming himself, though his physique visibly expanded. Half an hour later, having completed his training, Li Fati exhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Goodness, I feel as though I possess strength nearing that of a bronze beast, he proclaimed, then delivered a powerful punch to a nearby tree, nearly puncturing it entirely. Quite impressive. Ye Fan nodded slightly at the sight. In due time, we will be able to confront silver-level beasts directly, and your progress will accelerate. You can consume more suitable spirit herbs and fruits. Absolutely, Li Fati affirmed, rummaging through his bag to retrieve 2 white jade fruits, which he devoured eagerly. These spirit herbs and fruits filled with energy really do satiate hunger. Meanwhile, Wang Lingzi observed this scene with astonishment. Aren't white jade fruits meant for beasts? Can humans absorb them too? My breathing technique is quite unique. It allows me to absorb spirit herbs and fruits, Li Fati replied, scratching his head and glancing at Ye Fan without elaborating further. Wang Lingzi, with a mind as clear as crystal, surmised that the breathing technique possessed by the portly individual was likely bestowed upon him by Ye Fan. She refrained from inquiring further. Her knowledge far surpassed that of the rotund fellow, and even such a minor action revealed the immense value of this breathing method. Only a limited number of spirit herbs and fruits are accessible to humans. However, a breathing technique capable of transcending these limitations to absorb spirit herbs consumed by beasts for self-enhancement is undoubtedly priceless. Ye Fan, it seems, is exceptionally formidable to possess such a technique. Casting a glance at Ye Fan ahead, Wang Lingzi silently acknowledged him, her gaze subtly shifting. Wang Lingzi, are you on the verge of opening your second beast-raising space? Ye Fan's voice broke her contemplation. Startled, she quickly replied, yes, it should be just a few days away. Good, Ye Fan responded, pondering for a moment before continuing, please expedite the process. We will remain in the forest for the next couple of days, striving to assist you in capturing your second beast. Ah, assist me in capturing? Wang Lingzi was taken aback by this unexpected favor. Indeed, Ye Fan nodded and then asked, what are your thoughts regarding your next beast? Ah, I haven't given it much thought, she admitted somewhat awkwardly, as long as I can be of help. Assistance will certainly be provided, yet its efficacy remains to be seen, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. I've contemplated this over the past few days, and your spirit essence can indeed serve many purposes, though you may not yet be aware of them. Many? Wang Lingzi inquired. Yes, Ye Fan affirmed. The rating of talent is exceedingly rigorous. Merely possessing shared vision would not suffice for a B-grade classification. Consider the battle aspect. For instance, if you share your vision with your beast, does it not imply that the beast can also perceive your surroundings? In combat, could this bilateral vision not radiate throughout the battlefield? Furthermore, could you not learn some physical techniques to relay feedback to your beast while in a state of spirit essence, thereby providing it with enhanced counterattack or offensive options? Upon hearing these words, Wang Lingzi's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if a multitude of ideas had suddenly illuminated her mind. Contemplate further. The unique talents of beast raising can yield significant advantages, Ye Fan suggested, but then gestured to halt further discussion. Do not confine yourself to a singular perspective. Aspire to broaden your horizons. Chapter 66, by you seasoned leader. It appears that Ye Fan and his companions are not present at the school. At the school, a student approached Jie, visibly anxious. We have been stationed by Ye Fan's dormitory for several days and have yet to see him emerge. Not at the school. Ji's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. After searching for days, you arrive at such a conclusion? The student shrugged, somewhat intimidated. That is rather foolish, Ji remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Proceed with your duties. I shall be entering seclusion to elevate the level of my beast. Do not disturb me. Yes, yes. The student nodded vigorously, hurrying away. Watching the student depart, Ji's countenance remained grim. After a moment's reflection, he finally spoke, Long Wu. Young master. Beside them, the towering figure of Long Wu appeared, bowing in greeting. Send some individuals to investigate Ye Fan's whereabouts, Ji instructed. No need to involve the fools at the school. Instead, seek capable members from the mercenary guild in Pingcheng. With Ye Fan and his companions absent from the academy, it was likely they were honing their skills in the Silver Moon Forest. Once located, they should be taught a lesson. The notion of punishment momentarily startled Long Wu. Young master, should we eliminate them? He inquired. Ye Fan is not to be harmed, but the other two may be dealt with at your discretion, Ji replied. Turning away. Understood. Long Wu nodded, preparing to bow and depart. However, as he observed Ji's retreating figure, he hesitated, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. Young master, is it truly impossible for the Qilin clan to practice the breathing technique? Upon hearing this, Ji narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to face Long Wu. Why do you ask? In nothing, Long Wu hastily shook his head, speaking in a hushed tone. I recently heard someone mention that our Qilin clan could indeed practice the breathing technique, which left me puzzled. The Qilin clan cannot cultivate the breathing technique. This is something your father should have conveyed to you, Ji replied. If you doubt it, you may verify it for yourself. I can impart a breathing method to you, a rare technique known as the dragon elephant skill, preserved by the Ji family. You may test it yourself. Very well. Long Wu's spirits lifted at this, expressing gratitude for the young master's gift of knowledge. Listen carefully, Ji began to instruct Long Wu on the breathing technique. Long Wu listened intently, committing every word to memory, immediately commencing his practice. Yet, before long, his expression shifted dramatically. In the next instant, he coughed up blood, his vitality dwindling. You see, now you should understand whether it is feasible for you to cultivate, Ji remarked, his gaze turning cold. As a servant, how dare you question me? Long Wu dared not respond, shaking his head fervently as he knelt on one knee. Well, it is not unusual to be skeptical. Now that you have tried, you should believe, Ji waved his hand dismissively. Go now and proceed with the task I assigned to you. Understood. Long Wu rose swiftly and exited, his face betraying a hint of anger. That Ye Fan dared to deceive me. He has provoked the young master's wrath. I must deal with him properly. Fool, Ji scoffed, watching Long Wu storm away, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. If those with tainted bloodlines were able to practice the breathing technique, how could my Ji family maintain control? In the forest, Wang Lingzi was engaged in a beast contract with a round, pudgy bird, simultaneously channeling her spirit essence to display her prowess. The opposing poppy bird, evidently having endured a beating, lay on the ground, feeble and submissive, offering no resistance to Wang Lingzi's contract. Soon, with a flash of light, the poppy bird was summoned from the beast space by Wang Lingzi. It worked, Wang Lingzi exclaimed with excitement, glancing at Yi Fan and Li Fatty, who waited nearby. As long as it succeeded, Yi Fan nodded, observing the poppy bird that Wang Lingzi had summoned, his expression tinged with resignation. This was a bronze 2-star poppy bird, possessing the beast skill of emitting a shrill cry, classified as elite. This creature belongs to the category of warning beasts, capable of sensing the presence of enemies over a vast range, exhibiting remarkable agility. Even Yi Fan experienced an unexpected failure, allowing the foe to escape once. But he captured it on the second attempt. With this beast, the task of providing visual reconnaissance can now be entrusted to it. Yi Fan spoke, observing Wang Lingzi, who was fondly cradling the Bobo bird. Choosing the Bobo bird indicates you have a clear vision for your future beast training path. Indeed, Wang Lingzi nodded. Now that I possess the golden mouse for treasure hunting and the Bobo bird for reconnaissance, I plan to seek various auxiliary beasts, such as those capable of healing injuries or restricting opponents' movements. Yi Fan fell into a brief silence at the mention of auxiliary beasts, but eventually nodded in agreement. Auxiliary types can indeed play a vital role within team. Exactly, Wang Lingzi replied, looking at Yi Fan. I feel our team lacks an auxiliary beastmaster. You and Liu serve as the main combat strength. Your role is to launch direct assaults on the battlefield, while the chubby one focuses on harassment and ambushes. With my assistance, we would form a complete team. Complete team? Upon hearing her words, Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at Wang Lingzi, preparing to articulate a response when suddenly, sounds of pursuit erupted from a nearby thicket. Hey girl, what do you think you're running? One voice taunted. In this dense jungle, can you possibly escape? Two rather lascivious voices echoed, prompting Yi Fan to raise an eyebrow. Before he could take action, a bloodied white wolf burst forth from the foliage, followed closely by a familiar girl, stumbling behind. Ma Xiaoxiu. Yi Fan furrowed his brow upon seeing the girl. Yi Fan? Ma Xiaoxiu exclaimed, her surprise evident. Quick, save me. A group of mercenaries is hunting me. Mercenaries pursuing a student from Pingxing High School? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed at her words, and he exchanged a knowing glance with the chubby one. The chubby one promptly rushed to support Ma Xiaoxiu, while Yi Fan signaled to the hellhound, indicating the thicket. With a rustle, the thicket was parted, and simultaneously, the hellhound let out a fierce roar and pounced, tackling one of the pursuers to the ground. What the hell is this thing? The fallen man exclaimed in terror, struggling beneath the hellhound's grip, while the others who had rushed out to assist him were taken aback by their leader's capture. Realizing they could not overpower the hellhound, one individual, in desperation, drew a firearm, intending to shoot. If you fire that weapon, it will be tantamount to declaring war against me. Yi Fan's voice rang out. The group froze, instinctively halting their actions as they turned to face Yi Fan. At that moment, the hellhound dragged their leader's clothing, pulling him directly before Yi Fan. Help! Help! The man cried in panic, and upon seeing Yi Fan, he hastily produced a medal. Beastmaster, we are from a mercenary group. Spare us. A mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised his hand, prompting the hellhound to release its grip and stand alert beside him. The remaining individuals remained frozen, their eyes wide as they regarded the array of beasts surrounding Yi Fan and his companions, too intimidated to breathe. Dawn? Upon witnessing the medal, Yi Fan's expression immediately shifted. Are you all individuals from Dawn? Yes, indeed. Several of them nodded vigorously upon confirming the authenticity of the medal. Isn't it strictly prohibited for Dawn to act against others in the forest? Yi Fan retorted, his gaze sharp. You are all unaware? We are aware, replied the one on the ground, casting a glance at Ma Xiaoxiu beside him. Our leader has taken an interest in this girl, but she has shown no appreciation. During our last team-up, she even slapped our captain. It was our leader who sent us. He is also affiliated with Dawn. Your leader? This revelation caused Ye Fan's brow to furrow. Is it the Dawn leader by Chun? No, no, the man responded, shaking his head vigorously. It is the third elder. Baiyu. Baiyu? Upon hearing this name, Ye Fan's expression darkened slightly. So it is this scoundrel. Since it is Baiyu's people, I suppose I cannot be surprised. Ye Fan remarked, fixing his cold gaze on the individual before him. With Bai Chun absent, Baiyu believes he can act with impunity. Does he? No, no. The fourth elder is opposite. The man hurriedly shook his head, attempting to explain, but Ye Fan merely waved his hand dismissively and kicked the individual towards his companions. Take him away. If there is anything to discuss, let Baiyu come find me. All right, all right. The others quickly assisted the fallen man and fled in disarray. Ye Fan watched them depart, his expression frosty, choosing not to elaborate further. Ye Fan, who is Baiyu? The stout man inquired, drawing closer. A scoundrel. The younger brother of Dawn's leader Bai Chun, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. Baiyu plunders and wreaks havoc, allowing his subordinates to run wild like bandits. Were it not for such a brother, he would have long since met his demise. You mean his brother? Hearing this, Li Pangzi expressed surprise, glancing toward Ma Xiaoxiu. How did you get entangled with him? Ma Xiaoxiu, she began, but her gaze shifted to Ye Fan. Speak, Ye Fan urged, you may share anything with me. I wish to grow stronger, Ma Xiaoxiu confessed, her voice heavy. In the secret realm, I cannot obtain valuable items. Hence, I joined the mercenary group to seek teammates and missions, hoping to enhance my abilities swiftly. You joined the mercenary group last month, Ye Fan recalled. So, your absence from the secret realm this time was due to Baiyu? Yes, he sent people to injure my beast. I had no other choice, Ma Xiaoxiu admitted, her eyes reflecting her helplessness. Dawn is too powerful. If he seeks to target me, I have no means to resist. Each time I enter the forest, his men follow me. I have attempted many times, yet I am left with no alternatives. This time, I ran quite far, but they still found me. As she spoke, Ma Xiaoxiu cradled her white wolf, which bore the mark of a 6-star black iron, its body stained with blood, clearly having endured numerous battles. With many scars from blades and firearms, Li Pangzi and Wang Lingzi observed, their eyes filled with sympathy. Ye Fan, Li Pangzi began, but before he could finish, Ye Fan raised his hand, looking at the crouching Ma Xiaoxiu, and suddenly asked, what kind of person do you aspire to become? I wish to become strong, she replied. As Ma Xiaoxiu gazed at Ye Fan, who was accompanied by 2 formidable beasts, she spoke, a strong individual like you. Possessing 2 powerful beasts truly stands out. However, a bronze-level beast master with 2 beasts is hardly remarkable. Ye Fan merely scoffed, turned away, and remarked, to become a true stronghold, one must act, not merely speak. Act. At his words, Ma Xiaoxiu paused, glancing at Li Fati and Wang Lingzi, who both wore knowing smiles. Let's go, Li Fati declared first, producing 2 bloodgrass leaves and handing them to Ma Xiaoxiu. Welcome to our team. Do your best, Wang Lingzi added, crouching down to pet the white wolf. Once I acquire a healing beast, I will be able to assist you in healing your beasts. Ma Xiaoxiu stared blankly at Wang Lingzi. We will be partners from now on, Wang Lingzi smiled, glancing ahead at Ye Fan. That guy is quite impressive. By joining him, you will undoubtedly become a formidable force. Boss. Several individuals, driven back by Ye Fan, returned to the Dawn Tavern, shouting loudly as they entered. Their commotion drew many curious gazes, and upon recognizing them, a few could not suppress their laughter. The people from Baiyu are causing trouble again. At the registration desk, Zhao Kuei spotted the group and merely shrugged, feigning indifference. With Bai Chun absent, they were genuinely powerless against Baiyu, resigned to let him cause chaos. When the captain returns, he will have to clean up after his brother, Zhao Kuei thought, feeling a touch of helplessness. Meanwhile, a gaunt man emerged from the back upon hearing the ruckus. Seeing his men disheveled, he exclaimed, I sent you to capture a girl, not to engage in a brawl. Boss, we were intercepted, the leader explained. We were on the verge of seizing Ma Xiaoxiu when one of our fellow mercenaries intervened. He is a beast master with 2 beasts, and we were utterly outmatched and soundly defeated. Our mercenaries beast master? Bai paused for a moment, then grew irritated. Did you not inform him that the person he was confronting is Bai? I did, but he was utterly indifferent and even insulted you, calling you a fool. The man lamented. He also said if there was any issue, you should deal with him personally. What? Bai's irritation deepened. His reputation within the Dawn mercenary group was well known. Even beast masters dared not challenge him. That someone would speak to him in such a manner was a blatant disregard for his authority. What is the name of this beast master? After a moment of contemplation, Bai inquired. I do not know. The man shook his head. He possesses a hellhound and a storm eagle, both at the bronze 9-star level. The mention of 2 bronze 9-star beasts caused Bai's expression to shift, and he inhaled sharply. When did our mercenary group acquire such a formidable individual? I do not know. I have never encountered him. I only saw that he bore the Dawn mercenary insignia. Upon hearing this, Bai felt puzzled, while Zhao Kuei's expression subtly changed. A hellhound, bronze 9-star. Could it be that lad from a few days ago? The young man appears to be someone not easily provoked. Nevertheless, regardless of his rank, no one can safeguard what I, Bai, desire. Bai's voice resounded, calling to his companions to arm themselves. Understood, came a quick response from his cohort. Zhao Kuei, standing nearby, interjected, Bai considering that others are beast masters. Is it truly necessary to stir trouble over a mere girl? And what of it? Can a beast master claim another's affection? Bai retorted, displeased. Who isn't a beast master? My brother is even a silver-tier beast master. This remark silenced Zhao Kuei, who glanced at Bai departing and could only shake his head in resignation. This little tyrant, he sighed. If the captain does not return soon, this mercenary group will be turned upside down by him. Boss, that fellow is in the forest. We remember the location well. Let us give him a proper thrashing. And as for Ma Xiaoxiu, the boss has given her several chances. She simply does not know her place. On the street, a large group marched towards the forest, each armed with firearms. One might mistakenly believe they were off to confront a silver-tier beast. As they proceeded, they passed the Dawn mercenary group, whose doors swung open, and another group emerged, led by Long Wu with great fervor. The narrow street could hardly accommodate both factions. Bai quickly spotted the towering Long Wu and squinted. With such stature, can't you see? This remark irked Long Wu, who raised his hand but, recalling GGS instructions, merely gritted his teeth and signaled his group to retreat. Humph, Bai scoffed, leading his entourage away. What a nuisance. If it weren't for my brother, I would have taught him a lesson long ago. A coward hiding behind his brother's power. Within the Dawn mercenary group, some voiced their anger. Is that Bai? Upon hearing their words, Long Wu snorted derisively and shook his head. A silver beast master's younger brother only dares to act so boldly in Ping City. In the capital, my young master could easily crush him. As this sentiment echoed, silence fell over the group as they followed Long Wu into the forest. In Chapter 68, Strike First, Ye Fan and his companions were engaged in a hunt for a metal-skinned wild boar. The creature, a lowly black iron 7-star, did not warrant Ye Fan's direct involvement. He observed as Ma Xiaoxiu commanded the white wolf against the wild boar, his brow furrowing with concern. Time passed, and it became evident that the white wolf, being a star lower, was struggling against the wild boar and was at a disadvantage, while Ma Xiaoxiu stubbornly continued to issue commands. At a critical moment, seeing the white wolf in peril, Ye Fan raised his hand and summoned the hellhound, which swiftly pounced upon the wild boar, decisively ending the conflict with a straightforward throat lock. You had 7 opportunities to turn the tide, Ye Fan remarked, observing the panting Ma Xiaoxiu. First, during the wild boar's initial charge, you could have instructed the white wolf to evade while launching a counterattack, yet you chose to confront it head-on, neglecting the disparity in power levels. Secondly, Ye Fan's tone was not gentle. Beside him, Ma Xiaoxiu felt a twinge of shame, nodding repeatedly. A true warrior must possess both ample combat experience and awareness. Ye Fan gazed thoughtfully at the other party, then produced 2 white jade fruits and tossed them to Ma Xiaoxiu. During this period, you and the fatty will take the lead, while I will provide support until you can confront beasts of at least a bronze 5-star level head-on. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxiu's expression shifted slightly. But I'm only at the black iron 6-star level. Your rank will soon ascend, Ye Fan reassured her. Before reaching silver, it can be achieved through the accumulation of spiritual herbs and medicines. He waved his hand dismissively. What matters most is that you possess sufficient combat strength to face formidable foes. I can supply you with spiritual herbs and medicines, but I do not wish for you to become mere decorations. Understood, Ma Xiaoxu nodded. Does that mean I will also participate in combat? Beside them, Wang Lingzi, who appeared somewhat dissatisfied with Ye Fan, spoke hesitantly. You may partake in the battles, but consider it merely a means to hone your coordination. Ye Fan replied as he continued to stride forward. In his beast-taming space, numerous spiritual herbs and medicines have been cultivated, all at the common level, with only the harvest fruit being at the spirit level. During this time, Ye Fan intended to search the forest for herbs and fruits that could aid in breaking through to silver, while also beginning to elevate the abilities of those around him. Combat was the swiftest way for beast tamers to master the art of commanding their beasts. Keeping them perpetually by his side without engaging in battle would render them ineffectual. As the ensuing battles unfolded, Ye Fan adhered to his own advice, refraining from direct involvement. After each skirmish, he would analyze the shortcomings and mistakes of his companions, offering constructive feedback. Having been a king-level figure in his previous life, his discerning eye enabled him to perceive every detail of the battles clearly. Under Ye Fan's meticulous guidance, his companions' beast-handling skills swiftly improved, transitioning from initial clumsiness and panic to a gradual mastery, all in a relatively short span of time. As night descended, Ye Fan finally instructed them to halt their advance, setting up tents and a campfire at the forest's edge. I feel as though I have learned so much today, Ma Xiaoxu remarked to Wang Lingzi while arranging the tent. Ye Fan's combat experience is incredibly rich. He operates on an entirely different level than us. Indeed, Wang Lingzi nodded, contemplating as she gazed at Ma Xiaoxu. You may not be aware, but we previously hunted a silver 2-star rainbow leopard in the jungle. Silver 2-star, Ma Xiaoxu exclaimed, taken aback. How is that possible? Can bronze defeat silver? I once thought the same, yet we truly succeeded, Wang Lingzi replied, glancing at Ye Fan, who seemed to be deep in thought by the fire. She lowered her voice, adding, that individual is not only adept at beast taming, but is also shrewd and knowledgeable. Is that so? Ma Xiaoxu nodded. Then I must learn more from him. Indeed, you should, Wang Lingzi encouraged, leaning closer to Ma Xiaoxu. I sense that Ye Fan values you greatly. He has imparted much knowledge to you. He never shared anything like this with us before you arrived. Values me? That is hard to believe, Ma Xiaoxu replied, incredulous. Trust me, he undoubtedly holds you in high regard. By the campfire, Ye Fan naturally overheard the whispers between the two and shook his head with a faint smile. Ye Fan, do you genuinely hold Ma Xiaoxu in high regard? Li Fadi, drawn by curiosity, inquired. Not quite, Ye Fan replied, looking at the rotund figure with a hint of seriousness. I perceive some potential in her. Her fierce desire to win and her tenacity indicate that, should she encounter fortuitous circumstances, her future will not be lackluster. I see. Li Fadi nodded, glancing at Ye Fan. So, are you making early investment? Indeed, Ye Fan acknowledged, patting Fadi on the shoulder. I am planning to establish a mercenary group and recruit some personnel. We cannot always passively await trouble. Facing dozens or even hundreds with just 2 or 3 is inherently disadvantageous. If we possess some influence, we can seize the initiative. Forming a mercenary group sounds splendid, Li Fadi remarked, excitement evident in his tone. Does that mean I will become an esteemed member? Certainly, Ye Fan replied with a smile. Fadi, you must strive to be strong. In the future, you will be my right-hand man. Absolutely, Li Fadi responded, returning the pat. After all, I am destined to capture the dragon python. I must be formidable. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan wore a wry smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Boss, why do those people from Dawn persistently follow us? In another part of the forest, a sharp-featured man leaned closer to Baiyu, speaking in hushed tones. Baiyu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He turned to see flickering lights not far behind, indeed confirming the presence of the Dawn mercenary group. For the entire afternoon, this group had trailed them since leaving the city, and now, as night fell, they still lingered. What do they intend? Bai felt a surge of caution and silently signaled to his team. Upon noticing his gesture, the members discreetly loaded their firearms. The rivalry between the Dawn and the Aurora mercenary groups was well known. In the Silver Moon Forest, if they sought confrontation, there would be little hesitation. Do they intend to strike while my brother is absent? He pondered. After a pause, as he observed the torches of the group still trailing closely behind, his suspicion deepened. These scoundrels from the Dawn mercenary group seem truly intent on us. What should we do, boss? Their numbers are considerable, one of his subordinates expressed, anxiety creeping into his voice. Strike first, Bai, known for his decisiveness, quickly concluded. Since they wish to attack us, we shall take the initiative. With their numbers being comparable, the one who strikes first gains the upper hand. One of the subordinates hesitated momentarily, concerned, but what if they are not targeting us? How will we explain ourselves? Explain what? Bai retorted with a cold smirk. The Dawn group has followed us for so long. What do we have to clarify? We can simply assert that they attacked us first. Since Ye Fan has not located them, these oblivious scoundrels from the Dawn wish to provoke us? Then let us sharpen our blades on them. As the sound subsided, Bai's group swiftly concealed themselves on either side of the jungle. They were seasoned hunters, well-versed in the art of ambush. Meanwhile, Long Wu exhaled, observing the flickering flames that had vanished from sight. At last, this group had diverged from our path. After uttering this thought, Long Wu cast a skeptical glance at a slender youth beside him. Are you certain that Ye Fan and his companions took this route? I am, the slender youth replied, nodding affirmatively. Initially, I thought they seemed like inexperienced fledglings who had never ventured into the forest, so I considered following them for potential gain. However, upon reaching this point, I discovered they were beast masters, prompting my retreat. Sensing Long Wu's doubt, he added, the Dawn crew might be here to hunt the nearby rock python, which is why their route is somewhat similar to ours. However, beyond this point, they will veer towards the dark river. Understood. Long Wu nodded, contemplating briefly before whispering, disperse the team. Extend the search radius as much as possible, employing a comprehensive search strategy. It is nighttime. Ye Fan and his companions are unlikely to continue deeper into the forest and will probably establish a camp. Once we locate their encampment, we will relay the information and encircle them. Remember, do not alarm the prey. Ye Fan is quite astute. Exercise caution. Understood. Chapter 69. The plan as night fell. Ye Fan and the others set up their tents, opting not to rest immediately. Instead, under Ye Fan's direction, they hunted in the vicinity to ensure the camp's safety. Ye Fan, what is that? Leaf Fatty inquired curiously, pointing to a cluster of fruits emitting a faint glow not far away. Bioluminescent mushrooms. They glow at night, but serve no other purpose. They are rather inconsequential. Ye Fan replied, glancing at the fruits before squatting down to collect them. Why collect inconsequential things? Leaf Fatty questioned, puzzled. It glows, Ye Fan explained. In case of inclement weather where fire cannot be kindled, these bioluminescent mushrooms can provide illumination. Oh, I see, Leaf Fatty said, suddenly enlightened. A hint of amusement appeared in Ye Fan's eyes. Many things possess utility. Even some seemingly inconsequential crops can prove valuable in special circumstances. Does that mean the explosive mushrooms we saw a few days ago serve other purposes as well? Leaf Fatty asked. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan contemplated. Explosive mushrooms can be used in cooking. Leaf Fatty was momentarily speechless, about to respond when suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted from the distant jungle. Bang! The gunshot ignited a flurry of chaos, followed by a barrage of gunfire and a cacophony of heated arguments. What is happening? Leaf Fatty exclaimed, startled, retracting his head. Wang Lingzi, send Poppy Bird to investigate, Ye Fan instructed, his brow furrowing as he listened to the commotion. Be cautious. They have firearms, and Poppy Bird's defenses are weak. We cannot afford to lose it. All right. Wang Lingzi nodded repeatedly, directing Poppy Bird to take flight, her eyes gradually illuminating as she activated her spirit core. The speed of the Bobo bird in flight is remarkable. In no time, Wang Lingzi spoke up, mentioning that two factions of mercenaries were engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire, one of which belonged to the Dawn. The Dawn? Ye Fan perked up, inquiring about the appearance of the leader of that group. He is slender, not tall, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes and a tear mole at the corner. Wang Lingzi described, but before she could finish, Ma Xiaoxi interjected, "That person is Bai Yu." "Indeed," Yi Fan nodded. "If it is Bai Yu, then the dawn must be here to trouble us." "What about the opposing faction? What are the characteristics of their leader?" "He is very tall, likely around 2 meters. A towering figure," Wang Lingzi replied, then suddenly furrowed her brow. "Long Wu. That group seems to be led by Long Wu." "Long Wu?" This revelation stunned Li Pangzi, who wondered why he, a servant of Jie, was present. "He must also be here to cause us trouble," Yi Fan remarked, gazing into the depths of the jungle, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. How did these two factions come to blows? In the jungle, gunfire erupted continuously. A minor leader from the Dawn shouted vehemently, "Bai Yu, are you insane, lying in wait for our Dawn members in the jungle? Your brother Isnt here. Do you think you can represent the Dawn and declare war on us? Stop threatening me." Bai Yu retorted, "You've brought so many people to trail us, intending to ambush me. Haven't you? Now that I've seen through your ploy, you start pretending. Who is tracking you?" "We," the minor leader began, but was abruptly cut short as a bullet struck him, resulting in his immediate demise. Several individuals were protecting Long Wu, and the situation was evidently unfavorable for the Dawn. They had not anticipated the Dawn taking action so suddenly, causing their formation to scatter, leading to significant losses in this skirmish. "Lord Long Wu, we should retreat," one of his men suggested. "This mad dog Bai Yu is prepared to attack us. Engaging like this is too disadvantageous. We can see trouble with Bai Yu later." Hearing this, Long Wu felt a pang of reluctance. The young master was already displeased with their recent failures against Yi Fan, and if they returned empty-handed this time, the young master would surely grow even angrier. "I will speak to him." After a moment of hesitation, Long Wu stepped forward. "Bai Yu, I am from the Ji family of Kyoto." Bang! Just as he began to speak, a bullet exploded on Long Wu's shoulder, splattering blood. His expression changed dramatically as he quickly retreated. The moment he stepped back, bullets riddled the ground in front of him. "What Ji family of Kyoto? I've never heard of it." Bai Yu's voice rang out from the other side. "Truly a mad dog." Long Wu gritted his teeth, observing the blood bursting from his shoulder, his countenance darkening. Had it not been for his hybrid bloodline, endowing him with enhanced reflexes and physical prowess, this moment of inattention could have led him to share the same fate as that minor leader. "Lord Long Wu, we should still retreat for now. We will inform young Master Ji and let him deal with this." One of his men quickly assisted Long Wu, acknowledging Bai Yu's madness. At this moment, Long Wu could only nod in agreement as several men shielded him, hastily making their way back along the path they came from. They had not escaped far when dawn's light reappeared, and unbeknownst to them, a group stealthily approached from behind. It was over. They were surrounded. The expressions of several changed drastically as Bai Yu's voice echoed from behind, declaring, "Grandson of Dawn, none of you shall escape today." Long Wu and his companions were ensnared. Not far from the battlefield, atop a slope, Wang Lingzi spoke to Yi Fan, noting that Bai Yu seemed to consider them as enemies, engaging them relentlessly. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the distance. He understood Bai Yu's nature, paranoid and ruthless in action. Given that hostilities had already commenced, it was certain that he would spare no one. Long Wu's declaration of identity would not deter Bai Yu. Instead, it would likely incite him to eradicate them completely. Observing the injured Long Wu among the throng, Yi Fan's expression grew contemplative. Long Wu was a decent person, albeit the Qilin clan had fallen under the control of the Ji family, shrouded in numerous secrets. In his previous life, no one had guided him. He remained blindly loyal, dying without knowing the truth. Having offered him advice twice, Yi Fan realized that Long Wu was too straightforward, perhaps still misled by Jie. If he could awaken Long Wu to the truth, it would plant a seed for future change. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, Yi Fan reflected on the Ji family, one of the 8 prominent families in the capital, whose influence was immense. The Qilin clan, as an integral part of this power, could play a significant role if properly mobilized. Coincidentally, the factions of Dawn and the Lone Wolf had connections with the dynasty organization. Should conflict arise, it would reveal the hidden malignancies within. With resolution, Yi Fan no longer hesitated and raised his hand. Fatty, prepare to act. The hefty companion paused in surprise, but said nothing, nodding instead as their three-headed serpent beast quietly infiltrated the underbrush. You two stay here. Your strength is insufficient, and you may be harmed by straight gunfire. Ye Fan instructed Wang Lingzi and Ma Xiaoxiu before swiftly descending the slope, with the Gale Eagle and Hellhound quickly following suit. Bang! Bang! In the fray, Long Wu captured an assailant charging at him and slammed him to the ground. However, almost immediately, gunfire erupted, and he was shot in the back, collapsing to his knees. It was over. Nearby, those guarding Long Wu grew fearful, glancing at the encircling Dawn mercenaries, uncertain of where to retreat. I, Long Wu, shall not perish at their hands. Long Wu, having endured several gunshots, felt a haze descend upon him. He gazed at the advancing foes, a flicker of defiance igniting as he clenched his fist. Just as he swung his fist, a panicked voice erupted from the crowd ahead. Is the young master here to rescue us? Witnessing the chaos within the Dawn mercenary group, Long Wu's expression shifted slightly. Before he could utter a word, a fireball suddenly swelled and exploded before them. Boom! In mere seconds, a vast crowd was dispersed, with many unfortunate souls who failed to evacuate in time ignited by the infernal flames of the Hellhound, fleeing in terror as nearby trees were instantly engulfed in fire, transforming the scene into a veritable purgatory. The Hellhound? Upon witnessing the beast, Long Wu was momentarily stunned, his gaze drawn to a familiar figure standing quietly beside a tree not far away, his countenance changing abruptly. Ye Fan? How could it be you? Chapter 70. Impact Ye Fan? As this name echoed, Yu, observing Ye Fan beside the Hellhound, felt a shift in his expression. So, you are the one who saved me. What audacity you possess. Boom, boom. The sound of gunfire erupted as Ye Fan darted toward a nearby tree, while the Hellhound's flames carved a path through the chaos. Swoosh! The cry of the Gale Eagle resonated as it swooped down from the heavens. You dare! Yu panicked, desperately attempting to evade, yet the Gale Eagle's speed was astonishing. In an instant, its claws grazed Yu's face, leaving a gash. Ye Fan sprang forth, effortlessly grabbing an individual attempting to approach and flinging them aside. The Rock Python and Hellhound surged through the throng, their immense power rendering ordinary hunters powerless against their might. Before long, all those surrounding Yu were repelled, and the Gale Eagle once again surged forward, causing Yu to stumble and fall. Yu, with a brother like Bai Chun, truly brings misfortune upon the family. Ye Fan's voice rang out, and as Yu looked up, he beheld Ye Fan standing before him. The Gale Eagle, resembling an angel of death, perched quietly upon his shoulder. From his elevated position, Ye Fan regarded Yu with a chilling detachment. Retreat or perish. I will retreat, I will retreat. At that moment, Yu dared not utter another word, stumbling backward in retreat. Ye Fan made no effort to impede him, merely watching Yu's departure, his hand resting atop the Hellhound's head. Soon, the remnants of Dawn's forces withdrew from the forest, and only then did Ye Fan turn to face Long Wu and the others. The expressions of those beside Long Wu shifted as they met Ye Fan's gaze. They had originally come to slay him, yet found themselves rescued instead. Brother Ye Fan, thank you for your intervention. One individual clasped his hands, his face tinged with embarrassment. I did not come to save you, Ye Fan replied, his eyes lingering on the kneeling Long Wu. He remains. The rest of you should leave. Upon hearing this, the individual was momentarily speechless, poised to offer an explanation, when Long Wu raised his hand. You all should go. Very well. With Long Wu's words, the already intimidated group sighed in relief and hastily retreated into the distance. Before long, aside from the corpses left in the wake of battle, only Long Wu remained, half kneeling upon the ground. The atmosphere was thick with silence, but ultimately, Long Wu lifted his head and resolutely declared, Let us engage. My Qilin clan shall not be taken captive. Do you believe I saved you so that I might slay you myself? Upon hearing this, a faint smile flickered in Ye Fan's eyes as he shook his head. If your Qilin clan truly possesses such fortitude, how have you descended to the status of servants? This statement darkened Long Wu's countenance, rendering him momentarily speechless. This chapter of history stands as a disgrace for the qilin clan, a vulnerable point in their legacy. As servants, they are condemned to live with their heads bowed. Moreover, they are members of the qilin clan. Ye Fan spoke, observing the silent Long Wu, and slowly inquired, "Are you aware of how your qilin clan became the vassals of the Ji family? Is it truly as the outside world claims, that your Ji family willingly submitted? After your qilin clan surrendered to the Ji family, why has your bloodline grown increasingly feeble? Ye Fan, a gentleman may be slain, but he cannot be humiliated." Long Wu's anger flared as Ye Fan repeatedly broached the subject of the qilin clan. He lifted his head, attempting to rise, yet his injuries rendered him immobile. "I was not insulting you," Ye Fan countered, shaking his head. "Just as I previously discussed the breathing technique with you, have you attained any results? I inquired with the young master and received the dragon elephant technique, yet I cannot cultivate it," Long Wu replied. "You were deceiving me last time. The dragon elephant technique?" Upon hearing this, a playful smile crept across Ye Fan's face. "Does Ji dare to bestow upon you the genuine dragon elephant technique? What do you mean by that?" Long Wu raised an eyebrow. "Did you save me merely to sow discord between me and the young master? Do you know what the dragon elephant technique is?" Ye Fan interjected, interrupting Long Wu. "The dragon elephant technique is merely the name of a breathing method." "Humph." At this, Ye Fan chuckled. "Long Wu, has your qilin clan forgotten the techniques devised by your own ancestors? Our ancestors created techniques?" Long Wu's expression shifted slightly. "Otherwise, how could your qilin bloodline possess any strength?" Ye Fan countered, gazing at Long Wu. "The original beast masters who could slay ancient relics were all exceptionally talented individuals. It would not be particularly challenging for them to devise a suitable breathing technique for their descendants." Long Wu hesitated upon hearing this. "If you do not believe me, you may share the breathing method given to you by Ji, and I can immediately point out the differences," Ye Fan suggested, casting a glance at Long Wu, who seemed poised to refuse. "You have been following Ji, so you must know some of my background. A mere dragon elephant technique is not worth the effort I have expended to save you." Long Wu remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "The technique given to me by the young master is as follows." Quickly, Long Wu recited the incantation of the breathing technique provided by Ji. Ye Fan listened intently, and gradually, a smile emerged in his eyes. "Based on what I have told you, modify these 3 steps of the breathing technique and adjust the meridians accordingly," Ye Fan instructed. Upon hearing this, Long Wu was taken aback, instinctively following Ye Fan's guidance as he practiced the breathing technique. Soon, a series of cracking sounds resonated from his bones, and the wounds on his body visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. Boom! Like the sound of a bull's footfall, Long Wu stood up, and his hair seemed to writhe as a small horn began to sprout from his head. "This is indeed the ancestral technique of our qilin clan." Long Wu felt the dramatic changes occurring within his body and looked at Ye Fan with an expression of sheer disbelief. "How is this possible? You must comprehend the significance of the dragon elephant technique to your qilin lineage." Ye Fan gazed at Long Wu, speaking in a calm tone, and continued, "Setting aside the dragon elephant technique, if you merely practiced an ordinary breathing method, your qilin clan would not be as feeble as it once was. Are you implying that the young master deliberately provided me with a flawed breathing method to make me believe I am truly incapable of practicing it?" Long Wu retorted, visibly astonished, struggling to accept this revelation. He looked at Ye Fan and questioned, "But why would the young master act in such a manner? Wouldn't my mastery of the breathing technique render me stronger and consequently more beneficial to him?" "Long Wu, do you still not grasp the situation at this juncture?" Ye Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. The qilin clan simplicity was almost disheartening. Certain truths could not be hinted at, but rather demanded clarity. A century ago, your qilin clan was compelled to submit. Over this prolonged period, the Ji family has continuously sought various justifications to oppress and weaken you. They aspire for you to become true servants, rather than potential allies harboring the capacity for vengeance. The mention of vengeance startled Long Wu. Vengeance for what? Vengeance for the grievances suffered by your kin. Ye Fan responded, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Unlike the dragon seers and other bloodline descendants who bear evident flaws, your lineage possesses a gentle and non-toxic inherited bloodline. Logically, your kin should outnumber all those with bloodline heritage, numbering at least in the thousands, if not 10,000. Yet, my clan, with only my generation, comprises merely a few dozen individuals. Long Wu's words hung in the air, and as he observed Ye Fan's serene demeanor, a tumult of emotions began to stir within him.